Section 21 of Crime and Punishment. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. Part 4, Chapter 1.
Can this still be a dream?
Raskolnikov thought once more. He looked carefully and suspiciously at the unexpected visitor.
Svidrigailov! What nonsense! It can't be,
He said at last, aloud, in bewilderment. His visitor did not seem at all surprised at this exclamation.
I have come to you for two reasons. In the first place, I wanted to make your personal acquaintance, as I have already heard a great deal about you that is interesting and flattering. Secondly, I cherish the hope that you may not refuse to assist me in a matter directly concerning the welfare of your sister, Avdotia Romanovna, for without your support she might not let me come near her now, for she is prejudiced against me, but with your assistance I reckon on.
You reckon wrongly,
Interrupted Raskolnikov.
They only arrived yesterday, may I ask you?
Raskolnikov made no reply.
It was yesterday, I know. I only arrived myself the day before. Well, let me tell you this, Rodion Romanovich. I don't consider it necessary to justify myself, but kindly tell me what was there particularly criminal on my part in all this business, speaking without prejudice, with common sense.
Raskolnikov continued to look at him in silence.
That in my own house I persecuted a defenseless girl and insulted her with my infamous proposals. Is that it? I am anticipating you. But you have only to assume that I, too, am a man et nihil humanum, in a word, that I am capable of being attracted and falling in love, which does not depend on our will. Then everything can be explained in the most natural manner. The question is, am I a monster, or am I myself a victim? And what if I am a victim? In proposing to the object of my passion to elope with me to America or Switzerland, I may have cherished the deepest respect for her, and may have thought that I was promoting our mutual happiness. Reason is the slave of passion. You know why, probably. I was doing more harm to myself than anyone.
but that's not the point.
Raskolnikov interrupted with disgust.
It's simply not whether you are right or wrong. We dislike you. We don't want to have anything to do with you. We show you the door. Get out.
Svidrigailov broke into a sudden laugh.
But there is no getting round you.
He said, laughing in the frankest way.
I hoped to get round you, but you took up the right line at once.
But you are trying to get round me still.
What of it? What of it?
Cried Svidrigailov, laughing openly.
But this is what the French call bonne guerre, and the most innocent form of deception. But still you have interrupted me, one way or another. I repeat again, there would never have been any unpleasantness except for what happened in the garden. Marfa Petrovna.
You have got rid of Marfa Petrovna, too, so they say.
Raskolnikov interrupted rudely.
Oh, you have heard that too, then. You would be sure to, though. But as for your question, I really don't know what to say, though my own conscience is quite at rest on that score. Don't suppose that I am in any apprehension about it. All was regular and in order. The medical inquiry diagnosed apoplexy due to bathing immediately after a heavy dinner and a bottle of wine, and indeed it could have proved nothing else. But I'll tell you what I've been thinking to myself of late, on my way here in the train, especially. Didn't I contribute to all that? Calamity, morally, in a way, by irritation or something of the sort. but I came to the conclusion that too was quite out of the question.
Raskolnikov laughed.
I wonder you trouble yourself about it.
But what are you laughing at? Only consider, I struck her just twice with a switch. There were no marks even. Don't regard me as a cynic, please. I'm perfectly aware how atrocious it was of me, and all that, but I know for certain, too, that Marfa Petrovna was very likely pleased at my, so to say, warmth. The story of your sister had been wrung out to the last drop. For the last 3 days Marfa Petrovna had been forced to sit at home. She had nothing to show herself with in the town. Besides, she had bored them so with that letter, you heard about her reading the letter, and all of a sudden those 2 switches fell from heaven. Her first act was to order the carriage to be got out. Not to speak of the fact that there are cases when women are very, very glad to be insulted in spite of all their show of indignation. There are instances of it with everyone. Human beings in general, indeed, greatly love to be insulted. Have you noticed that? But it's particularly so with women. One might even say it's their only amusement.
At one time Raskolnikov thought of getting up and walking out, and so finishing the interview, but some curiosity, and even a sort of prudence, made him linger for a moment.
You are fond of fighting?
He asked carelessly.
No, not very.
Svidrigaïlov answered calmly.
And Marfa Petrovna and I scarcely ever fought. We lived very harmoniously, and she was always pleased with me. I only used to whip twice in all our 7 years, not counting a third occasion of a very ambiguous character. The first time, 2 months after our marriage, immediately after we arrived in the country, and the last time was that of which we are speaking. Did you suppose I was such a monster, such a reactionary, such a slave driver? Ha ha! By the way, do you remember, Rodion Romanovich, how a few years ago, in those days of beneficent publicity, a nobleman, I've forgotten his name, was put to shame everywhere, in all the papers, for having trashed a German woman in the railway train? You remember? It was in those days, that very year, I believe, the disgraceful action of the age took place. You know, the Egyptian nights, that public reading, you remember, the dark eyes, you know. Ah, the golden days of our youth, where are they? Well, as for the gentleman who thrashed the German, I feel no sympathy with him, because after all what need is there for sympathy? But I must say there are sometimes such provoking Germans that I don't believe there is a progressive who could quite answer for himself. No one looked at the subject from that point of view then, but that's the truly humane point of view, I assure you.
After saying this, Svidrigaïlov broke into a sudden laugh again. Raskolnikov saw clearly that this was a man with a firm purpose in his mind and able to keep it to himself.
I expect you've not talked to anyone for some days,
he asked.
Scarcely anyone. I suppose you're wondering at my being such an adaptable man.
No, I am only wondering at your being too adaptable a man.
Because I'm not offended at the rudeness of your questions? Is that it? But why take offence? As you asked, so I answered,
he replied with a surprising expression of simplicity.
You know, there's hardly anything I take interest in,
he went on, as it were dreamily.
Especially now I have nothing to do. You are quite at liberty to imagine, though, that I am making up to you with a motive, particularly as I told you I want to see your sister about something. But I'll confess frankly, I am very much bored. The last 3 days especially, so I am delighted to see you. Don't be angry, Rodion Romanovich, but you seem to be somehow awfully strange yourself. Say what you like, there is something wrong with you, and now too. Not this very minute, I mean, but now generally. Well, well, I won't, don't scowl. I'm not such a bear, you know, as you think.
Raskolnikov looked gloomily at him.
You are not a bear, perhaps, at all,
he said.
I fancy indeed that you are a man of very good breeding, or at least know how on occasion to behave like one.
I am not particularly interested in anyone's opinion.
Svidrigaïlov answered dryly, and even with a shade of haughtiness.
And therefore, why not be vulgar at times when vulgarity is such a convenient cloak for our climate, and especially if one has a natural propensity that way?
He added, laughing again.
But I've heard you have many friends here. You are, as they say, not without connections. What can you want with me, then, unless you've some special object?
That's true that I have friends here.
Svidrigaïlov admitted, not replying to the chief point.
I have met some already. I've been lounging about for the last 3 days, and I have seen them, or they have seen me. That's a matter of course. I am well dressed, and reckoned not a poor man. The emancipation of the serfs hasn't affected me. My property consists chiefly of forests and water meadows. The revenue has not fallen off, but I'm not going to see them. I was sick of them long ago. I have been here 3 days and have called on no one. What a town it is! How has it come into existence among us? Tell me that. A town of officials and students of all sorts. Yes, there's a great deal I didn't notice when I was here 8 years ago, kicking up my heels. My only hope now is in anatomy. By Jove, it is.
Anatomy?
But as for these clubs, dassaults, parades, or progress, indeed maybe. Well, all that can go on without me.
He went on, again without noticing the question.
Besides, who wants to be a card sharper?
Why, have you been a card sharper, then?
How could I help being? There was a regular set of us, men of the best society, 8 years ago. We had a fine time. And all men of breeding, you know, poets, men of property. And indeed, as a rule in our Russian society, the best manners are found among those who have been thrashed. Have you noticed that? I have deteriorated in the country, but I did get into prison for debt through a low Greek who came from Nezhin. Then Marfa Petrovna turned up. She bargained with him and bought me off for 30,000 silver pieces. I owed 70,000. We were united in lawful wedlock, and she bore me off into the country like a treasure. You know she was 5 years older than I. She was very fond of me. For 7 years I never left the country, and, take note, that all my life she held a document over me, the IOU, for 30,000 roubles, so if I were to elect to be restive about anything, I should be trapped at once, and she would have done it. Women find nothing incompatible in that.
If it hadn't been for that, would you have given her the slip?
I don't know what to say. It was scarcely the document restrained me. I didn't want to go anywhere else. Marfa Petrovna herself invited me to go abroad, seeing I was bored, but I have been abroad before, and always felt sick there. For no reason, but the sunrise, the Bay of Naples, the sea. You look at them and it makes you sad. What's most revolting is that one is really sad. No, it's better at home. Here at least one blames others for everything and excuses oneself. I should have gone perhaps on an expedition to the North Pole, because j'ai le vin mauvais and hate drinking, and there's nothing left but wine. I have tried it. But, I say, I've been told Berg is going up in a great balloon next Sunday from the Yusupov garden, and will take up passengers at a fee. Is it true?
Why, would you go up?
No, oh, no,
muttered Svidrigailov, really seeming to be deep in thought.
What does he mean? Is he in earnest?
Raskolnikov wondered.
No, the document didn't restrain me.
Svidrigailov went on meditatively.
It was my own doing, not leaving the country, and nearly a year ago Marfa Petrovna gave me back the document on my name day, and made me a present of a considerable sum of money too. She had a fortune, you know. You see how I trust you, Arkady Ivanovich. That was actually her expression. You don't believe she used it? But do you know I managed the estate quite decently. They know me in the neighborhood. I ordered books too. Marfa Petrovna at first approved, but afterwards she was afraid of my overstudying.
You seem to be missing Marfa Petrovna very much.
Missing her? Perhaps. Really, perhaps I am. And, by the way, do you believe in ghosts?
What ghosts?
Why, ordinary ghosts.
Do you believe in them?
Perhaps not, Pouvu Plaire. I wouldn't say no exactly.
Do you see them, then?
Svidrigailov looked at him rather oddly.
Marfa Petrovna is pleased to visit me,
he said, twisting his mouth into a strange smile.
What do you mean she is pleased to visit you?
She has been 3 times. I saw her first on the very day of the funeral, an hour after she was buried. It was the day before I left to come here. The second time was the day before yesterday, at daybreak, on the journey at the station of Malaya Vishera, and the third time was 2 hours ago in the room where I am staying. I was alone.
Were you awake?
Quite awake. I was wide awake every time. She comes, speaks to me for a minute, and goes out at the door. Always at the door. I can almost hear her.
What made me think that something of the sort must be happening to you?
Raskolnikov said suddenly. At the same moment he was surprised at having said it. He was much excited.
What? Did you think so?
Svidrigailov asked in astonishment.
Did you really? Didn't I say that there was something in common between us, eh?
You never said so.
Raskolnikov cried sharply and with heat.
Didn't I?
No,
cried Raskolnikov.
I thought I did. When I came in and saw you lying with your eyes shut, pretending, I said to myself at once, here's the man.
What do you mean by the man? What are you talking about?
cried Raskolnikov.
What do I mean? I really don't know.
Svidrigailov muttered ingeniously, as though he, too, were puzzled. For a minute they were silent. They stared in each other's faces.
That's all nonsense.
Raskolnikov shouted with vexation.
What does she say when she comes to you?
She, would you believe it, she talks of the silliest trifles, and man is a strange creature. It makes me angry. The first time she came in, I was tired, you know. The funeral service, the funeral ceremony, the lunch afterwards. At last I was left alone in my study. I lighted a cigar and began to think. She came in at the door. You have been so busy today, Arkady Ivanovich. You have forgotten to wind the dining-room clock, she said. All those 7 years I've wound that clock every week, and if I forgot it, she would always remind me. The next day I set off on my way here. I got out at the station at daybreak. I'd been asleep, tired out. With my eyes half open, I was drinking some coffee. I looked up and there was suddenly Marfa Petrovna sitting beside me with a pack of cards in her hands. "Shall I tell you fortune for the journey, Arkady Ivanovitch?" She was a great hand at telling fortunes. I shall never forgive myself for not asking her to. I ran away in a fright, and besides, the bell rang. I was sitting today, feeling very heavy after a miserable dinner from a cook-shop. I was sitting smoking. All of a sudden Marfa Petrovna again. She came in very smart in a new green silk dress with a long train. "Good day, Arkady Ivanovitch. How do you like my dress? Anishka can't make like this." Anishka was a dressmaker in the country, one of our former serf girls, who had been trained in Moscow, a pretty wench. She stood turning round before me. I looked at the dress, and then I looked carefully, very carefully, at her face. "I wonder you trouble to come to me about such trifles, Marfa Petrovna. Good gracious, you won't let one disturb you about anything." To tease her, I said, "I want to get married, Marfa Petrovna." "That's just like you, Arkady Ivanovitch. It does you very little credit to come looking for a bride when you have hardly buried your wife. And if you could make a good choice, at least, but I know it won't be for your happiness or hers, you will only be a laughing-stock to all good people." Then she went out, and her train seemed to rustle. Isn't it nonsense, eh?
"But perhaps you are telling lies,"
Raskolnikov put in.
"I rarely lie,"
answered Svidrigaïlov thoughtfully, apparently not noticing the rudeness of the question.
"And in the past, have you ever seen ghosts before?"
"Yes, I've seen them, but only once in my life, 6 years ago. I had a serf, Filka. Just after his burial I called out forgetting, 'Filka, my pipe!' He came in, and went to the cupboard where my pipes were. I sat still, and thought, 'He's doing it out of revenge,' because we had a violent quarrel just before his death. 'How dare you come in with a hole in your elbow?' I said. 'Go away, you scamp!' He turned and went out, and never came again. I didn't tell Marfa Petrovna at the time. I wanted to have a service sung for him, but I was ashamed."
"You should go to a doctor."
"I know I'm not well, without your telling me, though I don't know what's wrong. I believe I am 5 times as strong as you are. I didn't ask you whether you believe that ghosts are seen, but whether you believe that they exist."
"No, I won't believe it,"
Raskolnikov cried with positive anger.
"What do people generally say?"
muttered Svidrigaïlov as though speaking to himself, looking aside and bowing his head.
"They say, 'You are ill, so what appears to you is only unreal fantasy.' But that's not strictly logical. I agree that ghosts only appear to the sick, but that only proves that they are unable to appear except to the sick, not that they don't exist."
"Nothing of the sort,"
Raskolnikov insisted irritably.
"No, you don't think so?
Svidrigaïlov went on looking at him deliberately.
But what do you say to this argument? Help me with it. Ghosts are, as it were, shreds and fragments of other worlds, the beginning of them. A man in health has, of course, no reason to see them, because he is above all a man of this earth, and is bound for the sake of completeness and order to live only in this life. But as soon as one is ill, as soon as the normal earthly order of the organism is broken, one begins to realize the possibility of another world, and the more seriously ill one is, the closer becomes one's contact with that other world, so that as soon as the man dies he steps straight into that world. I thought of that long ago. If you believe in a future life, you could believe in that too."
"I don't believe in a future life,"
said Raskolnikov. Svidrigaïlov sat lost in thought.
"And what if there are only spiders there, or something of that sort?"
he said suddenly.
"He is a madman,"
thought Raskolnikov.
"We always imagine eternity as something beyond our conception, something vast, vast. But why must it be vast? Instead of all that, what if it's one little room, like a bath-house in the country, black and grimy and spiders in every corner, and that's all eternity is? I sometimes fancy it like that.
Can it be you can imagine nothing juster and more comforting than that?
Raskolnikov cried with a feeling of anguish.
Juster? And how can we tell? Perhaps that is just. And do you know it's what I would certainly have made it,
answered Svidrigaïlov with a vague smile. This horrible answer sent a cold chill through Raskolnikov. Svidrigaïlov raised his head, looked at him, and suddenly began laughing.
Only think,
he cried.
Half an hour ago we had never seen each other. We regarded each other as enemies. There is a matter unsettled between us. We have thrown it aside, and away we have gone into the abstract. Wasn't I right in saying that we were birds of a feather?
Kindly allow me,
Raskolnikov went on irritably,
to ask you to explain why you have honored me with your visit. And I am in a hurry. I have no time to waste. I want to go out.
By all means, by all means. Your sister, Avdotya Romanovna, is going to be married to Mr. Luzhin, Pyotr Petrovich.
Can you refrain from any question about my sister and from mentioning her name? I can't understand how you dare utter her name in my presence if you really are Svidrigaïlov.
Why, but I've come here to speak about her. How can I avoid mentioning her?
Very good. Speak, and make haste.
I'm sure that you must have formed your own opinion of this Mr. Luzhin, who is a connection of mine through my wife, if you have only seen him for half an hour, or heard any facts about him. He is no match for Avdotya Romanovna. I believe Avdotya Romanovna is sacrificing herself generously and imprudently for the sake of her family. I fancied from all I had heard of you that you would be very glad if the match could be broken off without the sacrifice of worldly advantages. Now I know you personally, I'm convinced of it.
All this is very naive. Excuse me, I should have said impudent on your part,
said Raskolnikov.
You mean to say that I am seeking my own ends? Don't be uneasy, Rodion Romanovich. If I were working for my own advantage, I would not have spoken out so directly. I'm not quite a fool. I will confess something psychologically curious about that. Just now, defending my love for Avdotya Romanovna, I said I was myself the victim. Well, let me tell you that I have no feeling of love now, not the slightest, so that I wonder myself indeed, for I really did feel something.
Through idleness and depravity,
Raskolnikov put in.
I certainly am idle and depraved, but your sister has such qualities that even I could not help being impressed by them. But that's all nonsense, as I see myself now.
Have you seen that long?
I began to be aware of it before, but was only perfectly sure of it the day before yesterday, almost at the moment I arrived in Petersburg. I still fancied in Moscow, though, that I was coming to try to get Avdotya Romanovna's hand and to cut out Mr. Luzhin.
Excuse me for interrupting you. Kindly be brief and come to the object of your visit. I am in a hurry. I want to go out.
With the greatest pleasure. On arriving here and determining on a certain journey, I should like to make some necessary preliminary arrangements. I left my children with an aunt. They are well provided for, and they have no need of me personally. And a nice father I should make, too. I have taken nothing but what Marfa Petrovna gave me a year ago. That's enough for me. Excuse me, I'm just coming to the point. Before the journey which may come off, I want to settle Mr. Luzhin, too. It's not that I detest him so much, but it was through him I quarrelled with Marfa Petrovna when I learned that she had dished up this marriage. I want now to see Avdotya Romanovna through your mediation, and if you like in your presence, to explain to her that in the first place she will never gain anything but harm from Mr. Luzhin. Then, begging her pardon for all past unpleasantness, to make her a present of 10,000 roubles, and so assist the rupture with Mr. Luzhin, a rupture to which I believe she's herself not disinclined, if she could see the way to it.
You are certainly mad,
cried Raskolnikov, not so much angered as astonished.
How dare you talk like that?
I knew you would scream at me, but in the first place, though I'm not rich, This 10,000 roubles is perfectly free. I have absolutely no need for it. If Avdotya Romanovna does not accept it, I shall waste it in some more foolish way. That's the first thing. Secondly, my conscience is perfectly easy. I make the offer with no ulterior motive. You may not believe it, but in the end Avdotya Romanovna and you will know. The point is that I did actually cause your sister, whom I greatly respect, some trouble and unpleasantness, and so, sincerely regretting it, I want, not to compensate, not to repay her for the unpleasantness, but simply to do something to her advantage, to show that I'm not, after all, privileged to do nothing but harm. If there were a millionth fraction of self-interest in my offer, I should not have made it so openly, and I should not have offered her 10,000 only, when 5 weeks ago I offered her more. Besides, I may, perhaps, very soon marry a young lady, and that alone ought to prevent suspicion of any design on Avdotya Romanovna. In conclusion, let me say that in marrying Mr. Luzhin she is taking money just the same, only from another man. Don't be angry, Rodion Romanovich. Think it over coolly and quietly."
Svidrigaïlov himself was exceedingly cool and quiet as he was saying this.
"I beg you to say no more,"
said Raskolnikov.
"In any case, this is unpardonable impertinence."
"Not in the least. Then a man may do nothing but harm to his neighbor in this world, and is prevented from doing the tiniest bit of good by trivial conventional formalities. That's absurd. If I died, for instance, and left that sum to your sister in my will, surely she wouldn't refuse it?"
"Very likely she would."
"Oh, no, indeed. However, if you refuse it, so be it, though 10,000 roubles is a capital thing to have on occasion. In any case, I beg you to repeat what I have said to Avdotya Romanovna."
"No, I won't."
"In that case, Rodion Romanovich, I shall be obliged to try and see her myself and worry her by doing so."
"And if I do tell her, will you not try to see her?"
"I don't know really what to say. I should like very much to see her once more."
"Don't hope for it."
"I'm sorry, but you don't know me. Perhaps we may become better friends."
"You think we may become friends?"
"And why not?"
Svidrigaïlov said, smiling. He stood up and took his hat.
"I didn't quite intend to disturb you, and I came here without reckoning on it, though I was very much struck by your face this morning."
"Where did you see me this morning?"
Raskolnikov asked uneasily.
"I saw you by chance. I kept fancying there is something about you like me. But don't be uneasy. I'm not intrusive. I used to get on all right with card sharpers, and I never bored Prince Svirbey, a great personage who is a distant relation of mine, and I could write about Raphael's Madonna in Madame Prilukov's album, and I never left Marfa Petrovna's side for 7 years, and I used to stay the night at Vyazemsky's house in the Haymarket in the old days, and I may go up in a balloon with Berg, perhaps."
"Oh, all right. Are you starting soon on your travels, may I ask?"
"What travels?"
"Why, on that journey. You spoke of it yourself."
"A journey? Oh, yes. I did speak of a journey. Well, that's a wide subject. If only you knew what you are asking,"
he added, and gave a sudden, loud, short laugh.
"Perhaps I'll get married instead of the journey. They're making a match for me."
"Here?"
"Yes."
"How have you had time for that?"
"But I'm very anxious to see Avdotya Romanovna once. I earnestly beg it. Well, good-bye for the present. Oh, yes, I have forgotten something. Tell your sister, Rodion Romanovich, that Marfa Petrovna remembered her in her will and left her 3,000 roubles. That's absolutely certain. Marfa Petrovna arranged it a week before her death, and it was done in my presence. Avdotya Romanovna will be able to receive the money in 2 or 3 weeks."
"Are you telling the truth?"
"Yes, tell her. Well, your servant. I'm staying very near you."
As he went out, Svidrigaïlov ran up against Razumихin in the doorway. End of Part 4, Chapter 1. Section 22 of Crime and Punishment. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. Part 4, Chapter 2. It was nearly 8 o'clock. The two young men hurried to Bakalayev's to arrive before Luzhin.
"Why, who was that?"
asked Razumihin as soon as they were in the street.
It was Svidrigaïlov, that landowner in whose house my sister was insulted when she was their governess. Through his persecuting her with his attention, she was turned out by his wife, Marfa Petrovna. This Marfa Petrovna begged Donia's forgiveness afterwards, and she's just died suddenly. It was of her we were talking this morning. I don't know why I'm afraid of that man. He came here at once after his wife's funeral. He is very strange and is determined on doing something. We must guard Donia from him. That's what I wanted to tell you, do you hear?
"Guard her. What can he do to harm Avdotia Romanovna? Thank you, Rodia, for speaking to me like that. We will guard her. Where does he live?"
I don't know.
"Why didn't you ask? What a pity. I'll find out, though."
Did you see him?
Asked Raskolnikov after a pause.
"Yes, I noticed him. I noticed him well."
You really did see him? You saw him clearly?
Raskolnikov insisted.
"Yes, I remember him perfectly. I should know him in 1,000. I have a good memory for faces."
They were silent again.
That's all right.
Muttered Raskolnikov.
Do you know, I keep thinking that it may have been an hallucination.
"What do you mean? I don't understand you."
Well, you all say
Raskolnikov went on, twisting his mouth into a smile.
that I am mad. I thought just now that perhaps I really am mad, and have only seen a phantom.
"What do you mean?"
Why, who can tell? Perhaps I am really mad, and perhaps everything that happened all these days may be only imagination.
"Ach, Rodia, you have been upset again. But what did he say? What did he come for?"
Raskolnikov did not answer. Razumihin thought a minute.
"Now let me tell you my story,"
He began.
"I came to you, you were asleep. Then we had dinner, and then I went to Porfiry's. Zamyatov was still with him. I tried to begin, but it was no use. I couldn't speak in the right way. They don't seem to understand and can't understand, but are not a bit ashamed. I drew Porfiry to the window and began talking to him, but it was still no use. He looked away and I looked away. At last I shook my fist in his ugly face and told him as a cousin I'd brain him. He merely looked at me. I cursed and came away. That was all. It was very stupid. To Zamyatov I didn't say a word. But you see, I thought I'd made a mess of it. But as I went downstairs, a brilliant idea struck me. Why should we trouble? Of course, if you were in any danger or anything, but why need you care? You needn't care a hang for them. We shall have a laugh at them afterwards, and if I were in your place, I'd mystify them more than ever. How ashamed they'd be afterwards. Hang them. We can thrash them afterwards, but let's laugh at them now."
To be sure.
Answered Raskolnikov.
Well, what will you say tomorrow?
He thought to himself. Strange to say, till that moment it had never occurred to him to wonder what Razumihin would think when he knew. As he thought it, Raskolnikov looked at him. Razumihin's account of his visit to Porfiry had very little interest for him, so much had come and gone since then. In the corridor they came upon Luzhin. He had arrived punctually at 8, and he was looking for the number, so that all three went in together, without greeting or looking at one another. The young man walked in first, while Piotr Petrovich, for good manners, lingered a little in the passage, taking off his coat. Pulcheria Alexandrovna came forward at once to greet him in the doorway. Dunia was welcoming her brother. Piotr Petrovich walked in, and quite amiably, though with redoubled dignity, bowed to the ladies. He looked, however, as though he were a little put out, and could not yet recover himself. Pulcheria Alexandrovna, who seemed also a little embarrassed, hastened to make them all sit down at the round table where a samovar was boiling. Dunia and Luzhin were facing one another on opposite sides of the table. Razumihin and Raskolnikov were facing Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Razumihin was next to Luzhin, and Raskolnikov was beside his sister. A moment's silence followed. Piotr Petrovich deliberately drew out a cambric handkerchief reeking of scent, and blew his nose with an air of a benevolent man who felt himself slighted, and was firmly resolved to insist on an explanation. In the passage the idea had occurred to him to keep on his overcoat and walk away, and so give the two ladies a sharp and emphatic lesson, and make them feel the gravity of the position. But he could not bring himself to do this. Besides, he could not endure uncertainty, and he wanted an explanation. If his request had been so openly disobeyed, there was something behind it, and in that case it was better to find it out beforehand. It rested with him to punish them, and there would always be time for that.
"I trust you had a favourable journey?"
he inquired officially of Pulcheria Alexandrovna.
"Oh, very, Piotr Petrovich."
"I am gratified to hear it. And Avdotia Romanovna is not over-fatigued either?"
"I'm young and strong. I don't get tired, but it was a great strain for mother,"
answered Dunya.
"That's unavoidable. Our national railways are of terrible length. Mother Russia, as they say, is a vast country. In spite of all my desire to do so, I was unable to meet you yesterday. But I trust all passed off without inconvenience?"
"Oh no, Piotr Petrovich, it was all terribly disheartening."
Pulcheria Alexandrovna hastened to declare with peculiar intonation.
"And if Dmitri Prokofitch had not been sent us, I really believe, by God himself, we should have been utterly lost. Here he is, Dmitri Prokofitch Razumikhin," she added, introducing him to Luzhin.
"I had the pleasure yesterday,"
muttered Piotr Petrovich with a hostile glance sidelong at Razumikhin. Then he scowled and was silent. Piotr Petrovich belonged to that class of persons, on the surface very polite in society, who make a great point of punctiliousness, but who, directly they are crossed in anything, are completely disconcerted, and become more like sacks of flour than elegant and lively men of society. Again all was silent. Raskolnikov was obstinately mute. Avdotia Romanovna was unwilling to open the conversation too soon. Razumikhin had nothing to say, so Pulcheria Alexandrovna was anxious again.
"Marfa Petrovna is dead, have you heard?" she began, having recourse to her leading item of conversation.
"To be sure, I heard so. I was immediately informed, and I have come to make you acquainted with the fact that Arkady Ivanovich Svidrigailov set off in haste for Petersburg immediately after his wife's funeral. So at least I have excellent authority for believing."
"To Petersburg? Here?"
Dunya asked in alarm, and looked at her mother.
"Yes, indeed, and doubtless not without some design, having in view the rapidity of his departure and all the circumstances preceding it."
"Good heavens! Won't he leave Dunya in peace even here?" cried
Pulcheria Alexandrovna.
"I imagine that neither you nor Avdotia Romanovna have any grounds for uneasiness, unless of course you are yourselves desirous of getting into communication with him. For my part, I am on my guard, and am now discovering where he is lodging."
"Oh, Piotr Petrovich, you would not believe what a fright you have given me."
Pulcheria Alexandrovna went on.
"I've only seen him twice, but I thought him terrible, terrible. I am convinced that he was the cause of Marfa Petrovna's death."
"It's impossible to be certain about that. I have precise information. I do not dispute that he may have contributed to accelerate the course of events by the moral influence, so to say, of the affront. But as to the general conduct and moral characteristics of that personage, I am in agreement with you. I do not know whether he is well off now, and precisely what Marfa Petrovna left him. This will be known to me within a very short period. But no doubt here in Petersburg, if he has any pecuniary resources, he will relapse at once into his old ways. He is the most depraved and abjectly vicious specimen of that class of men. I have considerable reason to believe that Marfa Petrovna, who was so unfortunate as to fall in love with him and to pay his debts 8 years ago, was of service to him also in another way. Solely by her exertions and sacrifices, a criminal charge involving an element of fantastic and homicidal brutality, for which he might well have been sentenced to Siberia, was hushed up. That's the sort of man he is, if you care to know.
Good heavens!
cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Raskolnikov listened attentively.
Are you speaking the truth when you say that you have good evidence of this?
Dunya asked sternly and emphatically.
I only repeat what I was told in secret by Marfa Petrovna. I must observe that from the legal point of view the case was far from clear. There was, and I believe still is, living here a woman called Reslich, a foreigner, who lent small sums of money at interest, and did other commissions. And with this woman Svidrigailov had for a long while close and mysterious relations. She had a relation, a niece, I believe, living with her, a deaf and dumb girl of 15, or perhaps not more than 14. Reslich hated this girl, and grudged her every crust. She used to beat her mercilessly. One day the girl was found hanging in the garret. At the inquest the verdict was suicide. After the usual proceedings the matter ended, but later on information was given that the child had been cruelly outraged by Svidrigailov. It is true this was not clearly established. The information was given by another German woman of loose character, whose word could not be trusted. No statement was actually made to the police, thanks to Marfa Petrovna's money and exertions. It did not get beyond gossip. And yet the story is a very significant one. You heard, no doubt, Avdotia Romanovna, when you were with them, the story of the servant Philip, who died of ill treatment he received 6 years ago before the abolition of serfdom.
I heard, on the contrary, that this Philip hanged himself.
Quite so. But what drove him, or rather perhaps disposed him to suicide, was the systematic persecution and severity of Mr. Svidrigailov.
I don't know that,
answered Dunya dryly.
I only heard a queer story, that Philip was a sort of hypochondriac, a sort of domestic philosopher. The servants used to say he read himself silly, and that he hanged himself partly on account of Mr. Svidrigailov's mockery of him, and not his blows. When I was there he behaved well to the servants, and they were actually fond of him, though they certainly did blame him for Philip's death.
I perceive, Avdotia Romanovna, that you seem disposed to undertake his defence all of a sudden.
Luzhin observed, twisting his lips into an ambiguous smile.
There's no doubt that he is an astute man, and insinuating where ladies are concerned, of which Marfa Petrovna, who has died so strangely, is a terrible instance. My only desire has been to be of service to you and your mother with my advice, in view of the renewed efforts which may certainly be anticipated from him. For my part, it's my firm conviction that he will end in a debtor's prison again. Marfa Petrovna had not the slightest intention of settling anything substantial on him, having regard for his children's interests, and if she left him anything, it would only be the merest sufficiency, something insignificant and ephemeral, which would not last a year for a man of his habits.
Pyotr Petrovitch, I beg you,
said Dunya.
Say no more of Mr. Svidrigailov. It makes me miserable.
He has just been to see me,
said Raskolnikov, breaking his silence for the first time. There were exclamations from all, and they all turned to him. Even Pyotr Petrovitch was roused.
An hour and a half ago he came in when I was asleep, waked me, and introduced himself.
Raskolnikov continued.
He was fairly cheerful and at ease, and quite hopes that we shall become friends. He is particularly anxious, by the way, Donya, for an interview with you, at which he asked me to assist. He has a proposition to make you, and he told me about it. He told me, too, that a week before her death, Marfa Petrovna, left you 3,000 roubles in her will, Donia, and that you can receive the money very shortly."
Thank God!
cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna, crossing herself.
Pray for her soul, Dunya.
It's a fact,
broke from Luzhin.
"Tell us what more?"
Dunya urged Raskolnikov.
Then he said that he wasn't rich, and all that estate was left to his children, who are now with an aunt. Then that he was staying somewhere not far from me, but where I don't know. I didn't ask.
But what? What does he want to propose to Dunya?
cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna in a fright.
Did he tell you?
Yes.
What was it?
I'll tell you afterwards.
Raskolnikov ceased speaking and turned his attention to his tea. Pyotr Petrovich looked at his watch.
I am compelled to keep a business engagement, and so I shall not be in your way,
he added with an air of some pique, and he began getting up.
"Don't go, Pyotr Petrovich,"
said Dunya.
"You intended to spend the evening. Besides, you wrote yourself that you wanted to have an explanation with mother."
Precisely so, Avdotia Romanovna.
Pyotr Petrovich answered impressively, sitting down again, but still holding his hat.
I certainly desired an explanation with you and your honored mother upon a very important point indeed. But as your brother cannot speak openly in my presence of some proposals of Mr. Svidrigaïlov, I, too, do not desire, and am not able to speak openly, in the presence of others, of certain matters of the greatest gravity. Moreover, my most weighty and urgent request has been disregarded."
Assuming an aggrieved air, Luzhin relapsed into dignified silence.
"Your request that my brother should not be present at our meeting was disregarded solely at my instance,"
said Dunya.
"You wrote that you had been insulted by my brother. I think that this must be explained at once, and you must be reconciled. And if Rodion really has insulted you, then he should and will apologize."
Pyotr Petrovich took a stronger line.
There are insults, Avdotia Romanovna, which no goodwill can make us forget. There is a line in everything which it is dangerous to overstep, and when it has been overstepped, there is no return.
"That wasn't what I was speaking of exactly, Pyotr Petrovich."
Dunya interrupted with some impatience.
"Please understand that our whole future depends now on whether all this is explained and set right as soon as possible. I tell you frankly at the start that I cannot look at it in any other light, and if you have the least regard for me, all this business must be ended to-day, however hard that may be. I repeat that if my brother is to blame, he will ask your forgiveness."
I am surprised at your putting the question like that,
said Luzhin, getting more and more irritated.
Esteeming, and so to say, adoring you, I may at the same time very well indeed be able to dislike some member of your family. Though I lay claim to the happiness of your hand, I cannot accept duties incompatible with—
"Ah, don't be so ready to take offence, Pyotr Petrovich,"
Dunya interrupted with feeling.
"and be the sensible and generous man I have always considered and wish to consider you to be. I've given you a great promise. I am your betrothed. Trust me in this matter, and, believe me, I shall be capable of judging impartially. My assuming the part of judge is as much a surprise for my brother as for you. When I insisted on his coming to our interview to-day after your letter, I told him nothing of what I meant to do. Understand that, if you are not reconciled, I must choose between you. It must be either you or he. That is how the question rests on your side and on his. I don't want to be mistaken in my choice, and I must not be. For your sake I must break off with my brother. For my brother's sake I must break off with you. I can find out for certain now whether he is a brother to me, and I want to know it. And of you, whether I am dear to you, whether you esteem me, whether you are the husband for me."
Avdotia Romanovna,
Luzhin declared huffily.
Your words are of too much consequence to me. I will say more, they are offensive in view of the position I have the honor to occupy in relation to you. To say nothing of your strange and offensive setting me on a level with an impertinent boy, you admit the possibility of breaking your promise to me. You say, you or he, showing thereby of how little consequence I am in your eyes. I cannot let this pass, considering the relationship and the obligations existing between us.
What?
cried Dunya, flushing.
I set your interest beside all that has hitherto been most precious in my life, what has made up the whole of my life, and here you are offended at my making too little account of you.
Raskolnikov smiled sarcastically, Razumixin fidgeted, but Piotr Petrovich did not accept the reproof. On the contrary, at every word he became more persistent and irritable, as though he relished it.
Love for the future partner of your life, for your husband, ought to outweigh your love for your brother,
he pronounced sententiously.
And in any case, I cannot be put on the same level. Although I said so emphatically that I would not speak openly in your brother's presence, nevertheless, I intend now to ask your honored mother for a necessary explanation on a point of great importance, closely affecting my dignity. Your son—
He turned to Pulcheria Alexandrovna.
Yesterday, in the presence of Mr. Razutkin, or I think that's it. Excuse me, I have forgotten your surname.
He bowed politely to Razumixin.
Insulted me by misrepresenting the idea I expressed to you in a private conversation drinking coffee. That is, that marriage with a poor girl who has had experience of trouble is more advantageous from the conjugal point of view than with one who has lived in luxury, since it is more profitable for the moral character. Your son intentionally exaggerated the significance of my words and made them ridiculous, accusing me of malicious intentions, and as far as I could see, relied upon your correspondence with him. I shall consider myself happy, Pulcheria Alexandrovna, if it is possible for you to convince me of an opposite conclusion, and thereby considerately reassure me. Kindly let me know in what terms precisely you repeated my words in your letter to Rodion Romanovich.
I don't remember,
faltered Pulcheria Alexandrovna.
I repeated them as I understood them. I don't know how Rodya repeated them to you. Perhaps he exaggerated.
He could not have exaggerated them, except at your instigation.
Pyotr Petrovitch,
Pulcheria Alexandrovna declared with dignity.
The proof that Dunya and I did not take your words in a very bad sense is the fact that we are here.
Good, mother,
said Dunya approvingly.
Then this is my fault again,
said Luzhin, aggrieved.
Well, Pyotr Petrovitch, you keep blaming Rodion, but you yourself have just written what was false about him.
Pulcheria Alexandrovna added, gaining courage.
I don't remember writing anything false.
You wrote,
Raskolnikov said sharply, not turning to Luzhin,
that I gave money yesterday, not to the widow of the man who was killed, as was the fact, but to his daughter, whom I had never seen till yesterday. You wrote this to make dissension between me and my family, and for that object added coarse expressions about the conduct of a girl whom you don't know. All that is mean slander.
Excuse me, sir,
said Luzhin, quivering with fury.
I enlarged upon your qualities and conduct in my letter solely in response to your sister's and mother's inquiries, how I found you, and what impression you made on me. As for what you've alluded to in my letter, be so good as to point out one word of falsehood. Show, that is, that you didn't throw away your money, and that there are not worthless persons in that family, however unfortunate.
To my thinking, you, with all your virtues, are not worth the little finger of that unfortunate girl at whom you throw stones.
Would you go so far, then, as to let her associate with your mother and sister?
I have done so already, if you care to know. I made her sit down today with Mother and Donia.
Rodya,
cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Dunya crimsoned, Razumixin knitted his brows, Luzhin smiled with lofty sarcasm.
You may see for yourself, Avdotia Romanovna,
he said,
whether it is possible for us to agree. I hope now that this question is at an end, once and for all. I will withdraw, that I may not hinder the pleasures of family intimacy and the discussion of secrets.
He got up from his chair and took his hat.
But in withdrawing, I venture to request that for the future I may be spared similar meetings and, so to say, compromises. I appeal particularly to you, honoured Pulcheria Alexandrovna, on this subject, the more as my letter was addressed to you, and to no one else."
Pulcheria Alexandrovna was a little offended.
You seem to think we are completely under your authority, Pyotr Petrovitch. Dunya has told you the reason your desire was disregarded. She had the best intentions. And indeed, you write as though you were laying commands upon me. Are we to consider every desire of yours as a command? Let me tell you, on the contrary, that you ought to show particular delicacy and consideration for us now, because we have thrown up everything and have come here relying on you, and so we are in any case, in a sense, in your hands.
"That is not quite true, Pulcheria Alexandrovna, especially at the present moment when the news has come of Marfa Petrovna's legacy, which seems indeed very apropos, judging from the new tone you take to me,"
he added sarcastically.
"Judging from that remark, we may certainly presume that you were reckoning on our helplessness,"
Dunya observed irritably.
"But now, in any case, I cannot reckon on it, and I particularly desire not to hinder your discussion of the secret proposals of Arkady Ivanovich Svidrigailov, which he has entrusted to your brother, and which have, I perceive, a great and possibly a very agreeable interest for you."
Good heavens!
cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Razumixin could not sit still on his chair.
Aren't you ashamed now, sister?
Asked Raskolnikov.
"I am ashamed, Rodia,"
said Dunya.
"Pyotr Petrovitch, go away."
She turned to him, white with anger. Pyotr Petrovitch had apparently not at all expected such a conclusion. He had too much confidence in himself, in his power, and in the helplessness of his victims. He could not believe it, even now. He turned pale, and his lips quivered.
"Avdotia Romanovna, if I go out of this door now, after such a dismissal, then you may reckon on it I will never come back. Consider what you are doing. My word is not to be shaken."
"What insolence!"
cried Dunya, springing up from her seat.
"I don't want you to come back again."
"What, so that's how it stands?"
cried Luzhin, utterly unable to the last moment to believe in the rupture, and so completely thrown out of his reckoning now.
"So that's how it stands. But do you know, Avdotia Romanovna, that I might protest?"
What right have you to speak to her like that?
Pulcheria Alexandrovna intervened hotly.
And what can you protest about? What rights have you? Am I to give my Dunya to a man like you? Go away. Leave us all together. We are to blame for having agreed to a wrong action, and I above all.
"But you have bound me, Pulcheria Alexandrovna."
Luzhin stormed in a frenzy.
"By your promise, and now you deny it. And besides, I have been led on account of that into expenses."
This last complaint was so characteristic of Pyotr Petrovitch that Raskolnikov, pale with anger and with the effort of restraining it, could not help breaking into laughter. But Pulcheria Alexandrovna was furious.
Expenses? What expenses? Are you speaking of our trunk? But the conductor brought it for nothing for you. Mercy on us, we have bound you. What are you thinking about, Pyotr Petrovitch? It was you bound us, hand and foot, not we.
"Enough, mother. No more, please,"
Avdotia Romanovna implored.
"Pyotr Petrovitch, do be kind and go."
"I am going, but one last word,"
he said, quite unable to control himself.
"Your mamma seems to have entirely forgotten that I made up my mind to take you, so to speak, after the gossip of the town had spread all over the district in regard to your reputation. Disregarding public opinion for your sake, and reinstating your reputation, I certainly might very well reckon on a fitting return, and might indeed look for gratitude on your part. And my eyes have only now been opened. I see myself that I may have acted very, very recklessly in disregarding the universal verdict."
Does the fellow want his head smashed?
cried Razumixin, jumping up.
"You are a mean and spiteful man,"
cried Dunya.
Not a word, not a movement.
Cried Raskolnikov, holding Razumixin back, then going close up to Luzhin.
Kindly leave the room.
he said quietly and distinctly.
And not a word more, or...
Piotr Petrovich gazed at him for some seconds with a pale face that worked with anger, then he turned, went out, and rarely has any man carried away in his heart such vindictive hatred as he felt against Raskolnikov. Him and him alone he blamed for everything. It is noteworthy that as he went downstairs he still imagined that his case was perhaps not utterly lost, and that, as far as the ladies were concerned, all might
Very well, indeed.
be set right again. End of Part 4, Chapter 2. Section 23 of Crime and Punishment. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. Part 4, Chapter 3. The fact was that up to the last moment he had never expected such an ending. He had been overbearing to the last degree, never dreaming that the two destitute and defenceless women could escape from his control. This conviction was strengthened by his vanity and conceit, a conceit to the point of fatuity. Piotr Petrovich, who had made his way up from insignificance, was morbidly given to self-admiration, had the highest opinion of his intelligence and capacities, and sometimes even gloated in solitude over his image in the glass. But what he loved and valued above all was the money he had amassed by his labour and by all sorts of devices. That money made him the equal of all who had been his superiors. When he had bitterly reminded Dunya that he had decided to take her in spite of evil report, Piotr Petrovich had spoken with perfect sincerity, and had indeed felt genuinely indignant at such
black ingratitude.
And yet, when he made Dunya his offer, he was fully aware of the groundlessness of all the gossip. The story had been everywhere contradicted by Marfa Petrovna, and was by then disbelieved by all the townspeople, who were warm in Dunya's defence, and he would not have denied that he knew all that at the time. Yet he still thought highly of his own resolution in lifting Dunya to his level, and regarded it as something heroic. In speaking of it to Dunya, he had let out the secret feeling he cherished and admired, and he could not understand that others should fail to admire it too. He had called on Raskolnikov with the feelings of a benefactor who is about to reap the fruits of his good deeds, and to hear agreeable flattery. And as he went downstairs now, he considered himself most undeservedly injured and unrecognized. Dunya was simply essential to him; to do without her was unthinkable. For many years he had had voluptuous dreams of marriage, but he had gone on waiting and amassing money. He brooded with relish, in profound secret, over the image of a girl, virtuous, poor, she must be poor, very young, very pretty, of good birth and education, very timid, one who had suffered much and was completely humbled before him, one who would all her life look on him as her saviour, worship him, admire him and only him. How many scenes, how many amorous episodes he had imagined on this seductive and playful theme, when his work was over. And, behold, the dream of so many years was all but realized. The beauty and education of Avdotia Romanovna had impressed him. Her helpless position had been a great allurement. In her he had found even more than he dreamed of. Here was a girl of pride, character, virtue, of education and breeding superior to his own, he felt that, and this creature would be slavishly grateful all her life for his heroic condescension, and would humble herself in the dust before him, and he would have absolute, unbounded power over her. Not long before, he had, too, after long reflection and hesitation, made an important change in his career, and was now entering on a wider circle of business. With this change, his cherished dreams of rising into a higher class of society seemed likely to be realized. He was, in fact, determined to try his fortune in Petersburg. He knew that women could do a very great deal. The fascination of a charming, virtuous, highly educated woman might make his way easier, might do wonders in attracting people to him, throwing an aureole round him, and now everything was in ruins. This sudden horrible rupture affected him like a clap of thunder. It was like a hideous joke, an absurdity. He had only been a tiny bit masterful, had not even time to speak out, had simply made a joke, been carried away, and it had ended so seriously. And of course, too, he did love Dunia in his own way. He already possessed her in his dreams, and all at once? No. The next day, the very next day, it must all be set right, smoothed over, settled. Above all, he must crush that conceited milksop who was the cause of it all. With a sick feeling he could not help recalling Razumihin too, but he soon reassured himself on that score, as though a fellow like that could be put on a level with him. The man he really dreaded in earnest was Svidrigaïlov. He had, in short, a great deal to attend to.
"No, I am more to blame than anyone,"
said Dunia, kissing and embracing her mother.
"I was tempted by his money, but on my honour, brother, I had no idea he was such a base man. If I had seen through him before, nothing would have tempted me. Don't blame me, brother."
God has delivered us. God has delivered us,
Pulcheria Alexandrovna muttered, but half consciously, as though scarcely able to realize what had happened. They were all relieved, and in 5 minutes they were laughing. Only now and then Dunia turned white and frowned, remembering what had passed. Pulcheria Alexandrovna was surprised to find that she too was glad. She had only that morning thought rupture with Luzhin a terrible misfortune. Razumihin was delighted. He did not yet dare to express his joy fully, but he was in a fever of excitement, as though a ton weight had fallen off his heart. Now he had the right to devote his life to them, to serve them. Anything might happen now, but he felt afraid to think of further possibilities, and dared not let his imagination range. But Raskolnikov sat still in the same place, almost sullen and indifferent. Though he had been the most insistent on getting rid of Luzhin, he seemed now the least concerned at what had happened. Dunia could not help thinking that he was still angry with her, and Pulcheria Alexandrovna watched him timidly.
"What did Svidrigaïlov say to you?"
said Dunia, approaching him.
Yes, yes,
cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Raskolnikov raised his head.
He wants to make you a present of 10,000 rubles, and he desires to see you once in my presence.
See her? On no account.
cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna.
And how dare he offer her money?
Then Raskolnikov repeated, rather dryly, his conversation with Svidrigaïlov, omitting his account of the ghostly visitations of Marfa Petrovna, wishing to avoid all unnecessary talk.
"What answer did you give him?"
asked Dunia.
At first I said I would not take any message to you. Then he said that he would do his utmost to obtain an interview with you without my help. He assured me that his passion for you was a passing infatuation. Now he has no feeling for you. He doesn't want you to marry Lurin. His talk was altogether rather muddled.
"How do you explain him to yourself, Rodia? How did he strike you?"
I must confess I don't quite understand him. He offers you 10,000 and yet says he is not well off. He says he is going away, and in 10 minutes he forgets he has said it. Then he says he is going to be married and is already fixed on the girl. No doubt he has a motive, and probably a bad one. But it's odd that he should be so clumsy about it if he had any designs against you. Of course I refused this money on your account, once for all. Altogether I thought him very strange. One might almost think he was mad. But I may be mistaken. That may only be the part he assumes. The death of Marfa Petrovna seems to have made a great impression on him.
God rest her soul,
exclaimed Pulcheria Alexandrovna.
I shall always, always pray for her. Where should we be now, Dunia, without this 3,000? It's as though it had fallen from heaven. Why, Rodya, this morning we had only 3 roubles in our pocket, and Dunia and I were just planning to pawn her watch, so as to avoid borrowing from that man, until he offered help.
Dunia seemed strangely impressed by Svidrigaïlov's offer. She still stood, meditating.
"He has got some terrible plan,"
she said in a half whisper to herself, almost shuddering. Raskolnikov noticed this disproportionate terror.
I fancy I shall have to see him more than once again,
he said to Dunia.
We will watch him. I will track him out.
cried Razumihin vigorously.
I won't lose sight of him. Rodya has given me leave. He said to me himself just now, take care of my sister. Will you give me leave too, Avdotya Romanovna?
Dunya smiled and held out her hand, but the look of anxiety did not leave her face. Pulcheria Alexandrovna gazed at her timidly, but the 3,000 rubles had obviously a soothing effect on her. A quarter of an hour later they were all engaged in a lively conversation. Even Raskolnikov listened attentively for some time, though he did not talk. Razumihin was the speaker.
And why? Why should you go away?
He flowed on ecstatically.
And what are you to do in a little town? The great thing is, you are all here together and you need one another. You do need one another, believe me. For a time, anyway. Take me into partnership, and I assure you we'll plan a capital enterprise. Listen, I'll explain it all in detail to you, the whole project. It all flashed into my head this morning, before anything had happened. I tell you what. I have an uncle. I must introduce him to you, a most accommodating and respectable old man. This uncle has got a capital of 1,000 rubles, and he lives on his pension and has no need of that money. For the last 2 years he has been bothering me to borrow it from him and pay him 6% interest. I know what that means. He simply wants to help me. Last year I had no need of it, but this year I resolved to borrow it as soon as he arrived. Then you lend me another 1,000 of your 3, and we have enough for a start, so we'll go into partnership. And what are we going to do?
Then Razumihin began to unfold his project, and he explained at length that almost all publishers and booksellers knew nothing at all of what they were selling, and for that reason they are usually bad publishers, and that any decent publications pay as a rule and give a profit, sometimes a considerable one. Razumihin had, indeed, been dreaming of setting up as a publisher. For the last 2 years he had been working in a publisher's office, and knew 3 European languages well, though he had told Raskolnikov 6 days before that he was schwach in German, with an object of persuading him to take half his translation and half the payment for it. He had told a lie then, and Raskolnikov knew he was lying.
Why should we let our chance slip when we have one of the chief means of success, money of our own?
Cried Razumihin warmly.
Of course, there will be a lot of work. But we will work. You, Avdotya Romanovna, I, Rodion. You get a splendid profit on some books nowadays. And the great point of the business is that we shall know just what wants translating. And we shall be translating, publishing, learning all at once. I can be of use because I have experience. For nearly 2 years I've been scuttling about among the publishers, and now I know every detail of their business. You need not be a saint to make pots, believe me. And why? Why should we let our chance slip? Why, I know, and I kept the secret, 2 or 3 books which one might get 100 rubles simply for thinking of translating and publishing. Indeed, and I would not take 500 for the very idea of one of them. And what do you think? If I were to tell a publisher, I dare say he'd hesitate. They are such blockheads. And as for the business side, printing, paper, selling, you trust to me. I know my way about. We'll begin in a small way and we go on to a large. In any case, it will get us our living and we shall get back our capital.
Dunya's eyes shone.
I like what you're saying, Dmitri Prokofitch,
she said.
I know nothing about it, of course,
put in Pulcheria Alexandrovna.
It may be a good idea, but again, God knows. It's new and untried. Of course, we must remain here, at least for a time.
She looked at Rodia.
What do you think, brother?
Said Dunya.
I think he's got a very good idea,
he answered.
Of course, it's too soon to dream of a publishing firm, but we certainly might bring out 5 or 6 books and be sure of success. I know of one book myself which would be sure to go well. And as for his being able to manage it, there's no doubt about that either. He knows the business. But we can talk it over later.
Hurrah!
Cried Razumihin.
Now stay, there's a flat here in this house, belonging to the same owner. It's a special flat apart, not communicating with these lodgings. It's furnished, rent moderate, 3 rooms. Suppose you take them to begin with. I'll pawn your watch tomorrow and bring you the money, and everything can be arranged then. You can all 3 live together, and Rodya will be with you. But where are you off to, Rodya?
What? Rodya, are you going already?
Pulcheria Alexandrovna asked in dismay.
At such a minute!
Cried Razumihin. Dunya looked at her brother with incredulous wonder. He held his cap in his hand. He was preparing to leave them.
"One would think you were burying me or saying goodbye forever,"
he said somewhat oddly. He attempted to smile, but it did not turn out a smile.
"But who knows? Perhaps it is the last time we shall see each other."
He let slip accidentally. It was what he was thinking, and it somehow was uttered aloud.
What is the matter with you?
cried his mother.
Where are you going, Rodia?
asked Dunya rather strangely.
"Oh, I'm quite obliged to,"
he answered vaguely, as though hesitating what he would say. But there was a look of sharp determination at his white face.
"I meant to say, as I was coming here, I meant to tell you, Mother, and you, Doña, that it would be better for us to part for a time. I feel ill. I am not at peace. I will come afterwards. I will come of myself. When it's possible. I remember you and love you. Leave me alone. I decided this even before. I'm absolutely resolved on it. Whatever may come to me, whether I come to ruin or not, I want to be alone. Forget me altogether, it's better. Don't inquire after me. When I can, I'll come of myself, or I'll send for you. Perhaps it will all come back, but now, if you love me, give me up. Else I shall begin to hate you. I feel it. Goodbye."
Good God!
cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Both his mother and his sister were terribly alarmed. Razumixin was also.
Rodia, be reconciled with us. Let us be as before,
cried his poor mother. He turned slowly to the door and slowly went out of the room. Dunya overtook him.
Brother, what are you doing to mother?
she whispered, her eyes flashing with indignation. He looked dully at her.
"No matter, I shall come. I'm coming,"
he muttered in an undertone, as though not fully conscious of what he was saying, and he went out of the room.
Wicked, heartless egotist!
cried Dunya.
He is insane, but not heartless. He is mad. Don't you see it? You're heartless after that.
Razumixin whispered in her ear, squeezing her hand tightly.
I shall be back directly,
he shouted to the horror-stricken mother, and he ran out of the room. Raskolnikov was waiting for him at the end of the passage.
"I knew you would run after me,"
he said.
"Go back to them. Be with them. Be with them tomorrow and always. Perhaps I shall come. If I can. Goodbye."
And without holding out his hand, he walked away.
But where are you going? What are you doing? What's the matter with you? How can you go on like this?
Razumixin muttered at his wits' end. Raskolnikov stopped once more.
"Once for all, never ask me about anything. I have nothing to tell you. Don't come to see me. Maybe I'll come here. Leave me, but don't leave them. Do you understand me?"
It was dark in the corridor. They were standing near the lamp. For a minute they were looking at one another in silence. Razumixin remembered that minute all his life. Raskolnikov's burning and intent eyes grew more penetrating every moment, piercing into his soul, into his consciousness. Suddenly Razumixin started. Something strange, as it were, passed between them. Some idea, some hint, as it were, slipped. Something awful, hideous, and suddenly understood on both sides. Razumixin turned pale.
"Do you understand now?"
said Raskolnikov, his face twitching nervously.
"Go back. Go to them,"
he said suddenly, and turning quickly he went out of the house. I will not attempt to describe how Razumixin went back to the ladies, how he soothed them, how he protested that Rodia needed rest in his illness, protested that Rodia was sure to come, that he would come every day, that he was very, very much upset, that he must not be irritated, that he, Razumixin, would watch over him, would get him a doctor, the best doctor, a consultation. In fact, from that evening Razumixin took his place with them as a son and a brother. End of Part 4, Chapter 3. Section 24 of Crime and Punishment. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. Part 4, Chapter 4. Raskolnikov went straight to the house on the canal bank where Sóvnya lived. It was an old green house of 3 stories. He found the porter, and obtained from him vague directions as to the whereabouts of Kapernaumov, the tailor. Having found in the corner of the courtyard the entrance to the dark and narrow staircase, he mounted to the 2nd floor and came out into a gallery that ran round the whole 2nd story over the yard. While he was wandering in the darkness, uncertain where to turn for Kapernaumov's door, a door opened 3 paces from him. He mechanically took hold of it.
"Who is there?"
A woman's voice asked uneasily.
"It's I. Come to see you,"
answered Raskolnikov, and he went into the tiny entry. On a broken chair stood a candle in a battered copper candlestick.
"It's you! Good heavens!"
"Which is your room? This way?"
And Raskolnikov, trying not to look at her, hastened in. A minute later Sonia, too, came in with the candle, set down the candlestick, and, completely disconcerted, stood before him inexpressibly agitated and apparently frightened by his unexpected visit. The colour rushed suddenly to her pale face, and tears came into her eyes. She felt sick and ashamed, and happy too. Raskolnikov turned away quickly, and sat on a chair by the table. He scanned the room in a rapid glance. It was a large but exceedingly low-pitched room, the only one left by the Kapernaumovs, to whose rooms a closed door led in the wall on the left. In the opposite side, on the right-hand wall, was another door, always kept locked. This led to the next flat, which formed a separate lodging. Sonia's room looked like a barn. It was a very irregular quadrangle, and this gave it a grotesque appearance. A wall with 3 windows looking out on to the canal ran aslant, so that one corner formed a very acute angle, and it was difficult to see in it without very strong light. The other corner was disproportionately obtuse. There was scarcely any furniture in the big room. In the corner on the right was a bedstead, beside it, nearest the door, a chair. A plain deal table covered by a blue cloth stood against the same wall, close to the door into the other flat. 2 rush-bottom chairs stood by the table. On the opposite wall near the acute angle stood a small plain wooden chest of drawers, looking, as it were, lost in a desert. That was all there was in the room. The yellow, scratched and shabby wallpaper was black in the corners. It must have been damp and full of fumes in the winter. There was every sign of poverty, even the bedstead had no curtain. Sonia looked in silence at her visitor, who was so attentively and unceremoniously scrutinizing her room, and even began at last to tremble with terror, as though she was standing before her judge and the arbiter of her destinies.
"I am late. It's 11, isn't it?"
he asked, still not lifting his eyes.
"Yes."
muttered Sonia.
"Oh, yes, it is,"
she added hastily, as though in that lay her means of escape.
"My landlady's clock has just struck. I heard it myself."
"I've come to you for the last time.
Raskolnikov went on gloomily, although this was the first time.
I may perhaps not see you again."
"Are you going away?"
"I don't know. Tomorrow."
"Then you are not coming to Katerina Ivanovna tomorrow?"
Sonia's voice shook.
"I don't know. I shall know tomorrow morning. Never mind that. I've come to say one word."
He raised his brooding eyes to her, and suddenly noticed that he was sitting down, while she was all the while standing before him.
"Why are you standing? Sit down,"
he said in a changed voice, gentle and friendly. She sat down. He looked kindly and almost compassionately at her.
"How thin you are! What a hand! Quite transparent, like a dead hand."
He took her hand. Sonia smiled faintly.
"I have always been like that,"
she said.
"Even when you lived at home?"
"Yes."
"Of course you were,"
he added abruptly, and the expression of his face and the sound of his voice changed again suddenly. He looked round him once more.
"You rent this room from the Kapernaumovs?"
"Yes."
"They live there through that door?"
"Yes, they have another room like this."
"All in one room?"
"Yes."
"I should be afraid in your room at night,"
he observed gloomily.
"They are very good people, very kind,"
answered Sonia, who still seemed bewildered.
"And all the furniture, everything is theirs. And they are very kind, and the children, too, often come to see me."
"They all stammer, don't they?"
"Yes, he stammers, and he's lame, and his wife, too. It's not exactly that she stammers, but she can't speak plainly. She is a very kind woman, and he used to be a house serf, and there are 7 children, and it's only the eldest one that stammers, and the others are simply ill, but they don't stammer. But where did you hear about them?"
she added with some surprise.
Your father told me then. He told me all about you, and how you went out at 6 o'clock and came back at 9, and how Katerina Ivanovna knelt down by your bed.
Sonia was confused.
"I fancied I saw him today."
She whispered hesitatingly.
Whom?
"Father. I was walking in the street out there at the corner about 10 o'clock, and he seemed to be walking in front. It looked just like him. I wanted to go to Katerina Ivanovna."
You were walking in the streets?
"Yes."
Sonia whispered abruptly, again overcome with confusion, and looking down.
Katerina Ivanovna used to beat you, I dare say.
"Oh, no, what are you saying? No."
Sonia looked at him almost with dismay.
You love her, then?
"Love her? Of course,"
said Sonia with plaintive emphasis, and she clasped her hands in distress.
"Ah, you don't. If you only knew. You see, she is quite like a child. Her mind is quite unhinged, you see, from sorrow. And how clever she used to be, how generous, how kind. Ah, you don't understand, you don't understand."
Sonia said this as though in despair, wringing her hands in excitement and distress. Her pale cheeks flushed, there was a look of anguish in her eyes. It was clear that she was stirred to the very depths, that she was longing to speak, to champion, to express something. A sort of insatiable compassion, if one may so express it, was reflected in every feature of her face.
"Beat me? How can you? Good heavens, beat me! And if she did beat me, what then? What of it? You know nothing, nothing about it. She is so unhappy, oh, how unhappy! And ill. She is seeking righteousness, she is pure, she has such faith that there must be righteousness everywhere, and she expects it. And if you were to torture her, she wouldn't do wrong. She doesn't see that it's impossible for people to be righteous, and she is angry at it. Like a child, like a child. She is good."
And what will happen to you?
Sonia looked at him inquiringly.
They are left on your hands, you see. They were all on your hands before, though. And your father came to you to beg for drink. Well, how will it be now?
"I don't know."
Sonia articulated mournfully.
Will they stay there?
"I don't know. They are in debt for lodging, but the landlady, I hear, said today that she wanted to get rid of them, and Katerina Ivanovna says that she won't stay another minute."
How is it she is so bold? She relies upon you.
"Oh, no, don't talk like that. We are one. We live like one."
Sonia was agitated again, and even angry, as though a canary or some other little bird were to be angry.
"And what could she do? What could she do?"
she persisted, getting hot and excited.
"And how she cried today! Her mind is unhinged, haven't you noticed it? At one minute she is worrying like a child that everything should be right tomorrow, the lunch and all that. Then she is wringing her hands, spitting blood, weeping, and all at once she will begin knocking her head against the wall in despair. Then she will be comforted again. She builds all her hopes on you. She says that you will help her now, and she will borrow a little money somewhere, and go to her native town with me and set up a boarding school for the daughters of gentlemen, and take me to superintend it. We will begin a new splendid life. And she kisses and hugs me, comforts me, and you know she has such faith in her fancies. One can't contradict her. And all the day long she has been washing, cleaning, mending. She dragged the wash-tub into the room with her feeble hands, and sank on the bed, gasping for breath. We went this morning to the shops to buy shoes for Polenka and Lida, for theirs are quite worn out. Only the money we'd reckoned wasn't enough, not nearly enough, and she picked out such dear little boots, for she has taste, you don't know. And there in the shop she burst out crying before the shopman, because she hadn't enough. Oh, it was sad to see her.
Well, after that I can understand your living like this,
Raskolnikov said with a bitter smile.
And aren't you sorry for them? Aren't you sorry?
Sonia flew at him again.
Why, I know. You gave your last penny yourself, though you'd seen nothing of it. And if you'd seen everything, oh dear! And how often I've brought her to tears. Only last week, yes, only a week before his death. I was cruel, and how often I've done it. I've been wretched at the thought of it all day.
Sonia wrung her hands as she spoke, at the pain of remembering it.
You were cruel?
Yes, I went to see them,
she went on, weeping.
and father said, read me something, Sonia. My head aches, read to me. Here's a book. He had a book he had got from Andrei Semyonovich Lebzyatnikov. He lives there. He always used to get hold of such funny books. And I said, I can't stay, as I didn't want to read, and I'd gone in chiefly to show Katerina Ivanovna some collars. Lizaveta, the peddler, sold me some collars and cuffs cheap, pretty new embroidered ones. Katerina Ivanovna liked them very much. She put them on and looked at herself in the glass and was delighted with them. Make me a present of them, Sonia, she said. Please do. Please do, she said. She wanted them so much. And when could she wear them? They just reminded her of her old happy days. She looked at herself in the glass, admired herself, and she has no clothes at all, no things of her own, hasn't had all these years. And she never asks anyone for anything. She is proud. She'd sooner give away everything. And these she asked for. She liked them so much. And I was sorry to give them. What use are they to you, Katerina Ivanovna? I said. I spoke like that to her. I ought not to have said that. She gave me such a look, and she was so grieved at my refusing her, and it was so sad to see. And she was not grieved for the collars, but for my refusing. I saw that. Ah, if only I could bring it all back, change it, take back those words. But it's nothing to you.
Did you know Lizaveta, the peddler?
Yes. Did you know her?
Sonia asked with some surprise.
Katerina Ivanovna is in consumption. Rapid consumption. She will soon die,
said Raskolnikov after a pause, without answering her question.
Oh, no, no, no.
And Sonia unconsciously clutched both her hands, as though imploring that she should not.
But it will be better if she does die.
No, not better. Not at all better.
Sonia unconsciously repeated in dismay.
And the children? What can you do except take them to live with you?
Oh, I don't know,
cried Sonia, almost in despair, and she put her hands to her head. It was evident that the idea had very often occurred to her before, and he had only roused it again.
And what, if even now, while Katerina Ivanovna is alive, you get ill and are taken to the hospital? What will happen then?
He persisted pitilessly.
How can you? That cannot be.
And Sonia's face worked with awful terror.
Cannot be?
Raskolnikov went on with a harsh smile.
You are not insured against it, are you? What will happen to them then? They will be in the street, all of them. She will cough and beg and knock her head against some wall, as she did today, and the children will cry. Then she will fall down, be taken to the police station and to the hospital. She will die. And the children.
Oh, no, God will not let it be,
broke at last from Sonia's overburdened bosom. She listened, looking imploringly at him, clasping her hands in dumb entreaty, as though it all depended upon him. Raskolnikov got up and began to walk about the room. A minute passed. Sonia was standing with her hands and her head hanging in terrible dejection.
And can't you save? Put by for a rainy day?
He asked, stopping suddenly before her.
No,
whispered Sonia.
Of course not. Have you tried?
He added, almost ironically.
Yes.
And it didn't come off? Of course not. No need to ask.
And again he paced the room. Another minute passed.
You don't get money every day.
Sonia was more confused than ever, and color rushed into her face again.
No,
she whispered with a painful effort.
It will be the same with Polinka, no doubt,
he said suddenly.
No, no, it can't be. No!
Sonia cried aloud in desperation, as though she had been stabbed.
God would not allow anything so awful.
He lets others come to it.
No, no, God will protect her. God!
She repeated beside herself.
But perhaps there is no God at all.
Raskolnikov answered with a sort of malignance, laughed and looked at her. Sonia's face suddenly changed. A tremor passed over it. She looked at him with unutterable reproach, tried to say something, but could not speak, and broke into bitter, bitter sobs, hiding her face in her hands.
You say Katerina Ivanovna's mind is unhinged. Your own mind is unhinged,
he said after a brief silence. 5 minutes passed. He still paced up and down the room in silence, not looking at her. At last he went up to her. His eyes glittered. He put his 2 hands on her shoulders and looked straight into her tearful face. His eyes were hard, feverish, and piercing. His lips were twitching. All at once he bent down quickly, and dropping to the ground kissed her foot. Sonia drew back from him as from a madman, and certainly he looked like a madman.
"What are you doing to me?"
she muttered, turning pale, and a sudden anguish clutched at her heart. He stood up at once.
"I did not bow down to you. I bowed down to all the suffering of humanity,"
he said wildly, and walked away to the window.
"Listen,"
he added, turning to her a minute later.
"I said just now to an insolent man that he was not worth your little finger, and that I did my sister honor making her sit beside you."
"Ah, you said that to them, and in her presence!"
cried Sonia, frightened.
"Sit down with me, an honor! Why, I'm dishonorable. Why did you say that?"
"It was not because of your dishonor and your sin I said that of you, but because of your great suffering. But you are a great sinner, that's true,"
he added, almost solemnly.
"and your worst sin is that you have destroyed and betrayed yourself for nothing. Isn't that fearful? Isn't it fearful that you are living in this filth which you loathe so, and at the same time you know yourself? You've only to open your eyes, that you are not helping anyone by it, not saving anyone from anything. Tell me,"
he went on, almost in a frenzy,
"how this shame and degradation can exist in you side by side with other, opposite, holy feelings. It would be better, 1,000 times better and wiser, to leap into the water and end it all."
"But what would become of them?"
Sonia asked faintly, gazing at him with eyes of anguish, but not seeming surprised at his suggestion. Raskolnikov looked strangely at her. He read it all in her face. So she must have had that thought already, perhaps many times, and earnestly she had thought out in her despair how to end it, and so earnestly that now she scarcely wondered at his suggestion. She had not even noticed the cruelty of his words. The significance of his reproaches and his peculiar attitude to her shame she had, of course, not noticed either. And that, too, was clear to him. But he saw how monstrously the thought of her disgraceful, shameful position was torturing her, and had long tortured her.
What,
he thought,
could hitherto have hindered her from putting an end to it?
Only then he realized what those poor little orphan children and that pitiful, half-crazy Katerina Ivanovna, knocking her head against the wall in her consumption, meant for Sonia. But nevertheless it was clear to him again that with her character and the amount of education she had after all received, she could not in any case remain so. He was still confronted by the question, how could she have remained so long in that position without going out of her mind, since she could not bring herself to jump into the water? Of course, he knew that Sonia's position was an exceptional case, though unhappily not unique and not infrequent indeed. But that very exceptionalness, her tinge of education, her previous life, might, one would have thought, have killed her at the first step on that revolting path. What held her up? Surely not depravity. All that infamy had obviously only touched her mechanically. Not one drop of real depravity had penetrated to her heart. He saw that. He saw through her as she stood before him.
There are 3 ways before her,
he thought.
The canal, the madhouse, or at last to sink into depravity which obscures the mind and turns the heart to stone.
The last idea was the most revolting, but he was a sceptic. He was young, abstract, and therefore cruel, so he could not help believing that the last end was the most likely.
But can that be true?
He cried to himself.
Can that creature who has still preserved the purity of her spirit be consciously drawn at last into that sink of filth and iniquity? Can the process already have begun? Can it be that she has only been able to bear it till now, because vice has begun to be less loathsome to her? No, that cannot be.
he cried, as Sonia had just before.
No, what has kept her from the canal till now is the idea of sin, and they, the children. And if she has not gone out of her mind... But who says she has not gone out of her mind? Is she in her senses? Can one talk? Can one reason as she does? How can she sit on the edge of the abyss of loathsomeness into which she is slipping, and refuse to listen when she is told of danger? Does she expect a miracle? No doubt she does. Doesn't that all mean madness?
He stayed obstinately at that thought. He liked that explanation indeed better than any other. He began looking more intently at her.
So you pray to God a great deal, Sonia?
He asked her. Sonia did not speak. He stood beside her, waiting for an answer.
What should I be without God?
She whispered rapidly, forcibly, glancing at him with suddenly flashing eyes, and squeezing his hand.
Ah, so that is it,
he thought.
And what does God do for you?
He asked, probing her further. Sonia was silent a long while, as though she could not answer. Her weak chest kept heaving with emotion.
Be silent, don't ask. You don't deserve...
she cried suddenly, looking sternly and wrathfully at him.
That's it,
he repeated to himself.
He does everything,
she whispered quickly, looking down again.
That's the way out. That's the explanation,
he decided, scrutinizing her with eager curiosity, with a new, strange, almost morbid feeling. He gazed at that pale, thin, irregular, angular little face, those soft blue eyes which could flash with such fire, such stern energy, that little body still shaking with indignation and anger, and it still seemed to him more and more strange, almost impossible.
She is a religious maniac,
he repeated to himself. There was a book lying on the chest of drawers. He had noticed it every time he paced up and down the room. Now he took it up and looked at it. It was the New Testament in the Russian translation. It was bound in leather, old and worn.
Where did you get that?
He called to her across the room. She was still standing in the same place, 3 steps from the table.
It was brought me,
she answered, as it were unwillingly, not looking at him.
Who brought it?
Lizaveta. I asked her for it.
Lizaveta? Strange,
he thought. Everything about Sonia seemed to him stranger and more wonderful every moment. He carried the book to the candle and began to turn over the pages.
Where is the story of Lazarus?
he asked suddenly. Sonia looked obstinately at the ground and would not answer. She was standing sideways to the table.
Where is the raising of Lazarus? Find it for me, Sonia.
She stole a glance at him.
You are not looking in the right place. It's in the 4th Gospel,
she whispered sternly, without looking at him.
Find it and read it to me,
he said. He sat down with his elbow on the table, leaned his head on his hand, and looked away sullenly, prepared to listen.
In 3 weeks' time they'll welcome me in the madhouse. I shall be there if I am not in a worse place,
he muttered to himself. Sonia heard Raskolnikov's request distrustfully, and moved hesitatingly to the table. She took the book, however.
Haven't you read it?
she asked, looking up at him across the table. Her voice became sterner and sterner.
Long ago, when I was in school. Read.
And haven't you heard it in church?
I haven't been. Do you often go?
No,
whispered Sonia. Raskolnikov smiled.
I understand. And you won't go to your father's funeral tomorrow?
Yes, I shall. I was at church last week, too. Had a requiem service.
For whom?
For Lizaveta. She was killed with an axe.
His nerves were more and more strained. His head began to go round.
Were you friends with Lizaveta?
Yes. She was good. She used to come. Not often. She couldn't. We used to read together and talk. She will see God.
The last phrase sounded strange in his ears. And here was something new again, the mysterious meeting with Lizaveta, and both of them religious maniacs.
I shall be a religious maniac myself soon. It's infectious. Read,
he cried irritably and insistently. Sonia still hesitated. Her heart was throbbing. She hardly dared to read to him. He looked almost with exasperation at the unhappy lunatic.
What for? You don't believe?
She whispered softly, and, as it were, breathlessly.
Read, I want you to.
He persisted.
You used to read Elizaveta.
Sonia opened the book and found the place. Her hands were shaking, her voice failed her. Twice she tried to begin, and could not bring out the first syllable.
Now a certain man was sick, named Lazarus of Bethany.
She forced herself at last to read, but at the third word her voice broke like an overstrained string. There was a catch in her breath. Raskolnikov saw in part why Sonia could not bring herself to read to him, and the more he saw this, the more roughly and irritably he insisted on her doing so. He understood only too well how painful it was for her to betray and unveil all that was her own. He understood that these feelings really were her secret treasure, which she had kept perhaps for years, perhaps from childhood, while she lived with an unhappy father and a distracted stepmother crazed by grief, in the midst of starving children and unseemly abuse and reproaches. But at the same time he knew now, and knew for certain, that although it filled her with dread and suffering, yet she had a tormenting desire to read, and to read to him, that he might hear it, and to read now, whatever might come of it. He read this in her eyes, he could see it in her intense emotion. She mastered herself, controlled the spasm in her throat, and went on reading the 11th chapter of St. John. She went on to the 19th verse.
And many of the Jews came to Martha and Mary to comfort them concerning their brother. Then Martha, as soon as she heard that Jesus was coming, went and met him, but Mary sat still in the house. Then said Martha unto Jesus, Lord, if thou hadst been here, my brother had not died. But I know that even now whatsoever thou wilt ask of God, God will give it thee.
Then she stopped again with a shamefaced feeling that her voice would quiver and break again.
Jesus said unto her, Thy brother shall rise again. Martha saith unto him, I know that he shall rise again in the resurrection at the last day. Jesus said unto her, I am the resurrection and the life. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live. And whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die. Believest thou this? She saith unto him.
And drawing a painful breath, Sonia read distinctly and forcibly as though she were making a public confession of faith.
Yea, Lord, I believe that thou art the Christ, the Son of God, which should come into the world.
She stopped and looked up quickly at him, but controlling herself, went on reading. Raskolnikov sat without moving, his elbows on the table and his eyes turned away. She read to the 32nd verse.
Then when Mary was come where Jesus was, and saw him, she fell down at his feet, saying unto him, Lord, if thou hadst been here, my brother had not died. When Jesus therefore saw her weeping, and the Jews also weeping which came with her, he groaned in the spirit and was troubled, and said, Where have ye laid him? They said unto him, Lord, come and see. Jesus wept. Then said the Jews, Behold how he loved him. And some of them said, Could not this man, which opened the eyes of the blind, have caused that even this man should not have died?
Raskolnikov turned and looked at her with emotion. Yes, he had known it. She was trembling in a real physical fever. He had expected it. She was getting near the story of the greatest miracle, and a feeling of immense triumph came over her. Her voice rang out like a bell. Triumph and joy gave it power. The lines danced before her eyes, but she knew what she was reading by heart. At the last verse,
Could not this man, which opened the eyes of the blind...
Dropping her voice, she passionately reproduced the doubt, the reproach and censure of the blind disbelieving Jews, who in another moment would fall at his feet as though struck by thunder, sobbing and believing.
And he too is blinded and unbelieving. He too will hear. He too will believe. Yes, at once, now.
Was what she was dreaming, and she was quivering with happy anticipation.
Jesus therefore again groaning in himself cometh to the grave. It was a cave, and a stone lay upon it. Jesus said, Take ye away the stone. Martha, the sister of him that was dead, saith unto him, Lord, by this time he stinketh, for he hath been dead 4 days.
She laid emphasis on the word for.
Jesus saith unto her, Said I not unto thee, that if thou wouldest believe, thou shouldest see the glory of God? Then they took away the stone from the place where the dead was laid, and Jesus lifted up his eyes, and said, Father, I thank thee that thou hast heard me. And I knew that thou hearest me always, but because of the people which stand by I said it, that they may believe that thou hast sent me. And when he thus had spoken, he cried with a loud voice, Lazarus, come forth. And he that was dead came forth.
She read loudly, cold and trembling with ecstasy, as though she were seeing it before her eyes.
Bound hand and foot with grave clothes, and his face was bound about with a napkin. Jesus saith unto them, Loose him, and let him go. Then many of the Jews which came to Mary, and had seen the things which Jesus did, believed on him.
She could read no more, closed the book, and got up from her chair quickly.
That is all about the raising of Lazarus,
she whispered severely and abruptly, and turning away she stood motionless, not daring to raise her eyes to him. She still trembled feverishly. The candle end was flickering out in a battered candlestick, dimly lighting up in the poverty-stricken room the murderer and the harlot who had so strangely been reading together the eternal book. 5 minutes or more passed.
I came to speak of something,
Raskolnikov said aloud, frowning. He got up and went to Sonia. She lifted her eyes to him in silence. His face was particularly stern, and there was a sort of savage determination in it.
I abandoned my family today,
he said.
My mother and sister. I am not going to see them. I've broken with them completely.
What for?
asked Sonia, amazed. Her recent meeting with his mother and sister had left a great impression which she could not analyze. She heard his news almost with horror.
I have only you now,
he added.
Let us go together. I've come to you, we are both accursed. Let us go our way together.
His eyes glittered.
As though he were mad,
Sonia thought in her turn.
Go where?
she asked in alarm, and she involuntarily stepped back.
How do I know? I only know it's the same road. I know that and nothing more. It's the same goal.
She looked at him and understood nothing. She knew only that he was terribly, infinitely unhappy.
No one of them will understand if you tell them, but I have understood. I need you. That is why I have come to you.
I don't understand,
whispered Sonia.
You'll understand later. Haven't you done the same? You too have transgressed, have had the strength to transgress. You have laid hands on yourself. You have destroyed a life, your own. It's all the same. You might have lived in spirit and understanding, but you'll end in the Haymarket. But you won't be able to stand it, and if you remain alone, you'll go out of your mind like me. You are like a mad creature already. So we must go together on the same road. Let us go.
What for? What's all this for?
said Sonia, strangely and violently agitated by his words.
What for? Because you can't remain like this, that's why. You must look things straight in the face at last, and not weep like a child, and cry that God won't allow it. What will happen if you should really be taken to the hospital tomorrow? She is mad and in consumption. She'll soon die, and the children? Do you mean to tell me Polinka won't come to grief? Haven't you seen children here at the street corners sent out by their mothers to beg? I found out where those mothers live, and in what surroundings. Children can't remain children there. At 7, the child is vicious and a thief. Yet children, you know, are the image of Christ. Theirs is the kingdom of heaven. He bade us honor and love them. They are the humanity of the future.
What's to be done? What's to be done?
repeated Sonia, weeping hysterically and wringing her hands.
What's to be done? Break what must be broken, once for all. That's all, and take the suffering on oneself. What, you don't understand? You'll understand later. Freedom and power, and above all, power. Over all trembling creation and all the ant-heap. That's the goal, remember that. That's my farewell message. Perhaps it's the last time I shall speak to you. If I don't come tomorrow, you'll hear of it all, and then remember these words. And some day later on, in years to come, You'll understand perhaps what they meant. If I come tomorrow, I'll tell you who killed Lizaveta. Goodbye."
Sonia started with terror.
Why, do you know who killed her?
She asked, chilled with horror, looking wildly at him.
"I know and will tell. You, only you. I have chosen you out. I'm not coming to you to ask forgiveness, but simply to tell you. I chose you out long ago to hear this, when your father talked of you, and when Lizaveta was alive, I thought of it. Goodbye. Don't shake hands. Tomorrow."
He went out. Sonia gazed at him as at a madman, but she herself was like one insane, and felt it. Her head was going round.
Good heavens, how does he know who killed Lizaveta? What did those words mean? It's awful.
But at the same time the idea did not enter her head, not for a moment.
Oh, he must be terribly unhappy. He has abandoned his mother and sister. What for? What has happened? And what had he in his mind? What did he say to her? He had kissed her foot and said, yes, he had said it clearly, that he could not live without her. Oh, merciful heavens!
Sonia spent the whole night feverish and delirious. She jumped up from time to time, wept and wrung her hands, then sank again into feverish sleep, and dreamt of Polenka, Katerina Ivanovna, and Lizaveta, of reading the Gospel, and him with pale face, with burning eyes, kissing her feet, weeping. On the other side of the door on the right, which divided Sonia's room from Madame Reslich's flat, was a room which had long stood empty. A card was fixed on the gate, and a notice stuck in the windows over the canal advertising it to let. Sonia had long been accustomed to the rooms being uninhabited. But all that time Mr. Svidrigaïlov had been standing, listening at the door of the empty room. When Raskolnikov went out, he stood still, thought a moment, went on tiptoe to his own room, which adjoined the empty one, brought a chair, and noiselessly carried it to the door that led to Sonia's room. The conversation had struck him as interesting and remarkable, and he had greatly enjoyed it, so much so that he brought a chair, that he might not in the future, tomorrow, for instance, have to endure the inconvenience of standing a whole hour, but might listen in comfort. End of Part 4, Chapter 4. Section 25 of Crime and Punishment. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. Part 4, Chapter 5. When next morning at 11 o'clock punctually Raskolnikov went into the Department of the Investigation of Criminal Causes and sent his name in to Porfiry Petrovich, he was surprised at being kept waiting so long. It was at least 10 minutes before he was summoned. He had expected that they would pounce upon him, but he stood in the waiting room, and people, who apparently had nothing to do with him, were continually passing to and fro before him. In the next room, which looked like an office, several clerks were sitting writing, and obviously they had no notion who or what Raskolnikov might be. He looked uneasily and suspiciously about him to see whether there was not some guard, some mysterious watch being kept on him to prevent his escape. But there was nothing of the sort. He saw only the faces of clerks, absorbed in petty details, then other people. No one seemed to have any concern with him. He might go where he liked for them. The conviction grew stronger in him that if that enigmatic man of yesterday, that phantom sprung out of the earth, had seen anything, they would not have let him stand and wait like that. And would they have waited till he elected to appear at 11? Either the man had not yet given information, or simply he knew nothing, had seen nothing, and how could he have seen anything? And so all that had happened to him the day before was again a phantom exaggerated by his sick and overstrained imagination. This conjecture had begun to grow strong the day before, in the midst of all his alarm and despair. Thinking it all over now and preparing for a fresh conflict, he was suddenly aware that he was trembling, and he felt a rush of indignation at the thought that he was trembling with fear at facing that hateful Porfiry Petrovich. What he dreaded above all was meeting that man again. He hated him with an intense, unmitigated hatred, and was afraid his hatred might betray him. His indignation was such that he ceased trembling at once. He made ready to go in with a cold and arrogant bearing, and vowed to himself to keep as silent as possible, to watch and listen, and for once at least to control his overstrained nerves. At that moment he was summoned to Porfiry Petrovich. He found Porfiry Petrovich alone in his study. His study was a room neither large nor small, furnished with a large writing table that stood before a sofa, upholstered in checked material, a bureau, a bookcase in the corner, and several chairs, all government furniture of polished yellow wood. In the further wall there was a closed door, beyond it there were no doubt other rooms. On Raskolnikov's entrance, Porfiry Petrovich had at once closed the door by which he had come in, and they remained alone. He met his visitor with an apparently genial and good-tempered air, and it was only after a few minutes that Raskolnikov saw signs of a certain awkwardness in him, as though he had been thrown out of his reckoning or caught in something very secret.
"Ah, my dear fellow, here you are in our domain," began
Porfiry, holding out both hands to him.
"Come, sit down, old man. Or perhaps you don't like to be called my dear fellow and old man, tout court. Please don't think it too familiar. Here, on the sofa."
Raskolnikov sat down, keeping his eyes fixed on him. In our domain, the apologies for familiarity, the French phrase tout court, were all characteristic signs.
He held out both hands to me, but he did not give me one. He drew it back in time.
Struck him suspiciously. Both were watching each other, but when their eyes met, quick as lightning, they looked away.
I brought you this paper about the watch. Here it is. Is it all right, or shall I copy it again?
"What? A paper? Yes, yes, don't be uneasy, it's all right."
Porfiry Petrovich said as though in haste, and after he had said it, he took the paper and looked at it.
"Yes, it's all right. Nothing more is needed,"
he declared with the same rapidity, and he laid the paper on the table. A minute later, when he was talking of something else, he took it from the table and put it on his bureau.
I believe you said yesterday you would like to question me, formally, about my acquaintance with the murdered woman.
Raskolnikov was beginning again.
Why did I put in "I believe"?
Passed through his mind in a flash.
Why am I so uneasy at having put in that "I believe"?
Come in a second flash, and he suddenly felt that his uneasiness at the mere contact with Porfiry, at the first words, at the first looks, had grown in an instant to monstrous proportions, and that this was fearfully dangerous. His nerves were quivering, his emotion was increasing.
It's bad, I shall say too much again.
Yes, yes, yes. There is no hurry,"
muttered Porfiry Petrovich, moving to and fro about the table without any apparent aim, as it were making dashes towards the window, the bureau, and the table, at one moment avoiding Raskolnikov's suspicious glance, then again standing still and looking him straight in the face. His fat, round little figure looked very strange, like a ball rolling from one side to the other and rebounding back.
"We've plenty of time. Do you smoke? Have you your own? Here, a cigarette,"
he went on, offering his visitor a cigarette.
"You know I'm receiving you here, but my own quarters are through there, you know, my government quarters. But I'm leaving outside for the time. I had to have some repairs done here. It's almost finished now. Government quarters, you know, are a capital thing, eh? What do you think?"
Yes, a capital thing,
answered Raskolnikov, looking at him almost ironically.
A capital thing,"
repeated Porfiry Petrovich, as though he had just thought of something quite different.
"Yes, a capital thing,"
he almost shouted at last, suddenly staring at Raskolnikov and stopping short 2 steps from him. This stupid repetition was too incongruous in its ineptitude with the serious, brooding, and enigmatic glance he turned upon his visitor. But this stirred Raskolnikov's spleen more than ever, and he could not resist an ironical and rather incautious challenge.
Tell me, please,
he asked suddenly, looking almost insolently at him and taking a kind of pleasure in his own insolence.
I believe it's a sort of legal rule, a sort of legal tradition, for all investigating lawyers to begin their attack from afar, with a trivial or at least an irrelevant subject, so as to encourage or rather to divert the man they are cross-examining, to disarm his caution, and then all at once to give him an unexpected knock-down blow with some fatal question. Isn't that so? It's a sacred tradition, mentioned, I fancy, in all the manuals of the art.
Yes, yes. Why, do you imagine that was why I spoke about government quarters, eh?
And as he said this, Porfiry Petrovich screwed up his eyes and winked. A good-humoured, crafty look passed over his face. The wrinkles on his forehead were smoothed out, his eyes contracted, his features broadened, and he suddenly went off into a nervous, prolonged laugh, shaking all over and looking Raskolnikov straight in the face. The latter forced himself to laugh too, but when Porfiry, seeing that he was laughing, broke into such a guffaw that he turned almost crimson, Raskolnikov's repulsion overcame all precaution. He left off laughing, scowled, and stared with hatred at Porfiry, keeping his eyes fixed on him while his intentionally prolonged laughter lasted. There was lack of precaution on both sides, however, for Porfiry seemed to be laughing in his visitor's face, and to be very little disturbed at the annoyance with which the visitor received it. The latter fact was very significant in Raskolnikov's eyes. He saw that Porfiry Petrovich had not been embarrassed just before either, but that he, Raskolnikov, had perhaps fallen into a trap. That there must be something, some motive here unknown to him, that perhaps everything was in readiness and in another moment would break upon him. He went straight to the point at once, rose from his seat and took his cap.
Porfiry Petrovich,
He began resolutely, though with considerable irritation.
Yesterday you expressed a desire that I should come to you for some inquiries.
He laid special stress on the word inquiries.
I have come, and if you have anything to ask me, ask it, and if not, allow me to withdraw. I have no time to spare. I have to be at the funeral of that man who was run over, of whom you know also.
He added, feeling angry at once at having made this addition and more irritated at his anger.
I'm sick of it all, do you hear? And have long been. It's partly what made me ill. In short,
he shouted, feeling that the phrase about his illness was still more out of place.
In short, examine me, or let me go at once. If you must examine me, do so in the proper form. I will not allow you to do otherwise, and so meanwhile, goodbye, as we have evidently nothing to keep us now.
Good heavens, what do you mean? What shall I question you about?
Cackled Porfiry Petrovich with a change of tone, instantly leaving off laughing.
Please don't disturb yourself.
He began fidgeting from place to place, and fussily making Raskolnikov sit down.
There is no hurry. There is no hurry. It's all nonsense. Oh, no, I'm very glad you've come to see me at last. I look upon you simply as a visitor. And as for my confounded laughter, please excuse it, Rodion Romanovich. Rodion Romanovich, that is your name. It's my nerves. You tickled me so with your witty observation. I assure you sometimes I shake with laughter like an India rubber ball for half an hour at a time. I'm often afraid of an attack of paralysis. Do sit down. Please do, or I shall think you are angry.
Raskolnikov did not speak. He listened, watching him, still frowning angrily. He did sit down, but still held his cap.
I must tell you one thing about myself, my dear Rodion Romanovich.
Porfiry Petrovich continued, moving about the room and again avoiding his visitor's eyes.
You see, I am a bachelor, a man of no consequence, and not used to society. Besides, I have nothing before me. I'm set, I'm running to seed, and have you noticed, Rodion Romanovich, that in our Petersburg circles, if two clever men meet who are not intimate but respect each other like you and me, It takes them half an hour before they can find a subject for conversation. They are dumb, they sit opposite each other and feel awkward. Everyone has subjects of conversation. Ladies, for instance. People in high society always have their subject of conversation. C'est de rigueur. But people of the middle sort like us, thinking people that is, are always tongue-tied and awkward. What is the reason of it? Whether it is the lack of public interest, or whether it is we are so honest we don't want to deceive one another, I don't know. What do you think? Do put down your cap. It looks as if you were just going. It makes me uncomfortable. I'm so delighted.
Raskolnikov put down his cap and continued listening in silence with a serious frowning face to a vague and empty chatter of Porfiry Petrovitch.
Does he really want to distract my attention with his silly babble?
I can't offer you coffee here, but why not spend 5 minutes with a friend?
Porfiry pattered on.
And you know all these official duties? Please don't mind my running up and down. Excuse it, my dear fellow, I'm very much afraid of offending you, but exercise is absolutely indispensable for me. I'm always sitting and so glad to be moving about for 5 minutes. I suffer from my sedentary life. I always intend to join a gymnasium. They say that officials of all ranks, even privy councillors, may be seen skipping gaily there. There you have it, modern science. Yes, yes. But as for my duties here, inquiries and all such formalities, you mentioned inquiries yourself just now. I assure you these interrogations are sometimes more embarrassing for the interrogator than for the interrogated. You made the observation yourself just now very aptly and wittily.
Raskolnikov had made no observation of the kind.
One gets into a muddle, a regular muddle. One keeps harping on the same note like a drum. There is to be a reform, and we shall be called by a different name at least. And as for our legal tradition, as you so wittily called it, I thoroughly agree with you. Every prisoner on trial, even the rudest peasant, knows that they begin by disarming him with irrelevant questions, as you so happily put it, and then deal him a knockdown blow. Your felicitous comparison. So you really imagined that I meant by government quarters. You are an ironical person. Come, I won't go on. Ah, by the way, yes, one word leads to another. You spoke of formality just now, apropos of the inquiry, you know. But what's the use of formality? In many cases it's nonsense. Sometimes one has a friendly chat and gets a good deal more out of it. One can always fall back on formality, allow me to assure you. And after all, what does it amount to? An examining lawyer cannot be bounded by formality at every step. The work of investigation is, so to speak, a free art in its own way.
Porfiry Petrovitch took breath a moment. He had simply babbled on, uttering empty phrases, letting slip a few enigmatic words, and again reverting to incoherence. He was almost running about the room, moving his fat little legs quicker and quicker, looking at the ground, with his right hand behind his back, while with his left making gesticulations that were extraordinarily incongruous with his words. Raskolnikov suddenly noticed that as he ran about the room he seemed twice to stop for a moment near the door, as though he were listening.
Is he expecting anything?
You are certainly quite right about it.
Porfiry began gaily, looking with extraordinary simplicity at Raskolnikov, which startled him and instantly put him on his guard.
Certainly quite right in laughing so wittily at our legal forms. Some of these elaborate psychological methods are exceedingly ridiculous and perhaps useless if one adheres too closely to the forms. Yes, I am talking of forms again. Well, if I recognize, or more strictly speaking, if I suspect someone or other to be a criminal in any case entrusted to me... You're reading for the law, of course, Rodion Romanovich?
Yes, I was.
Well, then it is a precedent for you for the future, though don't suppose I should venture to instruct you after the articles you publish about crime. No, I simply make bold to state it by way of fact. If I took this man or that for a criminal, why, I ask, should I worry him prematurely, even though I had evidence against him? In one case I may be bound, for instance, to arrest a man at once, but another may be in quite a different position, you know, so why shouldn't I let him walk about the town a bit? But I see you don't quite understand. So I'll give you a clearer example. If I put him in prison too soon, I may very likely give him, so to speak, moral support. You're laughing?
Raskolnikov had no idea of laughing. He was sitting with compressed lips, his feverish eyes fixed on Porfiry Petrovitch's.
Yet that is the case with some types especially, for men are so different. You say evidence. Well, there may be evidence, but evidence, you know, can generally be taken two ways. I'm an examining lawyer and a weak man, I confess it. I should like to make a proof, so to say, mathematically clear. I should like to make a chain of evidence, such as twice two are four. It ought to be a direct, irrefutable proof. And if I shut him up too soon, even though I might be convinced he was the man, I should very likely be depriving myself of the means of getting further evidence against him. And how? By giving him, so to speak, a definite position. I shall put him out of suspense and set his mind at rest, so that he will retreat into his shell. They say that at Sevastopol, soon after Alma, the clever people were in a terrible fright that the enemy would attack openly and take Sevastopol at once. But when they saw that the enemy preferred a regular siege, they were delighted, I'm told and reassured, for the thing would drag on for 2 months at least. You're laughing. You don't believe me again. Of course, you're right, too. You're right. These are special cases, I admit. But you must observe this, my dear Rodion Romanovich, the general case, the case for which all legal forms and rules are intended, for which they are calculated and laid down in books, does not exist at all. For the reason that every case, every crime, for instance, so soon as it actually occurs, at once becomes a thoroughly special case, and sometimes a case unlike any that's gone before. Very comic cases of that sort sometimes occur. If I leave one man quite alone, if I don't touch him and don't worry him, but let him know, or at least suspect every moment that I know all about it and am watching him day and night, and if he is in continual suspicion and terror, he'll be bound to lose his head. He'll come of himself, or maybe do something which will make it as plain as twice two are four. It's delightful. It may be so with a simple peasant. But with one of our sort, an intelligent man cultivated on a certain side, it's a dead certainty. For, my dear fellow, it's a very important matter to know on what side a man is cultivated. And then there are nerves. There are nerves, you have overlooked them. Why, they are all sick, nervous, and irritable. And then how they all suffer from spleen. That, I assure you, is a regular gold mine for us. And it's no anxiety to me. He's running about the town free. Let him. Let him walk about for a bit. I know well enough that I've caught him and that he won't escape me. Where could he escape to? Abroad, perhaps? A Pole will escape abroad, but not here, especially as I am watching and have taken measures. Will he escape into the depth of the country, perhaps? But you know, peasants live there, real rude Russian peasants. A modern, cultivated man would prefer prison to living with such strangers as our peasants. But that's all nonsense and on the surface. It's not merely that he has nowhere to run to, he is psychologically unable to escape me. What an expression! Through a law of nature he can't escape me if he had anywhere to go. Have you seen a butterfly round a candle? That's how he will keep circling and circling round me. Freedom will lose its attractions. He'll begin to brood. He'll weave a tangle round himself. He'll worry himself to death. What's more, he will provide me with a mathematical proof, if I only give him long enough interval. And he'll keep circling round me, getting nearer and nearer, and then flop! He'll fly straight into my mouth, and I'll swallow him, and that will be very amusing. You don't believe me?
Raskolnikov made no reply. He sat pale and motionless, still gazing with the same intensity into Porfiry's face.
It's a lesson,
he thought, turning cold.
This is beyond the cat playing with the mouse like yesterday. He can't be showing off his power with no motive. Prompting me. He is far too clever for that. He must have another object. What is it? It's all nonsense, my friend. You are pretending to scare me. You have no proofs, and the man I saw had no real existence. You simply want to make me lose my head, to work me up beforehand and so to crush me. But you are wrong. You won't do it. But why give me such a hint? Is he reckoning on my shattered nerves? No, my friend, you are wrong. You won't do it even though you have some trap for me. Let us see what you have in store for me.
And he braced himself to face a terrible and unknown ordeal. At times he longed to fall on Porfiry and strangle him. This anger was what he dreaded from the beginning. He felt that his parched lips were flecked from foam, his heart was throbbing. But he was still determined not to speak till the right moment. He realized that this was the best policy in his position, because instead of saying too much he would be irritating his enemy by his silence and provoking him into speaking too freely. Anyhow, this was what he hoped for.
No, I see you don't believe me. You think I'm playing a harmless joke on you.
Porfiry began again, getting more and more lively, chuckling at every instant and again pacing around the room.
And to be sure you're right. God has given me a figure that can awaken none but comic ideas in other people, a buffoon. But let me tell you, and I repeat it, excuse an old man, my dear Rodion Romanovich, you are a man still young, so to say, in your first youth, and so you put intellect above everything, like all young people. Playful wit and abstract arguments fascinate you, and that's for all the world like the old Austrian Hofkriegsrat. As far as I can judge of military matters, that is, on paper they'd beaten Napoleon and taken him prisoner, and there in their study they worked it all out in the cleverest fashion. But look you, General Mack surrendered with all his army. I see, Rodion Romanovich, you are laughing at a civilian like me taking examples out of military history. But I can't help it, it's my weakness. I'm fond of military science, and I'm ever so fond of reading all military histories. I've certainly missed my proper career. I ought to have been in the army. Upon my word, I ought. I shouldn't have been a Napoleon, but I might have been a major. Well, I'll tell you the whole truth, my dear fellow, about this special case, I mean. Actual fact and a man's temperament, my dear sir, are weighty matters, and it's astonishing how they sometimes deceive the sharpest calculation. I, listen to an old man, am speaking seriously, Rodion Romanovich.
As he said this, Porfiry Petrovich, who was scarcely 35, actually seemed to have grown old. Even his voice changed, and he seemed to shrink together.
Moreover, I am a candid man. Am I a candid man or not? What do you say? I fancy I really am. I tell you these things for nothing, and don't even expect a reward for it. Well, to proceed, wit, in my opinion, is a splendid thing. It is, so to say, an adornment of nature and a consolation of life. And what tricks it can play! So that it sometimes is hard for a poor examining lawyer to know where he is, especially when he is liable to be carried away by his own fancy, too, for you know he is a man after all. But the poor fellow is saved by the criminal's temperament. Worse luck for him. But young people carried away by their own wit don't think of that when they overstep all obstacles, as you wittily and cleverly expressed it yesterday. He will lie. That is the man who is a special case, the incognita, and he will lie well, in the cleverest fashion. You might think he would triumph and enjoy the fruits of his wit, but at the most interesting, the most flagrant moment, he will faint. Of course, there may be illness and a stuffy room as well, but anyway, he's given us the idea. He lied incomparably, but he didn't reckon on his temperament. That's what betrays him. Another time he will be carried away by his playful wit into making fun of the man who suspects him. He will turn pale, as it were, on purpose to mislead, but his paleness will be too natural, too much like the real thing. Again he has given us an idea. Though his questioner may be deceived at first, he will think differently next day if he is not a fool, and of course it is like that at every step. He puts himself forward where he is not wanted, speaks continually when he ought to keep silent, brings in all sorts of allegorical allusions, comes and asks, "Why didn't you take me long ago?" And that can happen, you know, with the cleverest man, the psychologist, the literary man. The temperament reflects everything like a mirror. Gaze into it and admire what you see. But why are you so pale, Rodion Romanovich? Is the room stuffy? Shall I open the window?
Oh, don't trouble, please,
cried Raskolnikov, and he suddenly broke into a laugh.
Please, don't trouble.
Porfiry stood facing him, paused a moment, and suddenly he too laughed. Raskolnikov got up from the sofa, abruptly checking his hysterical laughter.
Porfiry Petrovitch,
he began, speaking loudly and distinctly, though his legs trembled and he could scarcely stand.
I can see clearly at last that you actually suspect me of murdering that old woman and her sister, Lizaveta. Let me tell you for my part that I am sick of this. If you find that you have a right to prosecute me legally, to arrest me, then prosecute me, arrest me. But I will not let myself be jeered at to my face and worried.
His lips trembled, his eyes glowed with fury, and he could not restrain his voice.
I won't allow it,
he shouted, bringing his fist down on the table.
Do you hear that, Porfiry Petrovitch? I won't allow it.
Good heavens, what does it mean?
cried Porfiry Petrovitch, apparently quite frightened.
Rodion Romanovich, my dear fellow, what is the matter with you?
I won't allow it,
Raskolnikov shouted again.
Hush, my dear man, they'll hear and come in. Just think, what could we say to them?
Porfiry Petrovitch whispered in horror, bringing his face close to Raskolnikov's.
I won't allow it. I won't allow it.
Raskolnikov repeated mechanically, but he too spoke in a sudden whisper. Porfiry turned quickly and ran to open the window.
Some fresh air, and you must have some water, my dear fellow. You're ill.
And he was running to the door to call for some when he found a decanter of water in the corner.
Come, drink a little,
he whispered, rushing up to him with the decanter.
It will be sure to do you good.
Porfiry Petrovitch's alarm and sympathy were so natural that Raskolnikov was silent, and began looking at him with wild curiosity. He did not take the water, however.
Rodion Romanovich, my dear fellow, you'll drive yourself out of your mind, I assure you. Have some water. Do drink a little.
He forced him to take the glass. Raskolnikov raised it mechanically to his lips, but set it on the table again with disgust.
Yes, you've had a little attack. You'll bring back your illness again, my dear fellow.
Porfiry Petrovitch cackled with friendly sympathy, though he still looked rather disconcerted.
Good heavens! You must take more care of yourself. Dmitri Prokofitch was here, came to see me yesterday. I know, I've a nasty, ironical temper, but what they made of it! Good heavens, he came yesterday after you'd been. We dined, and he talked and talked away, and I could only throw up my hands in despair. Did he come from you? But do sit down, for mercy's sake, sit down.
No, not from me. But I knew he went to you, and why he went.
Raskolnikov answered sharply.
You knew?
I knew. What of it?
Why this, Rodion Romanovich, that I know more than that about you. I know about everything. I know how you went to take a flat at night when it was dark, and how you rang the bell and asked about the blood, so that the workman and the porter did not know what to make of it. Yes, I understand your state of mind at that time, but you'll drive yourself mad like that, upon my word. You'll lose your head. You're full of generous indignation at the wrongs you've received, first from destiny and then from the police officers, and so you rush from one thing to another to force them to speak out and make an end of it all, because you are sick of all this suspicion and foolishness. That's so, isn't it? I have guessed how you feel, haven't I? Only in that way you'll lose your head, and Razumihin's too. He's too good a man for such a position, you must know that. You are ill, and he is good, and your illness is infectious for him. I'll tell you about it when you are more yourself, but do sit down, for goodness' sake. Please rest. You look shocking. Do sit down.
Raskolnikov sat down. He no longer shivered. He was hot all over. In amazement he listened with strained attention to Porfiry Petrovitch, who still seemed frightened, as he looked after him with friendly solicitude. But he did not believe a word he said, though he felt a strange inclination to believe. Porfiry's unexpected words about the flat had utterly overwhelmed him.
How can it be? He knows about the flat, then?
He thought suddenly.
And he tells it me himself.
Yes, in our legal practice there was a case almost exactly similar, a case of morbid psychology.
Porfiry went on quickly.
A man confessed to murder, and how he kept it up. It was a regular hallucination. He brought forward facts. He imposed upon everyone, and why? He had been partly, but only partly, unintentionally the cause of a murder, and when he knew that he had given the murderers the opportunity, he sank into dejection. It got on his mind and turned his brain. He began imagining things, and he persuaded himself that he was the murderer. But at last the High Court of Appeal went into it, and the poor fellow was acquitted and put under proper care. Thanks to the Court of Appeal. Why, my dear fellow, you may drive yourself into delirium if you have the impulse to work upon your nerves, to go ringing bells at night and asking about blood. I've studied all this morbid psychology in my practice. A man is sometimes tempted to jump out of a window or from a belfry. Just the same with bell ringing. It's all illness, Rodion Romanovich. You have begun to neglect your illness. You should consult an experienced doctor. What's the good of that fat fellow? You are light-headed. You were delirious when you did all this.
For a moment Raskolnikov felt everything going round.
Is it possible? Is it possible?
Flashed through his mind.
That he is still lying? He can't be. He can't be.
He rejected that idea, feeling to what a degree of fury it might drive him, feeling that the fury might drive him mad.
I was not delirious. I knew what I was doing.
He cried, straining every faculty to penetrate Porfiry's game.
I was quite myself, do you hear?
Yes, I hear and understand. You said yesterday you were not delirious, you were particularly emphatic about it. I understand all you can tell me. Listen, Rodion Romanovich, my dear fellow, if you were actually a criminal, or were somehow mixed up in this damnable business, would you insist that you were not delirious, but in full possession of your faculties, and so emphatically and persistently? Would it be possible? Quite impossible to my thinking. If you had anything on your conscience, you certainly ought to insist that you were delirious. That's so, isn't it?
There was a note of slyness in this inquiry. Raskolnikov drew back on the sofa as Porfiry bent over him and stared in silent perplexity at him.
Another thing about Razumikhin. You certainly ought to have said that he came of his own accord, to have concealed your part in it. But you don't conceal it. You lay stress on it coming at your instigation.
Raskolnikov had not done so. A chill went down his back.
You keep telling lies,
he said slowly and weakly, twisting his lips into a sickly smile.
You are trying again to show that you know all my game, that you know all I shall say beforehand,
he said, conscious himself that he was not weighing his words as he ought.
You want to frighten me. Or are you simply laughing at me?
He still stared at him as he said this, and again there was a light of intense hatred in his eyes.
You keep lying,
he said.
You know perfectly well that the best policy for the criminal is to tell the truth as nearly as possible, to conceal as little as possible. I don't believe you.
What a wily person you are,
Porfiry tittered.
There is no catching you. You're a perfect monomania. So you don't believe me. But still you do believe me. You believe a quarter. I'll soon make you believe the whole, because I have a sincere liking for you and genuinely wish you good.
Raskolnikov's lips trembled.
Yes, I do,
went on Porfiry, touching Raskolnikov's arm genially.
You must take care of your illness. Besides, your mother and sister are here now. You must think of them. You must soothe and comfort them, and you do nothing but frighten them.
What has that to do with you? How do you know it? What concern is it of yours? You are keeping watch on me and want to let me know it.
Good heavens! Why, I learned it all from you yourself. You don't notice that in your excitement you tell me and others everything. From Razumikhin, too, I learned a number of interesting details yesterday. No, you interrupted me, but I must tell you that, for all your wit, your suspiciousness makes you lose the common-sense view of things. To return to bell-ringing, for instance, I, an examining lawyer, have betrayed a precious thing like that, a real fact, for it is a fact worth having, and you see nothing in it. Why, if I had the slightest suspicion of you, should I have acted like that? No. I should first have disarmed your suspicions and not let you see I knew of that fact. Should have diverted your attention and suddenly have dealt you a knockdown blow, your expression, saying, "And what were you doing, sir, pray, at 10 or nearly 11 at the murdered woman's flat? And why did you ring the bell? And why did you ask about blood? And why did you invite the porters to go with you to the police station, to the lieutenant?" That's how I ought to have acted if I had a grain of suspicion of you. I ought to have taken your evidence in due form, searched your lodging, and perhaps have arrested you too. So I have no suspicion of you, since I have not done that. But you can't look at it normally, and you see nothing, I say again.
Raskolnikov started, so that Porfiry Petrovitch could not fail to perceive it.
You are lying all the while,
he cried.
I don't know your object, but you are lying. You did not speak like that just now, and I cannot be mistaken.
I am lying?
Porfiry repeated, apparently incensed, but preserving a good-humoured and ironical face, as though he were not in the least concerned at Raskolnikov's opinion of him.
I am lying? But how did I treat you just now, I, the examining lawyer? Prompting you and giving you every means for your defense. Illness, I said, delirium, injury, melancholy, and the police officers, and all the rest of it. Ah, though indeed all those psychological means of defense are not very reliable and cut both ways. Illness, delirium, I don't remember, that's all right. But why, my good sir, in your illness and in your delirium were you haunted by just those delusions, and not by any others? There may have been others, eh?
Raskolnikov looked haughtily and contemptuously at him.
Briefly,
he said loudly and imperiously, rising to his feet, and in so doing pushing Porfiry back a little.
Briefly, I want to know, do you acknowledge me perfectly free from suspicion or not? Tell me, Porfiry Petrovitch, tell me once for all and make haste.
What a business I'm having with you,
cried Porfiry with a perfectly good-humoured, sly and composed face.
And why do you want to know? Why do you want to know so much, since they haven't begun to worry you? Why, you are like a child asking for matches. And why are you so uneasy? Why do you force yourself upon us, eh?
I repeat,
Raskolnikov cried furiously,
that I can't put up with it.
With what? Uncertainty?
Interrupted Porfiry.
Don't jeer at me. I won't have it. I tell you I won't have it. I can't and I won't. Do you hear? Do you hear?
He shouted, bringing his fist down on the table again.
Hush, hush, they'll overhear. I warn you seriously. Take care of yourself. I'm not joking.
Porfiry whispered, but this time there was not the look of old womanish good nature and alarm in his face. Now he was peremptory, stern, frowning, and for once laying aside all mystification. But this was only for an instant. Raskolnikov, bewildered, suddenly fell into actual frenzy, but, strange to say, he again obeyed the command to speak quietly, though he was in a perfect paroxysm of fury.
I will not allow myself to be tortured,
he whispered, instantly recognizing with hatred that he could not help obeying the command, and driven to even greater fury by the thought.
Arrest me, search me, but kindly act in due form and don't play with me. Don't dare.
Don't worry about the form,
Porfiry interrupted with the same sly smile, as it were gloating with enjoyment over Raskolnikov.
I invited you to see me quite in a friendly way.
I don't want your friendship, and I spit on it, do you hear? And here, I take my cap and go. What will you say now if you mean to arrest me?
He took up his cap and went to the door.
And won't you see my little surprise?
Chuckled Porfiry, again taking him by the arm and stopping him at the door. He seemed to become more playful and good-humoured, which maddened Raskolnikov.
What surprise?
He asked, standing still and looking at Porfiry in alarm.
My little surprise. It's sitting there behind the door.
He pointed to the locked door.
I locked him in that he should not escape.
What is it? Where? What?
Raskolnikov walked to the door and would have opened it, but it was locked.
It's locked. Here is the key.
And he brought a key out of his pocket.
You are lying,
roared Raskolnikov without restraint.
You lie, you damn Punchinello.
And he rushed at Porfiry, who retreated to the other door, not at all alarmed.
I understand it all. You are lying and mocking so that I may betray myself to you.
Why, you could not betray yourself any further, my dear Rodion Romanovich. You are in a passion. Don't shout. I shall call the clerks.
You are lying. Call the clerks. You knew I was ill and tried to work me into a frenzy to make me betray myself. That was your object. Produce your facts. I understand it all. You've no evidence. You have only wretched, rubbishly suspicions like Zamyetov's. You knew my character. You wanted to drive me to fury and then to knock me down with priests and deputies. Are you waiting for them, eh? What are you waiting for? Where are they? Produce them.
Why, deputies, my good man, what things people will imagine! And to do so would not be acting in form, as you say. You don't know the business, my dear fellow. And there is no escaping form, as you see.
Porfiry muttered, listening at the door through which a noise could be heard.
Ah, they're coming,
cried Raskolnikov.
You've sent for them. You expected them. Well, produce them all. Your deputies, your witnesses, what you like. I am ready.
But at this moment a strange incident occurred, something so unexpected that neither Raskolnikov nor Porfiry Petrovich could have looked for such a conclusion to their interview. End of Part 4, Chapter 5. Section 26 of Crime and Punishment. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. Part 4, Chapter 6. When he remembered the scene afterwards, this is how Raskolnikov saw it. The noise behind the door increased, and suddenly the door was opened a little.
What is it?
Cried Porfiry Petrovich, annoyed.
Why, I gave orders.
For an instant there was no answer, but it was evident that there were several persons at the door, and that they were apparently pushing somebody back.
What is it?
Porfiry Petrovich repeated uneasily.
The prisoner Nikolai has been brought.
Someone answered.
He is not wanted. Take him away. Let him wait. What's he doing here? How irregular.
Cried Porfiry, rushing to the door.
But he...
began the same voice, and suddenly ceased. 2 seconds, not more, were spent in actual struggle, then someone gave a violent shove, and then a man, very pale, strode into the room. This man's appearance was at first sight very strange. He stared straight before him, as though seeing nothing. There was a determined gleam in his eyes. At the same time there was a deathly pallor in his face, as though he were being led to the scaffold. His white lips were faintly twitching. He was dressed like a workman, and was of medium height, very young, slim, his hair cut in round crop, with thin spare features. The man whom he had thrust back followed him into the room, and succeeded in seizing him by the shoulder. He was a warder, but Nikolai pulled his arm away. Several persons crowded inquisitively into the doorway. Some of them tried to get in. All this took place almost instantaneously.
Go away, it's too soon. Wait till you are sent for. Why have you brought him so soon?
Porfiry Petrovich muttered, extremely annoyed, and, as it were, thrown out of his reckoning. But Nikolai suddenly knelt down.
What's the matter?
Cried Porfiry, surprised.
I am guilty. Mine is the sin. I am the murderer.
Nikolai articulated suddenly, rather breathlessly, but speaking fairly loudly. For 10 seconds there was silence, as though all had been struck dumb. Even the warder stepped back, mechanically retreated to the door, and stood immovable.
What is it?
Cried Porfiry Petrovich, recovering from his momentary stupefaction.
I am the murderer,
repeated Nikolai after a brief pause.
What? You... what? Whom did you kill?
Porfiry Petrovich was obviously bewildered. Nikolai again was silent for a moment.
Alyona Ivanovna and her sister, Lizaveta Ivanovna. I killed with an axe. Darkness came over me,
he added suddenly, and was again silent. He still remained on his knees. Porfiry Petrovich stood for some moments as though meditating, but suddenly roused himself and waved back the uninvited spectators. They instantly vanished and closed the door. Then he looked towards Raskolnikov, who was standing in the corner, staring wildly at Nikolai, and moved towards him, but stopped short, looked from Nikolai to Raskolnikov, and then again at Nikolai, and, seeming unable to restrain himself, darted at the latter.
You're in too great a hurry,
he shouted at him, almost angrily.
I didn't ask you what came over you. Speak, did you kill them?
I am the murderer. I want to give evidence,
Nikolai pronounced.
Ah, what did you kill them with?
An axe. I had it ready.
Ah, he's in a hurry. Alone?
Nikolai did not understand the question.
Did you do it alone?
Yes, alone. And Mitya is not guilty and had no share in it.
Don't be in a hurry about Mitya. Ah, how was it you ran downstairs like that at the time? The porters met you both.
It was to put them off the scent. I ran after Mitya.
Nikolai replied hurriedly, as though he had prepared the answer.
I knew it,
cried Porfiry with vexation.
It's not his own tale he is telling,
he muttered as though to himself, and suddenly his eyes rested on Raskolnikov again. He was apparently so taken up with Nikolai that for a moment he had forgotten Raskolnikov. He was a little taken aback.
My dear Rodion Romanovich, excuse me.
He flew up to him.
This won't do. I'm afraid you must go. It's no good your staying. I will... You see, what a surprise. Goodbye.
And taking him by the arm, he showed him to the door.
I suppose you didn't expect it,
said Raskolnikov, who, though he had not yet fully grasped the situation, had regained his courage.
You did not expect it either, my friend. See how your hand is trembling?
You're trembling too, Porfiry Petrovitch.
Yes, I am. I didn't expect it.
They were already at the door. Porfiry was impatient for Raskolnikov to be gone.
And your little surprise. Aren't you going to show it to me?
Raskolnikov said sarcastically.
Why, his teeth are chattering as he asks. You are an ironical person. Come, till we meet.
I believe we can say goodbye.
That's in God's hands,
muttered Porfiry with an unnatural smile. As he walked through the office, Raskolnikov noticed that many people were looking at him. Among them he saw the two porters from the house, whom he had invited that night to the police station. They stood there waiting, but he was no sooner on the stairs than he heard the voice of Porfiry Petrovitch behind him. Turning round, he saw the latter running after him, out of breath.
One word, Rodion Romanovich. As to all the rest, it's in God's hands, but as a matter of form, there are some questions I shall have to ask you. So we shall meet again, shan't we?
And Porfiry stood still, facing him with a smile.
Shan't we?
He added again. He seemed to want to say something more, but could not speak out.
You must forgive me, Porfiry Petrovitch, for what has just passed. I lost my temper,
began Raskolnikov, who had so far regained his courage that he felt irresistibly inclined to display his coolness.
Don't mention it, don't mention it,
Porfiry replied, almost gleefully.
I myself, too. I have a wicked temper, I admit it, but we shall meet again. If it's God's will, we may see a great deal of one another.
And we'll get to know each other through and through,
added Raskolnikov.
Yes, know each other through and through,
assented Porfiry Petrovitch, and he screwed up his eyes, looking earnestly at Raskolnikov.
Now you're going to a birthday party?
To a funeral.
Of course, the funeral. Take care of yourself and get well.
I don't know what to wish you,
said Raskolnikov, who had begun to descend the stairs, but looked back again.
I should like to wish you success, but your office is such a comical one.
Why comical?
Porfiry Petrovitch had turned to go, but he seemed to prick up his ears at this.
Why, how you must have been torturing and harassing that poor Nikolai psychologically, after your fashion, till he confessed. You must have been at him day and night, proving to him that he was the murderer, and now that he has confessed, you'll begin vivisecting him again. You are lying, you'll say. You are not the murderer. You can't be. It's not your own tale you are telling. You must admit it's a comical business.
You noticed, then, that I said to Nikolai just now that it was not his own tale he was telling?
How could I help noticing it?
You are quick-witted. You notice everything. You're really a playful mind. And you always fasten on the comic side. They say that was the marked characteristic of Gogol among the writers.
Yes, of Gogol.
Yes, of Gogol. I shall look forward to meeting you.
So shall I.
Raskolnikov walked straight home. He was so muddled and bewildered that on getting home he sat for a quarter of an hour on the sofa, trying to collect his thoughts. He did not attempt to think about Nikolai. He was stupefied. He felt that his confession was something inexplicable, amazing, something beyond his understanding. But Nikolai's confession was an actual fact. The consequences of this fact were clear to him at once. Its falsehood could not fail to be discovered, and then they would be after him again. Till then, at least, he was free, and must do something for himself, for the danger was imminent. But how imminent? His position gradually became clear to him. Remembering, sketchily, the main outlines of his recent scene with Porfiry, he could not help shuddering again with horror. Of course he did not yet know all Porfiry's aims, he could not see into all his calculations. But he had already partly shown his hand, and no one knew better than Raskolnikov how terrible Porfiry's "lead" had been for him. A little more and he might have given himself away completely, circumstantially. Knowing his nervous temperament, and from the first glance seeing through him, Porfiry, though playing a bold game, was bound to win. There's no denying that Raskolnikov had compromised himself seriously, but no facts had come to light as yet. There was nothing positive. But was he taking a true view of the position? Wasn't he mistaken? What had Porfiry been trying to get at? Had he really some surprise prepared for him? And what was it? Had he really been expecting something, or not? How would they have parted if it had not been for the unexpected appearance of Nikolai? Porfiry had shown almost all his cards. Of course he had risked something in showing them, and if he had really had anything up his sleeve, Raskolnikov reflected, he would have shown that too. What was that surprise? Was it a joke? Had it meant anything? Could it have concealed anything like a fact, a piece of positive evidence? His yesterday's visitor? What had become of him? Where was he today? If Porfiry really had any evidence, it must be connected with him. He sat on the sofa with his elbows on his knees and his face hidden in his hands. He was still shivering nervously. At last he got up, took his cap, thought a minute, and went to the door. He had a sort of presentiment that, for today at least, he might consider himself out of danger. He had a sudden sense almost of joy. He wanted to make haste to Katerina Ivanovna's. He would be too late for the funeral, of course, but he would be in time for the memorial dinner, and there at once he would see Sonia. He stood still, thought a moment, and a suffering smile came for a moment onto his lips.
Today, today,
he repeated to himself.
Yes, today, so it must be.
But as he was about to open the door, it began opening of itself. He started and moved back. The door opened gently and slowly, and there suddenly appeared a figure, yesterday's visitor from underground. The man stood in the doorway, looked at Raskolnikov without speaking, and took a step forward into the room. He was exactly the same as yesterday, the same figure, the same dress, but there was a great change in his face. He looked dejected and sighed deeply. If he had only put his hand up to his cheek and leaned his head on one side, he would have looked exactly like a peasant woman.
What do you want?
asked Raskolnikov, numb with terror. The man was still silent, but suddenly he bowed down almost to the ground, touching it with his finger.
What is it?
cried Raskolnikov.
I have sinned,
the man articulated softly.
How?
By evil thoughts.
They looked at one another.
I was vexed when you came perhaps in drink and bade the porters go to the police station and asked about the blood. I was vexed that they let you go and took you for drunken. I was so vexed that I lost my sleep. And remembering the address, we came here yesterday and asked for you.
Who came?
Raskolnikov interrupted, instantly beginning to recollect.
I did. I wronged you.
Then you come from that house?
I was standing at the gate with them. Don't you remember? We have carried on our trade in that house for years past. We cure and prepare hides. We take work home. Most of all, I was vexed.
And the whole scene of the day before yesterday in the gateway came clearly before Raskolnikov's mind. He recollected that there had been several people there besides the porters, women among them. He remembered one voice had suggested taking him straight to the police station. He could not recall the face of the speaker, and even now he did not recognize it, but he remembered that he had turned round and made him some answer. So this was the solution of yesterday's terror. The most awful thought was that he had been actually almost lost, had almost done for himself on account of such a trivial circumstance. So this man could tell nothing except his asking about the flat and the blood stains. So Porfiry too had nothing but that delirium, no facts but this psychology which cuts both ways, nothing positive. So if no more facts come to light, and they must not, then what can they do to him? How can they convict him, even if they arrest him? And Porfiry then had only just heard about the flat and had not known about it before.
"Was it you who told Porfiry that I'd been there?"
he cried, struck by a sudden idea.
What Porfiry?
"The head of the detective department."
Yes, the porters did not go there, but I went.
"Today?"
I got there 2 minutes before you, and I heard it all, how he worried you."
"Where? What? When?"
Why, in the next room. I was sitting there all the time."
"What? Why, then you were the surprise. But how could it happen? Upon my word."
"I saw that the porters did not want to do what I said,"
began the man.
"For it's too late," they said, "and maybe he'll be angry that we did not come at the time. I was vexed, and I lost my sleep, and I began making inquiries, and finding out yesterday where to go. I went today. The first time I went he wasn't there. When I came an hour later he couldn't see me. I went the third time, and they showed me in. I informed him of everything, just as it happened, and he began skipping about the room and punching himself in the chest. What do you scoundrels mean by it? If I'd known about it, I should have arrested him." Then he ran out and called somebody and began talking to him in the corner. Then he turned to me, scolding and questioning me. He scolded me a great deal. And I told him everything. And I told him that you didn't dare to say a word in answer to me yesterday, and that you didn't recognize me. And he fell to running about again, and kept hitting himself on the chest, and getting angry, and running about, and when you were announced he told me to go into the next room. "Sit there a bit," he said. "Don't move, whatever you may hear." And he set a chair there for me, and locked me in. "Perhaps," he said, "I may call you." And when Nikolay had been brought, he let me out as soon as you were gone. "I shall send for you again and question you," he said.
"And did he question Nikolay while you were there?"
"He got rid of me as he did of you, before he spoke to Nikolay."
The man stood still, and again suddenly bowed down, touching the ground with his finger.
"Forgive me for my evil thoughts and my slander."
"May God forgive you,"
answered Raskolnikov. And as he said this, the man bowed down again, but not to the ground, turned slowly, and went out of the room.
"It all cuts both ways. Now it all cuts both ways,"
repeated Raskolnikov, and he went out more confident than ever.
"Now we'll make a fight for it,"
he said with a malicious smile as he went down the stairs. His malice was aimed at himself. With shame and contempt he recollected his cowardice. End of Part 4, Chapter 6.
Section 27 of Crime and Punishment. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. Part 5, Chapter 1. The morning that followed the fateful interview with Dunya and her mother brought sobering influences to bear on Pyotr Petrovitch. Intensely unpleasant as it was, he was forced, little by little, to accept as a fact beyond recall what had seemed to him only the day before fantastic and incredible. The black snake of wounded vanity had been gnawing at his heart all night. When he got out of bed, Pyotr Petrovitch immediately looked in the looking-glass. He was afraid that he had jaundice. However, his health seemed unimpaired so far, and, looking at his noble, clear-skinned countenance, which had grown fattish of late, Pyotr Petrovitch for an instant was positively comforted in the conviction that he would find another bride, and, perhaps, even a better one. But coming back to the sense of his present position, he turned aside and spat vigorously, which excited a sarcastic smile in Andrei Semyonovitch Lebeziatnikov. the young friend with whom he was staying. That smile Pyotr Petrovitch noticed, and at once set it down against his young friend's account. He had set down a good many points against him of late. His anger was redoubled when he reflected that he ought not to have told Andrei Semyonovitch about the result of yesterday's interview. That was the second mistake he had made in temper, through impulsiveness and irritability. Moreover, all that morning one unpleasantness followed another. He even found a hitch awaiting him in his legal case in the Senate. He was particularly irritated by the owner of the flat which had been taken in view of his approaching marriage, and was being redecorated at his own expense. The owner, a rich German tradesman, would not entertain the idea of breaking the contract which had just been signed, and insisted on the full forfeit money, though Pyotr Petrovitch would be giving him back the flat practically redecorated. In the same way, the upholsterers refused to return a single rouble of the installment paid for the furniture purchased, but not yet removed to the flat.
Am I to get married simply for the sake of the furniture?
Pyotr Petrovitch ground his teeth, and at the same time once more he had a gleam of desperate hope.
Can all that be really so irrevocably over? Is it no use to make another effort?
The thought of Dunya sent a voluptuous pang through his heart. He endured anguish at that moment, and if it had been possible to slay Raskolnikov instantly by wishing it, Pyotr Petrovitch would promptly have uttered the wish.
It was my mistake, too, not to have given them money,
he thought, as he returned dejectedly to Lebeziatnikov's room.
And why on earth was I such a Jew? It was false economy. I meant to keep them without a penny so that they should turn to me as their providence. And look at them. Phew, if I'd spent some 1,500 roubles on them for the trousseau and presents, on knickknacks, dressing cases, jewelry, materials, and all that sort of trash from Knapp's and the English shop, my position would have been better and stronger. They could not have refused me so easily. They are the sort of people that would feel bound to return money and presents if they broke it off, and they would find it hard to do it, and their conscience would prick them. How can we dismiss a man who has hitherto been so generous and delicate? I've made a blunder.
And grinding his teeth again, Pyotr Petrovitch called himself a fool, but not aloud, of course. He returned home, twice as irritated and angry as before. The preparations for the funeral dinner at Katerina Ivanovna's excited his curiosity as he passed. He had heard about it the day before. He fancied, indeed, that he had been invited, but absorbed in his own cares, he had paid no attention. Inquiring of Madame Lippevexel, who was busy laying the table while Katerina Ivanovna was away at the cemetery, he heard that the entertainment was to be a great affair, that all the lodgers had been invited, among them some who had not known the dead man, that even Andrei Semyonovitch Lebeziatnikov was invited in spite of his previous quarrel with Katerina Ivanovna, that he, Pyotr Petrovitch, was not only invited, but was eagerly expected, as he was the most important of the lodgers. Amalia Ivanovna herself had been invited with great ceremony, in spite of the present unpleasantness, and so she was very busy with preparations, and was taking a positive pleasure in them. She was moreover dressed up to the nines, all in new black silk, and she was proud of it. All this suggested an idea to Pyotr Petrovitch, and he went into his room, or rather Lebeziatnikov's, somewhat thoughtful. He had learnt that Raskolnikov was to be one of the guests. Andrei Semyonovitch had been at home all the morning. The attitude of Pyotr Petrovitch to this gentleman was strange, though perhaps natural. Pyotr Petrovitch had despised and hated him from the day he came to stay with him, and at the same time he seemed somewhat afraid of him. He had not come to stay with him on his arrival in Petersburg simply from parsimony, though that had perhaps been his chief object. He had heard of Andrei Semyonovitch, who had once been his ward, as a leading young progressive who was taking an important part in certain interesting circles, the doings of which were a legend in the provinces. It had impressed Pyotr Petrovitch. These powerful, omniscient circles, who despised everyone and showed everyone up, had long inspired in him a peculiar but quite vague alarm. He had not, of course, been able to form even an approximate notion of what they meant. He, like everyone, had heard that they were, especially in Petersburg, progressives of some sort, nihilists and so on, and, like many people, he exaggerated and distorted the significance of those words to an absurd degree. What for many years past he had feared more than anything was being shown up, and this was the chief ground for his continual uneasiness at the thought of transferring his business to Petersburg. He was afraid of this as little children are sometimes panic-stricken. Some years before, when he was just entering on his own career, He had come upon 2 cases in which rather important personages in the province, patrons of his, had been cruelly shown up. One instance had ended in great scandal for the person attacked, and the other had very nearly ended in serious trouble. For this reason, Pyotr Petrovitch intended to go into the subject as soon as he reached Petersburg, and, if necessary, to anticipate contingencies by seeking the favor of our younger generation. He relied on Andrei Semyonovitch for this, and before his visit to Raskolnikov he had succeeded in picking up some current phrases. He soon discovered that Andrei Semyonovitch was a commonplace simpleton, but that by no means reassured Pyotr Petrovitch. Even if he had been certain that all the progressives were fools like him, it would not have allayed his uneasiness. All the doctrines, the ideas, the systems with which Andrei Semyonovitch pestered him had no interest for him. He had his own object. He simply wanted to find out at once what was happening here. Had these people any power or not? Had he anything to fear from them? Would they expose any enterprise of his? And what precisely was now the object of their attacks? Could he somehow make up to them and get round them if they really were powerful? Was this the thing to do or not? Couldn't he gain something through them? In fact, hundreds of questions presented themselves. Andrei Semyonovitch was an anemic, scrofulous young man, with strangely flaxen mutton-chop whiskers of which he was very proud. He was a clerk, and had almost always something wrong with his eyes. He was rather soft-hearted, but self-confident and sometimes extremely conceited in speech, which had an absurd effect, incongruous with his little figure. He was one of the lodgers most respected by Amalia Ivanovna, for he did not get drunk and paid regularly for his lodgings. Andrei Semyonovitch really was rather stupid. He attached himself to the cause of progress and our younger generation from enthusiasm. He was one of the numerous and varied legion of dullards, of half-animate abortions, conceited, half-educated coxcombs who attach themselves to the ideas most in fashion only to vulgarize it, and who caricature every cause they serve, however sincerely. Though Lebeziatnikov was so good-natured, he, too, was beginning to dislike Pyotr Petrovitch. This happened on both sides, unconsciously. However simple Andrei Semyonovitch might be, he began to see that Pyotr Petrovitch was duping him and secretly despising him, and that he was not the right sort of man. He had tried expounding to him the system of Fourier and the Darwinian theory, but of late Pyotr Petrovitch began to listen too sarcastically and even to be rude. The fact was, he had begun instinctively to guess that Lebeziatnikov was not merely a commonplace simpleton, but perhaps a liar too, and that he had no connections of any consequence, even in his own circle, but had simply picked things up third hand, and that very likely he did not even know much about his own work of propaganda, for he was in too great a muddle. A fine person he would be to show anyone up. It must be noted, by the way, that Pyotr Petrovitch had during those 10 days eagerly accepted the strangest praise from Andrei Semyonovitch. He had not protested, for instance, when Andrei Semyonovitch belauded him for being ready to contribute to the establishment of the new commune, or to abstain from christening his future children, or to acquiesce if Dunya were to take a lover a month after marriage, and so on. Pyotr Petrovitch so enjoyed hearing his own praises that he did not disdain even such virtues when they were attributed to him. Pyotr Petrovitch had had occasion that morning to realize some 5% bonds, and now he sat down to the table and counted over bundles of notes. Andrei Semyonovitch, who hardly ever had any money, walked about the room pretending to himself to look at those banknotes with indifference and even contempt. Nothing would have convinced Pyotr Petrovitch that Andrei Semyonovitch could really look at the money unmoved, and the latter on his side kept thinking bitterly that Pyotr Petrovitch was capable of entertaining such an idea about him, and was perhaps glad of the opportunity of teasing his young friend by reminding him of his inferiority and the great difference between them. He found him incredibly inattentive and irritable, though he, Andrei Semyonovitch, began enlarging on his favorite subject, the foundation of a new special commune. The brief remarks that dropped from Pyotr Petrovitch between the clicking of the beads on the reckoning frame betrayed unmistakable and discourteous irony. But the humane Andrei Semyonovitch ascribed Pyotr Petrovitch's ill humor to his recent breach with Dunya, and he was burning with impatience to discourse on that theme. He had something progressive to say on the subject, which might console his worthy friend, and could not fail to promote his development.
There is some sort of festivity being prepared at the widow's, isn't there?
Pyotr Petrovitch asked suddenly, interrupting Andrei Semyonovitch at the most interesting passage.
Why, don't you know? Why, I was telling you last night what I think about all such ceremonies. And she invited you, too, I heard. You were talking to her yesterday.
I should never have expected that beggarly fool would have spent on this feast all the money she got from that other fool, Raskolnikov. I was surprised just now as I came through at the preparations there, the wines. Several people are invited. It's beyond everything,"
continued Pyotr Petrovitch, who seemed to have some object in pursuing the conversation.
"What, you say I am asked too? When was that? I don't remember. But I shan't go. Why should I? I only said a word to her in passing yesterday of the possibility of her obtaining a year's salary as a destitute widow of a government clerk. I suppose she has invited me on that account, hasn't she?"
"I don't intend to go either,"
said Lebeziatnikov.
"I should think not. After giving her a thrashing, you might well hesitate."
"Who thrashed? Whom?"
cried Lebeziatnikov, flustered and blushing.
"Why, you thrashed Katerina Ivanovna a month ago. I heard so yesterday. So that's what your convictions amount to. And the woman question, too, wasn't quite sound."
And Pyotr Petrovitch, as though comforted, went back to clicking his beads.
"It's all slander and nonsense,"
cried Lebeziatnikov, who was always afraid of allusions to the subject.
"It was not like that at all. It was quite different. You've heard it wrong. It's a libel. I was simply defending myself. She rushed at me first with her nails. She pulled out all my whiskers. It's permissible for anyone, I should hope, to defend himself, and I never allow anyone to use violence to me on principle, for it's an act of despotism. What was I to do? I simply pushed her back."
Luzhin went on laughing maliciously.
"You keep on like that because you're out of humour yourself. But that's nonsense, and it has nothing whatever to do with the woman question. You don't understand. I used to think, indeed, that if women are equal to men in all respects, even in strength, as is maintained now, there ought to be equality in that too. Of course, I reflected afterwards that such a question ought not really to arise, for there ought not to be fighting, and in the future society fighting is unthinkable, and that it would be a queer thing to seek for equality in fighting. I'm not so stupid, though of course there is fighting. There won't be later, but at present there is. Confound it, how muddled one gets with you. It's not on that account that I am not going. I am not going on principle, not to take part in the revolting convention of memorial dinners, that's why, though of course one might go to laugh at it. I'm sorry there won't be any priests at it. I should certainly go if there were."
"Then you would sit down at another man's table and insult it and those who invited you, eh?"
"Certainly not insult, but protest. I should do it with a good object. I might indirectly assist the cause of enlightenment and propaganda. It's a duty of every man to work for enlightenment and propaganda, and the more harshly perhaps the better. I might drop a seed, an idea, and something might grow up from that seed. How should I be insulting them? They might be offended at first, but afterwards they'd see I'd done them a service. You know, Terebyeva, who is in the community now, was blamed because when she left her family and devoted herself, she wrote to her father and mother that she wouldn't go on living conventionally and was entering on a free marriage, and it was said that that was too harsh, that she might have spared them and have written more kindly. I think that's all nonsense, and there's no need of softness. On the contrary, what's wanted is protest. Varents had been married 7 years. She abandoned her 2 children. She told her husband straight out in a letter, "I have realized that I cannot be happy with you. I can never forgive you that you have deceived me by concealing from me that there is another organization of society by means of the communities. I have only lately learned it from a great-hearted man, to whom I have given myself, and with whom I am establishing a community. I speak plainly because I consider it dishonest to deceive you. Do as you think best. Do not hope to get me back. You are too late. I hope you will be happy." That's how letters like that ought to be written.
"Is that Terebyeva? The one you said had made a 3rd free marriage?"
"No, it's only the 2nd, really. But what if it were the 4th? What if it were the 15th? That's all nonsense. And if ever I regretted the death of my father and mother, it is now, and I sometimes think if my parents were living, what a protest I would have aimed at them. I would have done something on purpose. I would have shown them. I would have astonished them. I am really sorry there is no one.
To surprise. Well, be that as you will.
Pyotr Petrovitch interrupted.
But tell me this. Do you know the dead man's daughter, the delicate-looking little thing? It's true what they say about her, isn't it?
What of it? I think, that is, it is my own personal conviction that this is the normal condition of women. Why not? I mean, distinguons. In our present society it is not altogether normal, because it is compulsory, but in the future society it will be perfectly normal, because it will be voluntary. Even as it is, she was quite right. She was suffering, and that was her asset, so to speak, her capital, which she had a perfect right to dispose of. Of course, in the future society there will be no need of assets, but her part will have another significance, rational, and in harmony with her environment. As to Sofia Semyonovna personally, I regard her action as a vigorous protest against the organization of society, and I respect her deeply for it. I rejoice indeed when I look at her.
I was told that you got her turned out of these lodgings.
The Bezyatnikov was enraged.
That's another slander,
he yelled.
It was not so at all. That was all Katerina Ivanovna's invention, for she did not understand. And I never made love to Sofia Semyonovna. I was simply developing her, entirely disinterestedly, trying to rouse her to protest. All I wanted was her protest, and Sofia Semyonovna could not have remained here anyway.
Have you asked her to join your community?
You keep on laughing, and very inappropriately. Allow me to tell you. You don't understand. There is no such role in a community. The community is established that there should be no such roles. In a community, such a role is essentially transformed, and what is stupid here is sensible there. What, under present conditions, is unnatural becomes perfectly natural in the community. It all depends on the environment. It's all the environment, and man himself is nothing. And I am on good terms with Sofia Semyonovna to this day, which is a proof that she never regarded me as having wronged her. I am trying now to attract her to the community, but on quite a different footing. What are you laughing at? We are trying to establish a community of our own, a special one, on a broader basis. We have gone further in our convictions. We reject more. And meanwhile I'm still developing Sofia Semyonovna. She has a beautiful, beautiful character.
And you take advantage of her fine character, eh?
No, oh no, on the contrary.
Oh, on the contrary. A queer thing to say.
Believe me, why should I disguise it? In fact, I feel it strange myself, how timid, chaste, and modern she is with me.
And you, of course, are developing her. Trying to prove to her that all that modesty is nonsense?
Not at all, not at all. How coarsely, how stupidly, excuse me saying so, you misunderstand the word development. Good heavens, how crude you still are. We are striving for the freedom of women, and you have only one idea in your head. Setting aside the general question of chastity and feminine modesty as useless in themselves and indeed prejudices, I fully accept her chastity with me, because that's for her to decide. Of course, if she were to tell me herself that she wanted me, I should think myself very lucky, because I like the girl very much. But as it is, no one has ever treated her more courteously than I, with more respect for her dignity. I wait in hopes, that's all.
You had much better make her a present of something. I bet you never thought of that.
You don't understand, as I've told you already. Of course she is in such a position, but it's another question, quite another question. You simply despise her. Seeing a fact which you mistakenly consider deserving of contempt, you refuse to take a humane view of a fellow creature. You don't know what a character she is. I am only sorry that of late she has quite given up reading and borrowing books. I used to lend them to her. I am sorry, too, that with all the energy and resolution in protesting, which she has already shown once, she has little self-reliance, little, so to say, independence, so as to break free from certain prejudices and certain foolish ideas. Yet she thoroughly understands some questions, for instance about kissing of hands, that is, that it's an insult to a woman for a man to kiss her hand because it's a sign of inequality. We had a debate about it, and I described it to her. She listened attentively to an account of the workmen's associations in France, too. Now I am explaining the question of coming into the room in the future society.
And what's that, pray?
We had a debate lately on the question. Has a member of the community the right to enter another member's room, whether man or woman, at any time? And we decided that he has.
It might be at an inconvenient moment.
Lebeziatnikov was really angry.
You are always thinking of something unpleasant,
he cried with aversion.
Phew! How vexed I am that when I was expounding our system, I referred prematurely to the question of personal privacy. It's always a stumbling block to people like you. They turn it into ridicule before they understand it. And how proud they are of it, too. Phew! I've often maintained that that question should not be approached by a novice till he has a firm faith in the system. And tell me, please, what do you find so shameful, even in cesspools? I should be the first to be ready to clean out any cesspool you like. And it's not a question of self-sacrifice. It's simply work. Honourable, useful work, which is as good as any other, and much better than the work of a Raphael and a Pushkin, because it is more useful.
And more honourable. More honourable.
What do you mean by more honourable? I don't understand such expressions to describe human activity. More honourable. Nobler. All those are old-fashioned prejudices which I reject. Everything which is of use to mankind is honourable. I only understand one word. Useful. You can snigger as much as you like, but that's so.
Pyotr Petrovitch laughed heartily. He had finished counting the money, and was putting it away. But some of the notes he left on the table. The cesspool question had already been a subject of dispute between them. What was absurd was that it made Lebeziatnikov really angry, while it amused Luzhin, and at that moment he particularly wanted to anger his young friend.
It's your ill luck yesterday that makes you so ill-humoured and annoying,
blurted out Lebeziatnikov, who, in spite of his independence and his protests, did not venture to oppose Pyotr Petrovitch, and still behaved to him with some of the respect habitual in earlier years.
You'd better tell me this,
Pyotr Petrovitch interrupted with haughty displeasure.
Can you, or rather, are you really friendly enough with that young person to ask her to step in here for a minute? I think they've all come back from the cemetery. I heard the sound of steps. I want to see her, that young person.
What for?
Lebeziatnikov asked with surprise.
Oh, I want to. I am leaving here today or tomorrow, and therefore I wanted to speak to her about... However, you may be present during the interview. It's better you should be, indeed, for there's no knowing what you might imagine.
I shan't imagine anything. I only asked. And if you've anything to say to her, nothing is easier than to call her in. I'll go directly, and you may be sure I won't be in your way.
5 minutes later, Lebeziatnikov came in with Sonia. She came in very much surprised and overcome with shyness as usual. She was always shy in such circumstances, and was always afraid of new people. She had been as a child, and was even more so now. Pyotr Petrovitch met her politely and affably, but with a certain shade of bantering familiarity, which in his opinion was suitable for a man of his respectability and weight, in dealing with a creature so young and so interesting as she. He hastened to reassure her, and made her sit down facing him at the table. Sonia sat down, looked about her, at Lebeziatnikov, at the notes lying on the table, and then again at Pyotr Petrovitch, and her eyes remained riveted on him. Lebeziatnikov was moving to the door. Pyotr Petrovitch signed to Sonia to remain seated, and stopped Lebeziatnikov.
Is Raskolnikov in there? Has he come?
He asked him in a whisper.
Raskolnikov? Yes. Why? Yes, he is there. I saw him just come in. Why?
Well, I particularly beg you to remain here with us, and not to leave me alone with this young woman. I only want a few words with her, but God knows what they may make of it. I shouldn't like Raskolnikov to repeat anything. You understand what I mean."
I understand.
Lebeziatnikov saw the point.
Yes, you are right. Of course, I am convinced personally that you have no reason to be uneasy, but still, you are right. Certainly I'll stay. I'll stand here at the window and not be in your way. I think you are right.
Pyotr Petrovitch returned to the sofa, sat down opposite Sonia, looked attentively at her, and assumed an extremely dignified, even severe expression, as much as to say,
"Don't you make any mistake, madam."
Sonia was overwhelmed with embarrassment.
"In the first place, Sofya Semyonovna, will you make my excuses to your respected mamma? That's right, isn't it? Katerina Ivanovna stands in the place of a mother to you?"
Pyotr Petrovitch began with great dignity, though affably. It was evident that his intentions were friendly.
"Quite so, yes, the place of a mother,"
Sonia answered, timidly and hurriedly.
"Then will you make my apologies to her? Through inevitable circumstances, I am forced to be absent, and shall not be at the dinner, in spite of your mamma's kind invitation."
"Yes, I'll tell her at once."
And Sonia hastily jumped up from her seat.
"Wait, that's not all."
Pyotr Petrovitch detained her, smiling at her simplicity and ignorance of good manners.
"And you know me little, my dear Sofya Semyonovna, if you suppose I would have ventured to trouble a person like you for a matter of so little consequence, affecting myself only. I have another object."
Sonia sat down hurriedly. Her eyes rested again for an instant on the grey and rainbow-colored notes that remained on the table, but she quickly looked away and fixed her eyes on Pyotr Petrovitch. She felt it horribly indecorous, especially for her, to look at another person's money. She stared at the gold eyeglass which Pyotr Petrovitch held in his hand, and at the massive and extremely handsome ring with a yellow stone on his middle finger. But suddenly she looked away and, not knowing where to turn, ended by staring Pyotr Petrovitch again straight in the face. After a pause of still greater dignity, he continued.
"I chanced yesterday, in passing, to exchange a couple of words with Katerina Ivanovna, poor woman. That was sufficient to enable me to ascertain that she is in a position preternatural, if one may so express it."
"Yes, preternatural."
Sonia hurriedly assented.
"Or it would be simpler and more comprehensible to say ill."
"Yes, simpler and more yes, ill."
"Quite so. So, then, from a feeling of humanity, and, so to speak, compassion, I should be glad to be of service to her in any way, foreseeing her unfortunate position. I believe the whole of this poverty-stricken family depends now entirely on you."
"Allow me to ask."
Sonia rose to her feet.
"Did you say something to her yesterday of the possibility of a pension? Because she told me you had undertaken to get her one. Was that true?"
"Not in the slightest, and indeed it's an absurdity. I merely hinted at her obtaining temporary assistance as the widow of an official who had died in the service, if only she has patronage. But apparently your late parent had not served his full term, and had not indeed been in the service at all of late. In fact, if there could be any hope, it would be very ephemeral, because there would be no claim for assistance in that case. Far from it. And she is dreaming of a pension already. A go-ahead lady."
"Yes, she is, for she is credulous and good-hearted, and she believes everything from the goodness of her heart, and she is like that. Yes, you must excuse her,"
said Sonia, and again she got up to go.
"But you haven't heard what I have to say."
"No, I haven't heard,"
muttered Sonia.
"Then sit down."
She was terribly confused. She sat down again a third time.
"Seeing her position with her unfortunate little ones, I should be glad, as I have said before, so far as lies in my power, to be of service. That is, so far as is in my power, not more. One might, for instance, get up a subscription for her, or a lottery, something of the sort, such as is always arranged in such cases by friends or even outsiders desirous of assisting people. It was of that I intended to speak to you. It might be done.
Yes, yes, God will repay you for it,
faltered Sonia, gazing intently at Pyotr Petrovitch.
It might be, but we will talk of it later. We might begin it today. We will talk it over this evening, and lay the foundation, so to speak. Come to me at 7 o'clock. Mr. Lebeziatnikov, I hope, will assist us. But there is one circumstance of which I ought to warn you beforehand, and for which I venture to trouble you, Sofya Semyonovna, to come here. In my opinion, money cannot be, indeed, it's unsafe to put it into Katerina Ivanovna's own hands. The dinner today is a proof of that. Though she has not, so to speak, a crust of bread for tomorrow, and, well, boots or shoes or anything, she has bought today Jamaica rum, and even, I believe, Madeira and coffee. I saw it as I passed through. Tomorrow it will all fall upon you again. They won't have a crust of bread. It's absurd, really, and so, to my thinking, a subscription ought to be raised, so that the unhappy widow should not know of the money, but only you, for instance. Am I right?
I don't know. This is only today. Once in her life she was so anxious to do honor, to celebrate the memory, and she is very sensible. But just as you think, and I shall be very, very... They will all be, and God will reward, and the orphans.
Sonia burst into tears.
Very well, then. Keep it in mind. And now, will you accept, for the benefit of your relation, the small sum that I am able to spare from me personally? I am very anxious that my name should not be mentioned in connection with it. Here, having, so to speak, anxieties of my own, I cannot do more.
And Pyotr Petrovitch held out to Sonia a 10-ruble note carefully unfolded. Sonia took it, flushed crimson, jumped up, muttered something, and began taking leave. Pyotr Petrovitch accompanied her ceremoniously to the door. She got out of the room at last, agitated and distressed, and returned to Katerina Ivanovna, overwhelmed with confusion. All this time Lebeziatnikov had stood at the window, or walked about the room, anxious not to interrupt the conversation. When Sonia had gone, he walked up to Pyotr Petrovitch and solemnly held out his hand.
I heard and saw everything,
he said, laying stress on the last verb.
That is honourable. I mean to say, it's humane. You wanted to avoid gratitude. I saw. And although I cannot, I confess, in principle sympathize with private charity, for it not only fails to eradicate the evil, but even promotes it, yet I must admit that I saw your action with pleasure. Yes, I like it.
That's all nonsense,
muttered Pyotr Petrovitch, somewhat disconcerted, looking carefully at Lebeziatnikov.
No, it's not nonsense. A man who has suffered distress and annoyance, as you did yesterday, and who yet can sympathize with the misery of others, such a man, even though he is making a social mistake, is still deserving of respect. I did not expect it indeed of you, Pyotr Petrovitch, especially as, according to your ideas, oh, what a drawback your ideas are to you. How distressed you are, for instance, by your ill luck yesterday,
cried the simple-hearted Lebeziatnikov, who felt a return of affection for Pyotr Petrovitch.
And what do you want with marriage, with legal marriage, my dear, noble Pyotr Petrovitch? Why do you cling to this legality of marriage? Well, you may beat me if you like, but I am glad, positively glad it hasn't come off, that you are free, that you're not quite lost for humanity. You see, I've spoken my mind.
Because I don't want in your free marriage to be made a fool of, and to bring up another man's children. That's why I want legal marriage.
Luzhin replied in order to make some answer. He seemed preoccupied by something.
Children. You referred to children.
Lebeziatnikov started off like a war-horse at the trumpet call.
Children are a social question and a question of first importance, I agree. But the question of children has another solution. Some refuse to have children altogether because they suggest the institution of the family. We'll speak of children later, but now as to the question of honour, I confess that's my weak point. That horrid military Pushkin expression is unthinkable in the dictionary of the future. What does it mean, indeed? It's nonsense. There will be no deception in a free marriage. That is only the natural consequence of a legal marriage, so to say. It's corrective, a protest. So that indeed it's not humiliating. And if I ever, to suppose an absurdity, were to be legally married, I should be positively glad of it. I should say to my wife, "My dear, hitherto I have loved you. Now I respect you, for you've shown you can protest." You laugh. That's because you are incapable of getting away from prejudices. Confound it all! I understand now where the unpleasantness is of being deceived in a legal marriage, but it's simply a despicable consequence of a despicable position in which both are humiliated. When the deception is open, as in a free marriage, then it does not exist. It's unthinkable. Your wife will only prove how she respects you by considering you incapable of opposing her happiness and avenging yourself on her for her new husband. Damn it all! I sometimes dream if I were to be married, if I were to marry, legally or not, it's just the same, I should present my wife with a lover if she had not found one for herself. My dear, I should say, I love you, but even more than that, I desire you to respect me. See, am I not right?
Pyotr Petrovitch sniggered as he listened, but without much merriment. He hardly heard it, indeed. He was preoccupied with something else, and even the Beziatnikov at last noticed it. Pyotr Petrovitch seemed excited and rubbed his hands. The Beziatnikov remembered all this, and reflected upon it afterwards. End of Part 5, Chapter 1. Section 28 of Crime and Punishment. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance Garnett, Part 5, Chapter 2. It would be difficult to explain exactly what could have originated the idea of that senseless dinner in Katerina Ivanovna's disordered brain. Nearly 10 of the 20 rubles given by Raskolnikov for Marmeladov's funeral were wasted upon it. Possibly Katerina Ivanovna felt obliged to honor the memory of the deceased suitably, that all the lodgers, and still more, Amalia Ivanovna, might know.
That he was in no way their inferior, and perhaps very much their superior.
And that no one had the right
to turn up his nose at him.
Perhaps the chief element was that peculiar poor man's pride which compels many poor people to spend their last savings on some traditional social ceremony, simply in order to do like other people, and not to be looked down upon. It is very probable, too, that Katerina Ivanovna longed on this occasion, at the moment when she seemed to be abandoned by everyone, to show those
wretched, contemptible lodgers
that she knew
how to do things, how to entertain,
and that she had been brought up
in a genteel, she might almost say aristocratic colonel's family,
and had not been meant for sweeping floors and washing the children's rags at night. Even the poorest and most broken-spirited people are sometimes liable to these paroxysms of pride and vanity, which take the form of an irresistible nervous craving. And Katerina Ivanovna was not broken-spirited. She might have been killed by circumstance, but her spirit could not have been broken. That is, she could not have been intimidated, her will could not be crushed. Moreover, Sonia had said with good reason that her mind was unhinged. She could not be said to be insane, but for a year past she had been so harassed that her mind might well be overstrained. The later stages of consumption are apt, doctors tell us, to affect the intellect. There was no great variety of wines, nor was there Madeira, but wine there was. There was vodka, rum, and Lisbon wine, all of the poorest quality, but in sufficient quantity. Besides the traditional rice and honey, there were 3 or 4 dishes, one of which consisted of pancakes, all prepared in Amalia Ivanovna's kitchen. 2 samovars were boiling, that tea and punch might be offered after dinner. Katerina Ivanovna had herself seen to purchasing the provisions, with the help of one of the lodgers, an unfortunate little Pole who had somehow been stranded at Madame LibriVox's. He promptly put himself at Katerina Ivanovna's disposal, and had been all that morning and all the day before running about as fast as his legs could carry him, and very anxious that everyone should be aware of it. For every trifle he ran to Katerina Ivanovna, even hunting her out at the bazaar, at every instant called her Pani. She was heartily sick of him before the end, though she had declared at first that she
could not have got on without this serviceable and magnanimous man.
It was one of Katerina Ivanovna's characteristics to paint everyone she met in the most glowing colours. Her praises were so exaggerated as sometimes to be embarrassing. She would invent various circumstances to the credit of her new acquaintance, and quite generously believe in their reality. Then all of a sudden she would be disillusioned, and would rudely and contemptuously repulse the person she had only a few hours before been literally adoring. She was naturally of a gay, lively, and peace-loving disposition, but from continual failures and misfortunes she had come to desire so keenly that all should live in peace and joy, and should not dare to break the peace, that the slightest jar, the smallest disaster, reduced her almost to frenzy, and she would pass in an instant from the brightest hopes and fancies to cursing her fate and raving, and knocking her head against the wall. Amalia Ivanovna, too, suddenly acquired extraordinary importance in Katerina Ivanovna's eyes, and was treated by her with extraordinary respect, probably only because Amalia Ivanovna had thrown herself heart and soul into the preparations. She had undertaken to lay the table, to provide the linen, crockery, etc., and to cook the dishes in her kitchen, and Katerina Ivanovna had left it all in her hands, and had gone herself to the cemetery. Everything had been done well. Even the tablecloth was nearly clean. The crockery, knives, forks, and glasses were, of course, of all shapes and patterns, lent by different lodgers, but the table was properly laid at the time fixed, and Amalia Ivanovna, feeling she had done her work well, had put on a black silk dress and a cap with new mourning ribbons, and met the returning party with some pride. This pride, though justifiable, displeased Katerina Ivanovna for some reason.
As though the table could not have been laid except by Amalia Ivanovna.
She disliked the cap with new ribbons, too.
Could she be stuck up, the stupid German, because she was mistress of the house, and had consented as a favour to help her poor lodgers? As a favour! Fancy that!
Katerina Ivanovna's father,
who had been a colonel and almost a governor, had sometimes had the table set for 40 persons. And then anyone like Amalia Ivanovna, or rather Ludvigovna, would not have been allowed into the kitchen.
Katerina Ivanovna, however, put off expressing her feelings for the time, and contented herself with treating her coldly, though she decided inwardly that she would certainly have to put Amalia Ivanovna down, and set her in her proper place, for goodness only knew what she was fancying herself. Katerina Ivanovna was irritated too by the fact that hardly any of the lodgers invited had come to the funeral, except the Pole, who had just managed to run into the cemetery, while to the memorial dinner the poorest and most insignificant of them had turned up. The wretched creatures, many of them not quite sober. The older and more respectable of them, as if by common consent, stayed away. Pyotr Petrovitch Luzhin, for instance, who might be said to be the most respectable of all the lodgers, did not appear, though Katerina Ivanovna had the evening before told all the world, that is, Amalia Ivanovna, Polenka, Sonia, and the Pole, that he was the most generous, noble-hearted man with a large property and vast connections, who had been a friend of her first husband's, and a guest in her father's house, and that he had promised to use all his influence to secure her a considerable pension. It must be noted that when Katerina Ivanovna exalted anyone's connections and fortune, it was without any ulterior motive, quite disinterestedly, for the mere pleasure of adding to the consequence of the person praised. Probably,
taking his cue
from Luzhin,
that contemptible wretch, Lebeziatnikov, had not turned up either. What did he fancy himself? He was only asked out of kindness, and because he was sharing the same room with Pyotr Petrovitch, and was a friend of his, so that it would have been awkward not to invite him.
Among those who failed to appear were
the genteel lady and her old maidish daughter,
who had only been lodgers in the house for the last fortnight, but had several times complained of the noise and uproar in Katerina Ivanovna's room, especially when Marmeladov had come back drunk. Katerina Ivanovna had heard this from Amalia Ivanovna, who, quarrelling with Katerina Ivanovna, and threatening to turn the whole family out of doors, had shouted at her that they
were not worth the foot
of the honourable lodgers whom they were disturbing. Katerina Ivanovna determined now to invite this lady and her daughter, whose foot she was not worth, and who had turned away haughtily when she casually met them, so that they might know that she
was more noble in her thoughts and feelings, and did not harbour malice,
and might see that she was not accustomed to her way of living. She had proposed to make this clear to them at dinner, with allusions to her late father's governorship, and also at the same time to hint that it was exceedingly stupid of them to turn away on meeting her. The fat colonel-major, he was really a discharged officer of low rank, was also absent, but it appeared that he had been not himself for the last 2 days. The party consisted of the Pole, a wretched-looking clerk with a spotty face and a greasy coat, who had not a word to say for himself and smelt abominably, a deaf and almost blind old man who had once been in the post office, and who had been from immemorial ages maintained by someone at Amalia Ivanovna's. A retired clerk of the commissariat department came too. He was drunk, had a loud and most unseemly laugh, and, only fancy, was without a waistcoat. One of the visitors sat straight down to the table without even greeting Katerina Ivanovna. Finally, one person having no suit appeared in his dressing gown, but this was too much, and the efforts of Amalia Ivanovna and the Pole succeeded in removing him. The Pole brought with him, however, 2 other Poles who did not live at Amalia Ivanovna's, and whom no one had seen here before. All this irritated Katerina Ivanovna intensely.
For whom had they made all these preparations, then?
To make room for the visitors, the children had not even been laid for at the table. But the 2 little ones were sitting on a bench in the furthest corner with their dinner laid on a box, while Polenka, as a big girl, had to look after them, feed them, and keep their noses wiped like well-bred children's. Katerina Ivanovna, in fact, could hardly help meeting her guests with increased dignity and even haughtiness. She stared at some of them with special severity, and loftily invited them to take their seats. Rushing to the conclusion that Amalia Ivanovna must be responsible for those who were absent, she began treating her with extreme nonchalance, which the latter promptly observed and resented. Such a beginning was no good omen for the end. All were seated at last. Raskolnikov came in almost at the moment of their return from the cemetery. Katerina Ivanovna was greatly delighted to see him in the first place, because he was the one
educated visitor, and, as everyone knew, was in 2 years to take a professorship at the university.
And secondly, because he immediately and respectfully apologized for having been unable to be at the funeral. She positively pounced upon him, and made him sit on her left hand. Amalia Ivanovna was on her right, in spite of her continual anxiety that the dishes should be passed round correctly, and that everyone should taste them, in spite of the agonizing cough which interrupted her every minute, and seemed to have grown worse during the last few days. She hastened to pour out, in a half-whisper, to Raskolnikov all her suppressed feelings, and her just indignation at the failure of the dinner, interspersing her remarks with lively and uncontrollable laughter at the expense of her visitors, and especially of her landlady.
It's all that cuckoo's fault. You know whom I mean. Her. Her.
Katerina Ivanovna nodded towards the landlady.
Look at her. She's making round eyes. She feels that we are talking about her and can't understand. Pooh! The owl. And what does she put on that cap for? Have you noticed that she wants everyone to consider that she is patronizing me and doing me an honor by being here? I asked her like a sensible woman to invite people, especially those who knew my late husband. And look at the set of fools she has brought. The sweeps. Look at the one with the spotty face. And those wretched Poles. Not one of them has ever poked his nose in here. I've never set eyes on them. What have they come here for, I ask you? They sit in a row. Hey, Pan!
She cried suddenly to one of them.
Have you tasted the pancakes? Take some more. Have some beer. Won't you have some vodka? Look, he's jumped up and is making his bows. They must be quite starved, poor things. Never mind, let them eat. They don't make a noise anyway, though I'm really afraid for our landlady's silver spoons. Amalia Ivanovna.
She addressed her suddenly, almost aloud.
If your spoons should happen to be stolen, I won't be responsible. I warn you.
She laughed, turning to Raskolnikov, and again nodding towards the landlady, in high glee at her sally.
She didn't understand. She didn't understand again. Look how she sits with her mouth open. An owl, a real owl. An owl in new ribbons.
Here her laugh turned again to an insufferable fit of coughing that lasted 5 minutes. Drops of perspiration stood out on her forehead, and her handkerchief was stained with blood. She showed Raskolnikov the blood in silence, and as soon as she could get her breath, began whispering to him again with extreme animation and a hectic flush on her cheeks.
Do you know, I gave her the most delicate instructions, so to speak, for inviting that lady and her daughter. You understand of whom I am speaking? It needed the utmost delicacy, the greatest nicety, but she has managed things so that that fool, that conceited baggage, that provincial non-entity, simply because she is the widow of a major, and has come to try to get a pension and to fray out her skirts in the government offices, because at 50 she paints her face. Everybody knows it. A creature like that did not think fit to come, and has not even answered the invitation, which the most ordinary good manners required. I can't understand why Pyotr Petrovitch has not come. But where's Sonia? Where has she gone? Ah, there she is at last. What is it, Sonia? Where have you been? It's odd that even at your father's funeral you should be so unpunctual. Rodion Romanovitch, make room for her beside you. That's your place, Sonia. Take what you like. Have some of the cold entree with jelly. That's the best. They'll bring pancakes directly. Have they given the children some? Polenka, have you got everything? That's right. Be a good girl. Lida and Kolya, don't fidget with your feet. Sit like a gentleman. What are you saying, Sonia?
Sonia hastened to give her Pyotr Petrovitch's apologies, trying to speak loud enough for everyone to hear, and carefully choosing the most respectful phrases, which she attributed to Pyotr Petrovitch. She added that Pyotr Petrovitch had particularly told her to say that, as soon as he possibly could, he would come immediately to discuss business alone with her, and to consider what could be done for her, etc., etc. Sonia knew that this would comfort Katerina Ivanovna, would flatter her and gratify her pride. She sat down beside Raskolnikov. She made him a hurried bow, glancing curiously at him, but for the rest of the time she seemed to avoid looking at him or speaking to him. She seemed absent-minded, though she kept looking at Katerina Ivanovna, trying to please her. Neither she nor Katerina Ivanovna had been able to get mourning. Sonia was wearing dark brown, and Katerina Ivanovna had on her only dress, a dark-striped cotton one. The message from Pyotr Petrovitch was very successful. Listening to Sonia with dignity, Katerina Ivanovna inquired with equal dignity how Pyotr Petrovitch was, then at once whispered almost aloud to Raskolnikov that it
certainly would have been strange for a man of Pyotr Petrovitch's position and standing to find himself in such extraordinary company,
in spite of his devotion to her family and his old friendship with her father.
That's why I'm so grateful to you, Rodion Romanovitch, that you have not disdained my hospitality, even in such surroundings.
She added almost aloud,
but I am sure that it was only your special affection for my poor husband that has made you keep your promise.
Then once more, with pride and dignity, she scanned her visitors, and suddenly inquired aloud across the table of the deaf man.
Wouldn't he have some more meat? And had he been given some wine?
The old man made no answer, and for a long while could not understand what he was asked, though his neighbors amused themselves by poking and shaking him. He simply gazed about him with his mouth open, which only increased the general mirth.
What an imbecile! Look, look, why was he brought? But as to Pyotr Petrovitch, I always had confidence in him,
Katerina Ivanovna continued.
And, of course, he is not like...
With an extremely stern face, she addressed Amalia Ivanovna so sharply and loudly that the latter was quite disconcerted.
Not like your dressed-up draggle-tails, whom my father would not have taken as cooks into his kitchen, and my late husband would have done them honor if he had invited them in the goodness of his heart.
Yes, he was fond of drink. He was fond of it. He did drink,
cried the commissariat clerk, gulping down his 12th glass of vodka.
My late husband certainly had that weakness, and everyone knows it.
Katerina Ivanovna attacked him at once.
But he was a kind and honorable man, who loved and respected his family. The worst of it was his good nature made him trust all sorts of disreputable people, and he drank with fellows who were not worth the sole of his shoe. Would you believe it, Rodion Romanovitch? They found a gingerbread cock in his pocket. He was dead drunk, but he did not forget the children.
A cock? Did you say a cock?
Shouted the commissariat clerk. Katerina Ivanovna did not vouchsafe a reply. She sighed, lost in thought.
No doubt you think, like everyone, that I was too severe with him,
she went on, addressing Raskolnikov.
But that's not so. He respected me. He respected me very much. He was a kind-hearted man, and how sorry I was for him sometimes. He would sit in a corner and look at me. I used to feel so sorry for him. I used to want to be kind to him, and then would think to myself, be kind to him and he will drink again. It was only by severity that you could keep him within bounds.
Yes, he used to get his hair pulled pretty often,
roared the commissariat clerk again, swallowing another glass of vodka.
Some fools would be better for a good drubbing, as well as having their hair pulled. I am not talking of my late husband now.
Katerina Ivanovna snapped at him. The flush on her cheeks grew more and more marked. Her chest heaved. In another minute she would have been ready to make a scene. Many of the visitors were sniggering, evidently delighted. They began poking the commissariat clerk and whispering something to him. They were evidently trying to egg him on.
"Allow me to ask what you are alluding to,"
began the clerk.
"That is to say, about whom did you say just now? But I don't care. That's nonsense. Widow, I forgive you. Pass."
And he took another drink of vodka. Raskolnikov sat in silence, listening with disgust. He only ate from politeness, just tasting the food that Katerina Ivanovna was continually putting on his plate, to avoid hurting her feelings. He watched Sonia intently, but Sonia became more and more anxious and distressed. She, too, foresaw that dinner would not end up peaceably, and saw with terror Katerina Ivanovna's growing irritation. She knew that she, Sonia, was the chief reason for the genteel lady's contemptuous treatment of Katerina Ivanovna's invitation. She had heard from Amalia Ivanovna that the mother was positively offended at the invitation, and had asked the question,
"How could she let her daughter sit down beside that young person?"
Sonia had a feeling that Katerina Ivanovna had already heard this, and an insult to Sonia meant more to Katerina Ivanovna than an insult to herself, her children, or her father. Sonia knew that Katerina Ivanovna would not be satisfied now.
Till she had shown those draggle-tails that they were both...
To make matters worse, someone passed Sonia, from the other end of the table, a plate with 2 hearts pierced with an arrow, cut out of black bread. Katerina Ivanovna flushed crimson, and at once said aloud across the table that the man who sent it was
a drunken ass.
Amalia Ivanovna was foreseeing something amiss, and at the same time deeply wounded by Katerina Ivanovna's haughtiness, and to restore the good humour of the company and raise herself in their esteem, she began, apropos of nothing, telling a story about an acquaintance of hers,
Karl from the chemist's,
who was driving one night in a cab, and that
the cabman wanted him to kill, and Karl very much begged him not to kill, and wept and clasped hands, and frightened, and from fear pierced his heart.
Though Katerina Ivanovna smiled, she observed at once that
Amalia Ivanovna ought not to tell anecdotes in Russian.
The latter was still more offended, and she retorted that her
Vater aus Berlin was a very important man, and always went with his hands in pockets.
Katerina Ivanovna could not restrain herself, and laughed so much that Amalia Ivanovna lost patience and could scarcely control herself.
Listen to the owl.
Katerina Ivanovna whispered at once, her good humour almost restored.
She meant to say he kept his hands in his pockets, but she said he put his hands in people's pockets. Have you noticed, Rodion Romanovich, that all these Petersburg foreigners, the Germans especially, are all stupider than we? Can you fancy any one of us telling how Karl from the chemist's pierced his heart from fear, and that the idiot, instead of punishing the cabman, clasped his hands and wept, and much begged? Ah, the fool! And you know she fancies it very touching, and does not suspect how stupid she is. To my thinking, that drunken commissariat clerk is a great deal cleverer. Anyway, one can see that he has addled his brains with drink. But you know, these foreigners are always so well behaved and serious. Look how she sits glaring. She is angry.
Regaining her good humour, Katerina Ivanovna began at once telling Raskolnikov that when she had obtained her pension she intended to open a school for the daughters of gentlemen in her native town, T. This was the first time she had spoken to him of the project, and she launched out into the most alluring details. It suddenly appeared that Katerina Ivanovna had in her hands the very certificate of honour of which Marmeladov had spoken to Raskolnikov in the tavern, when he told him that Katerina Ivanovna, his wife, had danced the shawl dance before the governor and other great personages on leaving school. This certificate of honour was obviously intended now to prove Katerina Ivanovna's right to open a boarding school, but she had armed herself with it chiefly in the object of overwhelming
those 2 stuck-up draggle-tails,
if they came to the dinner, and proving incontestably that Katerina Ivanovna was of the most noble,
she might even say aristocratic family, a colonel's daughter, and was far superior to certain adventuresses who have been so much to the fore of late.
The certificate of honor immediately passed into the hands of the drunken guests, and Katerina Ivanovna did not try to retain it, for it actually contained the statement en toutes lettres that her father was of the rank of a major and also a companion of an order, so that she really was almost the daughter of a colonel. Warming up, Katerina Ivanovna proceeded to enlarge on the peaceful and happy life they would lead in T, on the gymnasium teachers whom she would engage to give lessons in her boarding school. One a most respectable old Frenchman, one Mingot, who had taught Katerina Ivanovna herself in old days, and was still living in T, and would no doubt teach in her school on moderate terms. Next she spoke of Sonia, who would go with her to T and help in all her plans. At this, someone at the further end of the table gave a sudden guffaw. Though Katerina Ivanovna tried to appear disdainfully unaware of it, she raised her voice and began at once speaking with conviction of Sonia's undoubted ability to assist her, of
her gentleness, patience, devotion, generosity, and good education,
tapping Sonia on the cheek and kissing her warmly twice. Sonia flushed crimson, and Katerina Ivanovna suddenly burst into tears, immediately observing that she was
nervous and silly, that she was too much upset, and that it was time to finish, and as the dinner was over, it was time to hand round the tea.
At that moment Amalia Ivanovna, deeply aggrieved at taking no part in the conversation and not being listened to, made one last effort, and with secret misgivings ventured on an exceedingly deep and weighty observation that
in the future boarding school she would have to pay particular attention to die Wäsche, and that there certainly must be a good dame to look after the linen. And secondly, that the young ladies must not novels at night read.
Katerina Ivanovna, who certainly was upset and very tired, as well as heartily sick of the dinner, at once cut short Amalia Ivanovna, saying she
knew nothing about it, and was talking nonsense, that it was the business of the laundry maid, and not of the directress of a high-class boarding school, to look after die Wäsche, and as for novel reading, it was simply rudeness, and she begged her to be silent.
Amalia Ivanovna fired up, and getting angry, observed that she only
meant her good,
and that
she had meant her very good,
and that
it was long since she had paid her gold for the lodgings.
Katerina Ivanovna at once set her down, saying that it was a lie to say she wished her good, because only yesterday, when her dead husband was lying on the table, she had worried her about the lodgings. To this Amalia Ivanovna very appropriately observed that she had invited those ladies, but
those ladies had not come because those ladies are ladies, and cannot come to a lady who is not a lady.
Katerina Ivanovna at once pointed out to her that as she was a slut, she could not judge what made one really a lady. Amalia Ivanovna at once declared that her
Vater aus Berlin was a very, very important man, and both hands in pockets went, and always used to say, poof, poof.
And she leapt up from the table to represent her father, sticking her hands in her pockets, puffing her cheeks, and uttering vague sounds resembling poof, poof, amid loud laughter from all the lodgers, who purposely encouraged Amalia Ivanovna, hoping for a fight. But this was too much for Katerina Ivanovna, and at once she declared, so that all could hear, that
Amalia Ivanovna probably never had a father, but was simply a drunken Petersburg Finn, and had certainly once been a cook, and probably something worse.
Amalia Ivanovna turned as red as a lobster, and squealed that perhaps Katerina Ivanovna never had a father, but she had
a Vater aus Berlin, and that he wore a long coat and always said poof, poof, poof.
Katerina Ivanovna observed contemptuously that
all knew what her family was, and on that very certificate of honor it was stated in print that her father was a colonel, while Amalia Ivanovna's father, if she really had one, was probably some Finnish milkman, but that probably she had never had a father at all, since it was still uncertain whether her name was Amalia Ivanovna or Amalia Ludvigovna.
At this Amalia Ivanovna, lashed to fury, struck the table with her fist, and shrieked that she was Amalia Ivanovna, and not Ludvigovna.
And that her father was named Johann, and that he was a Bürgermeister, and that Katerina Ivanovna's father was quite never a Bürgermeister.
Katerina Ivanovna rose from her chair, and with a stern and apparently calm voice, though she was pale and her chest was heaving, observed that
if she dared for one moment to set her contemptible wretch of a father on a level with her papa, she, Katerina Ivanovna, would tear her cap off her head and trample it underfoot.
Amalia Ivanovna ran about the room, shouting at the top of her voice that she was mistress of the house, and that Katerina Ivanovna should leave the lodgings that minute. Then she rushed for some reason to collect the silver spoons from the table. There was a great outcry and uproar. The children began crying. Sonia ran to restrain Katerina Ivanovna, but when Amalia Ivanovna shouted something about the yellow ticket, Katerina Ivanovna pushed Sonia away, and rushed at the landlady to carry out her threat. At that minute the door opened, and Pyotr Petrovitch Luzhin appeared on the threshold. He stood scanning the party with severe and vigilant eyes. Katerina Ivanovna rushed to him. End of Part 5, Chapter 2.
Section 29 of Crime and Punishment. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. Part 5, Chapter 3.
Pyotr Petrovitch,
she cried.
Protect me, you at least. Make this foolish woman understand that she can't behave like this to a lady in misfortune, that there is a law for such things. I'll go to the Governor General himself. She shall answer for it. Remembering my father's hospitality, protect these orphans.
Allow me, madam, allow me.
Pyotr Petrovitch waved her off.
Your papa, as you are well aware, I had not the honor of knowing.
Someone laughed aloud.
And I do not intend to take part in your everlasting squabbles with Amalia Ivanovna. I have come here to speak of my own affairs, and I want to have a word with your stepdaughter, Sofia Ivanovna, I think it is. Allow me to pass.
Pyotr Petrovitch, edging by her, went to the opposite corner where Sonia was. Katerina Ivanovna remained standing where she was, as though thunderstruck. She could not understand how Pyotr Petrovitch could deny having enjoyed her father's hospitality. Though she had invented it herself, she believed in it firmly by this time. She was struck, too, by his businesslike, dry, and even contemptuous, menacing tone of Pyotr Petrovitch. All the clamour gradually died away at his entrance. Not only was this serious businessman strikingly incongruous with the rest of the party, but it was evident too that he had come upon some matter of consequence, that some exceptional cause must have brought him, and that therefore something was going to happen. Raskolnikov, standing beside Sonia, moved aside to let him pass. Piotr Petrovitch did not seem to notice him. A minute later Lebeziatnikov too appeared in the doorway. He did not come in, but stood still, listening with marked interest, almost wonder, and seemed for a time perplexed.
Excuse me for possibly interrupting you, but it's a matter of some importance,
Pyotr Petrovitch observed, addressing the company generally.
I am glad indeed to find other persons present. Amalia Ivanovna, I humbly beg you as mistress of the house to pay careful attention to what I have to say to Sofia Ivanovna. Sofia Ivanovna,
he went on, addressing Sonia, who was very much surprised and already alarmed.
Immediately after your visit, I found that 100-ruble note was missing from my table in the room of my friend Mr. Lebeziatnikov. If in any way whatever you know and will tell us where it is now, I assure you on my word of honor, and call all present to witness, that the matter shall end there. In the opposite case, I shall be compelled to have recourse to very serious measures, and then you must blame yourself.
Complete silence reigned in the room. Even the crying children were still. Sonia stood deathly pale, staring at Luzhin and unable to say a word. She seemed not to understand. Some seconds passed.
Well, how is it to be, then?
asked Luzhin, looking intently at her.
I don't know. I know nothing about it,
Sonia articulated faintly at last.
No, you know nothing?
Luzhin repeated, and again he paused for some seconds.
Think a moment, mademoiselle,
he began severely, but still, as it were, admonishing her.
Reflect. I am prepared to give you time for consideration. Kindly observe this. If I were not so entirely convinced, I should not, you may be sure, with my experience, venture to accuse you so directly. seeing that, for such direct accusation before witnesses, if false or even mistaken, I should myself, in a certain sense, be made responsible. I am aware of that. This morning I changed, for my own purposes, several 5% securities for the sum of approximately 3,000 roubles. The account is noted down in my pocketbook. On my return home I proceeded to count the money, as Mr. Lebeziatnikov will bear witness, and after counting 2,300 roubles, I put the rest in my pocketbook in my coat pocket. About 500 roubles remained on the table, and among them 3 notes of 100 roubles each. At that moment you entered, at my invitation, and all the time you were present you were exceedingly embarrassed, so that 3 times you jumped up in the middle of the conversation and tried to make off. Mr. Lebeziatnikov can bear witness to this. You yourself, mademoiselle, probably will not refuse to confirm my statement that I invited you through Mr. Lebeziatnikov solely in order to discuss with you the hopeless and destitute position of your relative, Katerina Ivanovna, whose dinner I was unable to attend, and the advisability of getting up something of the nature of a subscription, lottery, or the like, for her benefit. You thanked me, and even shed tears. I describe all this as it took place, primarily to recall it to your mind, and secondly to show you that not the slightest detail has escaped my recollection. Then I took a 10-rouble note from the table and handed it to you by way of first installment on my part for the benefit of your relative. Mr. Lebeziatnikov saw all this. Then I accompanied you to the door, you being still in the same state of embarrassment, after which, being left alone with Mr. Lebeziatnikov, I talked to him for 10 minutes. Then Mr. Lebeziatnikov went out, and I returned to the table with the money lying on it, intending to count it and to put it aside, as I proposed doing before. To my surprise, 100-rouble note had disappeared. Kindly consider the position. Mr. Lebeziatnikov, I cannot suspect. I am ashamed to allude to such a supposition. I cannot have made a mistake in my reckoning, for the minute before your entrance I had finished my accounts and found the total correct. You will admit that, recollecting your embarrassment, your eagerness to get away, and the fact that you kept your hands for some time on the table, and taking into consideration your social position and the habits associated with it, I was, so to say, with horror and positively against my will, compelled to entertain a suspicion, a cruel but justifiable suspicion. I will add further, and repeat, that in spite of my positive conviction, I realize that I run a certain risk in making this accusation, but as you see, I could not let it pass. I have taken action, and I will tell you why. Solely, madam, solely owing to your black ingratitude. Why I invite you for the benefit of your destitute relative. I present you with my donation of 10 roubles, and you, on the spot, repay me for all that with such an action. It is too bad. You need a lesson. Reflect. Moreover, like a true friend, I beg you, and you could have no better friend at this moment, think what you are doing. Otherwise, I shall be immovable. Well, what do you say?
I have taken nothing.
Sonia whispered in terror.
You gave me 10 roubles. Here it is. Take it.
Sonia pulled her handkerchief out of her pocket, untied a corner of it, took out the 10-rouble note, and gave it to Luzhin.
And the 100 roubles You do not confess to taking?
He insisted reproachfully, not taking the note. Sonia looked about her. All were looking at her with such awful, stern, ironical, hostile eyes. She looked at Raskolnikov. He stood against the wall, with his arms crossed, looking at her with glowing eyes.
Good God!
Broke from Sonia.
Amalia Ivanovna, we shall have to send word to the police, and therefore I humbly beg you meanwhile to send for the house porter.
Luzhin said softly and even kindly.
Gott der Barmherzige! I knew she was the thief!
Cried Amalia Ivanovna, throwing up her hands.
You knew it?
Luzhin caught her up.
Then I suppose you had some reason before this for thinking so. I beg you, worthy Amalia Ivanovna, to remember your words which have been uttered before witnesses.
There was a buzz of loud conversation on all sides. All were in movement.
What?
Cried Katerina Ivanovna, suddenly realizing the position, and she rushed at Luzhin.
What? You accuse her of stealing? Sonia? Ah, the wretches, the wretches!
And running to Sonia, she flung her wasted arms around her and held her as in a vice.
Sonia, how dare you take 10 rubles from him? Foolish girl, give it to me. Give me the 10 rubles at once. Here.
And snatching the note from Sonia, Katerina Ivanovna crumpled it up and flung it straight into Luzhin's face. It hit him in the eye and fell on the ground. Amalia Ivanovna hastened to pick it up. Pyotr Petrovich lost his temper.
Hold that mad woman!
He shouted. At that moment several other persons besides Lebeziatnikov appeared in the doorway, among them the 2 ladies.
What? Mad? Am I mad? Idiot!
Shrieked Katerina Ivanovna.
You are an idiot yourself. Pettifogging lawyer, base man. Sonia! Sonia, take his money! Sonia, a thief! Why, she'd give away her last penny.
And Katerina Ivanovna broke into hysterical laughter.
Did you ever see such an idiot?
She turned from side to side.
And you too?
She suddenly saw the landlady.
And you too, sausage eater? You declare that she is a thief? You trashy Prussian hen's leg in a crinoline. She hasn't been out of this room. She came straight from you, you wretch, and sat down beside me. Everyone saw her. She sat here by Rodion Romanovich. Search her. Since she's not left the room, the money would have to be on her. Search her. Search her. But if you don't find it, then excuse me, my dear fellow, you'll answer for it. I'll go to our sovereign, to our gracious Tsar himself, and throw myself at his feet today. This minute. I am alone in the world. They would let me in. Do you think they wouldn't? You're wrong. I will get in. I will get in. You reckon on her meekness. You relied upon that. But I am not so submissive, let me tell you. You've gone too far yourself. Search her. Search her.
And Katerina Ivanovna, in a frenzy, shook Luzhin and dragged him towards Sonia.
I am ready. I'll be responsible. But calm yourself, madam. Calm yourself. I see that you are not so submissive. Well, but as to that,
Luzhin muttered,
that ought to be before the police, though indeed there are witnesses enough as it is. I am ready. But in any case, it's difficult for a man, on account of her sex. But with the help of Amalia Ivanovna, though of course it's not the way to do things. How is it to be done?
As you will. Let anyone who likes search her,
cried Katerina Ivanovna.
Sonia, turn out your pockets. See, look, monster. The pocket is empty. Here was her handkerchief. Here's the other pocket. Look. Do you see? Do you see?
And Katerina Ivanovna turned, or rather snatched, both pockets inside out. But from the right pocket a piece of paper flew out, and describing a parabola in the air, fell at Luzhin's feet. Everyone saw it, several cried out. Piotr Petrovich stooped down, picked up the paper in 2 fingers, lifted it where all could see it, and opened it. It was a 100-ruble note folded in 8. Piotr Petrovich held up the note, showing it to everyone.
Thief! Out of my lodging! Police! Police!
Yelled Amalia Ivanovna.
They must to Siberia be sent. Away!
Exclamations arose on all sides. Raskolnikov was silent, keeping his eyes fixed on Sonia, except for an occasional rapid glance at Luzhin. Sonia stood still, as though unconscious. She was hardly able to feel surprise. Suddenly the colour rushed to her cheeks. She uttered a cry and hid her face in her hands.
No, it wasn't I. I didn't take it. I know nothing about it,
she cried with a heart-rending wail, and she ran to Katerina Ivanovna, who clasped her tightly in her arms, as though she would shelter her from all the world.
Sonia! Sonia! I don't believe it. You see, I don't believe it,
she cried in the face of the obvious fact, swaying her to and fro in her arms like a baby, kissing her face continually, then snatching at her hands and kissing them too.
You took it? How stupid these people are! Oh dear, you are fools! Fools!
she cried, addressing the whole room.
You don't know. You don't know what a heart she has, what a girl she is. She, take it, she! She'd sell her last rag. She'd go barefoot to help you if you needed it. That's what she is. She has a yellow passport because my children were starving. She sold herself for us. Ah, husband, husband, do you see? Do you see? What a memorial dinner for you! Merciful heavens! Defend her! Why are you all standing still? Rodion Romanovich, why don't you stand up for her? Do you believe it too? You are not worth her little finger, all of you together. Good God! Defend her now, at least.
The wail of the poor, consumptive, helpless woman seemed to produce a great effect on her audience. The agonized, wasted, consumptive face, the parched, blood-stained lips, the hoarse voice, the tears unrestrained as a child's, the trustful, childish, and yet despairing prayer for help were so piteous that everyone seemed to feel for her. Piotr Petrovich, at any rate, was at once moved to compassion.
Madam, madam, this incident does not reflect upon you,
he cried impressively.
No one would take upon himself to accuse you of being an instigator or even an accomplice in it, especially as you have proved her guilt by turning out her pockets, showing that you had no previous idea of it. I am most ready to show compassion, if poverty, so to speak, drove Sofya Semyonovna to it. But why did you refuse to confess, mademoiselle? Were you afraid of the disgrace? The first step. You lost your head, perhaps. One can quite understand it. But how could you have lowered yourself to such an action? Gentlemen,
he addressed the whole company.
Gentlemen, compassionate, and, so to say, commiserating these people, I am ready to overlook it even now, in spite of the personal insult lavished upon me. And may this disgrace be a lesson to you for the future,
he said, addressing Sonia.
And I will carry the matter no further. Enough.
Piotr Petrovich stole a glance at Raskolnikov. Their eyes met, and the fire in Raskolnikov's seemed ready to reduce him to ashes. Meanwhile Katerina Ivanovna apparently heard nothing. She was kissing and hugging Sonia like a madwoman. The children too were embracing Sonia on all sides, and Polenka, though she did not fully understand what was wrong, was drowned in tears and shaking with sobs, as she hid her pretty little face, swollen with weeping, on Sonia's shoulder.
How vile!
A loud voice cried suddenly in the doorway. Piotr Petrovich looked round quickly.
What vileness!
Lebeziatnikov repeated, staring him straight in the face. Piotr Petrovich gave a positive start. All noticed it and recalled it afterwards. Lebeziatnikov strode into the room.
And you dared to call me as witness?
he said, going up to Piotr Petrovitch.
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Muttered Luzhin.
I mean that you are a slanderer. That's what my words mean.
Lebeziatnikov said hotly, looking sternly at him with his short-sighted eyes. He was extremely angry. Raskolnikov gazed intently at him, as though seizing and weighing each word. Again there was a silence. Piotr Petrovitch indeed seemed almost dumbfounded for the first moment.
If you mean that for me...
he began, stammering.
But what's the matter with you? Are you out of your mind?
I'm in my mind, but you are a scoundrel. Ah, how vile. I have heard everything. I kept waiting on purpose to understand it, for I must own even now it is not quite logical. What you have done it all for, I can't understand.
Why, what have I done, then? Give over talking in your nonsensical riddles, or maybe you are drunk.
You may be a drunkard, perhaps, vile man, but I am not. I never touch vodka, for it's against my convictions. Would you believe it? He himself, with his own hands, gave Sofia Semyonovna that 100-rouble note. I saw it. I was a witness. I'll take my oath. He did it. He!
Repeated Lebeziatnikov, addressing all.
Are you crazy, milksop?
Squealed Luzhin.
She is herself before you. She herself here declared just now before everyone that I gave her only 10 roubles. How could I have given it to her?
I saw it.
Lebeziatnikov repeated.
And though it is against my principles, I am ready this very minute to take any oath you like before the court, for I saw how you slipped it in her pocket. Only like a fool I thought you did it out of kindness. When you were saying good-bye to her at the door, while you held her hand in one hand, with the other, the left, you slipped the note into her pocket. I saw it!
Luzhin turned pale.
What lies!
He cried imprudently.
Why, how could you, standing by the window, see the note? You fancied it with your short-sighted eyes. You are raving.
No, I didn't fancy it. And though I was standing some way off, I saw it all. And though it certainly would be hard to distinguish a note from the window, that's true, I knew for certain that it was a 100-rouble note because, when you were going to give Sofia Semyonovna 10 roubles, you took up from the table a 100-rouble note. I saw it because I was standing near then, and an idea struck me at once, so that I did not forget you had it in your hand. You folded it and kept it in your hand all the time. I didn't think of it again until, when you were getting up, you changed it from your right hand to your left and nearly dropped it. I noticed it because the same idea struck me again, that you meant to do her a kindness without my seeing. You can fancy how I watched you, and I saw how you succeeded in slipping it into her pocket. I saw it. I'll take my oath.
Lebeziatnikov was almost breathless. Exclamations arose on all hands, chiefly expressive of wonder, but some were menacing in tone. They all crowded round Piotr Petrovitch. Katerina Ivanovna flew to Lebeziatnikov.
I was mistaken in you. Protect her. You are the only one to take her part. She is an orphan. God has sent you.
Katerina Ivanovna, hardly knowing what she was doing, sank on her knees before him.
A pack of nonsense!
Yelled Luzhin, roused to fury.
It's all nonsense you've been talking. An idea struck you. You didn't think. You noticed. What does it amount to? So I gave it to her on the sly on purpose? What for? With what object? What have I to do with this?
What for? That's what I can't understand. But that what I am telling you is the fact, that's certain. So far from my being mistaken, you infamous criminal man, I remember how, on account of it, a question occurred to me at once, just when I was thanking you and pressing your hand. What made you put it secretly in her pocket? What made you do it secretly, I mean? Could it be simply to conceal it from me, knowing that my convictions are opposed to yours, and that I do not approve of private benevolence, which effects no radical cure? Well, I decided that you really were ashamed of giving such a large sum before me. Perhaps, too, I thought he wants to give her a surprise when she finds a whole 100-rouble note in her pocket. For I know some benevolent people are very fond of decking out their charitable actions in that way. Then the idea struck me, too, that you wanted to test her, to see whether, when she found it, she would come to thank you. Then, too, that you wanted to avoid thanks, and that, as the saying is, your right hand should not know, something of that sort, in fact. I thought of so many possibilities that I put off considering it, but still thought it indelicate to show you that I knew your secret. But another idea struck me again, that Sofia Semyonovna might easily lose the money before she noticed it. That was why I decided to come in here, to call her out of the room, and to tell her that you put 100 roubles in her pocket. But on my way I went first to Madame Kobilatnikov's to take them the general treatise on the positive method, and especially to recommend Piderit's article, and also Wagner's. Then I come on here, and what a state of things I find! Now, could I have all these ideas and reflections if I had not seen you put the 100-rouble note in her pocket?
When Lebeziatnikov finished his long-winded harangue with the logical deduction at the end, he was quite tired, and the perspiration streamed from his face. He could not, alas, even express himself correctly in Russian, though he knew no other language, so that he was quite exhausted, almost emaciated after this heroic exploit. But his speech produced a powerful effect. He had spoken with such vehemence, with such conviction, that everyone obviously believed him. Piotr Petrovich felt that the things were going badly with him.
"What is it to do with me if silly ideas did occur to you?"
he shouted.
"That's no evidence. You may have dreamt it, that's all. And I tell you, you are lying, sir. You are lying and slandering from some spite against me, simply from pique, because I did not agree with your free-thinking, godless social propositions."
But this retort did not benefit Piotr Petrovich. Murmurs of disapproval were heard on all sides.
"Ah, that's your line now, is it?"
cried Lebeziatnikov.
"That's nonsense. Call the police and I'll take my oath. There's only one thing I can't understand. What made him risk such a contemptible action? Oh, pitiful, despicable man!"
I can explain why he risked such an action, and if necessary I too will swear to it.
Raskolnikov said at last in a firm voice, and he stepped forward. He appeared to be firm and composed. Everyone felt clearly from the very look of him that he really knew about it, and that the mystery would be solved.
"Now I can explain it all to myself,"
said Raskolnikov, addressing Lebeziatnikov.
"From the very beginning of the business I suspected that there was some scoundrelly intrigue at the bottom of it. I began to suspect it from some special circumstances known to me only, which I will explain at once to everyone. They account for everything. Your valuable evidence has finally made everything clear to me. I beg all to listen. This gentleman,"
he pointed to Luzhin,
"was recently engaged to be married to a young lady, my sister, Avdotia Romanova Raskolnikov. But coming to Petersburg he quarrelled with me the day before yesterday at our first meeting, and I drove him out of my room. I have 2 witnesses to prove it. He is a very spiteful man. The day before yesterday I did not know that he was staying here, in your room, and that consequently on the very day we quarrelled, the day before yesterday, he saw me give Katerina Ivanovna some money for the funeral, as a friend of the late Mr. Marmeladov. He at once wrote a note to my mother and informed her that I have given away all my money, not to Katerina Ivanovna, but to Sofia Simonovna, and referred in a most contemptible way to the character of Sofia Simonovna. That is, hinted at the character of my attitude to Sofia Simonovna. All this, you understand, was with the object of dividing me from my mother and sister, by insinuating that I was squandering on unworthy objects the money which they had sent me, and which was all they had. Yesterday evening, before my mother and sister, and in his presence, I declared that I had given the money to Katerina Ivanovna for the funeral, and not to Sofia Simonovna, and that I had no acquaintance with Sophia Simonovna, and have never seen her before, indeed. At the same time, I added that he, Pyotr Petrovitch Lurin, with all his virtues, was not worth Sophia Simonovna's little finger, though he spoke so ill of her. To his question, would I let Sophia Simonovna sit down beside my sister, I answered that I had already done so that day. Irritated that my mother and sister were unwilling to quarrel with me at his insinuations, he gradually began being unpardonably rude to them. A final rupture took place, and he was turned out of the house. All this happened yesterday evening. Now I beg your special attention. Consider, if he had now succeeded in proving that Sophia Simonovna was a thief, he would have shown to my mother and sister that he was almost right in his suspicions, that he had reason to be angry at my putting my sister on a level with Sophia Simonovna, and that in attacking me he was protecting and preserving the honor of my sister, his betrothed. In fact, he might even, through all this, have been able to estrange me from my family, and no doubt he hoped to be restored to favor with them, to say nothing of revenging himself on me personally, for he has grounds for supposing that the honor and happiness of Sophia Simonovna are very precious to me. That was what he was working for. That's how I understand it. That's the whole reason for it, and there can be no other.
It was like this, or somewhat like this, that Raskolnikov wound up his speech, which was followed very attentively, though often interrupted by exclamations from his audience. But in spite of interruptions he spoke clearly, calmly, exactly, firmly. His decisive voice, his tone of conviction, and his stern face made a great impression on everyone.
Yes, that's it.
Lebeziatnikov assented gleefully.
That must be it, for he asked me as soon as Sophia Semyonovna came into our room whether you were here, whether I had seen you among Katerina Ivanovna's guests. He called me aside to the window and asked me in secret. It was essential for him that you should be here. That's it!
Luzhin smiled contemptuously and did not speak, but he was very pale. He seemed to be deliberating on some means of escape. Perhaps he would have been glad to give up everything and get away, but at the moment this was scarcely possible. It would have implied admitting the truth of the accusations brought against him. Moreover, the company, which had already been excited by drink, was now too much stirred to allow it. The commissariat clerk, though indeed he had not grasped the whole position, was shouting louder than anyone, and was making some suggestions very unpleasant to Luzhin. But not all those present were drunk. Lodgers came in from all the rooms. The three Poles were tremendously excited, and were continually shouting at him,
"Pan is a Wajdak,"
and muttering threats in Polish. Sonia had been listening with strained attention, though she too seemed unable to grasp it all. She seemed as though she had just returned to consciousness. She did not take her eyes off Raskolnikov, feeling that all her safety lay in him. Katerina Ivanovna breathed hard and painfully, and seemed fearfully exhausted. Amalia Ivanovna stood looking more stupid than anyone, with her mouth wide open, unable to make out what had happened. She only saw that Piotr Petrovich had somehow come to grief. Raskolnikov was attempting to speak again, but they did not let him. Everyone was crowding round Luzhin with threats and shouts of abuse. But Piotr Petrovich was not intimidated. Seeing that his accusation of Sonia had completely failed, he had recourse to insolence.
"Allow me, gentlemen, allow me. Don't squeeze. Let me pass,"
he said, making his way through the crowd.
"And no threats, if you please. I assure you it will be useless. You will gain nothing by it. On the contrary, you'll have to answer, gentlemen, for violently obstructing the course of justice. The thief has been more than unmasked, and I shall prosecute. Our judges are not so blind and not so drunk, and will not believe the testimony of two notorious infidels, agitators, and atheists, who accuse me from motives of personal revenge, which they are foolish enough to admit. Yes, allow me to pass."
Don't let me find a trace of you in my room. Kindly leave at once, and everything is at an end between us. When I think of the trouble I've been taking, the way I've been expounding All this fortnight.
I told you myself today that I was going, when you tried to keep me. Now I will simply add that you are a fool. I advise you to see a doctor for your brains and your short sight. Let me pass, gentlemen."
He forced his way through, but the commissariat clerk was unwilling to let him off so easily. He picked up a glass from the table, brandished it in the air, and flung it at Piotr Petrovich, but the glass flew straight at Amalia Ivanovna. She screamed, and the clerk, overbalancing, fell heavily under the table. Piotr Petrovich made his way to his room, and half an hour later had left the house. Sonia, timid by nature, had felt before that day that she could be ill-treated more easily than anyone, and that she could be wronged with impunity. Yet till that moment she had fancied that she might escape misfortune by care, gentleness, and submissiveness before everyone. Her disappointment was too great. She could of course bear with patience and almost without murmuring anything, even this, but for the first minute she felt it too bitter. In spite of her triumph and her justification, when her first terror and stupefaction had passed, and she could understand it all clearly, the feeling of her helplessness and of the wrong done to her made her heart throb with anguish, and she was overcome with hysterical weeping. At last, unable to bear any more, she rushed out of the room and ran home, almost immediately after Luzhin's departure. When amidst loud laughter the glass flew at Amalia Ivanovna, it was more than the landlady could endure. With a shriek she rushed like a fury at Caterina Ivanovna, considering her to blame for everything.
"Out of my lodgings! At once! Quick! March!"
And with these words she began snatching up everything she could lay her hands on that belonged to Caterina Ivanovna and throwing it on the floor. Caterina Ivanovna, pale, almost fainting, and gasping for breath, jumped up from the bed where she had sunk in exhaustion and darted at Amalia Ivanovna. But the battle was too unequal. The landlady waved her away like a feather.
"What? As though that godless calumny was not enough, this vile creature attacks me! What? On the day of my husband's funeral I am turned out of my lodging? After eating my bread and salt she turns me into the street, with my orphans. Where am I to go?"
Wailed the poor woman, sobbing and gasping.
"Good God!"
she cried with flashing eyes.
"Is there no justice upon earth? Whom should you protect if not us orphans? We shall see. There is law and justice on earth, there is. I will find it. Wait a bit, godless creature. Polenka, stay with the children. I'll come back. Wait for me if you have to wait in the street. We will see whether there is justice on earth."
And throwing over her head that green shawl which Marmeladov had mentioned to Raskolnikov, Caterina Ivanovna squeezed her way through the disorderly and drunken crowd of lodgers who still filled the room, and, wailing and tearful, she ran into the street, with a vague intention of going at once somewhere to find justice. Polenka, with the two little ones in her arms, crouched terrified on the trunk in the corner of the room, where she waited trembling for her mother to come back. Amalia Ivanovna raged about the room, shrieking, lamenting, and throwing everything she came across on the floor. The lodgers talked incoherently, some commented to the best of their ability on what had happened, others quarrelled and swore at one another, while others struck up a song.
"Now it's time for me to go,"
thought Raskolnikov.
"Well, Sofia Simonovna, we shall see what you'll say now."
And he set off in the direction of Sonia's lodgings. End of Part 5, Chapter 3. Section 30 of Crime and Punishment. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. Part 5, Chapter 4. Raskolnikov had been a vigorous and active champion of Sonia against Luzhin, although he had such a load of horror and anguish in his own heart. But having gone through so much in the morning, he found a sort of relief in a change of sensations, apart from the strong personal feeling which impelled him to defend Sonia. He was agitated too, especially at some moments by the thoughts of his approaching interview with Sonia. He had to tell her who had killed Lizaveta. He knew the terrible suffering it would be to him and, as it were, brushed away the thought of it. So when he cried as he left Katerina Ivanovna's,
"Well, Sofia Simonovna, we'll see what you'll say now,"
he was still superficially excited, still vigorous and defiant from his triumph over Luzhin. But, strange to say, by the time he reached Sonia's lodgings, he felt a sudden impotence and fear. He stood still in hesitation at the door, asking himself the strange question, must he tell her who killed Lizaveta? It was a strange question, because he felt at the very time not only that he could not help telling her, but also that he could not put off the telling. He did not yet know why it must be so, he only felt it, and the agonizing sense of his impotence before the inevitable almost crushed him. To cut short his hesitation and suffering, he quickly opened the door and looked at Sonia from the doorway. She was sitting with her elbows on the table and her face in her hands, but seeing Raskolnikov, she got up at once and came to meet him as though she were expecting him.
"What would have become of me but for you?"
she said quickly, meeting him in the middle of the room. Evidently she was in haste to say this to him, it was what she had been waiting for. Raskolnikov went to the table and sat down on the chair from which she had only just risen. She stood facing him, 2 steps away, just as she had done the day before.
"Well, Sonia?"
he said, and felt that his voice was trembling.
"Was all due to your social position and the habits associated with it. Did you understand that just now?"
Her face showed her distress.
"Only don't talk to me as you did yesterday,"
she interrupted him.
"Please don't begin it. There is misery enough without that."
She made haste to smile, afraid that he might not like the reproach.
"I was silly to come away from there. What is happening there now? I wanted to go back directly, but I kept thinking that you would come."
He told her that Amalia Ivanovna was turning them out of their lodging, and that Katerina Ivanovna had run off somewhere to seek justice.
"My God!"
cried Sonia.
"Let's go at once!"
And she snatched up her cape.
"It's everlastingly the same thing,"
said Raskolnikov irritably.
"You've no thought except for them. Stay a little with me."
"But Katerina Ivanovna—"
"You won't lose Katerina Ivanovna, you may be sure. She'll come to you herself since she has run out,"
he added peevishly.
"If she doesn't find you here, you'll be blamed for it."
Sonia sat down in painful suspense. Raskolnikov was silent, gazing at the floor and deliberating.
"This time Lurin did not want to prosecute you,"
he began, not looking at Sonia.
"But if he'd wanted to, if it had suited his plans, he would have sent you to prison, if it had not been for Lebezetnikov and me. Ah?"
"Yes,"
she assented in a faint voice.
"Yes,"
she repeated, preoccupied and distressed.
"But I might easily not have been there. And it was quite an accident Lebezetnikov's turning up."
Sonia was silent.
"And if you'd gone to prison, what then? Do you remember what I said yesterday?"
Again she did not answer. He waited.
"I thought you would cry out again. Don't speak of it. Leave off."
Raskolnikov gave a laugh, but rather a forced one.
"What, silence again?"
he asked a minute later.
"We must talk about something, you know. It would be interesting for me to know how you would decide a certain problem, as Lebezetnikov would say."
He was beginning to lose the thread.
"No, really, I am serious. Imagine, Sonia, that you had known all Lurin's intentions beforehand. Known, that is, for a fact, that they would be the ruin of Katerina Ivanovna and the children and yourself thrown in, since you don't count yourself for anything. Polinka, too, for she'll go the same way. Well, if suddenly it all depended on your decision whether he or they should go on living, that is, whether Lurin should go on living and doing wicked things, or Katerina Ivanovna should die, how would you decide which of them was to die, I ask you?"
Sonia looked uneasily at him. There was something peculiar in this hesitating question, which seemed approaching something in a roundabout way.
"I felt that you were going to ask me some question like that,"
she said, looking inquisitively at him.
"I dare say you did, but how is it to be answered?"
Why do you ask about what could not happen?
Said Sonia reluctantly.
Then it would be better for Lurin to go on living and doing wicked things. You haven't dared to decide even that.
But I can't know the divine providence. And why do you ask what can't be answered? What's the use of such foolish questions? How could it happen that it should depend on my decision? Who has made me a judge to decide who is to live and who is not to live?
Oh, if the divine providence is to be mixed up in it, there is no doing anything.
Raskolnikov grumbled morosely.
You'd better say straight out what you want.
Sonia cried in distress.
You are leading up to something again. Can you have come simply to torture me?
She could not control herself and began crying bitterly. He looked at her in gloomy misery. 5 minutes passed.
Of course you're right, Sonia,
he said softly at last. He was suddenly changed. His tone of assumed arrogance and helpless defiance was gone. Even his voice was suddenly weak.
I told you yesterday that I was not coming to ask forgiveness, and almost the first thing I've said is to ask forgiveness. I said that about Lurin and Providence for my own sake. I was asking forgiveness, Sonia.
He tried to smile, but there was something helpless and incomplete in his pale smile. He bowed his head and hid his face in his hands. And suddenly a strange, surprising sensation of a sort of bitter hatred for Sonia passed through his heart. As it were, wondering and frightened of this sensation, he raised his head and looked intently at her, but he met her uneasy and painfully anxious eyes fixed on him. There was love in them. His hatred vanished like a phantom. It was not the real feeling. He had taken the one feeling for the other. It only meant that that minute had come. He hid his face in his hands again and bowed his head. Suddenly he turned pale, got up from his chair, looked at Sonia, and without uttering a word, sat down mechanically on her bed. His sensations that moment were terribly like the moment when he had stood over that old woman with the axe in his hand and felt that he must not lose another minute.
What's the matter?
Asked Sonia, dreadfully frightened. He could not utter a word. This was not at all the way he had intended to tell, and he did not understand what was happening to him now. She went up to him, softly, sat down on the bed beside him and waited, not taking her eyes off him. Her heart throbbed and sank. It was unendurable. He turned his deathly pale face to her. His lips worked, helplessly struggling to utter something. A pang of terror passed through Sonia's heart.
What's the matter?
She repeated, drawing a little away from him.
Nothing, Sonia, don't be frightened. It's nonsense. It really is nonsense if you think of it.
He muttered, like a man in delirium.
Why have I come to torture you?
He added, suddenly, looking at her.
Why, really? I keep asking myself that question, Sonia.
He had perhaps been asking himself that question a quarter of an hour before, but now he spoke helplessly, hardly knowing what he said, and feeling a continual tremor all over.
Oh, how you are suffering,
she muttered in distress, looking intently at him.
It's all nonsense. Listen, Sonia.
He suddenly smiled, a pale, helpless smile for 2 seconds.
You remember what I meant to tell you yesterday?
Sonia waited uneasily.
I said as I went away that perhaps I was saying goodbye forever, but that if I came today I would tell you who killed Lizaveta.
She began trembling all over.
Well, here I've come to tell you.
Then you really meant it yesterday?
She whispered with difficulty.
How do you know?
She asked quickly, as though suddenly regaining her reason. Sonia's face grew paler and paler, and she breathed painfully.
I know.
She paused a minute.
Have they found him?
She asked timidly.
No.
Then how do you know about it?
She asked again, hardly audibly, and again after a minute's pause. He turned to her and looked very intently at her.
Yes,
he said, with the same distorted, helpless smile. A shudder passed over her.
But why do you frighten me like this?
She said, smiling like a child.
I must be a great friend of his, since I know.
Raskolnikov went on, still gazing into her face, as though he could not turn his eyes away.
He did not mean to kill that Lizaveta. He killed her accidentally. He meant to kill the old woman when she was alone, and he went there. And then Lizaveta came in. He killed her too.
Another awful moment passed. Both still gazed at one another.
You can't guess, then?
He asked suddenly, feeling as though he were flinging himself down from a steeple.
No,
whispered Sonia.
Take a good look.
As soon as he had said this again, the same familiar sensation froze his heart. He looked at her, and all at once seemed to see in her face the face of Lizaveta. He remembered clearly the expression in Lizaveta's face when he approached her with the axe, and she stepped back to the wall, putting out her hand with childish terror in her face, looking as little children do when they begin to be frightened of something, looking intently and uneasily at what frightens them, shrinking back and holding out their little hands on the point of crying. Almost the same thing happened now to Sonia. With the same helplessness and the same terror, she looked at him for a while, and, suddenly putting out her left hand, pressed her fingers faintly against his breast, and slowly began to get up from the bed, moving further from him, and keeping her eyes fixed even more immovably on him. Her terror infected him. The same fear showed itself on his face. In the same way he stared at her, and almost with the same childish smile.
Have you guessed?
He whispered at last.
Good God!
Broke in an awful wail from her bosom. She sank helplessly on the bed with her face in the pillows, but a moment later she got up, moved quickly to him, seized both his hands, and, gripping them tight in her thin fingers, began looking into his face again with the same intent stare. In this last desperate look she tried to look into him and catch some last hope. But there was no hope, there was no doubt remaining, it was all true. Later on, indeed, when she recalled that moment, she thought it strange and wondered why she had seen at once that there was no doubt. She could not have said, for instance, that she had foreseen something of sort. And yet now, as soon as he told her, she suddenly fancied that she had really foreseen this very thing.
Stop, Sonia, enough. Don't torture me.
He begged her miserably. It was not at all like this he had thought of telling her, but this is how it happened. She jumped up, seeming not to know what she was doing, and, wringing her hands, walked into the middle of the room, but quickly went back, and sat back again beside him, her shoulder almost touching his. All of a sudden she started as though she had been stabbed, uttered a cry, and fell on her knees before him, she did not know why.
What have you done? What have you done to yourself?
She said in despair, and jumping up, she flung herself on his neck, threw her arms round him, and held him tightly. Raskolnikov drew back and looked at her with a mournful smile.
You are a strange girl, Sonia. You kiss me and hug me when I tell you about that. You don't think what you were doing.
There is no one in the whole world now so unhappy as you.
She cried in a frenzy, not hearing what he said, and she suddenly broke into violent hysterical weeping. A feeling long unfamiliar to him flooded his heart and softened it at once. He did not struggle against it. 2 tears started into his eyes and hung on his eyelashes.
Then you won't leave me, Sonia?
He said, looking at her almost with hope.
No, never, nowhere,
cried Sonia.
I will follow you everywhere. Oh my God, oh how miserable I am. Why didn't I know you before? Why didn't you come before? Oh dear.
Here I have come.
Yes, now, what's to be done now? Together,
she repeated, as it were unconsciously, and she hugged him again.
I'll follow you to Siberia.
He recoiled at this, and the same hostile, even haughty smile came to his lips.
Perhaps I don't want to go to Siberia yet, Sonia,
he said. Sonia looked at him quickly. Again, after her first passionate, agonizing sympathy for the unhappy man, the terrible idea of the murder overwhelmed her. In his changed tone she seemed to hear the murderer speaking. She looked at him bewildered. She knew nothing as yet, why, how, with what object it had been. Now all these questions rushed at once into her mind. and again she could not believe it.
He is a murderer? Could it be true? What's the meaning of it? Where am I?
She said in complete bewilderment, as though still unable to recover herself.
How could you, a man like you, how could you bring yourself to it? What does it mean?
Oh, well, to plunder. Leave off, Sonia,
he answered wearily, almost with vexation. Sonia stood as though struck dumb, but suddenly she cried,
You were hungry. It was to help your mother, yes?
No, Sonia, no,
he muttered, turning away and hanging his head.
I was not so hungry. I certainly did want to help my mother, but that's not the real thing either. Don't torture me, Sonia.
Sonia clasped her hands.
Could it all be true? Good God, what a truth! Who could believe it? And how could you give away your last farthing and yet rob and murder?
she cried suddenly.
That money you gave Katerina Ivanovna, that money, can that money...
No, Sonia,
he broke in hurriedly.
That money was not it. Don't worry yourself. That money my mother sent me, and it came when I was ill. The day I gave it to you, Razumikin saw it. He received it for me. That money was mine, my own.
Sonia listened to him in bewilderment, and did her utmost to comprehend.
And that money... I don't even know really whether there was any money,
he added softly, as though reflecting.
I took a purse off her neck, made of chamois leather. A purse stuffed full of something. But I didn't look in it. I suppose I hadn't time. And the things, chains and trinkets, I buried under a stone with the purse next morning a yard off the V Prospect. They're all there now.
Sonia strained every nerve to listen.
Then why, you said you did it to rob, but you took nothing,
she asked quickly, catching at a straw.
I don't know. I haven't yet decided whether to take that money or not,
he said, musing again, and seeming to wake up from a start, he gave a brief, ironical smile.
Ah, what silly stuff I am talking, eh?
The thought flashed through Sonia's mind. Wasn't he mad? But she dismissed it at once.
No, it was something else.
She could make nothing of it. Nothing.
Do you know, Sonia?
he said suddenly with conviction.
Let me tell you. If I'd simply killed because I was hungry...
laying stress on every word, and looking enigmatically but sincerely at her.
I should be happy now. You must believe that. What would it matter to you?
he cried a moment later, with a sort of despair.
What would it matter to you if I were to confess that I did wrong? What do you gain by such a stupid triumph over me? Ah, Sonia, was it for that I've come to you today?
Again Sonia tried to say something, but did not speak.
I asked you to go with me yesterday, because you are all I have left.
Go where?
asked Sonia timidly.
Not to steal and not to murder. Don't be anxious.
He smiled bitterly.
We are so different. And you know, Sonia, it's only now, only this moment, that I understand where I asked you to go with me yesterday. Yesterday, when I said it, I did not know where. I asked you for one thing. I came to you for one thing, not to leave me. You won't leave me, Sonia.
She squeezed his hand.
And why? Why did I tell her? Why did I let her know?
He cried a minute later in despair, looking with infinite anguish at her.
Here you expect an explanation from me, Sonia. You are sitting and waiting for it, I see that. But what can I tell you? You won't understand and will only suffer misery. On my account. Well, you are crying and embracing me again. Why do you do it? Because I couldn't bear my burden and have come to throw it on another? You suffer too, and I shall feel better. And can you love such a mean wretch?
But aren't you suffering too?
cried Sonia. Again a wave of the same feeling surged into his heart, and again for an instant softened it.
Sonia, I have such a bad heart. Take note of that. It may explain a great deal. I have come because I am bad. There are men who wouldn't have come. But I am a coward, and a mean wretch. But never mind. That's not the point. I must speak now, but I don't know how to begin.
He paused and sank into thought.
Ah, we are so different.
he cried again.
We are not alike. And why did I come? I shall never forgive myself for that.
No, no, it was a good thing you came,
cried Sonia.
It's better I should know, far better.
He looked at her with anguish.
What if it were really that?
He said, as though reaching a conclusion.
Yes, that's what it was. I wanted to become a Napoleon. That's why I killed her. Do you understand now?
No.
Sonia whispered naively and timidly.
Only speak, speak. I shall understand. I shall understand in myself.
She kept begging him.
You'll understand. Very well, we shall see.
He paused and was for some time lost in meditation.
It was like this. I asked myself one day this question. What if Napoleon, for instance, had happened to be in my place, and if he had not had Toulon, nor Egypt, nor the passage of Mont Blanc to begin his career with, but instead of all those picturesque and monumental things, there had simply been some ridiculous old hag, a pawnbroker, who had to be murdered, too, to get money from her trunk, for his career, you understand. Well, would he have brought himself to that if there had been no other means? Wouldn't he have felt a pang at its being so far from monumental and sinful, too? Well, I must tell you that I worried myself fearfully over that question, so that I was awfully ashamed when I guessed at last, all of a sudden somehow, that it would not have given him the least pang, that it would not even have struck him, that it was not monumental, that he would not have seen that there was anything in it to pause over, and that if he had had no other way, he would have strangled her in a minute, without thinking about it. Well, I, too, left off thinking about it, murdered her, following his example. And that's exactly how it was. Do you think it funny? Yes, Sonia, the funniest thing of all is that perhaps that's just how it was.
Sonia did not think it at all funny.
You had better tell me straight out, without examples,
she begged, still more timidly and scarcely audibly. He turned to her, looked sadly at her, and took her hands.
You're right again, Sonia. Of course, that's all nonsense. It's almost all talk. You see, you know, of course, that my mother has scarcely anything. My sister happened to have a good education, was condemned to drudge as a governess. All their hopes were centered on me. I was a student, but I couldn't keep myself at the university and was forced for a time to leave it. Even if I had lingered on like that, in 10 or 12 years I might, with luck, hope to be some sort of teacher or clerk with a salary of 1,000 rubles.
He repeated it as though it were a lesson.
And by that time my mother would have been worn out with grief and anxiety, and I could not succeed in keeping her in comfort, while my sister, well, my sister might well have fared worse. And it's a hard thing to pass everything by, all one's life, to turn one's back upon everything, to forget one's mother, and decorously accept the insults inflicted on one's sister. Why should one? When one has buried them, to burden oneself with others, wife and children, and to leave them again without a farthing. So I resolved to gain possession of the old woman's money, and to use it for my first years without worrying my mother, to keep myself at the university and for a little while after leaving it, and to do this all on a broad, thorough scale, so as to build up a completely new career and enter upon a new life of independence. Well, that's all. Well, of course, in killing the old woman I did wrong. Well, that's enough.
He struggled to the end of his speech in exhaustion and let his head sink.
Oh, that's not it. That's not it,
Sonia cried in distress.
How could one? No, that's not right. Not right.
You see yourself that it's not right. But I've spoken truly. It's the truth.
As though that could be the truth. Good God!
I've only killed a louse, Sonia, a useless, loathsome, harmful creature.
A human being. A louse?
I, too, know it wasn't a louse,
he answered, looking strangely at her.
But I am talking nonsense, Sonia,
he added.
I've been talking nonsense a long time. That's not it. You are right there. There were quite other causes for it. I haven't talked to anyone for so long, Sonia. My head aches dreadfully now.
His eyes shone with feverish brilliance, he was almost delirious, an uneasy smile strayed on his lips, his terrible exhaustion could be seen through his excitement. Sonia saw how he was suffering, she too was growing dizzy, and he talked so strangely, it seemed somehow comprehensible, but yet...
But how? How? Good God!
And she wrung her hands in despair.
No, Sonia, that's not it.
He began again suddenly, raising his head as though a new and sudden train of thought had struck, and as it were roused him.
That's not it. Better imagine, yes, it's certainly better. Imagine that I am vain, envious, malicious, base, vindictive, and, well, perhaps with a tendency to insanity. Let's have it all out at once. They've talked of badness already, I noticed. I told you just now I could not keep myself at the university. But do you know that perhaps I might have done? My mother would have sent me what I needed for the fees, and I could have earned enough for clothes, boots, and food, no doubt. Lessons had turned up at half a ruble. Razumikin works. But I turned sulky and wouldn't. Yes, sulkiness, that's the right word for it. I sat in my room like a spider. You've been in my den, you've seen it. And do you know, Sonia, that low ceilings and tiny rooms cramp the soul and the mind? Ah, how I hated that garret. And yet I wouldn't go out of it. I wouldn't on purpose. I didn't go out for days together. And I wouldn't work. I wouldn't even eat. I just lay there doing nothing. If Nastasia brought me anything, I ate it. If she didn't, I went all day without. I wouldn't ask on purpose, from sulkiness. At night I had no light. I lay in the dark and wouldn't earn money for candles. I ought to have studied, but I sold my books. And the dust lies an inch thick on the notebooks on my table. I preferred lying still and thinking. And I kept thinking. And I had dreams all the time. Strange dreams of all sorts, no need to describe. Only then I began to fancy that, no, that's not it. Again, I am telling you wrong. You see, I kept asking myself then, why am I so stupid that if others are stupid, and I know they are, yet I won't be wiser? Then I saw, Sonia, that if one waits for everyone to get wiser, it will take too long. Afterwards I understood that that would never come to pass, that men won't change, and that nobody can alter it, and that it's not worth wasting effort over it. Yes, that's so. That's the law of their nature, Sonia. That's so. And I know now, Sonia, that whoever is strong in mind and spirit will have power over them. Anyone who is greatly daring is right in their eyes. He who despises most things will be a lawgiver among them, and he who dares most of all will be most in the right. So it has been till now, and so it will always be. A man must be blind not to see it.
Though Raskolnikov looked at Sonia as he said this, he no longer cared whether she understood or not. The fever had complete hold of him. He was in a sort of gloomy ecstasy. He certainly had been too long without talking to anyone. Sonia felt that his gloomy creed had become his faith and code.
I divined then, Sonia,
he went on eagerly,
that power is only vouchsafed to the man who dares to stoop and pick it up. There is only one thing needful. One has only to dare. Then, for the first time in my life, an idea took shape in my mind which no one had ever thought of before me. No one. I saw clear as daylight how strange it is that not a single person living in this mad world has had the daring to go straight for it all and send it flying to the devil. I wanted to have the daring. And I killed her. I only wanted to have the daring, Sonia. That was the whole cause of it.
Oh, hush, hush,
cried Sonia, clasping her hands.
You turned away from God, and God has smitten you, has given you over to the devil.
Then, Sonia, when I used to lie there in the dark and all this became clear to me, was it a temptation of the devil, eh?
Hush, don't laugh. Blasphemer, you don't understand. You don't understand. Oh, God, he won't understand.
Hush, Sonia, I am not laughing. I know myself that it was the devil leading me. Hush, Sonia, hush,
he repeated with gloomy insistence.
I know it all. I have thought it all over and whispered it all over to myself, lying there in the dark. I've argued it all over with myself, every point of it, and I know it all. And how sick I was then of going over it all. I have kept wanting to forget it and make a new beginning, Sonia, and leave off thinking. And you don't suppose that I went into it headlong like a fool. I went into it like a wise man, and that was just my destruction. And you mustn't suppose that I didn't know, for instance, that if I began to question myself whether I had the right to gain power, I certainly hadn't the right, or that if I asked myself whether a human being is a louse, it proved that it wasn't so for me, though it might be for a man who would go straight to his goal without asking questions. If I worried myself all those days wondering whether Napoleon would have done it or not, I felt clearly, of course, that I wasn't Napoleon. I had to endure all the agony of that battle of ideas, Sonia, and I longed to throw it off. I wanted to murder without casuistry, to murder for my own sake, for myself alone. I didn't want to lie about it even to myself. It wasn't to help my mother I did the murder. That's nonsense. I didn't do the murder to gain wealth and power, and to become a benefactor of mankind. Nonsense. I simply did it. I did the murder for myself alone. And whether I became a benefactor to others, or spent my life like a spider, catching men in my web and sucking the life out of men, I couldn't have cared at that moment. And it was not the money I wanted, Sonia, when I did it. It was not so much the money I wanted, but something else. I know it all now. Understand me. Perhaps I should never have committed a murder again. I wanted to find out something else. It was something else led me on. I wanted to find out then and quickly whether I was a louse like everybody else or a man, whether I could step over barriers or not, whether I dare stoop to pick up or not, whether I am a trembling creature or whether I have the right.
To kill? Have the right to kill?
Sonia clasped her hands.
Ach, Sonia,
he cried irritably, and seemed about to make some retort, but he was contemptuously silent.
Don't interrupt me, Sonia. I want to prove one thing only, that the devil led me on then, and he has shown me since, that I had not the right to take that path, because I am just such a louse as all the rest. He was mocking me, and here I've come to you now. Welcome your guest. If I were not a louse, should I have come to you? Listen, when I went then to the old woman's, I only went to try. You may be sure of that.
And you murdered her.
But how did I murder her? Is that how men do murders? Do men go to commit a murder as I went then? I will tell you some day how I went. Did I murder the old woman? I murdered myself, not her. I crushed myself once and for all, forever. But it was the devil that killed that old woman, not I. Enough, Sonia, enough. Let me be,
he cried in a sudden spasm of agony.
Let me be.
He leaned his elbows on his knees and squeezed his head in his hands as in a vice.
What suffering?
A wail of anguish broke from Sonia.
Well, what am I to do now?
He asked, suddenly raising his head and looking at her with a face hideously distorted by despair.
What are you to do?
She cried, jumping up, and her eyes that had been full of tears suddenly began to shine.
Stand up!
She seized him by the shoulder. He got up, looking at her almost bewildered.
Go at once, this very minute. Stand at the crossroads, bow down. First kiss the earth, which you have defiled, and then bow down to all the world and say to all men aloud, I am a murderer. Then God will send you life again. Will you go? Will you go?
She asked him, trembling all over, snatching his two hands, squeezing them tight in hers, and gazing at him with eyes full of fire. He was amazed at her sudden ecstasy.
You mean Siberia, Sonia? I must give myself up?
He asked gloomily.
Suffer and expiate your sin by it. That's what you must do.
No, I am not going to them, Sonia.
But how will you go on living? What will you live for?
Cried Sonia.
How is it possible now? Why, how can you talk to your mother? Oh, what will become of them now? But what am I saying? You have abandoned your mother and your sister already. He has abandoned them already. Oh, God!
she cried.
Why, he knows it all himself. How can he live by himself? What will become of you now?
Don't be a child, Sonia,
he said softly.
What wrong have I done them? Why should I go to them? What should I say to them? That's only a phantom. They destroy men by millions themselves and look on it as a virtue. They are knaves and scoundrels, Sonia. I am not going to them. And what should I say to them? That I murdered her, but did not dare to take the money and hid it under a stone?
He added with a bitter smile.
Why, they would laugh at me. They would call me a fool for not getting it. A coward and a fool. They wouldn't understand, and they don't deserve to understand. Why should I go to them? I won't. Don't be a child, Sonia.
It will be too much for you to bear. Too much,
she repeated, holding out her hands in despairing supplication.
Perhaps I've been unfair to myself,
he observed gloomily, pondering.
Perhaps, after all, I am a man and not a louse, and I've been in too great a hurry to condemn myself. I'll make another fight for it.
A haughty smile appeared on his lips.
What a burden to bear, and your whole life, your whole life!
I shall get used to it,
he said grimly and thoughtfully.
Listen,
he began a minute later.
Stop crying. It's time to talk of the facts. I've come to tell you that the police are after me, on my track.
Ah!
Sonia cried in terror.
Well, why do you cry out? You want me to go to Siberia, and now you are frightened? But let me tell you, I shall not give myself up. I shall make a struggle for it, and they won't do anything to me. There's no real evidence. Yesterday I was in great danger and believed I was lost. But today things are going better. All the facts they know can be explained two ways. That's to say, I can turn their accusations to my credit, do you understand? And I shall, for I've learnt my lesson. But they will certainly arrest me. If it had not been for something that happened, they would have done so today for certain. Perhaps even now they will arrest me today. But that's no matter, Sonia. They'll let me out again, for there isn't any real proof against me, and there won't be. I give you my word for it. And they can't convict a man on what they have against me. Enough. I only tell you that you may know. I will try to manage somehow to put it to my mother and sister, so that they won't be frightened. My sister's future is secure, however, now, I believe, and my mother's must be too. Well, that's all. Be careful, though. Will you come and see me in prison when I am there?
Oh, I will. I will.
They sat side by side, both mournful and dejected, as though they had been cast up by the tempest alone on some deserted shore. He looked at Sonia and felt how great was her love for him, and strange to say, he felt it suddenly burdensome and painful to be so loved. Yes, it was a strange and awful sensation. On his way to see Sonia, he had felt that all his hopes rested on her. He expected to be rid of at least part of his suffering. And now, when all her heart turned towards him, he suddenly felt that he was immeasurably unhappier than before.
Sonia,
he said,
you'd better not come and see me when I am in prison.
Sonia did not answer. She was crying. Several minutes passed.
Have you a cross on you?
She asked, as though suddenly thinking of it. He did not at first understand the question.
No, of course not. Here, take this one, of cypress wood. I have another, a copper one that belonged to Lizaveta. I changed with Lizaveta. She gave me her cross, and I gave her my little icon. I will wear Lizaveta's now, and give you this. Take it. It's mine, you know.
She begged him.
We will go to suffer together, and together we will bear our cross.
Give it me,
said Raskolnikov. He did not want to hurt her feelings, but immediately he drew back the hand he held out for the cross.
Not now, Sonia. Better later,
he added to comfort her.
Yes, better,
she repeated with conviction.
When you go to meet your suffering, then put it on. You will come to me, I'll put it on you, we will pray and go together.
At that moment someone knocked 3 times at the door.
Sofia Semyonovna, may I come in?
They heard in a very familiar and polite voice. Sonia rushed to the door in a fright. The flaxen head of Mr. Lebeziatnikov appeared at the door. End of Part 5, Chapter 4. Section 31 of Crime and Punishment. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. Part 5, Chapter 5. Lebeziatnikov looked perturbed.
"I've come to you, Sophia Semyonovna,"
he began.
"Excuse me. I thought I should find you,"
he said, addressing Raskolnikov suddenly.
"That is, I didn't mean anything of that sort. But I just thought... Katerina Ivanovna has gone out of her mind,"
he blurted out suddenly, turning from Raskolnikov to Sonia. Sonia screamed.
"At least it seems so. But we don't know what to do, you see. She came back. She seems to have been turned out somewhere, perhaps beaten. So it seems, at least. She had to run to your father's former chief. She didn't find him at home. He was dining at some other general's. Only fancy, she rushed off there to the other generals, and imagine, she was so persistent that she managed to get the chief to see her, had him fetched out from dinner, it seems. You can imagine what happened. She was turned out, of course, but according to her own story, she abused him and threw something at him. One may well believe it. How it is she wasn't taken up, I can't understand. Now she is telling everyone, including Amalia Ivanovna. But it's difficult to understand her. She is screaming and flinging herself about. Oh, yes, she shouts that since everyone has abandoned her, she will take the children and go into the street with a barrel organ, and the children will sing and dance, and she too, and collect money, and will go every day under the general's window to let everyone see well-born children whose father was an official begging in the street. She keeps beating the children, and they're all crying. She's teaching Lida to sing My Village, the boy to dance, Polenka the same. She is tearing up all the clothes and making them little caps like actors. She means to carry a tin basin and make it tinkle instead of music. She won't listen to anything. Imagine the state of things. It's beyond anything."
Lebeziatnikov would have gone on, but Sonia, who had heard him almost breathless, snatched up her cloak and hat and ran out of the room, putting on her things as she went. Raskolnikov followed her, and Lebeziatnikov came after him.
"She has certainly gone mad,"
he said to Raskolnikov as they went out into the street.
"I didn't want to frighten Sophia Semyonovna, so I said it seemed like it, but there isn't a doubt of it. They say that in consumption the tubercles sometimes occur in the brain. It's a pity I know nothing of medicine. I did try to persuade her, but she wouldn't listen."
Did you talk to her about the tubercles?
"Not precisely of the tubercles. Besides, she wouldn't have understood. But what I say is, that if you convince a person logically that he has nothing to cry about, he'll stop crying. That's clear. Is it your conviction that he won't?"
Life would be too easy if it were so,
answered Raskolnikov.
Excuse me. Of course, it would be rather difficult for Katerina Ivanovna to understand. But do you know that in Paris they've been conducting serious experiments as to the possibility of curing the insane simply by logical argument? One professor there, a scientific man of standing, lately dead, believed in the possibility of such treatment. His idea was that there's nothing really wrong with the physical organism of the insane, and that insanity is, so to say, a logical mistake, an error of judgment, an incorrect view of things. He gradually showed the madman his error, and, would you believe it, they say he was successful. But as he made use of douches too, how far success was due to that treatment remains uncertain. So it seems, at least.
Raskolnikov had long ceased to listen. Reaching the house where he lived, he nodded to Lebeziatnikov and went in at the gate. Lebeziatnikov woke up with a start, looked about him, and hurried on. Raskolnikov went into his little room and stood still in the middle of it. Why had he come back here? He looked at the yellow and tattered paper, at the dust, at his sofa. From the yard came a loud, continuous knocking. Someone seemed to be hammering. He went to the window, rose on tiptoe, and looked out into the yard for a long time with an air of absorbed attention. But the yard was empty, and he could not see who was hammering. In the house on the left he saw some open windows. On the window-sills were pots of sickly-looking geranium. Linen was hung out of the windows. He knew it all by heart. He turned away and sat down on the sofa. Never, never had he felt himself so fearfully alone. Yes, he felt once more that he would perhaps come to hate Sonia now that he had made her more miserable.
Why had he gone to her to beg for her tears? What need had he to poison her life? Oh, the meanness of it. I will remain alone,
he said resolutely,
and she shall not come to the prison.
5 minutes later he raised his head with a strange smile. That was a strange thought.
Perhaps it really would be better in Siberia,
he thought suddenly. He could not have said how long he sat there with vague thoughts surging through his mind. All at once the door opened and Dunya came in. At first she stood still and looked at him from the doorway, just as he had done at Sonia. Then she came in and sat down in the same place as yesterday, on the chair facing him. He looked silently and almost vacantly at her.
"Don't be angry, brother. I've only come for a minute,"
said Dunya. Her face looked thoughtful but not stern. Her eyes were bright and soft. He saw that she too had come to him with love.
"Brother, now I know all. Dmitri Prokofitch has explained and told me everything. They are worrying and persecuting you through a stupid and contemptible suspicion. Dmitri Prokofitch told me that there is no danger, and that you are wrong in looking upon it with such horror. I don't think so, and I fully understand how indignant you must be, and that indignation may have a permanent effect on you. That's what I am afraid of. As for you cutting yourself off from us, I don't judge you, I don't venture to judge you, and forgive me for having blamed you for it. I feel that I too, if I had so great a trouble, would keep away from everyone. I shall tell mother nothing of this, but I shall talk about you continually, and I shall tell her from you that you will come very soon. Don't worry about her. I will set her mind at rest. But don't you try her too much. Come once at least. Remember that she's your mother. And now I have come simply to say,"
Dunya began to get up,
"that if you should need me, or should need all my life or anything, call me and I'll come. Goodbye."
She turned abruptly and went towards the door.
Donya!
Raskolnikov stopped her and went towards her.
That Razumikin, Dmitri Prokofitch, is a very good fellow.
Dunya flushed slightly.
"Well?"
she asked, waiting a moment.
He is competent, hard-working, honest, and capable of real love. Goodbye, Donya.
Dunya flushed crimson, then suddenly she took alarm.
"But what does it mean, brother? Are we really parting for ever, that you give me such a parting message?"
Never mind. Goodbye.
He turned away and walked to the window. She stood a moment, looked at him uneasily, and went out, troubled. No, he was not cold to her. There was an instant, the very last one, when he had longed to take her in his arms and say good-bye to her, and even to tell her, but he had not dared even to touch her hand.
Afterwards she may shudder when she remembers that I embraced her, and I will feel that I stole her kiss. And would she stand that test?
He went on a few minutes later to himself.
No, she wouldn't. Girls like that can't stand things. They never do.
And he thought of Sonia. There was a breath of fresh air from the window. The daylight was fading. He took up his cap and went out. He could not, of course, and would not consider how ill he was, but all this continual anxiety and agony of mind could not but affect him. If he were not lying in high fever, it was perhaps just because this continual inner strain helped to keep him on his legs and in possession of his faculties. But this artificial excitement could not last long. He wandered aimlessly. The sun was setting. A special form of misery had begun to oppress him of late. There was nothing poignant, nothing acute about it, but there was a feeling of permanence, of eternity about it. It brought a foretaste of hopeless years of this cold, leaden misery, a foretaste of an eternity on a square yard of space. Towards evening this sensation usually began to weigh on him more heavily.
With this idiotic, purely physical weakness depending on the sunset or something, one can't help doing something stupid. You'll go to Donya as well as to Sonia,
he muttered bitterly. He heard his name called. He looked around. Lebeziatnikov rushed up to him.
Only fancy! I've been to your room looking for you. Only fancy! She's carried out her plan and taken away the children. Sophia Semyonovna and I have had a job to find them. She is rapping on a frying pan and making the children dance. The children are crying. They keep stopping at the crossroads and in front of shops. There's a crowd of fools running after them. Come along.
And Sonia?
Raskolnikov asked anxiously, hurrying after Lebeziatnikov.
Simply frantic. That is, it's not Sophia Semyonovna's frantic, but Katerina Ivanovna. Though Sophia Semyonovna's frantic too, but Katerina Ivanovna is absolutely frantic. I tell you, she is quite mad. They'll be taken to the police. You can fancy what an effect that will have. They're on the canal bank, near the bridge now, not far from Sophia Semyonovna's, quite close.
On the canal bank near the bridge, and not 2 houses away from the one where Sonia lodged, there was a crowd of people, consisting principally of gutter children. The hoarse, broken voice of Katerina Ivanovna could be heard from the bridge, and it certainly was a strange spectacle, likely to attract a street crowd. Katerina Ivanovna, in her old dress with the green shawl, wearing a torn straw hat crushed in a hideous way on one side, was really frantic. She was exhausted and breathless. Her wasted, consumptive face looked more suffering than ever, and indeed out of doors in the sunshine a consumptive always looks worse than at home. But her excitement did not flag, and every moment her irritation grew more intense. She rushed at the children, shouted at them, coaxed them, told them before the crowd how to dance and what to sing, began explaining to them why it was necessary, and driven to desperation by their not understanding, beat them. Then she would make a rush at the crowd. If she noticed any decently dressed person stopping to look, she immediately appealed to him to see what these children
from a genteel, one may say aristocratic house
had been brought to. If she heard laughter or jeering in the crowd, she would rush at once at the scoffers and begin squabbling with them. Some people laughed, others shook their heads, but everyone felt curious at the sight of the mad woman with the frightened children. The frying pan of which Lebeziatnikov had spoken was not there, at least Raskolnikov did not see it. But instead of rapping on the pan, Katerina Ivanovna began clapping her wasted hands, when she made Lida and Kolya dance and Polenka sing. She too joined in the singing, but broke down at the second note with a fearful cough, which made her curse in despair and even shed tears. What made her most furious was the weeping and terror of Kolya and Lida. Some effort had been made to dress the children up as street singers are dressed. The boy had on a turban made of something red and white to look like a Turk. There had been no costume for Lida, she simply had a red knitted cap, or rather a nightcap that had belonged to Marmeladov, decorated with a broken piece of white ostrich feather, which had been Katerina Ivanovna's grandmother's, and had been preserved as a family possession. Polenka was in her everyday dress. She looked in timid perplexity at her mother, and kept at her side, hiding her tears. She dimly realized her mother's condition, and looked uneasily about her. She was terribly frightened of the street and the crowd. Sonia followed Katerina Ivanovna, weeping and beseeching her to return home, but Katerina Ivanovna was not to be persuaded.
"Leave off, Sonia. Leave off,"
she shouted, speaking fast, panting and coughing.
"You don't know what you ask. You are like a child. I've told you before that I'm not coming back to that drunken German. Let everyone, let all Petersburg see the children begging in the streets. Though their father was an honorable man who served all his life in truth and fidelity, and one may say died in the service."
Katerina Ivanovna had by now invented this fantastic story and thoroughly believed it.
"Let that wretch of a general see it. And you are silly, Sonia. What have we to eat? Tell me that. We have worried you enough. I won't go on so. Ah, Rodion Romanovich, is that you?"
she cried, seeing Raskolnikov, and rushing up to him.
"Explain to this silly girl, please, that nothing better could be done. Even organ grinders earn their living, and everyone will see at once that we are different, that we are an honorable and bereaved family reduced to beggary. And that general will lose his post, you'll see. We shall perform under his windows every day. And if the Tsar drives by, I'll fall on my knees, put the children before me, show them to him, and say, 'Defend us, Father. He is the father of the fatherless. He is merciful. He'll protect us, you'll see. And that wretch of a general. Lida, tenez-vous droite. Kolya, you'll dance again. Why are you whimpering? Whimpering again. What are you afraid of, stupid? Goodness, what am I to do with them, Rodion Romanovich? If you only knew how stupid they are. What is one to do with such children?"
And she, almost crying herself, which did not stop her from uninterrupted rapid flow of talk, pointed to the crying children. Raskolnikov tried to persuade her to go home, and even said, hoping to work on her vanity, that it was unseemly for her to be wandering about the streets like an organ grinder, as she was intending to become the principal of a boarding school.
"A boarding school! A castle in the air!"
cried Katerina Ivanovna, her laugh ending in a cough.
"No, Rodion Romanovich, that dream is over. All have forsaken us, and that general, you know, Rodion Romanovich, I threw an inkpot at him. It happened to be standing in the waiting room by the paper where you signed your name. I wrote my name, threw it at him, and ran away. Oh, the scoundrels! The scoundrels! But enough of them. Now I'll provide for the children myself. I won't bow down to anybody. She has had to bear enough for us."
She pointed to Sonia.
"Polenka, how much have you got? Show me." "What? Only 2 farthings? Oh, the mean wretches! They give us nothing, only run after us, putting their tongues out. There! What is that blockhead laughing at?"
She pointed to a man in the crowd.
"It's all because Kolya here is so stupid. I have such a bother with him. What do you want, Polenka? Tell me in French." "Parlez-moi français." "Why, I've taught you. You know some phrases. Else how are you to show that you are of good family, well brought up children, and not at all like other organ grinders? We aren't going to have a Punch and Judy show in the street, but to sing a genteel song. Ah, yes, what are we to sing? You keep putting me out, but you see, we are standing here, Rodion Romanovich, to find something to sing and get money. Something Kolya can dance to, for as you can fancy, our performance is all impromptu. We must talk it over and rehearse it all thoroughly, and then we shall go to Nevsky, where there are far more people of good society, and we shall be noticed at once. Lida knows My Village only, nothing but My Village, and everyone sings that. We must sing something far more genteel. Well, have you thought of anything, Polenka? If only you'd help your mother. My memory's quite gone. Or I should have thought of something. We really can't sing Un Hussard. Let's sing in French. Sans sou. I have taught it you. I have taught it you. And it is in French. People will see at once that you are children of good family, and that will be much more touching. You might sing Mabruk se vont en guerre, for that's quite a child's song, and is sung as a lullaby in all the aristocratic houses. Mabruk se vont en guerre, ne sait qu'on reviendra.
She began singing.
But no, better sing sans sou. Now, Kolya, your hands on your hips. Make haste. And you, Lida, keep turning the other way, and Polenka and I will sing and clap our hands. Sans sou, pour monter notre ménage. Set your dress straight, Polenka. It slipped down on your shoulders.
She observed, panting from coughing.
Now, it's particularly necessary to behave nicely and genteelly, that all may see that you are well-born children. I said at the time that the bodice should be cut longer and made of 2 widths. It was your fault, Sonia, with your advice to make it shorter, and now you see the child is quite deformed by it. Why, you're all crying again. What's the matter, stupids? Come, Kolya, begin. Make haste, make haste. Oh, what an unbearable child. Sans sou, sans sou. A policeman again. What do you want?
A policeman was indeed forcing his way through the crowd, but at that moment a gentleman in civilian uniform and an overcoat, a solid-looking official of about 50, with a decoration on his neck, which delighted Katerina Ivanovna and had its effect on the policeman, approached and without a word handed her a green 3-ruble note. His face wore a look of genuine sympathy. Katerina Ivanovna took it and gave him a polite, even ceremonious bow.
I thank you, honoured sir.
She began loftily.
The causes that have induced us. Take the money, Polenka. You see, there are generous and honourable people who are ready to help a poor gentlewoman in distress. You see, honoured sir, these orphans of good family, I might even say of aristocratic connections, and that wretch of a general sat eating grouse, and stamped at my disturbing him. Your Excellency, I said, protect the orphans, for you knew my late husband, Semyon Zaharovich, and on the very day of his death, the basest of scoundrels slandered his only daughter. That policeman again. Protect me,
she cried to the official.
Why is that policeman edging up to me? We have only just run away from one of them. What do you want, fool?
It's forbidden in the streets. You mustn't make a disturbance.
It's your making a disturbance. It's just the same as if I were grinding an organ. What business is it of yours?
You have to get a license for an organ, and you haven't got one, and in that way you collect a crowd. Where do you lodge?
What? A license?
Wailed Katerina Ivanovna.
I buried my husband today. What need of a license?
Calm yourself, madam, calm yourself,
began the official.
Come along. I will escort you. This is no place for you in the crowd. You are ill.
Honoured sir, you don't know,
screamed Katerina Ivanovna.
We are going to Nevsky. Sonia, where is she? She is crying too. What's the matter with you all? Kolya, Lida, where are you going?
She cried suddenly in alarm.
Oh, silly children. Kolya, Lida, where are they off to?
Kolya and Lida, scared out of their wits by the crowd and their mother's mad pranks, suddenly seized each other by the hand and ran off at the sight of the policeman, who wanted to take them away somewhere. Weeping and wailing, poor Katerina Ivanovna ran after them. She was a piteous and unseemly spectacle as she ran, weeping and panting for breath. Sonia and Polenka rushed after them.
Bring them back, Sonia. Oh, stupid, ungrateful children. Polenka, catch them. It's for your sakes
She stumbled as she ran and fell down.
She's cut herself. She's bleeding. Oh, dear,
cried Sonia, bending over her. All ran up and crowded around. Raskolnikov and Lebeziatnikov were the first at her side. The official too hastened up, and behind him the policeman, who muttered,
Bother,
with a gesture of impatience, feeling that the job was going to be a troublesome one.
Pass on,
he said to the crowd that pressed forward.
She's dying,
someone shouted.
She's gone out of her mind,
said another.
Lord have mercy upon us,
said a woman, crossing herself.
Have they caught the little girl and the boy? They're being brought back. The elder one's got them. Ah, the naughty imps.
When they examined Katerina Ivanovna carefully, They saw that she had not cut herself against the stone, as Sonia thought, but that the blood that stained the pavement red was from her chest.
"I've seen that before,"
muttered the official to Raskolnikov and Lebeziatnikov.
"That's consumption. The blood flows and chokes the patient. I saw the same thing with a relative of my own not long ago. Nearly a pint of blood, all in a minute. What's to be done, though? She is dying."
This way, to my room.
Sonia implored.
I live here. See, that house, the second from here. Come to me, make haste.
She turned from one to the other.
Send for the doctor. Oh, dear.
Thanks to the official's efforts, this plan was adopted, and the policeman even helping to carry Katerina Ivanovna. She was carried to Sonia's room, almost unconscious, and laid on the bed. The blood was still flowing, but she seemed to be coming to herself. Raskolnikov, Lebeziatnikov, and the official accompanied Sonia into the room and were followed by the policeman, who first drove back the crowd, which followed to the very door. Polenka came in holding Kolya and Lida, who were trembling and weeping. Several persons came in too from the Capernaumov's room. The landlord, a lame, one-eyed man of strange appearance, with whiskers and hair that stood up like a brush, his wife, a woman with the everlastingly scared expression, and several open-mouthed children with wonder-struck faces. Among those Svidrigaïlov suddenly made his appearance. Raskolnikov looked at him with surprise, not understanding where he had come from and not having noticed him in the crowd. A doctor and priest were spoken of. The official whispered to Raskolnikov that he thought it was too late now for the doctor, but he ordered him to be sent for. Capernaumov ran himself. Meanwhile Katerina Ivanovna had regained her breath. The bleeding ceased for a time. She looked with sick but intent and penetrating eyes at Sonia, who stood pale and trembling, wiping the sweat from her brow with a handkerchief. At last she asked to be raised. They set her up on the bed, supporting her on both sides.
"Where are the children?"
she said in a faint voice.
"You've brought them, Polenka? Oh, the sillies! Why did you run away? Ah!"
Once more her parched lips were covered with blood. She moved her eyes, looking about her.
"So that's how you live, Sonia? Never once have I been in your room."
She looked at her with a face of suffering.
"We have been your ruin, Sonia. Polenka, Lida, Kolya, come here. Well, here they are, Sonia. Take them all. I hand them over to you. I've had enough. The ball is over." "Lay me down. Let me die in peace."
They laid her back on the pillow.
"What? The priest? I don't want him. You haven't got a rouble to spare. I have no sins. God must forgive me without that. He knows how I have suffered. And if he won't forgive me, I don't care."
She sank more and more into uneasy delirium. At times she shuddered, turned her eyes from side to side, recognized everyone for a minute, but at once sank into delirium again. Her breathing was hoarse and difficult. There was a sort of rattle in her throat.
"I said to him, 'Your Excellency,'"
she ejaculated, gasping after each word,
"that Amalia Ludwigovna, Lida, Kolya, hands on your hips, make haste, glissez, glissez, pas de basque, tap with your heels, be a graceful child, du hast Diamanten und Perlen." What next? That's the thing to sing. Du hast die schönsten Augen. Mädchen, was willst du mehr? What an idea! Was willst du mehr? What things the fool invents! Ah, yes. In the heat of midday, in the valley of Dagestan. Ah, how I loved it. I loved that song to distraction, Polenka. Your father, you know, used to sing it when we were engaged. Oh, those days. Oh, that's the thing for us to sing. How does it go? I've forgotten. Remind me, how was it?
She was violently excited and tried to sit up. At last, in a horribly hoarse, broken voice, she began, shrieking and gasping at every word, with a look of growing terror.
In the heat of midday, in the valley of Dagestan, with lead in my breast, la 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 la. Your Excellency!
She wailed suddenly with a heart-rending scream and a flood of tears.
Protect the orphans. You have been their father's guest. One may say, aristocratic.
She started, regaining consciousness, and gazed at all with a sort of terror, but at once recognized Sonia.
Sonia! Sonia!
She articulated softly and caressingly, as though surprised to find her there.
Sonia, darling, are you here too?
They lifted her up again.
Enough. It's over. Farewell, poor thing. I am done for. I am broken.
She cried with vindictive despair, and her head fell heavily back on the pillow. She sank into unconsciousness again, but this time it did not last long. Her pale, yellow, wasted face dropped back, her mouth fell open, her leg moved convulsively, she gave a deep, deep sigh, and died. Sonia fell upon her, flung her arms about her, and remained motionless with her head pressed to the dead woman's wasted bosom. Polenka threw herself at her mother's feet, kissing them and weeping violently. Though Kolya and Lida did not understand what had happened, they had a feeling that it was something terrible. They put their hands on each other's little shoulders, stared straight at one another, and both at once opened their mouths and began screaming. They were both still in their fancy dress, one in a turban, the other in the cap with the ostrich feather. And how did the certificate of merit come to be on the bed beside Katerina Ivanovna? It lay there by the pillow. Raskolnikov saw it. He walked away to the window. Lebezatnikov skipped up to him.
"She is dead," he said.
"Rodion Romanovich, I must have 2 words with you,"
said Svidrigaïlov, coming up to them. Lebezatnikov at once made room for him and delicately withdrew. Svidrigaïlov drew Raskolnikov further away.
"I will undertake all the arrangements, the funeral and that. You know it's a question of money, and, as I told you, I have plenty to spare. I will put those 2 little ones and Polenka into some good orphan asylum, and I will settle 1,500 rubles to be paid to each on coming of age, so that Sofya Semyonovna need have no anxiety about them. And I will pull her out of the mud too, for she is a good girl, isn't she? So tell Avdotya Romanovna that is how I'm spending her 10,000.
"What is your motive for such benevolence?"
asked Raskolnikov.
"Ah, you skeptical person,"
laughed Svidrigaïlov.
"I told you I had no need of that money. Won't you admit that it's simply done from humanity? She wasn't a louse, you know."
He pointed to the corner where the dead woman lay.
"Was she, like some old pawnbroker woman? Come, you'll agree, is Luzhin to go on living and doing wicked things, or is she to die? And if I didn't help them, Polenka would go the same way."
He said this with an air of a sort of gay winking slyness, keeping his eyes fixed on Raskolnikov, who turned white and cold hearing his own phrases spoken to Sonia. He quickly stepped back and looked wildly at Svidrigaïlov.
"How do you know?"
he whispered, hardly able to breathe.
Why, I lodge here at Madame Reslich's, the other side of the wall. Here is Kapernaumov, and there lives Madame Reslich, an old and devoted friend of mine. I am a neighbor.
You?
Yes,
continued Svidrigaïlov, shaking with laughter.
I assure you on my honor, dear Rodion Romanovich, that you have interested me enormously. I told you we should become friends. I foretold it. Well, here we have. And you will see what an accommodating person I am. You'll see that you can get on with me.
End of part 5, chapter 5. Section 32 of Crime and Punishment. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. Part 6, Chapter 1. A strange period began for Raskolnikov. It was as though a fog had fallen upon him and wrapped him in a dreary solitude from which there was no escape. Recalling that period long after, he believed that his mind had been clouded at times, and that it had continued so, with intervals, till the final catastrophe. He was convinced that he had been mistaken about many things at that time, for instance as to the date of certain events. Anyway, when he tried later on to piece his recollections together, he learned a great deal about himself from what other people told him. He had mixed up incidents and had explained events as due to circumstances which existed only in his imagination. At times he was a prey to agonies of morbid uneasiness, amounting sometimes to panic. But he remembered, too, moments, hours, perhaps whole days, of complete apathy, which came upon him as a reaction from his previous terror, and might be compared with abnormal insensibility, sometimes seen in the dying. He seemed to be trying in that latter stage to escape from a full and clear understanding of his position. Certain essential facts which required immediate consideration were particularly irksome to him. How glad he would have been to be free from some cares, the neglect of which would have threatened him with complete, inevitable ruin. He was particularly worried about Svidrigaïlov. He might be said to be permanently thinking of Svidrigaïlov. From the time of Svidrigaïlov's two menacing and unmistakable words in Sonia's room at the moment of Katerina Ivanovna's death, the normal working of his mind seemed to break down. But although this new fact caused him extreme uneasiness, Raskolnikov was in no hurry for an explanation of it. At times, finding himself in a solitary and remote part of the town, in some wretched eating house, sitting alone lost in thought, hardly knowing how he had come there, he suddenly thought of Svidrigaïlov. He recognized suddenly, clearly, and with dismay, that he ought at once to come to an understanding with that man, and to make what terms he could. Walking outside the city gates one day, he positively fancied that they had fixed a meeting there, that he was waiting for Svidrigaïlov. Another time he woke up before daybreak lying on the ground under some bushes, and could not at first understand how he had come there. But during the 2 or 3 days after Katerina Ivanovna's death he had 2 or 3 times met Svidrigaïlov at Sonia's lodging, where he had gone aimlessly for a moment. They exchanged a few words and made no reference to the vital subject, as though they were tacitly agreed not to speak of it for a time. Katerina Ivanovna's body was still lying in a coffin. Svidrigaïlov was busy making arrangements for the funeral. Sonia too was very busy. At their last meeting Svidrigaïlov informed Raskolnikov that he had made an arrangement, and a very satisfactory one, for Katerina Ivanovna's children, that he had, through certain connections, succeeded in getting hold of certain personages by whose help the 3 orphans could be at once placed in very suitable institutions, that the money he had settled on them had been of great assistance, as it is much easier to place orphans with some property than destitute ones. He said something too about Sonia, and promised to come himself in a day or two to see Raskolnikov, mentioning that he would
like to consult with him, that there were things they must talk over.
This conversation took place in the passage on the stairs. Svidrigaïlov looked intently at Raskolnikov, and suddenly, After a brief pause, dropping his voice, asked,
"But how is it, Rodion Romanovich, you don't seem yourself? You look and you listen, but you don't seem to understand. Cheer up, we'll talk things over. I am only sorry. I have so much to do of my own business and other people's. Ah, Rodion Romanovich,"
he added suddenly,
"what all men need is fresh air. Fresh air more than anything."
He moved to one side to make way for the priest and server who were coming up the stairs. They had come for the requiem service. By Svidrigailov's orders it was sung twice a day, punctually. Svidrigailov went his way. Raskolnikov stood still a moment, thought, and followed the priest into Sonia's room. He stood at the door. They began quietly, slowly, and mournfully singing the service. From his childhood he thought of death, and the presence of death had something oppressive and mysteriously awful, and it was long since he had heard the requiem service. And there was something else here as well, too awful and disturbing. He looked at the children, they were all kneeling by the coffin. Polenka was weeping. Behind them Sonia prayed, softly and, as it were, timidly weeping.
These last 2 days she hasn't said a word to me. She hasn't glanced at me.
Raskolnikov thought suddenly. The sunlight was bright in the room, the incense rose in clouds. The priest read,
"Give rest, O Lord."
Raskolnikov stayed all through the service. As he blessed them and took his leave, the priest looked round strangely. After the service Raskolnikov went up to Sonia. She took both his hands and let her head sink on his shoulder. The slight friendly gesture bewildered Raskolnikov. It seemed strange to him that there was no trace of repugnance, no trace of disgust, no tremor in her hand. It was the furthest limit of self-abnegation, at least so he interpreted it. Sonia said nothing. Raskolnikov pressed her hand and went out. He felt very miserable. If it had been possible to escape to some solitude, he would have thought himself lucky, even if he had to spend his whole life there. But although he had almost always been by himself of late, he had never been able to feel alone. Sometimes he walked out of the town on to the high road, once he had even reached a little wood, but the lonelier the place was, the more he seemed to be aware of an uneasy presence near him. It did not frighten him, but greatly annoyed him, so that he made haste to return to the town, to mingle with the crowd, to enter restaurants and taverns, to walk in busy thoroughfares. There he left easier and even more solitary. One day, at dusk, he sat for an hour listening to songs in a tavern, and he remembered that he positively enjoyed it. But at last he had suddenly felt the same uneasiness again, as though his conscience smote him.
Here I sit listening to singing. Is that what I ought to be doing?
He thought. Yet he felt at once that he was not the only cause of this uneasiness. There was something requiring immediate decision, but it was something he could not clearly understand or put into words. It was a hopeless tangle.
No. Better the struggle again. Better Porphyry again, or Svidrigailov. Better some challenge again, some attack. Yes, yes,
he thought. He went out of the tavern and rushed away almost at a run. The thought of Dunya and his mother suddenly reduced him almost to a panic. That night he woke up before morning among some bushes in Krestovsky Island, trembling all over with fever. He walked home, and it was early morning when he arrived. After some hours' sleep the fever left him, but he woke up late, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He remembered that Katerina Ivanovna's funeral had been fixed for that day, and was glad that he was not present at it. Nastasia brought him some food. He ate and drank with appetite, almost with greediness. His head was fresher, and he was calmer than he had been for the last 3 days. He even felt a passing wonder at his previous attacks of panic. The door opened and Razumihin came in.
"Ah, he's eating. Then he's not ill,"
said Razumihin. He took a chair and sat down at the table opposite Raskolnikov. He was troubled and did not attempt to conceal it. He spoke with evident annoyance, but without hurry or raising his voice. He looked as though he had some special, fixed determination.
"Listen,
he began resolutely.
As far as I'm concerned, you may all go to hell. But from what I see, it's clear to me that I can't make head or tail of it. Please don't think I've come to ask you questions. I don't want to know. Hang it. If you begin telling me your secrets, I dare say I shouldn't stay to listen. I should go away cursing. I have only come to find out once for all whether it's a fact that you are mad. There's a conviction in the air that you are mad, or very nearly so. I admit I've been disposed to that opinion myself, judging from your stupid, repulsive, and quite inexplicable actions, and from your recent behavior to your mother and sister. Only a monster or a madman would treat them as you have. So you must be mad.
When did you see them last?
Just now. Haven't you seen them since then? What have you been doing with yourself? Tell me, please. I've been to you 3 times already. Your mother has been seriously ill since yesterday. She had made up her mind to come to you. Avdotia Romanovna tried to prevent her. She wouldn't hear a word. If he is ill, if his mind is giving way, who can look after him like his mother, she said. We all came here together. We couldn't let her come alone all the way. We kept begging her to be calm. We came in. You weren't here. She sat down and stayed 10 minutes while we stood waiting in silence. She got up and said, "If he's gone out, that is, if he is well, and he has forgotten his mother, it's humiliating and unseemly for his mother to stand at his door begging for kindness." She returned home and took to her bed. Now she is in fever. "I see," she said, "that he has time for his girl." She means by your girl Sofya Semyonovna, your betrothed, your mistress, I don't know. I went at once to Sofya Semyonovna's, for I wanted to know what was going on. I looked around. I saw the coffin, the children crying, and Sofya Semyonovna trying them on mourning dresses. No sign of you. I apologized, came away, and reported to Avdotia Romanovna. So that's all nonsense, and you haven't got a girl. The most likely thing is that you are mad. But here you sit, guzzling boiled beef as though you'd not had a bite for 3 days. Though as far as that goes, madmen eat too. But though you have said not a word to me yet, you are not mad. That I'd swear. Above all, you are not mad. So you may go to hell, all of you, for there's some mystery, some secret about it, and I don't intend to worry my brains over your secrets. So I've simply come to swear at you.
He finished, getting up.
To relieve my mind, and I know what to do now.
What do you mean to do now?
What business is it of yours what I mean to do?
You're going in for a drinking bout?
How did you know?
Why, it's pretty plain.
Razumichin paused for a minute.
You always have been a very rational person, and you've never been mad. Never.
He observed suddenly with warmth.
You're right. I shall drink. Goodbye.
And he moved to go out.
I was talking with my sister. The day before yesterday, I think it was, about you, Razumichin.
About me? But where can you have seen her the day before yesterday?
Razumichin stopped short and even turned a little pale. One could see that his heart was throbbing slowly and violently.
She came here by herself, sat there, and talked to me.
She did?
Yes.
What did you say to her? I mean, about me.
I told her you were a very good, honest, and industrious man. I didn't tell her you love her, because she knows that herself.
She knows that herself?
Well, it's pretty plain. Wherever I might go, whatever happened to me, you would remain to look after them. I, so to speak, give them into your keeping, Razumichin. I say this because I know quite well how you love her, and am convinced of the purity of your heart. I know that she too may love you, and perhaps does love you already. Now decide for yourself, as you know best, whether you need go in for a drinking bout or not.
Rodya, you see, well, damn it. But where do you mean to go? Of course, if it's all a secret, never mind, but I shall find out the secret, and I am sure that it must be some ridiculous nonsense and that you've made it all up. Anyway, you are a capital fellow, a capital fellow.
That was just what I wanted to add, only you interrupted. That was a very good decision of yours not to find out these secrets. Leave it to time. Don't worry about it. You'll know it all in time when it must be. Yesterday a man said to me that what a man needs is fresh air, fresh air, fresh air. I mean to go to him directly to find out what he meant by that.
Razumihin stood lost in thought and excitement, making a silent conclusion.
He's a political conspirator. He must be. And he's on the eve of some desperate step, that's certain. It can only be that. And Dunya knows.
He thought suddenly.
So, Avdotya Romanovna comes to see you,
he said, weighing each syllable.
And you're going to see a man who says we need more air. And so, of course, that letter, that too must have something to do with it.
He concluded to himself.
What letter?
She got a letter today. It upset her very much. Very much indeed. Too much so. I began speaking of you. She begged me not to. Then she said that perhaps we should very soon have to part. Then she began warmly thanking me for something. Then she went to her room and locked herself in.
She got a letter?
Raskolnikov asked thoughtfully.
Yes, and you didn't know? Huh.
They were both silent.
Goodbye, Rodion. There was a time, brother, when I... Never mind. Goodbye. You see, there was a time... Well, goodbye. I must be off too. I'm not going to drink. There's no need now. That's all stuff.
He hurried out, but when he had almost closed the door behind him, he suddenly opened it again and said, looking away,
"Oh, by the way, do you remember that murder? You know, Porfiry's, the old woman? Do you know the murderer has been found? He has confessed and given the proofs. It's one of those very workmen, the painter. Only fancy. Do you remember I defended them here? Would you believe it? All that scene of fighting and laughing with his companions on the stairs while the porter and the two witnesses were going up. He got up on purpose to disarm the suspicion. The cunning, the presence of mind of the young dog. One can hardly credit it. But it's his own explanation. He has confessed it all. And what a fool I was about it. Well, he's simply a genius of hypocrisy and resourcefulness in disarming the suspicions of the lawyers. So there's nothing much to wonder at, I suppose. Of course, people like that are always possible. And the fact that he couldn't keep up the character, but confessed, makes him easier to believe in. But what a fool I was. I was frantic on their side.
Tell me, please, from whom did you hear that? And why does it interest you so?
Raskolnikov asked with unmistakable agitation.
What next? You ask me why it interests me? Well, I heard it from Porfiry, among others. It was from him I heard almost all about it.
From Porfiry?
From Porfiry.
What did he say?
Raskolnikov asked in dismay.
He gave me a capital explanation of it, psychologically, after his fashion.
He explained it? Explained it himself?
Yes. Goodbye. I'll tell you about it another time. But now I'm busy. There was a time when I fancied... But no matter, another time. What need is there for me to drink now? You have made me drunk without wine. I am drunk, Rodya. Goodbye. I'm going. I'll come again very soon.
He went out.
He's a political conspirator. There's not a doubt about it.
Razumihin decided as he slowly descended the stairs.
And he's drawn his sister in. That's quite in keeping with Avdotya Romanovna's character. There are interviews between them. She hinted at it, too. So many of her words and hints bear that meaning. And how else can all this tangle be explained? And I was almost thinking... Good heavens, what I thought. Yes, I took leave of my senses and I wronged him. It was his doing under the lamp in the corridor that day. Phew! What a crude, nasty, vile idea on my part. Nikolai is a brick for confessing. And how clear it all is now. His illness then, all his strange actions. Before this, in the university, how morose he used to be, how gloomy. But what's the meaning now of that letter? There's something in that too, perhaps. Whom was it from? I suspect. No, I must find out.
He thought of Dunya, realizing all he had heard, and his heart throbbed as he suddenly broke into a run. As soon as Razumihin went out, Raskolnikov got up, turned to the window, walked into one corner and then into another, as though forgetting the smallness of his room, and sat down again on the sofa. He felt, so to speak, renewed. Again the struggle, so a means of escape had come. Yes, a means of escape had come. It had been too stifling, too cramping, the burden had been too agonizing. A lethargy had come upon him at times. From the moment of the scene with Nicolai at Porfiry's he had been suffocating, penned in without hope of escape. After Nicolai's confession, on that very day, had come the scene with Sonia. His behaviour and his last words had been utterly unlike anything he could have imagined beforehand. He had grown feebler, instantly and fundamentally, and he had agreed at the time with Sonia, he had agreed in his heart he could not go on living alone with such a thing on his mind. And Svidrigaïlov was a riddle, he worried him, that was true, but somehow not on the same point. He might still have a struggle to come with Svidrigaïlov. Svidrigaïlov too might be a means of escape, but Porfiry was a different matter. And so Porfiry himself had explained it to Razumihin, had explained it psychologically. He had begun bringing in his damned psychology again. Porfiry? But to think that Porfiry should for one moment believe that Nicolai was guilty, after what had passed between them before Nicolai's appearance, after that tete-a-tete interview, which could only have one explanation. During those days Raskolnikov had often recalled passages in that scene with Porfiry. He could not bear to let his mind rest on it. Such words, such gestures had passed between them, they had exchanged such glances, things had been said in such a tone and had reached such a pass, that Nicolai, whom Porfiry had seen through at the first word, at the first gesture, could not have shaken his conviction. And to think that even Razumihin had begun to suspect. The scene in the corridor under the lamp had produced its effect then. He had rushed to Porfiry. But what had induced the latter to receive him like that? What had been his object in putting Razumihin off with Nicolai? He must have some plan, there was some design, but what was it? It was true that a long time had passed since that morning, too long a time, and no sight nor sound of Porfiry. Well, that was a bad sign. Raskolnikov took his cap and went out of the room, still pondering. It was the first time for a long while that he had felt clear in his mind, at least.
I must settle Svidrigaïlov,
he thought.
And as soon as possible. He too seems to be waiting for me to come to him of my own accord.
And at that moment there was such a rush of hate in his weary heart that he might have killed either of those two, Porfiry or Svidrigaïlov. At least he felt that he would be capable of doing it later, if not now.
We shall see. We shall see,
he repeated to himself. But no sooner had he opened the door than he stumbled upon Porfiry himself in the passage. He was coming in to see him. Raskolnikov was dumbfounded for a minute, but only for 1 minute. Strange to say, he was not very much astonished at seeing Porfiry, and scarcely afraid of him. He was simply startled, but was quickly, instantly, on his guard. Perhaps this will mean the end. But how could Porfiry have approached so quietly, like a cat, so that he had heard nothing? Could he have been listening at the door?
You didn't expect a visitor, Rodion Romanovich,
Porfiry explained, laughing.
I've been meaning to look in a long time. I was passing by and thought, why not go in for 5 minutes? Are you going out? I won't keep you long. Just let me have one cigarette.
Sit down, Porfiry Petrovitch. Sit down.
Raskolnikov gave his visitor a seat with so pleased and friendly an expression that he would have marvelled at himself if he could seen it. The last moment had come, the last drops had to be drained, so a man will sometimes go through half an hour of mortal terror with a brigand, yet when the knife is at his throat at last, he feels no fear. Raskolnikov seated himself directly facing Porfiry and looked at him without flinching. Porfiry screwed up his eyes and began lighting a cigarette.
Speak, speak,
seemed as though it would burst from Raskolnikov's heart.
Come, why don't you speak?
End of part 6, chapter 1. Section 33 of Crime and Punishment. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. Part 6, Chapter 2.
Ah, these cigarettes,
Porfiry Petrovich ejaculated at last. having lighted one.
They are pernicious, positively pernicious, and yet I can't give them up. I cough, I begin to have tickling in my throat and a difficulty in breathing. You know, I am a coward. I went lately to Dr. Boone. He always gives at least half an hour to each patient. He positively laughed, looking at me. He sounded me. Tobacco's bad for you, he said. Your lungs are affected. But how am I to give it up? What is there to take its place? I don't drink. That's the mischief, that I don't. Everything is relative, Rodion Romanovich. Everything is relative.
Why, he's playing his professional tricks again.
Raskolnikov thought with disgust. All the circumstances of their last interview suddenly came back to him, and he felt a rush of the feeling that had come upon him then.
I came to see you the day before yesterday in the evening. You didn't know?
Porfiry Petrovich went on, looking round the room.
I came into this very room. I was passing by, just as I did today, and I thought I'd return your call. I walked in as your door was wide open. I looked round, waited, and went out without leaving my name with your servant. Don't you lock your door?
Raskolnikov's face grew more and more gloomy. Porfiry seemed to guess his state of mind.
I've come to have it out with you, Rodion Romanovich, my dear fellow. I owe you an explanation and must give it to you.
He continued with a slight smile, just patting Raskolnikov's knee. But almost at the same instant a serious and careworn look came into his face. To his surprise, Raskolnikov saw a touch of sadness in it. He had never seen and never suspected such an expression in his face.
A strange scene passed between us last time we met, Rodion Romanovich. Our first interview, too, was a strange one, but then, and one thing after another, this is the point. I have perhaps acted unfairly to you, I feel it. Do you remember how we parted? Your nerves were unhinged, and your knees were shaking, and so were mine. And you know, our behaviour was unseemly, even ungentlemanly, and yet we are gentlemen, above all in any case, gentlemen. That must be understood. Do you remember what we came to? And it was quite indecorous.
What is he up to? What does he take me for?
Raskolnikov asked himself in amazement, raising his head and looking with open eyes on Porfiry.
I've decided openness is better between us.
Porfiry Petrovich went on, turning his head away and dropping his eyes, as though unwilling to disconcert his former victim, and as though disdaining his former wiles.
Yes, such suspicions and such scenes cannot continue for long. Nikolai put a stop to it, or I don't know what we might not have come to. That damned workman was sitting at the time in the next room. Can you realize that? You know that, of course, and I am aware that he came to you afterwards. But what you supposed then was not true. I had not sent for anyone. I had made no kind of arrangements. You ask why I hadn't. What shall I say to you? It had all come upon me so suddenly. I had scarcely sent for the porters. You noticed them as you went out, I dare say. An idea flashed upon me. I was firmly convinced at the time, you see, Rodion Romanovich. Come, I thought, even if I let one thing slip for a time, I shall get hold of something else. I shan't lose what I want anyway. You are nervously irritable, Rodion Romanovich, by temperament. It's out of proportion with other qualities of your heart and character, which I flatter myself I have to some extent divined. Of course I did reflect even then that it does not always happen that a man gets up and blurts out his whole story. It does happen sometimes if you make a man lose all patience, though even then it's rare. I was capable of realizing that, if I only had a fact, I thought, the least little fact to go upon, something I could lay hold of, something tangible, not merely psychological. For if a man is guilty, you must be able to get something substantial out of him. One may reckon upon most surprising results indeed. I was reckoning on your temperament, Rodion Romanovich, on your temperament above all things. I had great hopes of you at that time.
But what are you driving at now?
Raskolnikov muttered at last, asking the question without thinking.
What is he talking about?
He wondered distractedly.
Does he really take me to be innocent?
What am I driving at? I've come to explain myself. I consider it my duty, so to speak. I want to make clear to you how the whole business, the whole misunderstanding arose. I've caused you a great deal of suffering, Rodion Romanovich. I am not a monster. I understand what it must mean for a man who has been unfortunate, but who is proud, imperious, and above all impatient, to have to bear such treatment. I regard you in any case as a man of noble character and not without elements of magnanimity, though I don't agree with all your convictions. I wanted to tell you this first, frankly and quite sincerely, for above all I don't want to deceive you. When I made your acquaintance I felt attracted by you. Perhaps you will laugh at my saying so. You have a right to. I know you disliked me from the first, and indeed you've no reason to like me. You may think what you like, but I desire now to do all I can to efface that impression and to show that I am a man of heart and conscience. I speak sincerely.
Porfiry Petrovitch made a dignified pause. Raskolnikov felt a rush of renewed alarm. The thought that Porfiry believed him to be innocent began to make him uneasy.
It's scarcely necessary to go over everything in detail,
Porfiry Petrovitch went on.
Indeed, I could scarcely attempt it. To begin with, there were rumours. Through whom, how, and when those rumours came to me, and how they affected you, I need not go into. My suspicions were aroused by a complete accident, which might just as easily not have happened. What was it? I believe there is no need to go into that either. Those rumours and that accident led to one idea in my mind. I admit it openly, for one may as well make a clean breast of it. I was the first to pitch on you. The old woman's notes on the pledges and the rest of it, that all came to nothing. Yours was one of 100. I happened, too, to hear of the scene at the office from a man who described it capitally, unconsciously reproducing the scene with great vividness. It was just one thing after another, Rodion Romanovich, my dear fellow. How could I avoid being brought to certain ideas? From 100 rabbits you can't make a horse. 100 suspicions don't make a proof, as the English proverb says, but that's only from the rational point of view. You can't help being partial, for after all a lawyer is only human. I thought, too, of your article in that journal. Do you remember? On your first visit we talked of it. I jeered at you at the time, but that was only to lead you on. I repeat, Rodion Romanovich, you are ill and impatient. That you were bold, headstrong, and earnest, and had felt a great deal I recognized long before. I too have felt the same, so that your article seemed familiar to me. It was conceived on sleepless nights, with a throbbing heart, in ecstasy and suppressed enthusiasm. And that proud suppressed enthusiasm in young people is dangerous. I jeered at you then, but let me tell you that, as a literary amateur, I am awfully fond of such first essays full of the heat of youth. There is a mistiness and a chord vibrating in the mist. Your article is absurd and fantastic, but there is a transparent sincerity, a youthful incorruptible pride, and the daring of despair in it. It's a gloomy article, but that's what's fine in it. I read your article and put it aside, thinking as I did so, that man won't go the common way. Well, I ask you, after that, as a preliminary, how could I help being carried away by what followed? Oh dear, I'm not saying anything, I'm not making any statement now. I simply noted it at the time. What is there in it? I reflected. There's nothing in it. That is really nothing, and perhaps absolutely nothing. And it's not at all the thing for the prosecutor to let himself be carried away by notions. Here I have Nikolai on my hands, with actual evidence against him. You may think what you like of it, but it's evidence. He brings in his psychology too. One has to consider him too, for it's a matter of life and death. Why am I explaining this to you? That you may understand and not blame my malicious behavior on that occasion. It was not malicious, I assure you. Do you suppose I didn't come to search your room at the time? I did. I was here when you were lying ill in bed, not officially, not in my own person, but I was here.
Your room was searched to the last thread at the first suspicion, but umsonst.
I thought to myself, now that man will come of himself, and quickly too. If he is guilty, he is sure to come. Another man wouldn't, but he will. And you remember how Mr. Razumikhin began discussing the subject with you? We arranged that to excite you, so we purposely spread rumors that he might discuss the case with you, and Razumikhin is not a man to restrain his indignation. Mr. Zametov was tremendously struck by your anger and your open daring. Think of blurting out in a restaurant, "I killed her!" It was too daring, too reckless. I thought so myself. If he is guilty, he will be a formidable opponent. That was what I thought at the time. I was expecting you, but you simply bowled Zametov over, and, well, you see it all lies in this, that this damnable psychology can be taken two ways. Well, I kept expecting you, and so it was you came. My heart was fairly throbbing. Ah! Now, why need you have come? Your laughter, too, as you came in, do you remember? I saw it all plain as daylight. But if I hadn't expected you so specially, I should not have noticed anything in your laughter. You see what influence a mood has? Mr. Razumikhin then, that stone under which the things were hidden, I seem to see it somewhere in a kitchen garden. It was in a kitchen garden, you told Zametov, and afterwards you repeated that in my office. And when we began picking your article to pieces, how you explained it! One could take every word of yours in two senses, as though there were another meaning hidden. So, in this way, Rodion Romanovich, I reached the furthest limit, and knocking my head against a post, I pulled myself up, asking myself what I was about. After all, I said, you can take it all in another sense if you like, and it's more natural so. Indeed, I couldn't help admitting it was more natural. I was bothered. No, I'd better get hold of some little fact, I said. So when I heard of the bell ringing, I held my breath and was all in a tremor. Here is my little fact, thought I, and I didn't think it over. I simply wouldn't. I would have given 1,000 roubles at that minute to have seen you with my own eyes when you walked 100 paces beside that workman. after he had called you murderer to your face, and you did not dare to ask him a question all the way? And then what about your trembling? What about your bell ringing in your illness, in semi-delirium? And so, Rodion Romanovich, can you wonder that I played such pranks on you? And what made you come at that very minute? Someone seemed to have sent you, by Jove. And if Nikolai had not parted us, and do you remember Nikolai at that time? Do you remember him clearly? It was a thunderbolt, a regular thunderbolt. And how I met him! I didn't believe in the thunderbolt, not for a minute. You could see it for yourself, and how could I? Even afterwards, when you had gone and he began making very, very plausible answers on certain points, so that I was surprised at him myself, even then I didn't believe his story. You see what it is to be as firm as a rock? No, thought I, morgen früh. What has Nikolai got to do with it?
Razumikhin told me just now that you think Nikolai guilty, and had yourself assured him of it.
His voice failed him, and he broke off. He had been listening in indescribable agitation as this man who had seen through and through him went back upon himself. He was afraid of believing it, and did not believe it. In those still ambiguous words he kept eagerly looking for something more definite and conclusive.
Mr. Razumikhin,
cried Porfiry Petrovich, seeming glad of a question from Raskolnikov, who had till then been silent.
But I had to put Mr. Razumikhin off. 2 is company, 3 is none. Mr. Razumikhin is not the right man. Besides, he is an outsider. He came running to me with a pale face. But never mind him, why bring him in? To return to Nikolai, would you like to know what sort of a type he is? How I understand him, that is? To begin with, he is still a child, and not exactly a coward, but something by way of an artist. Really, don't laugh at my describing him so. He is innocent and responsive to influence. He has a heart, and is a fantastic fellow. He sings and dances, he tells stories, they say, so that people come from other villages to hear him. He attends school, too, and laughs till he cries if you hold up a finger to him. He will drink himself senseless, not as a regular vice, but at times when people treat him like a child. And he stole, too, then, without knowing it himself, for how can it be stealing if one picks it up? And do you know he is an old believer, or rather a dissenter? There have been wanderers in his family, and he was for 2 years in his village under the spiritual guidance of a certain elder. I learned all this from Nikolai and from his fellow villagers, and what's more, he wanted to run into the wilderness. He was full of fervour, played at night, read the old books, the true ones, and read himself crazy. Petersburg had a great effect upon him, especially the women and the wine. He responds to everything, and he forgot the elder and all that. I learned that an artist here took a fancy to him, and used to go and see him, and how this business came upon him. Well, he was frightened. He tried to hang himself. He ran away. How can one get over the idea that people have of Russian legal proceedings? The very word trial frightens some of them. Whose fault is it? We shall see what the new juries will do. God grant they do good. Well, in prison, it seems, he remembered the venerable elder. The Bible, too, made its appearance again. Do you know, Rodion Romanovich, the force of the word suffering among some of these people? It's not a question of suffering for someone's benefit, but simply one must suffer. If they suffer at the hands of the authorities, so much the better. In my time there was a very meek and mild prisoner who spent a whole year in prison, always reading his Bible on the stove at night, and he read himself crazy, and so crazy, do you know, that one day, apropos of nothing, he seized a brick and flung it at the governor, though he had done him no harm. And the way he threw it, too, aimed it a yard at one side, on purpose, for fear of hurting him. Well, we know what happens to a prisoner who assaults an officer with a weapon, so he took his suffering. So I suspect now that Nikolai wants to take his suffering, or something of the sort. I know it for certain from facts, indeed. Only he doesn't know that I know. What? You don't admit that there are such fantastic people among the peasants? Lots of them. The elder now has begun influencing him, especially since he tried to hang himself. But he'll come and tell me all himself. You think he'll hold out? Wait a bit. He'll take his words back. I'm waiting from hour to hour for him to come and abjure his evidence. I have come to like that Nikolai, and am studying him in detail. And what do you think? He answered me very plausibly on some points. He obviously had collected some evidence and prepared himself cleverly. But on other points he is simply at sea, knows nothing, and doesn't even suspect that he doesn't know. No, Rodion Romanovich, Nikolai doesn't come in. This is a fantastic, gloomy business, a modern case, an incident of today when the heart of man is troubled, when the phrase is quoted that blood renews, when comfort is preached as the aim of life. Here we have bookish dreams, a heart unhinged by theories. Here we see resolution in the first stage, but resolution of a special kind. He resolved to do it like jumping over a precipice or from a bell tower, and his legs shook as he went to the crime. He forgot to shut the door after him, and murdered 2 people for a theory. He committed the murder and couldn't take the money. And what he did manage to snatch up he hid under a stone. It wasn't enough for him to suffer agony behind the door while they battered at the door and rung the bell. No, he had to go to the empty lodging, half delirious, to recall the bell ringing. He wanted to feel the cold shiver over again. Well, that we grant was through illness, but consider this. He is a murderer, but looks upon himself as an honest man, despises others, poses as injured innocence. No, that's not the work of a Nikolai, my dear Rodion Romanovich.
All that had been said before had sounded so like a recantation that these words were too great a shock. Raskolnikov shuddered as though he had been stabbed.
Then, who then is the murderer?
He asked in a breathless voice, unable to restrain himself. Porfiri Petrovich sank back in his chair as though he were amazed at the question.
Who is the murderer?
He repeated, as though unable to believe his ears.
Why, you, Rodion Romanovich. You are the murderer,
he added, almost in a whisper, in a voice of genuine conviction. Raskolnikov leaped from the sofa, stood up for a few seconds, and sat down again without uttering a word. His face twitched convulsively.
Your lip is twitching just as it did before,
Porfiri Petrovich observed almost sympathetically.
You've been misunderstanding me, I think, Rodion Romanovich,
he added after a brief pause.
That's why you are so surprised. I came on purpose to tell you everything and deal openly with you.
It was not I who murdered her,
Raskolnikov whispered like a frightened child caught in the act.
No, it was you. You, Rodion Romanovich, and no one else,
Porfiri whispered sternly with conviction. They were both silent, and the silence lasted strangely long, about 10 minutes. Raskolnikov put his elbow on the table and passed his fingers through his hair. Porfiri Petrovich sat quietly waiting. Suddenly Raskolnikov looked scornfully at Porfiri.
You're at your old tricks again, Porfiri Petrovich. Your old method again. I wonder you don't get sick of it.
Oh, stop that. What does that matter now? It would be a different matter if there were witnesses present, but we are whispering alone. You see yourself that I have not come to chase and capture you like a hare. Whether you confess it or not is nothing to me now. For myself, I am convinced without it.
If so, what did you come for?
Raskolnikov asked irritably.
I ask you the same question again. If you consider me guilty, why don't you take me to prison?
Oh, that's your question. I will answer you point for point. In the first place, to arrest you so directly is not to my interest.
How so? If you are convinced, you ought...
What if I am convinced? That's only my dream for the time. Why should I put you in safety? You know that's it, since you asked me to do it. If I confront you with that workman, for instance, and you say to him, "Were you drunk or not? You saw me with you? I simply took you to be drunk, and you were drunk too?" Well, what could I answer, especially as your story is a more likely one than his? For there is nothing but psychology to support his evidence. That's almost unseemly, with his ugly mug, while you hit the mark exactly, for the rascal is an inveterate drunkard, and notoriously so. And I have myself admitted candidly several times already that psychology can be taken in two ways, and that the second way is stronger and looks far more probable, and that apart from that I have as yet nothing against you. And though I shall put you in prison, and indeed have come, quite contrary to etiquette, to inform you of it beforehand, yet I tell you frankly, also contrary to etiquette, that it won't be to my advantage. Well, secondly, I've come to you because...
Yes. Secondly.
Raskolnikov was listening breathless.
Because, as I told you just now, I consider I owe you an explanation. I don't want you to look upon me as a monster, as I have a genuine liking for you. You may believe me or not. And in the third place, I've come to you with a direct and open proposition, that you should surrender and confess. It will be infinitely more to your advantage, and to my advantage too, for my task will be done. Well, is this open on my part or not?
Raskolnikov thought a minute.
Listen, Porfiri Petrovitch. You said just now you have nothing but psychology to go on. Yet now you've gone on mathematics. Well, what if you are mistaken yourself now?
No, Rodion Romanovich, I am not mistaken. I have a little fact even then. Providence sent it me.
What little fact?
I won't tell you what, Rodion Romanovich, and in any case I haven't the right to put it off any longer. I must arrest you. So think it over. It makes no difference to me now, and so I speak only for your sake. Believe me, it will be better, Rodion Romanovich.
Raskolnikov smiled malignantly.
That's not simply ridiculous. It's positively shameless. Why, even if I were guilty, which I don't admit, what reason should I have to confess, when you tell me yourself that I shall be in greater safety in prison?
Rodion Romanovich, don't put too much faith in words. Perhaps prison will not be altogether a restful place. That's only theory, and my theory, and what authority am I for you? Perhaps, too, even now I am hiding something from you. I can't lay bare everything. And how can you ask what advantage? Don't you know how it would lessen your sentence? You would be confessing at a moment when another man has taken the crime on himself, and so has muddled the whole case. Consider that. I swear before God that I will so arrange that your confession shall come as a complete surprise. We will make a clean sweep of all the psychological points of a suspicion against you, so that your crime will appear to have been something like an aberration, for in truth it was an aberration. I am an honest man, Rodion Romanovich, and will keep my word.
Raskolnikov maintained a mournful silence, and let his head sink dejectedly. He pondered a long while, and at last smiled again, but his smile was sad and gentle.
No,
he said, apparently abandoning all attempt to keep up appearances with Porfiry.
It's not worth it. I don't care about lessening the sentence.
That's just what I was afraid of.
Porfiry cried warmly, and as it seemed involuntarily.
That's just what I feared, that you wouldn't care about the mitigation of sentence.
Raskolnikov looked sadly and expressively at him.
Ah, don't disdain life,
Porfiry went on.
You have a great deal of it still before you. How can you say you don't want a mitigation of sentence? You're an impatient fellow.
A great deal of what lies before me?
Of life? What sort of prophet are you? Do you know much about it? Seek and ye shall find. This may be God's means for bringing you to Him. And it's not forever. The bondage...
The time will be shortened.
laughed Raskolnikov.
Why, is it the bourgeois disgrace you're afraid of? It may be that you are afraid of it without knowing it because you are young. But anyway, you shouldn't be afraid of giving yourself up and confessing.
Ach, hang it!
Raskolnikov whispered with loathing and contempt, as though he did not want to speak aloud. He got up again, as though he meant to go away, but sat down again in evident despair.
Hang it if you like. You've lost faith, and you think that I am grossly flattering you. But how long has your life been? How much do you understand? You made up a theory, and then were ashamed that it broke down and turned out to be not at all original. It turned out something base, that's true, but you are not hopelessly base. By no means so base. At least you didn't deceive yourself for long. You went straight to the furthest point at one bound. How do I regard you? I regard you as one of those men who would stand and smile at their torturer while he cuts their entrails out, if only they have found faith or God. Find it, and you will live. You have long needed a change of air. Suffering, too, is a good thing. Suffer. Maybe Nikolai is right in wanting to suffer. I know you don't believe in it, but don't be overwise. Fling yourself straight into life without deliberation. Don't be afraid. The flood will bear you to the bank and set you safe on your feet again. What bank? How can I tell? I only believe that you have long life before you. I know that you take all my words now for a set speech prepared beforehand, but maybe you will remember them after. They may be of use some time. That's why I speak. It's as well that you only killed the old woman. If you'd invented another theory, you might perhaps have done something 1,000 times more hideous. You ought to thank God, perhaps. How do you know? Perhaps God is saving you for something. But keep a good heart and have less fear. Are you afraid of the great expiation before you? No, it would be shameful to be afraid of it. Since you have taken such a step, you must harden your heart. There is justice in it. You must fulfill the demands of justice. I know that you don't believe it, but indeed life will bring you through. You will live it down in time. What you need now is fresh air. Fresh air. Fresh air!
Raskolnikov positively started.
But who are you? What prophet are you? From the height of what majestic calm do you proclaim these words of wisdom?
Who am I? I am a man with nothing to hope for, that's all. A man perhaps of feeling and sympathy, maybe of some knowledge too, but my day is over. But you are a different matter. There is life waiting for you. Though, who knows, maybe your life too will pass off in smoke and come to nothing. Come, what does it matter that you will pass into another class of men? It's not comfort you regret with your heart. What of it that perhaps no one will see you for so long? It's not time, but yourself that will decide that. Be the sun, and all will see you. The sun has, before all, to be the sun. Why are you smiling again? At my being such a Schiller? I bet you're imagining that I'm trying to get round you by flattery. Well, perhaps I am. Perhaps you'd better not believe my word. Perhaps you'd better never believe it altogether. I'm made that way, I confess it. But let me add, you can judge for yourself, I think, how far I am a base sort of man and how far I am honest.
When do you mean to arrest me?
Well, I can let you walk about another day or two. Think it over, my dear fellow, and pray to God. It's more in your interest, believe me.
And what if I should run away?
Asked Raskolnikov with a strange smile.
No, you won't run away. A peasant would run away. A fashionable dissenter would run away, the flunkey of another man's thought. For you've only to show him the end of your little finger and he'll be ready to believe in anything for the rest of his life. But you've ceased to believe in your theory already. What will you run away with? And what will you do in hiding? It would be hateful and difficult for you, and what you need more than anything in life is a definite position, an atmosphere to suit you. And what sort of atmosphere would you have? If you run away, you'd come back to yourself. You can't get on without us. And if I put you in prison, say you've been there a month or 2 or 3, remember my word, you'll confess of yourself, and perhaps to your own surprise. You won't know an hour beforehand that you are coming with a confession. I am convinced that you will decide to take your suffering. You don't believe my words now, but you'll come to it of yourself. For suffering, Rodion Romanovich, is a great thing. Never mind my having grown fat, I know all the same. Don't laugh at it. There is an idea in suffering. Nikolai is right. No, you won't run away, Rodion Romanovich.
Raskolnikov got up and took his cap. Porfiry Petrovitch also rose.
Are you going for a walk? The evening will be fine if only we don't have a storm. Though it would be a good thing to freshen the air.
He too took his cap.
Porfiry Petrovitch, please don't take up the notion that I have confessed to you today.
Raskolnikov pronounced with sullen insistence.
You're a strange man, and I have listened to you from simple curiosity. But I have admitted nothing. Remember that.
Oh, I know that. I'll remember. Look at him, he is trembling. Don't be uneasy, my dear fellow. Have it your own way. Walk about a bit. You won't be able to walk too far. If anything happens, I have one request to make of you.
He added, dropping his voice.
It's an awkward one, but important. If anything were to happen, though indeed I don't believe in it and think you quite incapable of it, yet in case you were taken during these 40 or 50 hours with the notion of putting an end to the business in some other way, in some fantastic fashion, laying hands on yourself, it's an absurd proposition, but you must forgive me for it. Do leave a brief but precise note, only 2 lines, and mention the stone. It will be more generous. Come, till we meet. Good thoughts and sound decisions to you.
Porfiry went out, stooping and avoiding looking at Raskolnikov. The latter went to the window and waited with irritable impatience till he calculated that Porfiry had reached the street and moved away. Then he too went hurriedly out of the room. End of Part 6, Chapter 2. Section 34 of Crime and Punishment. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. Part 6, Chapter 3. He hurried to Svidrigailov's. What he had to hope from that man he did not know, but that man had some hidden power over him. Having once recognized this, he could not rest, and now the time had come. On the way, one question particularly worried him. Had Svidrigaïlov been to Porfiry's? As far as he could judge, he would swear to it that he had not. He pondered again and again, went over Porfiry's visit. No, he hadn't been. Of course he hadn't. But if he had not been yet, would he go? Meanwhile, for the present, he fancied he couldn't. Why? He could not have explained. But if he could, he would not have wasted much thought over it at the moment. It all wearied him, and at the same time he could not attend to it. Strange to say, none would have believed it perhaps, but he only felt a faint vague anxiety about his immediate future. Another, much more important anxiety tormented him. It concerned himself, but in a different, more vital way. Moreover, he was conscious of immense moral fatigue, though his mind was working better that morning than it had done of late. And was it worth while, after all that had happened, to contend with these new trivial difficulties? Was it worth while, for instance, to manoeuvre that Svidrigaïlov should not go to Porfiry's? Was it worth while to investigate, to ascertain the facts, to waste time over anyone like Svidrigaïlov? Oh, how sick he was of it all! And yet he was hastening to Svidrigaïlov. Could he be expecting something new from him? Information, or means of escape? Men will catch at straws. Was it destiny, or some instinct bringing them together? Perhaps it was only fatigue, despair. Perhaps it was not Svidrigaïlov, but some other whom he needed, and Svidrigaïlov had simply presented himself by chance. Sonia? But what should he go to Sonia for now? To beg her tears again? He was afraid of Sonia too. Sonia stood before him as an irrevocable sentence. He must go his own way of hers. At that moment especially he did not feel equal to seeing her. No, would it not be better to try Svidrigaïlov? And he could not help inwardly owning that he had long felt that he must see him for some reason. But what could they have in common? Their very evil doing could not be of the same kind. The man, moreover, was very unpleasant, evidently depraved, undoubtedly cunning and deceitful, possibly malignant. Such stories were told about him. It is true he was befriending Katerina Ivanovna's children, but who could tell with what motive and what it meant? The man always had some design, some project. There was another thought, which had been continually hovering of late about Raskolnikov's mind and causing him great uneasiness. It was so painful that he made distinct efforts to get rid of it. He sometimes thought that Svidrigaïlov was dogging his footsteps. Svidrigaïlov had found out his secret and had designs on Dunya. What if he had them still? Wasn't it practically certain that he had? And what if, having learned his secret, and so having gained power over him, he were to use it as a weapon against Dunya? This idea sometimes even tormented his dreams, but it had never presented itself so vividly to him as on his way to Svidrigaïlov. The very thought moved him to gloomy rage. To begin with, this would transform everything, even his own position. He would have at once to confess his secret to Dunya. Would he have to give himself up, perhaps to prevent Dunya from taking some rash step? The letter? This morning Dunya had received a letter. From whom could she get letters in Petersburg? Luzhin, perhaps? It's true, Razumixin was there to protect her, but Razumixin knew nothing of the position. Perhaps it was his duty to tell Razumixin. He thought of it with repugnance. In any case, he must see Svidrigaïlov as soon as possible, he decided finally. Thank God, the details of the interview were of little consequence. If only he could get at the root of the matter. But if Svidrigaïlov were capable, if he were intriguing against Dunya, then... Raskolnikov was so exhausted by what he had passed through that month that he could only decide such questions in one way. Then I shall kill him, he thought in cold despair. A sudden anguish oppressed his heart. He stood still in the middle of the street and began looking about to see where he was and which way he was going. He found himself in X Prospect, 30 or 40 paces from the Haymarket through which he had come. The whole second story of the house on the left was used as a tavern. All the windows were wide open, judging from the figures moving at the windows, the rooms were full to overflowing. There were sounds of singing, of clarionet and violin, and the boom of a Turkish drum. He could hear women shrieking. He was about to turn back, wondering why he had come to X Prospect, when suddenly, at one of the end windows, he saw Svidrigaïlov sitting at the tea table right in the open window, with a pipe in his mouth. Raskolnikov was dreadfully taken aback, almost terrified. Svidrigaïlov was silently watching and scrutinizing him, and, what struck Raskolnikov at once, seemed to be meaning to get up and slip away unobserved. Raskolnikov at once pretended not to have seen him, but to be looking absent-mindedly away, while he watched him out of the corner of his eye. His heart was beating violently. Yet it was evident that Svidrigaïlov did not want to be seen. He took the pipe out of his mouth and was on the point of concealing himself, but as he got up and moved back his chair, he seemed to have become suddenly aware that Raskolnikov had seen him, and was watching him. What had passed between them was much the same as what happened at their first meeting at Raskolnikov's room. A sly smile came into Svidrigaïlov's face and grew broader and broader. Each knew that he was seen and watched by the other. At last Svidrigaïlov broke into a loud laugh.
Well, well, come in if you want me. I am here,
he shouted from the window. Raskolnikov went up into the tavern. He found Svidrigaïlov in a tiny back room, adjoining the saloon in which merchants, clerks, and numbers of people of all sorts were drinking tea at 20 little tables to the desperate bawling of a chorus of singers. The click of billiard balls could be heard in the distance. On the table before Svidrigaïlov stood an open bottle and a glass half full of champagne. In the room he found also a boy with a little hand organ, a healthy-looking, red-cheeked girl of 18, wearing a tucked-up striped skirt and a Tyrolese hat with ribbons. In spite of the chorus in the other room, she was singing some servant's hall song in a rather husky contralto, to the accompaniment of the organ.
Come, that's enough.
Svidrigaïlov stopped her at Raskolnikov's entrance. The girl at once broke off and stood waiting respectfully. She had sung her guttural rhymes too, with a serious and respectful expression in her face.
Hey, Philip, a glass,
shouted Svidrigaïlov.
I won't drink anything,
said Raskolnikov.
As you like. I didn't mean it for you. Drink, Katya. I don't want anything more today. You can go.
He poured her out a full glass and laid down a yellow note. Katya drank off her glass of wine, as women do, without putting it down, in 20 gulps, took the note and kissed Svidrigaïlov's hand, which he allowed quite seriously. She went out of the room, and then the boy trailed after her with the organ. Both had been brought in from the street. Svidrigaïlov had not been a week in Petersburg, but everything about him was already, so to speak, on a patriarchal footing. The waiter, Philip, was by now an old friend and very obsequious. The door leading to the saloon had a lock on it. Svidrigaïlov was at home in this room, and perhaps spent whole days in it. The tavern was dirty and wretched, not even second-rate.
I was going to see you and looking for you,
Raskolnikov began.
But I don't know what made me turn from the Haymarket into the X-Prospect just now. I never take this turning. I turn to the right from the Haymarket. And this isn't the way to you. I simply turned, and here you are. It is strange.
Why don't you say at once, it's a miracle?
Because it may be only chance.
Oh, that's the way with all you folk,
laughed Svidrigaïlov.
You won't admit it, even if you do inwardly believe it a miracle. Here you say that it may be only chance. And what cowards they all are here about having an opinion of their own. You can't fancy, Rodion Romanovich. I don't mean you. You have an opinion of your own, and are not afraid to have it. That's how it was you attracted my curiosity.
Nothing else?
Well, that's enough, you know.
Svidrigaïlov was obviously exhilarated, but only slightly so. He had not had more than half a glass of wine.
I fancy you came to see me before you knew that I was capable of having what you call an opinion of my own,
observed Raskolnikov.
Oh, well, it was a different matter. Everyone has his own plans. And apropos of the miracle, let me tell you that I think you have been asleep for the last 2 or 3 days. I told you of this tavern myself. There is no miracle in your coming straight here. I explained the way myself, told you where it was, and the hours you could find me here. Do you remember?
I don't remember.
answered Raskolnikov with surprise.
I believe you. I told you twice. The address has been stamped mechanically on your memory. You turned this way mechanically, and yet precisely according to the direction, though you are not aware of it. When I told you then, I hardly hoped you understood me. You give yourself away too much, Rodion Romanovich. And another thing, I'm convinced there are lots of people in Petersburg who talk to themselves as they walk. This is a town of crazy people. If only we had scientific men, doctors, lawyers, and philosophers, might make most valuable investigations in Petersburg, each in his own line. There are few places where there are so many gloomy, strong, and queer influences on the soul of man as in Petersburg. The mere influences of climate mean so much, and it's the administrative center of all Russia, and its character must be reflected on the whole country. But that is neither here nor there now. The point is that I have several times watched you. You walk out of your house, holding your head high. 20 paces from home you let it sink, and fold your hands behind your back. You look, and evidently see nothing before nor beside you. At last you begin moving your lips and talking to yourself, and sometimes you wave one hand and declaim, and at last stand still in the middle of the road. That's not at all the thing. Someone may be watching you besides me, and it won't do you any good. It's nothing really to do with me, and I can't cure you, but, of course, you understand me.
Do you know that I am being followed?
Asked Raskolnikov, looking inquisitively at him.
No, I know nothing about it,
said Svidrigaïlov, seeming surprised.
Well then, let us leave me alone,
Raskolnikov muttered, frowning.
Very good. Let us leave you alone.
You had better tell me, if you came here to drink, and directed me twice to come here to you, why did you hide, and try to get away just now when I looked at the window from the street? I saw it.
He, and why was it you lay on your sofa with closed eyes, and pretended to be asleep, though you were wide awake while I stood in your doorway? I saw it.
I may have had reasons. You know that yourself.
And I may have had my reasons, though you don't know them.
Raskolnikov dropped his right elbow on the table, leaned his chin in the fingers of his right hand, and stared intently at Svidrigaïlov. For a full minute he scrutinized his face, which had impressed him before. It was a strange face, like a mask, white and red, with bright red lips, with a flaxen beard, and still thick flaxen hair. His eyes were somehow too blue, and their expression somehow too heavy and fixed. There was something awfully unpleasant in that handsome face, which looked so wonderfully young for his age. Svidrigaïlov was smartly dressed in light summer clothes, and was particularly dainty in his linen. He wore a huge ring with a precious stone in it.
Have I got to bother myself about you too now?
Said Raskolnikov suddenly, coming with nervous impatience straight to the point.
Even though perhaps you are the most dangerous man if you care to injure me, I don't want to put myself out any more. I will show you at once that I don't prize myself as you probably think I do. I've come to tell you at once that if you keep to your former intentions with regard to my sister, and if you think to derive any benefit in that direction from what has been discovered of late, I will kill you before you get me locked up. You can reckon on my word. You know that I can keep it. And in the second place, if you want to tell me anything, for I keep fancying all this time that you have something to tell me, make haste and tell it, for time is precious, and very likely it will soon be too late.
Why in such haste?
Asked Svidrigaïlov, looking at him curiously.
Everyone has his plans,
Raskolnikov answered gloomily and impatiently.
You urged me yourself to frankness just now, and at the first question you refused to answer.
Svidrigaïlov observed with a smile.
You keep fancying that I have aims of my own, and so you look at me with suspicion. Of course, it's perfectly natural in your position. But though I should like to be friends with you, I shan't trouble myself to convince you of the contrary. The game isn't worth the candle, and I wasn't intending to talk to you about anything special.
What did you want me for, then? It was you who came hanging about me.
Why, simply as an interesting subject for observation. I liked the fantastic nature of your position, that's what it was. Besides, you are the brother of a person who greatly interested me, and from that person I had in the past heard a very great deal about you, from which I gathered that you had a great influence over her. Isn't that enough? Ha, ha, ha. Still, I must admit that your question is rather complex, and is difficult for me to answer. Here you, for instance, have come to me not only for a definite object, but for the sake of hearing something new. Isn't that so? Isn't that so?
Persisted Svidrigaïlov with a sly smile.
Well, can't you fancy then that I, too, on my way here in the train was reckoning on you, on your telling me something new, and on my making some profit out of you. You see what rich men we are.
What profit could you make?
How can I tell you? How do I know? You see in what a tavern I spend all my time, and it's my enjoyment. That's to say, it's no great enjoyment, but one must sit somewhere. That poor Katya now, you saw her? If only I had been a glutton now, a club gourmand, but you see, I can eat this.
He pointed to a little table in the corner, where the remnants of a terrible-looking beefsteak and potatoes lay on a tin dish.
Have you dined, by the way? I've had something and want nothing more. I don't drink, for instance, at all. Except for champagne, I never touch anything, and not more than a glass of that all the evening, and even that is enough to make my head ache. I ordered it just now to wind myself up, for I am just going off somewhere, and you see me in a peculiar state of mind. That was why I hid myself just now like a schoolboy, for I was afraid you would hinder me. But I believe...
He pulled out his watch.
I can spend an hour with you. It's 4:30 now. If only I'd been something, a landowner, a father, a cavalry officer, a photographer, a journalist. I am nothing, no specialty, and sometimes I am positively bored. I really thought you would tell me something new.
But what are you, and why have you come here?
What am I? You know, a gentleman. I served for 2 years in the cavalry, then I knocked about here in Petersburg, then I married Marfa Petrovna and lived in the country. There you have my biography.
You are a gambler, I believe.
No, a poor sort of gambler, a card sharper, not a gambler.
You have been a card sharper, then?
Yes, I've been a card sharper, too.
Didn't you get thrashed sometimes?
It did happen. Why?
Why, you might have challenged them. Altogether, it must have been lively.
I won't contradict you. And besides, I am no hand at philosophy. I confess that I hastened here for the sake of the women.
As soon as you buried Marfa Petrovna?
Quite so.
Svidrigaïlov smiled with engaging candor.
What of it? You seem to find something wrong in my speaking like that about women.
You ask whether I find anything wrong in vice.
Vice? Oh, that's what you are after. But I'll answer you in order. First, about women in general. You know I'm fond of talking. Tell me, what should I restrain myself for? Why should I give up women, since I have a passion for them? It's an occupation, anyway.
So you hope for nothing here but vice?
Oh, very well, for vice, then. You insist on its being vice. But anyway, I like a direct question. In this vice, at least, there is something permanent, founded indeed upon nature, and not dependent on fantasy, something present in the blood, like an ever-burning ember, for ever setting one on fire, and maybe not to be quickly extinguished, even with years. You'll agree it's an occupation of a sort.
That's nothing to rejoice at. It's a disease and a dangerous one.
Oh, that's what you think, is it? I agree that it is a disease like everything that exceeds moderation. And of course, in this one must exceed moderation. But in the first place, everybody does so in one way or another, and in the second place, of course, one ought to be moderate and prudent, however mean it may be, but what am I to do? If I hadn't this, I might have to shoot myself. I'm ready to admit that a decent man ought to put up with being bored, but yet...
And could you shoot yourself?
Oh, come!
Svidrigailov parried with disgust.
Please, don't speak of it,
he added hurriedly, and with none of the bragging tone he had shown in all the previous conversation, his face quite changed.
I admit it's an unpardonable weakness, but I can't help it. I'm afraid of death, and I dislike its being talked of. Do you know that I am to a certain extent a mystic?
Ah, the apparitions of Marfa Petrovna. Do they still go on visiting you?
Oh, don't talk of them. There have been no more in Petersburg. Confound them!
he cried with an air of irritation.
Let's rather talk of that, though. I've not much time, and can't stay long with you. It's a pity. I should have found plenty to tell you.
What's your engagement? A woman?
Yes, a woman, a casual incident. No, that's not what I want to talk of.
And the hideousness, the filthiness of all your surroundings, doesn't that affect you? Have you lost the strength to stop yourself?
And do you pretend to strength, too? He, he, he. You surprised me just now, Rodion Romanovich, though I knew beforehand it would be so. You preach to me about vice and aesthetics. You, a Schiller, you, an idealist. Of course, that's all as it should be, and it would be surprising if it were not so. Yet it is strange in reality. Ah, what a pity I have no time, for you are a most interesting type. And by the way, are you fond of Schiller? I am awfully fond of him.
But what a braggart you are,
Raskolnikov said with some disgust.
Upon my word, I am not,
answered Svidrigailov, laughing.
However, I won't dispute it. Let me be a braggart. Why not brag, if it hurts no one? I spent 7 years in the country with Marfa Petrovna, so now when I come across an intelligent person like you, intelligent and highly interesting, I am simply glad to talk, and, besides, I've drunk that half-glass of champagne, and it's gone to my head a little. And besides, there is a certain fact that has wound me up tremendously. But about that I will keep quiet. Where are you off to?
he asked in alarm. Raskolnikov had begun getting up. He felt oppressed and stifled, and, as it were, ill at ease at having come here. He felt convinced that Svidrigaïlov was the most worthless scoundrel on the face of the earth.
Sit down. Stay a little,
Svidrigaïlov begged.
Let them bring you some tea, anyway. Stay a little. I won't talk nonsense about myself, I mean. I'll tell you something. If you like, I'll tell you how a woman tried to save me, as you would call it. It will be an answer to your first question indeed, for the woman was your sister. May I tell you? It will help to spend the time.
Tell me, but I trust that you...
Oh, don't be uneasy. Besides, even in a worthless low fellow like me, Avdotya Romanovna can only excite the deepest respect.
End of Part 6, Chapter 3. Section 35 of Crime and Punishment. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. Part 6, Chapter 4.
You know, perhaps, yes, I told you myself,
began Svidrigaïlov,
that I was in the debtors' prison here for an immense sum, and had not any expectation of being able to pay it. There is no need to go into particulars of how Marfa Petrovna bought me out. Do you know to what a point of insanity a woman can sometimes love? She was an honest woman, and very sensible, although completely uneducated. Would you believe that this honest and jealous woman, after many scenes of hysterics and reproaches, condescended to enter into a kind of contract with me, which she kept throughout our married life? She was considerably older than I, and besides, she always kept a clove or something in her mouth. There was so much swinishness in my soul, and honesty too, of a sort, as to tell her straight out that I couldn't be absolutely faithful to her. This confession drove her to frenzy, but yet she seems in a way to have liked my brutal frankness. She thought it showed I was unwilling to deceive her, if I warned her like this beforehand, and for a jealous woman, you know, that's the first consideration. After many tears, an unwritten contract was drawn up between us. First, that I would never leave Marfa Petrovna, and would always be her husband. Secondly, that I would never absent myself without her permission. Thirdly, that I would never set up a permanent mistress. Fourthly, in return for this, Marfa Petrovna gave me a free hand with the maid-servants, but only with her secret knowledge. Fifthly, God forbid my falling in love with a woman of our class. Sixthly, in case I, which God forbid, should be visited by a great serious passion, I was bound to reveal it to Marfa Petrovna. On this last score, however, Marfa Petrovna was fairly at ease. She was a sensible woman, and so she could not help looking upon me as a dissolute profligate incapable of real love. But a sensible woman and a jealous woman are two very different things, and that's where the trouble came in. But to judge some people impartially, we must renounce certain preconceived opinions, and our habitual attitude to the ordinary people about us. I have reason to have faith in your judgment rather than in anyone's. Perhaps you have already heard a great deal that was ridiculous and absurd about Marfa Petrovna. She certainly had some very ridiculous ways, but I tell you frankly that I feel really sorry for the innumerable woes of which I was the cause. Well, and that's enough, I think, by way of a decorous raison funèbre, for the most tender wife of a most tender husband. When we quarrelled, I usually held my tongue, and did not irritate her, and that gentlemanly conduct rarely failed to attain its object. It influenced her, it pleased her, indeed. These were times when she was positively proud of me, but your sister she couldn't put up with anyway, and however she came to risk taking such a beautiful creature into her house as a governess. My explanation is that Marfa Petrovna was an ardent and impressionable woman and simply fell in love herself, literally fell in love, with your sister. Well, little wonder, look at Avdotya Romanovna. I saw the danger at the first glance, and what do you think? I resolved not to look at her even. But Avdotya Romanovna herself made the first step, would you believe it? Would you believe it too, that Marfa Petrovna was positively angry with me at first for my persistent silence about your sister, for my careless reception of her continual adoring praises of Avdotya Romanovna. I don't know what it was she wanted. Well, of course, Marfa Petrovna told Avdotya Romanovna every detail about me. She had the unfortunate habit of telling literally everyone all our family secrets and continually complaining of me. How could she fail to confide in such a delightful new friend? I expect they talked of nothing else but me, and no doubt Avdotya Romanovna heard all those dark, mysterious rumours that were current about me. I don't mind betting that you too have heard something of the sort already.
I have. Lurin charged you with having caused the death of a child. Is that true?
Don't refer to those vulgar tales, I beg,
said Svidrigailov with disgust and annoyance.
If you insist on wanting to know about all that idiocy, I will tell you one day, but now...
I was told, too, about some footman of yours in the country whom you treated badly.
I beg you to drop the subject.
Svidrigailov interrupted again with obvious impatience.
Was that the footman who came to you after death to fill your pipe? You told me about it yourself.
Raskolnikov felt more and more irritated. Svidrigailov looked at him attentively, and Raskolnikov fancied he caught a flash of spiteful mockery in that look, but Svidrigailov restrained himself and answered very civilly.
Yes, it was. I see that you, too, are extremely interested and shall feel it my duty to satisfy your curiosity at the first opportunity. Upon my soul, I see that I really might pass for a romantic figure with some people. Judge how grateful I must be to Marfa Petrovna for having repeated to Avdotya Romanovna such mysterious and interesting gossip about me. I dare not guess what impression it made on her, but in any case it worked in my interests. With all Avdotya Romanovna's natural aversion, and in spite of my invariably gloomy and repellent aspect, she did at least feel pity for me, pity for a lost soul. And if once a girl's heart is moved to pity, it's more dangerous than anything. She's bound to want to save him, to bring him to his senses, and lift him up and draw him to nobler aims, and restore him to new life and usefulness. Well, we all know how far such dreams can go. I saw at once that the bird was flying into the cage of herself, and I too made ready. I think you are frowning, Rodion Romanovich. There is no need. As you know, it all ended in smoke. Hang it all, what a lot I am drinking. Do you know, I always, from the very beginning, regretted that it wasn't your sister's fate to be born in the 2nd or 3rd century A.D. as the daughter of a reigning prince, or some governor or proconsul in Asia Minor. She would undoubtedly have been one of those who would endure martyrdom and would have smiled when they branded her bosom with hot pincers, and she would have gone to it of herself. And in the 4th or 5th century she would have walked away into the Egyptian desert, and would have stayed there 30 years, living on roots and ecstasies and visions. She is simply thirsting to face some torture for someone, and if she can't get her torture, she'll throw herself out of a window. I have heard something of a Mr. Razumichin. He's said to be a sensible fellow. His surname suggests it, indeed. He's probably a divinity student. Well, he had better look after your sister. I believe I understand her, and I am proud of it. But at the beginning of an acquaintance, as you know, one is apt to be more heedless and stupid. One doesn't see clearly. Hang it all, why is she so handsome? It's not my fault. In fact, it began on my side with a most irresistible physical desire. Avdotya Romanovna is awfully chaste, incredibly and phenomenally so. Take note, I tell you this about your sister as a fact. She is almost morbidly chaste, in spite of her broad intelligence, and it will stand in her way. There happened to be a girl in the house then, Parasha, a black-eyed wench, whom I had never seen before. She had just come from another village, very pretty, but incredibly stupid. She burst into tears, wailed so that she could be heard all over the place, and caused scandal. One day after dinner, Avdotya Romanovna followed me into an avenue in the garden, and with flashing eyes insisted on my leaving poor Parasha alone. It was almost our first conversation by ourselves. I, of course, was only too pleased to obey her wishes, tried to appear disconcerted, embarrassed, in fact, played my part not badly. Then came interviews, mysterious conversations, exhortations, entreaties, supplications, even tears. Would you believe it? Even tears. Think what the passion for propaganda will bring some girls to. I, of course, threw it all on my destiny, posed as hungering and thirsting for light, and finally resorted to the most powerful weapon in the subjection of the female heart, a weapon which never fails one. It's the well-known resource, flattery. Nothing in the world is harder than speaking the truth, and nothing easier than flattery. If there's the 100th part of a false note in speaking the truth, it leads to a discord, and that leads to trouble. But if all, to the last note, is false in flattery, it is just as agreeable, and is heard not without satisfaction. It may be a coarse satisfaction, but still a satisfaction, and however coarse the flattery, at least half will be sure to seem true. That's so for all stages of development and classes of society. A Vestal virgin might be seduced by flattery. I can never remember without laughter how I once seduced a lady who was devoted to her husband, her children, and her principles. What fun it was, and how little trouble! And the lady really had principles, of her own anyway. All my tactics lay in simply being utterly annihilated and prostrate before her purity. I flattered her shamelessly, and as soon as I succeeded in getting a pressure of the hand, even a glance from her, I would reproach myself for having snatched it by force, and would declare that she had resisted, so that I could never have gained anything but for my being so unprincipled. I maintained that she was so innocent that she could not foresee my treachery, and yielded to me unconsciously, unawares, and so on. In fact, I triumphed, while my lady remained firmly convinced that she was innocent, chaste, and faithful to all her duties and obligations, and had succumbed quite by accident. And how angry she was with me when I explained to her at last that it was my sincere conviction that she was just as eager as I. Poor Marfa Petrovna was awfully weak on the side of flattery, and if I had only cared to, I might have had all her property settled on me during her lifetime. I am drinking an awful lot of wine now and talking too much. I hope you won't be angry if I mention now that I was beginning to produce the same effect on Avdotya Romanovna. But I was stupid and impatient and spoiled it all. Avdotya Romanovna had several times, and one time in particular, been greatly displeased by the expression of my eyes, would you believe it? There was sometimes a light in them which frightened her, and grew stronger and more unguarded till it was hateful to her. No need to go into detail, but we parted. There I acted stupidly again. I fell to jeering in the coarsest way at all such propaganda and efforts to convert me. Parasha came onto the scene again, and not she alone. In fact, there was a tremendous to do. Ah, Rodion Romanovich, if you could only see how your sister's eyes can flash sometimes. Never mind my being drunk at this moment and having had a whole glass of wine. I am speaking the truth. I assure you that this glance has haunted my dreams. The very rustle of her dress was more than I could stand at last. I really began to think that I might become epileptic. I could never have believed that I could be moved to such a frenzy. It was essential, indeed, to be reconciled, but by then it was impossible. And imagine what I did then. To what a pitch of stupidity a man can be brought by frenzy. Never undertake anything in a frenzy, Rodion Romanovich. I reflected that Avdotya Romanovna was after all a beggar. Ah, excuse me, that's not the word. But does it matter if it expresses the meaning? That she lived by her work, that she had her mother and you to keep. Ah, hang it, you're frowning again. And I resolved to offer her all my money, 30,000 roubles I could have realized then, if she would run away with me here to Petersburg. Of course I should have vowed eternal love, rapture, and so on. Do you know, I was so wild about her at that time that if she had told me to poison Marfa Petrovna, or to cut her throat and to marry herself, it would have been done at once. But it ended in the catastrophe of which you know already. You can fancy how frantic I was when I heard that Marfa Petrovna had got hold of that scoundrelly attorney, Luzhin, and had almost made a match between them, which would really have been just the same thing as I was proposing. Wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? I notice that you have begun to be very attentive. You interesting young man.
Svidrigaïlov struck the table with his fist impatiently. He was flushed. Raskolnikov saw clearly that the glass, or glass and a half, of champagne that he had sipped almost unconsciously was affecting him, and he resolved to take advantage of the opportunity. He felt very suspicious of Svidrigaïlov.
Well, after what you have said, I am fully convinced that you have come to Petersburg with designs on my sister,
he said directly to Svidrigaïlov, in order to irritate him further.
Oh, nonsense,
said Svidrigaïlov, seeming to rouse himself.
Why, I told you. Besides, your sister can't endure me.
Yes, I am certain that she can't. But that's not the point.
Are you so sure that she can't?
Svidrigaïlov screwed up his eyes and smiled mockingly.
You are right. She doesn't love me. But you can never be sure of what has passed between husband and wife, or lover and mistress. There is always a little corner which remains a secret to the world and is only known to those two. Will you answer for it that Avdotya Romanovna regarded me with aversion?
From some words you've dropped, I notice that you still have designs, and of course evil ones, on Donia, and mean to carry them out promptly.
What? Have I dropped words like that?
Svidrigaïlov asked in naive dismay, taking not the slightest notice of the epithet bestowed on his designs.
Why, you are dropping them even now. Why are you so frightened? What are you so afraid of now?
Me? Afraid? Afraid of you? You have rather to be afraid of me, cher ami. But what nonsense. I've drunk too much, though, I see that. I was almost saying too much again. Damn the wine. Hi, there, water.
He snatched up the champagne bottle and flung it without ceremony out of the window. Philip brought the water.
"That's all nonsense,"
said Svidrigaïlov, wetting a towel and putting it to his head.
"But I can answer you in one word and annihilate all your suspicions. Do you know that I'm going to get married?"
You told me so before.
"Did I? I've forgotten. But I couldn't have told you so for certain, for I had not even seen my betrothed. I only meant to. But now I really have a betrothed, and it's a settled thing, and if it weren't that I have business that can't be put off, I would have taken you to see them at once, for I should like to ask your advice. Ah, hang it, only 10 minutes left. See, look at the watch. But I must tell you, for it's an interesting story, my marriage in its own way. Where are you off to? Going again?"
No, I'm not going away now.
"Not at all. We shall see. I'll take you there. I'll show you my betrothed, only not now, for you'll soon have to be off. You have to go to the right, and I to the left. Do you know that Madame Resslich, the woman I'm lodging with now, eh? I know what you're thinking, that she's the woman whose girl they say drowned herself in the winter. Come, are you listening? She arranged it all for me. You're bored, she said. You want something to fill up your time. For you know, I am a gloomy, depressed person. Do you think I'm light-hearted? No, I'm gloomy. I do no harm, but sit in a corner without speaking a word for 3 days at a time. And that Resslich is a sly hussy, I tell you. I know what she has got in her mind. She thinks I shall get sick of it, abandon my wife, and depart, and she'll get hold of her and make a profit out of her, in our class, of course, or higher. She told me the father was a broken-down retired official, who has been sitting in a chair for the last 3 years with his legs paralyzed. The mamma, she said, was a sensible woman. There is a son serving in the provinces, but he doesn't help. There is a daughter who is married, but she doesn't visit them. And they have 2 little nephews on their hands, as though their own children were not enough, and they have taken from school their youngest daughter, a girl who'll be 16 in another month, so that then she can be married. She was for me. We went there. How funny it was. I present myself, a landowner, a widower, of a well-known name, with connections, with a fortune. What if I am 50 and she's not 16? Who thinks of that? But it's fascinating, isn't it? It is fascinating, ha! You should have seen how I talked to the papa and mamma. It was worth paying to have seen me at that moment. She comes in, curtsies, you can fancy, still in a short frock, an unopened bud, flushing like a sunset. She had been told, no doubt. I don't know how you feel about female faces, but to my mind these 16 years, these childish eyes, shyness and tears of bashfulness are better than beauty, and she is a perfect little picture too. Fair hair in little curls like a lamb's, full little rosy lips, tiny feet, a charmer. Well, we made friends. I told them I was in a hurry owing to domestic circumstances, and the next day, that is the day before yesterday, we were betrothed. When I go now, I take her on my knee at once and keep her there. Well, she flushes like a sunset, and I kiss her every minute. Her mamma, of course, impresses on her face that this is her husband, and that this must be so. It's simply delicious. The present betrothed condition is perhaps better than marriage. Here you have what is called la nature et la vérité. Ha! I've talked to her twice. She's far from a fool. Sometimes she steals a look at me that positively scorches me. Her face is like Raphael's Madonna. You know, the Sistine Madonna's face has something fantastic in it. The phase of mournful religious ecstasy. Haven't you noticed it? Well, she's something in that line. The day after we'd been betrothed, I bought her presents to the value of 1,500 rubles, a set of diamonds, and another of pearls, and a silver dressing case as large as this, with all sorts of things in it, so that even my Madonna's face glowed. I sat her on my knee yesterday, and I suppose rather too unceremoniously. She flushed crimson, and the tears started, but she didn't want to show it. We were left alone. She suddenly flung herself on my neck, for the first time of her own accord, put her little arms round me, kissed me, and vowed that she would be an obedient, faithful, and good wife, would make me happy, would devote all her life, every minute of her life, would sacrifice everything, everything, and that all she asks in return is my respect, and that she wants nothing, nothing more from me, no presents. You'll admit that to hear such a confession alone from an angel of 16 in a muslin frock, with little curls, with a flush of maiden shyness in her cheeks, and tears of enthusiasm in her eyes, is rather fascinating. Isn't it fascinating? It's worth paying for, isn't it? Well, listen. We'll go to see my betrothed, only not just now.
The fact is, this monstrous difference in age and development excites your sensuality. Will you really make such a marriage?
Why, of course. Everyone thinks of himself, and he lives most gaily who knows best to deceive himself. Ha, ha! But why are you so keen about virtue? Have mercy on me, my good friend. I am a sinful man. Ha, ha, ha!
But you have provided for the children of Katerina Ivanovna, though you had your own reasons. I understand it all now.
I am always fond of children, very fond of them,
laughed Svidrigailov.
I can tell you one curious instance of it. The first day I came here I visited various haunts. After 7 years I simply rushed at them. You probably notice that I am not in a hurry to renew acquaintance with my old friends. I shall do without them as long as I can. Do you know, when I was with Marfa Petrovna in the country, I was haunted by the thought of these places where anyone who knows his way about can find a great deal. Yes, upon my soul, the peasants have vodka, the educated young people, shut out from activity, waste themselves in impossible dreams and visions, and are crippled by theories. Jews have sprung up and are amassing money, and all the rest give themselves up to debauchery. From the first hour the town reeked of its familiar odours. I chanced to be in a frightful den. I like my dens dirty. It was a dance, so-called, and there was a cancan, such as I never saw in my day. Yes, there you have progress. All of a sudden, I saw a little girl of 13, nicely dressed, dancing with a specialist in that line, with another one vis-à-vis. Her mother was sitting on a chair by the wall. You can't fancy what a cancan that was. The girl was ashamed, blushed, at last felt insulted, and began to cry. Her partner seized her and began whirling her round and performing before her. Everyone laughed, and I like your public, even the cancan public. They laughed and shouted, "Serves her right, serves her right, shouldn't bring children." Well, it's not my business whether that consoling reflection was logical or not. I at once fixed on my plan, sat down by the mother, and began by saying that I too was a stranger, and that people here were ill-bred, and that they couldn't distinguish decent folks, and treat them with respect. Gave her to understand that I had plenty of money, offered to take them home in my carriage. I took them home, and got to know them. They were lodging in a miserable little hole, and had only just arrived from the country. She told me that she and her daughter could only regard my acquaintance as an honor. I found out that they had nothing of their own, and had come to town upon some legal business. I proffered my services and money. I learned that they had gone to the dancing saloon by mistake, believing that it was a genuine dancing class. I offered to assist in the young girl's education in French and dancing. My offer was accepted with enthusiasm as an honor, and we are still friendly. If you like, we'll go and see them, only not just now.
Stop. Enough of your vile, nasty anecdotes, depraved, vile, sensual man.
Schiller, you are a regular Schiller. Ulla vetu vatele senisha. But you know, I shall tell you these things on purpose, for the pleasure of hearing your outcries.
I dare say. I can see I am ridiculous myself,
muttered Raskolnikov angrily. Svidrigaïlov laughed heartily. Finally he called Philip, paid his bill, and began getting up.
I say, but I am drunk. Asi koz,
he said.
It's been a pleasure.
I should rather think it must be a pleasure,
cried Raskolnikov, getting up.
No doubt it is a pleasure for a worn-out profligate to describe such adventures with a monstrous project of the same sort in his mind. Especially under such circumstances and to such a man as me. It's stimulating.
Well, if you come to that,
Svidrigaïlov answered, scrutinizing Raskolnikov with some surprise.
If you come to that, you are a thorough cynic yourself. You have plenty to make you so anyway. You can understand a great deal, and you can do a great deal too. But enough. I sincerely regret not having had more talk with you, but I shan't lose sight of you. Only wait a bit.
Svidrigaïlov walked out of the restaurant. Raskolnikov walked out after him. Svidrigaïlov was not, however, very drunk. The wine affected him for a moment, but it was passing off every minute. He was preoccupied with something of importance, and was frowning. He was apparently excited and uneasy in anticipation of something. His manner to Raskolnikov had changed during the last few minutes, and he was ruder and more sneering every moment. Raskolnikov noticed all this, and he too was uneasy. He became very suspicious of Svidrigaïlov, and resolved to follow him. They came out on to the pavement.
You go to the right, and I to the left, or if you like, the other way. Only adieu, mon plaisir. May we meet again.
And he walked to the right towards the Haymarket. End of Part 6, Chapter 4. Section 36 of Crime and Punishment. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. Part 6, Chapter 5. Raskolnikov walked after him.
What's this?
cried Svidrigaïlov, turning round.
I thought I said...
It means that I'm not going to lose sight of you now.
What?
Both stood still and gazed at one another, as though measuring their strength.
From all of your half-tipsy stories,
Raskolnikov observed harshly,
I am positive that you have not given up your designs on my sister, but are pursuing them more actively than ever. I have learnt that my sister received a letter this morning. You have hardly been able to sit still all this time. You may have unearthed a wife on the way, but that means nothing. I should like to make certain myself.
Raskolnikov could hardly have said himself what he wanted, and of what he wished to make certain.
Upon my word, I'll call the police.
Call away.
Again they stood for a minute facing each other. At last Svidrigaïlov's face changed. Having satisfied himself that Raskolnikov was not frightened at his threat, he assumed a mirthful and friendly air.
What a fellow! I purposely refrained from referring to your affair, though I am devoured by curiosity. It's a fantastic affair. I've put it off till another time, but you are enough to rouse the dead. Well, let us go, Only I warn you beforehand, I'm only going home for a moment to get some money. Then I shall lock up the flat, take a cab, and go to spend the evening at the islands. Now, are you going to follow me?
I'm coming to your lodgings, not to see you, but Sofia Simonovna, to say I'm sorry not to have been at the funeral.
That's as you like, but Sofya Semyonovna is not at home. She has taken the 3 children to an old lady of high rank, the patroness of some orphan asylums, whom I used to know years ago. I charmed the old lady by depositing a sum of money with her to provide for the 3 children of Katerina Ivanovna, and subscribing to the institution as well. I told her too the story of Sofya Semyonovna in full detail, suppressing nothing. It produced an indescribable effect on her. That's why Sofya Semyonovna has been invited to call today at the X Hotel, where the lady is staying for the time.
No matter, I'll come all the same.
As you like. It's nothing to me, but I won't come with you. Here we are at home. By the way, I am convinced that you regard me with suspicion just because I have shown such delicacy and have not so far troubled you with questions. You understand. It struck you as extraordinary, I don't mind betting it's that. Well, it teaches one to show delicacy.
And to listen at doors.
Ah, that's it, is it?
Laughed Svidrigailov.
Yes, I should have been surprised if you had let that pass after all that has happened. Ha ha! Though I did understand something of the pranks you had been up to and were telling Sofya Semyonovna about, what was the meaning of it? Perhaps I am quite behind the times and can't understand. For goodness sake, explain it, my dear boy. Expound the latest theories.
You couldn't have heard anything. You're making it all up.
But I'm not talking about that, though I did hear something. No, I'm talking of the way you keep sighing and groaning now. The Schiller in you is in revolt every moment, and now you tell me not to listen at doors. If that's how you feel, go and inform the police that you had this mischance. You made a little mistake in your theory. But if you are convinced that one mustn't listen at doors, but one may murder old women at one's pleasure, you had better be off to America and make haste. Run, young man. There may still be time. I'm speaking sincerely. Haven't you the money? I'll give you the fare.
I'm not thinking of that at all.
Raskolnikov interrupted with disgust.
I understand. But don't put yourself out. Don't discuss it if you don't want to. I understand the questions you are worrying over. Moral ones, aren't they? Duties of citizen and man. Lay them all aside. They are nothing to you now, ha-ha. You'll say you are still a man and a citizen. If so, you ought not to have got into this coil. It's no use taking up a job you are not fit for. Well, you had better shoot yourself. Or don't you want to?
You seem trying to enrage me, to make me leave you.
What a queer fellow. But here we are. Welcome to the staircase. You see, that's the way to Sofya Semyonovna. Look, there is no one at home. Don't you believe me? Ask Kapernaumov. She leaves the key with him. Here is Madame de Kapernaumov herself. Hey, what? She's rather deaf. Has she gone out? Where? Did you hear? She's not in, and won't be till late in the evening, probably. Well, come to my room. You wanted to come and see me, didn't you? Here we are. Madame Reslick's not at home. She's a woman who is always busy, an excellent woman, I assure you. She might have been of use to you if you had been a little more sensible. Now see. I take this 5% bond out of the bureau. See what a lot I've got of them still. This one will be turned into cash today. I mustn't waste any more time. The bureau is locked, the flat is locked, and here we are again on the stairs. Shall we take a cab? I'm going to the islands. Would you like a lift? I'll take this carriage. Ah, you refuse? You are tired of it. Come for a drive. I believe it will come on to rain. Never mind, we'll put down the hood.
Svidrigaïlov was already in the carriage. Raskolnikov decided that his suspicions were at least for that moment unjust. Without answering a word, he turned and walked back towards the Haymarket. If he had only turned round on his way, he might have seen Svidrigaïlov get out not 100 paces off, dismiss the cab, and walk along the pavement. But he had turned the corner and could see nothing. Intense disgust drew him away from Svidrigaïlov.
To think that I could, for one instant, have looked for help from that coarse brute, that depraved sensualist and blackguard,
he cried. Raskolnikov's judgment was uttered too lightly and hastily. There was something about Svidrigaïlov which gave him a certain original, even a mysterious character. As concerned his sister, Raskolnikov was convinced that Svidrigaïlov would not leave her in peace, but it was too tiresome and unbearable to go on thinking and thinking about this. When he was alone, he had not gone 20 paces before he sank, as usual, into deep thought. On the bridge he stood by the railing and began gazing at the water, and his sister was standing close by him. He met her at the entrance to the bridge, but passed by without seeing her. Dunya had never met him like this in the street before and was struck with dismay. She stood still, and did not know whether to call to him or not. Suddenly she saw Svidrigaïlov coming quickly from the direction of the Haymarket. He seemed to be approaching cautiously. He did not go on to the bridge, but stood aside on the pavement, doing all he could to avoid Raskolnikov's seeing him. He had observed Dunya for some time, and had been making signs to her. She fancied he was signalling to beg her not to speak to her brother, but to come to him. That was what Dunya did. She stole by her brother and went up to Svidrigaïlov.
Let us make haste away,
Svidrigaïlov whispered to her.
I don't want Rodion Romanovich to know of our meeting. I must tell you I've been sitting with him in the restaurant close by, where he looked me up, and I had great difficulty in getting rid of him. He has somehow heard of my letter to you, and suspects something. It wasn't you who told him, of course, but if not you, who then?
Well, we've turned a corner now,
Dunya interrupted.
And my brother won't see us. I have to tell you that I am going no further with you. Speak to me here. You can tell it all on the street.
In the first place, I can't say it in the street. Secondly, you must hear Sofya Semyonovna too. And thirdly, I will show you some papers. Oh well, if you won't agree to come with me, I shall refuse to give any explanation and go away at once. But I beg you not to forget that a very curious secret of your beloved brother's is entirely in my keeping.
Dunya stood still, hesitating, and looked at Svidrigaïlov with searching eyes.
What are you afraid of?
He observed quietly.
The town is not the country, and even in the country you did me more harm than I did you.
Have you prepared Sofya Semyonovna?
No, I have not said a word to her, and am not quite certain whether she is at home now. But most likely she is. She has buried her stepmother today. She is not likely to go visiting on such a day. For the time I don't want to speak to anyone about it, and I half regret having spoken to you. The slightest indiscretion is as bad as betrayal in a thing like this. I live there in that house. We are coming to it. That's the porter of our house. He knows me very well, you see. He's bowing. He sees I'm coming with a lady, and no doubt he has noticed your face already, and you will be glad of that if you are afraid of me and suspicious. Excuse my putting things so coarsely. I haven't a flat to myself. Sofya Semyonovna's room is next to mine. She lodges in the next flat. The whole floor is let out in lodgings. Why are you frightened like a child? Am I really so terrible?
Svidrigailov's lips were twisted in a condescending smile, but he was in no smiling mood. His heart was throbbing and he could scarcely breathe. He spoke rather loud, to cover his growing excitement. But Dunya did not notice this peculiar excitement. She was so irritated by his remark that she was frightened of him like a child, and that he was so terrible to her.
Though I know that you are not a man of honour, I am not in the least afraid of you. Lead the way,
she said with apparent composure, but her face was very pale. Svidrigaïlov stopped at Sonia's room.
Allow me to inquire whether she is at home. She is not. How unfortunate. But I know she may come quite soon. If she has gone out, it can only be to see a lady about the orphans. Their mother is dead. I've been meddling and making arrangements for them. If Sofya Semyonovna does not come back in 10 minutes, I will send her to you, today if you like. This is my flat. These are my 2 rooms. Madame Reslich, my landlady, has the next room. Now look this way. I will show you my chief piece of evidence. This door from my bedroom leads into 2 perfectly empty rooms, which are to let. Here they are. You must look into them with some attention.
Svidrigaïlov occupied 2 fairly large furnished rooms. Dunya was looking about her mistrustfully, but saw nothing special in the furniture or position of the rooms. Yet there was something to observe, for instance, that Svidrigaïlov's flat was exactly between 2 sets of almost uninhabited apartments. His rooms were not entered directly from the passage, but through the landlady's 2 almost empty rooms. Unlocking a door leading out of his bedroom, Svidrigaïlov showed Dunya the 2 empty rooms that were to let. Dunya stopped in the doorway, not knowing what she was called to look upon, but Svidrigaïlov hastened to explain.
Look here, at this second large room. Notice that door, it's locked. By the door stands a chair, the only one in the 2 rooms. I brought it from my rooms so as to listen more conveniently. Just the other side of the door is Sofya Semyonovna's table. She sat there talking to Rodion Romanovich, and I sat here listening on 2 successive evenings for 2 hours each time, and of course I was able to learn something. What do you think?
You listened?
Yes, I did. Now come back to my room. We can't sit down here.
He brought Avdotia Romanovna back into his sitting room and offered her a chair. He sat down at the opposite side of the table, at least 7 feet from her, but probably there was the same glow in his eyes which had once frightened Dunya so much. She shuddered and once more looked about her distrustfully. It was an involuntary gesture, she evidently did not wish to betray her uneasiness. But the secluded position of Svidrigaïlov's lodging had suddenly struck her. She wanted to ask whether his landlady at least were at home, but pride kept her from asking. Moreover, she had another trouble in her heart incomparably greater than fear for herself. She was in great distress.
Here is your letter,
she said, laying it on the table.
Can it be true what you write? You hint at a crime committed, you say, by my brother. You hint at it too clearly. You daren't deny it now. I must tell you that I had heard of this stupid story before you wrote, and don't believe a word of it. It's a disgusting and ridiculous suspicion. I know the story, and why and how it was invented. You can have no proofs. You promised to prove it. Speak! But let me warn you that I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
Dunya said this, speaking hurriedly, and for an instant the colour rushed to her face.
If you didn't believe it, how could you risk coming alone to my rooms? Why have you come? Simply from curiosity?
Don't torment me. Speak! Speak!
There is no denying that you are a brave girl, upon my word. I thought you would have asked Mr. Razumихин to escort you here, but he was not with you nor anywhere near. I was on the lookout. It's spirited of you. It proves you wanted to spare Rodion Romanovich. But everything is divine in you. About your brother, what am I to say to you? You have just seen him yourself. What did you think of him?
Surely that's not the only thing you are building on.
No, not on that, but on his own words. He came here on 2 successive evenings to see Sofya Semyonovna. I have shown you where they sat. He made a full confession to her. He is a murderer. He killed an old woman, a pawnbroker, with whom he had pawned things himself. He killed her sister too, a peddler woman called Lizaveta, who happened to come in while he was murdering her sister. He killed them with an axe he brought with him. He murdered them to rob them, and he did rob them. He took money and various things. He told all this, word for word, to Sofya Semyonovna, the only person who knows his secret. But she has had no share by word or deed in the murder. She was as horrified at it as you are now. Don't be anxious. She won't betray him.
It cannot be,
muttered Dunya with white lips. She gasped for breath.
It cannot be. There was not the slightest cause, no sort of ground. It's a lie, a lie.
He robbed her. That was the cause. He took money and things. It's true that by his own admission he made no use of the money or things, but hid them under a stone where they are now. But that was because he dared not make use of them.
But how could he steal, rob? How could he dream of it?
Cried Dunya, and she jumped up from the chair.
Why, you know him, and you've seen him. Can he be a thief?
She seemed to be imploring Svidrigaïlov. She had entirely forgotten her fear.
There are thousands and millions of combinations and possibilities, Avdotya Romanovna. A thief steals and knows he is a scoundrel, but I have heard of a gentleman who broke open the mail. Who knows? Very likely he thought he was doing a gentlemanly thing. Of course, I should not have believed it myself if I had been told of it as you have, but I believe my own ears. He explained all the causes of it to Sofya Semyonovna too, but she did not believe her ears at first, yet she believed her own eyes at last.
What? What are the causes?
It's a long story, Avdotya Romanovna. Here's, how shall I tell you? A theory of her sort, the same one by which I, for instance, consider that a single misdeed is permissible if the principal aim is right, a solitary wrongdoing and hundreds of good deeds. It's galling, too, of course, for a young man of gifts and overweening pride to know that if he had, for instance, a paltry 3,000, his whole career, his whole future would be differently shaped, and yet not to have that 3,000. Add to that nervous irritability from hunger, from lodging in a hole, from rags, from a vivid sense of the charm of his social position, and his sister's and mother's position too. Above all, vanity, pride and vanity, though goodness knows he may have good qualities too. I'm not blaming him, please don't think it. Besides, it's not my business. A special little theory came in too, a theory of a sort, dividing mankind, you see, into material and superior persons, that is, persons to whom the law does not apply owing to their superiority, who make laws for the rest of mankind, the material that is. It's all right as a theory, une théorie comme une autre. Napoleon attracted him tremendously. That is, what affected him was that a great many men of genius have not hesitated at wrongdoing, but have overstepped the law without thinking about it. He seems to have fancied that he was a genius too. That is, he was convinced of it for a time. He has suffered a great deal, and is still suffering from the idea that he could make a theory, but was incapable of boldly overstepping the law, and so he's not a man of genius, and that's humiliating for a young man of any pride, in our day especially.
But remorse? You deny him any moral feeling, then? Is he like that?
Ah, Avdotya Romanovna, everything is in a muddle now. Not that it was ever in very good order. Russians in general are broad in their ideas, Avdotya Romanovna, broad like their land and exceedingly disposed to the fantastic, the chaotic. But it's a misfortune to be broad without a special genius. Do you remember what a lot of talk we had together on this subject, sitting in the evenings on the terrace after supper? Why, you used to reproach me with breadth. Who knows, perhaps we were talking at the very time when he was lying here thinking over his plan. There are no sacred traditions amongst us, especially in the educated class, Avdotya Romanovna. At the best someone will make them up somehow for himself, out of books or some old chronicle. But those are for the most part the learned and all old fogies, so that it would be almost ill-bred in a man of society. You know my opinions in general, though. I never blame anyone. I do nothing at all. I persevere in that. But we have talked of this more than once before. I was so happy indeed as to interest you in my opinions. You are very pale, Avdotya Romanovna.
I know his theory. I read that article of his about men to whom all is permitted. Razumihin brought it to me.
Mr. Razumihin? Your brother's article? In a magazine? Is there such an article? I didn't know. It must be interesting. But where are you going, Avdotya Romanovna?
I want to see Sofya Semyonovna,
Dunya articulated faintly.
How do I go to her? She has come in, perhaps. I must see her at once. Perhaps she...
Avdotya Romanovna could not finish. Her breath literally failed her.
Sofya Semyonovna will not be back till night. At least I believe not. She was to have been back at once, but if not, then she will not be in till quite late.
Ah, then you are lying. I see. You are lying, lying all the time. I don't believe you. I don't believe you,
cried Dunya, completely losing her head. Almost fainting, she sank on a chair which Svidrigaïlov made haste to give her.
Avdotya Romanovna, what is it? Control yourself. Here is some water, drink a little.
He sprinkled some water over her. Dunya shuddered and came to herself.
It has acted violently.
Svidrigaïlov muttered to himself, frowning.
Avdotya Romanovna, calm yourself. Believe me, he has friends. We will save him. Would you like me to take him abroad? I have money. I can get a ticket in 3 days. And as for the murder, he will do all sorts of good deeds yet, to atone for it. Calm yourself. He may become a great man yet. Well, how are you? How do you feel?
Cruel man! To be able to jeer at it! Let me go!
Where are you going?
To him. Where is he? Do you know? Why is this door locked? We came in at that door, and now it is locked. When did you manage to lock it?
We couldn't be shouting all over the flat on such a subject. I am far from jeering. It's simply that I'm sick of talking like this. But how can you go in such a state? Do you want to betray him? You will drive him to fury, and he will give himself up. Let me tell you, he is already being watched. They are already on his track. You will simply be giving him away. Wait a little. I saw him, and was talking to him just now. He can still be saved. Wait a bit. Sit down. Let us think it over together. I asked you to come in order to discuss it alone with you, and to consider it thoroughly. But do sit down.
How can you save him? Can he really be saved?
Dunya sat down. Svidrigaïlov sat down beside her.
It all depends on you. On you alone.
He began with glowing eyes, almost in a whisper, and hardly able to utter the words for emotion. Dunya drew back from him in alarm. He, too, was trembling all over.
You. One word from you, and he is saved. I'll save him. I have money and friends. I'll send him away at once. I'll get a passport. 2 passports. One for him and one for me. I have friends. Capable people. If you like, I'll take a passport for you. For your mother. What do you want with Razumichin? I love you too. I love you beyond everything. Let me kiss the hem of your dress. Let me. The very rustle of it is too much for me. Tell me, do that, and I'll do it. I'll do everything. I will do the impossible. What you believe, I will believe. I'll do anything. Anything. Don't look at me like that. Do you know that you are killing me?
He was almost beginning to rave. Something seemed suddenly to go to his head. Dunya jumped up and rushed to the door.
"Open it! Open it!"
she called, shaking the door.
"Open it! Is there no one there?"
Svidrigaïlov got up and came to himself. His still trembling lips slowly broke into an angry, mocking smile.
There is no one at home,
he said quietly and emphatically.
The landlady has gone out, and it's waste of time to shout like that. You are only exciting yourself uselessly.
Where is the key? Open the door at once, base man.
I have lost the key and cannot find it.
This is an outrage,
cried Dunya, turning pale as death. She rushed to the furthest corner, where she made haste to barricade herself with a little table. She did not scream, but she fixated her eyes on her tormentor and watched every movement he made. Svidrigaïlov remained standing at the other end of the room facing her. He was positively composed, at least in appearance, but his face was pale as before. The mocking smile did not leave his face.
You spoke of outrage just now, Avdotya Romanovna. In that case you may be sure I have taken measures. Sofya Semyonovna is not at home. The Kapernaumovs are far away. There are 5 locked rooms between. I am at least twice as strong as you are, and I have nothing to fear, besides. For you could not complain afterwards. You surely would not be willing actually to betray your brother. Besides, no one would believe you. How should a girl have come alone to visit a solitary man in his lodgings? So that even if you do sacrifice your brother, you could prove nothing. It is very difficult to prove an assault, Avdotya Romanovna.
Scoundrel!
whispered Dunya indignantly.
As you like, but observe I was only speaking by way of a general proposition. It's my personal conviction that you are perfectly right. Violence is hateful. I only spoke to show you that you need have no remorse even if you were willing to save your brother of your own accord, as I suggest to you. You would be simply submitting to circumstances, to violence, in fact, if we must use that word. Think about it. Your brother's and your mother's fate are in your hands. I will be your slave all my life. I will wait here.
Svidrigaïlov sat down on the sofa, about 8 steps from Dunya. She had not the slightest doubt now of his unbending determination. Besides, she knew him. Suddenly she pulled out of her pocket a revolver, cocked it, and laid it in her hand on the table. Svidrigaïlov jumped up.
Aha! So that's it, is it?
he cried, surprised, but smiling maliciously.
Well, that completely alters the aspect of affairs. You have made things wonderfully easier for me, Avdotya Romanovna. But where did you get the revolver? Was it Mr. Razumichin? Why, it's my revolver, an old friend. And how I have hunted for it. The shooting lessons I have given you in the country have not been thrown away.
It is not your revolver. It belonged to Marfa Petrovna, whom you killed, wretch. There was nothing of yours in her house. I took it when I began to suspect what you were capable of. If you dare to advance one step, I swear I'll kill you.
She was frantic.
But your brother? I ask from curiosity,
said Svidrigaïlov, still standing where he was.
Inform if you want to. Don't stir. Don't come nearer. I'll shoot. You poisoned your wife, I know. You are a murderer yourself.
She held the revolver ready.
Are you so positive I poisoned Marfa Petrovna?
You did. You hinted it yourself. You talked to me of poison. I know you went to get it. You had it in readiness. It was your doing. It must have been your doing. Scoundrel!
Even if that were true, it would have been for your sake. You would have been the cause.
You're lying. I hated you always, always.
Oh ho, Avdotya Romanovna. You seem to have forgotten how you softened to me in the heat of propaganda. I saw it in your eyes. Do you remember that moonlight night when the nightingale was singing?
That's a lie.
There was a flash of fury in Dunia's eyes.
That's a lie and a libel.
A lie? Well, if you like, it's a lie. I made it up. Women ought not to be reminded of such things.
He smiled.
I know you will shoot, you pretty wild creature. Well, shoot away.
Dunya raised the revolver, and deadly pale gazed at him, measuring the distance and awaiting the first movement on his part. His lower lip was white and quivering, and her big, black eyes flashed like fire. He had never seen her so handsome. The fire glowing in her eyes at the moment she raised the revolver seemed to kindle him, and there was a pang of anguish in his heart. He took a step forward, and a shot rang out. The bullet grazed his hair and flew into the wall behind. He stood still and laughed softly.
The wasp has stung me. She aimed straight at my head. What's this? Blood?
He pulled out his handkerchief to wipe the blood, which flowed in a thin stream down his right temple. The bullet seemed to have just grazed his skin. Dunya lowered the revolver and looked at Svidrigaïlov, not so much in terror as in a sort of wild amazement. She seemed not to understand what she was doing and what was going on.
Well, you missed. Fire again, I'll wait,
said Svidrigaïlov softly, still smiling, but gloomily.
If you go on like that, I shall have time to seize you before you cock again.
Dunya started, quickly cocked the pistol, and again raised it.
Let me be!
She cried in despair.
I swear I'll shoot again. I'll kill you.
Well, at 3 paces you can hardly help it. But if you don't, then...
His eyes flashed, and he took 2 steps forward. Dunya shot again. It missed fire.
You haven't loaded it properly. Never mind. You have another charge there. Get it ready. I'll wait.
He stood facing her, 2 paces away, waiting and gazing at her with wild determination, with feverishly passionate, stubborn, sad eyes. Dunya saw that he would sooner die than let her go. And now, of course, she would kill him at 2 paces. Suddenly she flung away the revolver.
She has dropped it,
said Svidrigaïlov with surprise, and he drew a deep breath. A weight seemed to have rolled from his heart, perhaps not only the fear of death. Indeed, he may scarcely have felt it at the moment. It was the deliverance from another feeling, darker and more bitter, which he could not himself have defined. He went to Dunya and gently put his arm round her waist. She did not resist, but, trembling like a leaf, looked at him with suppliant eyes. He tried to say something, but his lips moved without being able to utter a sound.
Let me go,
Dunya implored. Svidrigaïlov shuddered. Her voice now was quite different.
Then you don't love me?
He asked softly. Dunya shook her head.
And you can't? Never?
He whispered in despair.
Never!
There followed a moment of terrible, dumb struggle in the heart of Svidrigaïlov. He looked at her with an indescribable gaze. Suddenly he withdrew his arm, turned quickly to the window, and stood facing it. Another moment passed.
Here's the key.
He took it out of the left pocket of his coat and laid it on the table behind him, without turning or looking at Dunya.
Take it. Make haste.
He looked stubbornly out of the window. Dunya went up to the table to take the key.
Make haste. Make haste,
repeated Svidrigaïlov, still without turning or moving. But there seemed a terrible significance in the tone of that "make haste." Dunya understood it, snatched up the key, flew to the door, unlocked it quickly, and rushed out of the room. A minute later, beside herself, she ran out on the canal bank in the direction of Exbridge. Svidrigaïlov remained 3 minutes standing at the window. At last he slowly turned, looked about him, and passed his hand over his forehead. A strange smile contorted his face, a pitiful, sad, weak smile, a smile of despair. The blood, which was already getting dry, smeared his hand. He looked angrily at it, then wetted a towel and washed his temple. The revolver which Dunia had flung away lay near the door and suddenly caught his eye. He picked it up and examined it. It was a little pocket 3-barrel revolver of old-fashioned construction. There were still 2 charges and 1 capsule left in it. It could be fired again. He thought a little, put the revolver in his pocket, took his hat and went out. End of Part 6, Chapter 5.
Section 37 of Crime and Punishment. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. Part 6, Chapter 6. He spent that evening till 10 o'clock going from one low haunt to another. Katya, too, turned up and sang another gutter song, how a certain
villain and tyrant began kissing Katya.
Svidrigaïlov treated Katya and the organ grinder and some singers and the waiters and 2 little clerks. He was particularly drawn to these clerks by the fact that they both had crooked noses, one bent to the left and the other to the right. They took him finally to a pleasure garden, where he paid for their entrance. There was one lanky 3-year-old pine tree and 3 bushes in the garden, besides a Vauxhall, which was in reality a drinking bar where tea too was served, and there were a few green tables and chairs standing round it. A chorus of wretched singers and a drunken but exceedingly depressed German clown from Munich with a red nose entertained the public. The clerks quarrelled with some other clerks, and a fight seemed imminent. Svidrigaïlov was chosen to decide the dispute. He listened to them for a quarter of an hour, but they shouted so long that there was no possibility of understanding them. The only fact that seemed certain was that one of them had stolen something and had even succeeded in selling it on the spot to a Jew, but would not share the spoil with his companion. Finally, it appeared that the stolen object was a teaspoon belonging to the Vauxhall. It was missed, and the affair began to seem troublesome. Svidrigaïlov paid for the spoon, got up, and walked out of the garden. It was about 6 o'clock. He had not drunk a drop of wine all this time, and had ordered tea more for the sake of appearances than anything. It was a dark and stifling evening. Threatening storm clouds came over the sky about 10 o'clock. There was a clap of thunder, and the rain came down like a waterfall. The water fell not in drops, but beat on the earth in streams. There were flashes of lightning every minute, and each flash lasted while one could count to 5. Drenched to the skin, he went home, locked himself in, opened the bureau, took out all his money, and tore up 2 or 3 papers. Then, putting the money in his pocket, he was about to change his clothes, but, looking out of the window and listening to the thunder and the rain, he gave up the idea, took up his hat, and went out of the room without locking the door. He went straight to Sonia. She was at home. She was not alone. The 4 Kapernaumov children were with her. She was giving them tea. She received Svidrigaïlov in respectful silence, looking wonderingly at his soaking clothes. The children all ran away at once in indescribable terror. Svidrigaïlov sat down at the table and asked Sonia to sit beside him. She timidly prepared to listen.
"I may be going to America, Sofya Semyonovna,"
said Svidrigaïlov.
"and as I am probably seeing you for the last time, I have come to make some arrangements. Well, did you see the lady today? I know what she said to you. You need not tell me."
Sonia made a movement and blushed.
"Those people have their own way of doing things. As to your sisters and your brother, they are really provided for, and the money assigned to them I've put into safe keeping, and have received acknowledgments. You had better take charge of the receipts in case anything happens. Here, take them. Well, now that's settled. Here are 3 5% bonds to the value of 3,000 rubles. Take those for yourself, entirely for yourself, and let that be strictly between ourselves, so that no one knows of it, whatever you hear. You will need the money, for to go on living in the old way, Sofya Semyonovna, is bad, and besides, There is no need for it now.
I am so much indebted to you, and so are the children, and my stepmother,
said Sonia hurriedly.
And if I've said so little, please don't consider.
That's enough. That's enough.
But as for the money, Arkady Ivanovitch, I am very grateful to you, but I don't need it now. I can always earn my own living. Don't think me ungrateful. If you are so charitable, that money...
It's for you, Sofya Semyonovna, and please don't waste words over it. I haven't time for it. You will want it. Rodion Romanovich has two alternatives, a bullet in the brain or Siberia.
Sonia looked wildly at him and started.
Don't be uneasy. I know all about it from himself, and I am not a gossip. I won't tell anyone. It was good advice when you told him to give himself up and confess. It would be much better for him. Well, if it turns out to be Siberia, he will go and you will follow him. That's so, isn't it? And if so, you'll need money. You'll need it for him too. Do you understand? Giving it to you is the same as my giving it to him. Besides, you promised Amalia Ivanovna to pay what's owing. I heard you. How can you undertake such obligations so heedlessly, Sofya Semyonovna? It was Katerina Ivanovna's debt, and not yours, so you ought not to have taken any notice of the German woman. You can't get through the world like that. If you are ever questioned about me, tomorrow or the day after you will be asked, don't say anything about my coming to see you now, and don't show the money to anyone or say a word about it. Well, now, goodbye.
He got up.
My greetings to Rodion Romanovich. By the way, you had better put the money for the present in Mr. Razumichin's keeping. You know Mr. Razumichin? Of course you do. He's not a bad fellow. Take it to him tomorrow or when the time comes. And till then, hide it carefully.
Sonia too jumped up from her chair and looked in dismay at Svidrigaïlov. She longed to speak, to ask a question, but for the first moments she did not dare and did not know how to begin.
How can you be going now, in such rain?
Why, be starting for America, and be stopped by rain. Ha ha! Goodbye, Sofya Semyonovna, my dear. Live and live long. You will be of use to others. By the way, tell Mr. Razumichin I sent my greetings to him. Tell him Arkady Ivanovich Svidrigaïlov sends his greetings. Be sure to.
He went out, leaving Sonia in a state of wondering anxiety and vague apprehension. It appeared afterward that on the same evening, at 11:20, he made another very eccentric and unexpected visit. The rain still persisted. Drenched to the skin, he walked into the little flat where the parents of his betrothed lived, in 3rd Street in Vassilievsky Island. He knocked some time before he was admitted, and his visit at first caused great perturbation, but Svidrigaïlov could be very fascinating when he liked, so that the first and indeed very intelligent surmise of the sensible parents that Svidrigaïlov had probably had so much to drink that he did not know what he was doing vanished immediately. The decrepit father was wheeled in to see Svidrigaïlov by the tender and sensible mother, who as usual began the conversation with various irrelevant questions. She never asked a direct question, but began by smiling and rubbing her hands, and then, if she were obliged to ascertain something, for instance, when Svidrigaïlov would like to have the wedding, she would begin by interested and almost eager questions about Paris and the court life there, and only by degrees brought the conversation round to 3rd Street. On other occasions this had of course been very impressive, but this time Arkady Ivanovitch seemed particularly impatient, and insisted on seeing his betrothed at once, though he had been informed to begin with that she had already gone to bed. The girl, of course, appeared. Svidrigaïlov informed her at once that he was obliged by very important affairs to leave Petersburg for a time, and therefore brought her 15,000 rubles and begged her accept them as a present from him, as he had long been intending to make her this trifling present before their wedding. The logical connection of the present with his immediate departure, and the absolute necessity of visiting them for that purpose in pouring rain at midnight, was not made clear. But it all went off very well. Even the inevitable ejaculations of wonder and regret, the inevitable questions were extraordinarily few and restrained. On the other hand, the gratitude expressed was most glowing, and was reinforced by tears from the most sensible of mothers. Svidrigaïlov got up, laughed, kissed his betrothed, patted her cheek, declared he would soon come back, and, noticing in her eyes, together with childish curiosity, a sort of earnest, dumb inquiry, reflected and kissed her again, though he felt sincere anger inwardly at the thought that his present would be immediately locked up in the keeping of the most sensible of mothers. He went away, leaving them all in a state of extraordinary excitement, but the tender mamma, speaking quietly in a half-whisper, settled some of the most important of their doubts, concluding that Svidrigaïlov was a great man, a man of great affairs and connections and of great wealth. There was no knowing what he had in his mind. He would start off on a journey, and give away money just as the fancy took him, so that there was nothing surprising about it. Of course, it was strange that he was wet through, but Englishmen, for instance, are even more eccentric, and all these people of high society didn't think of what was said of them and didn't stand on ceremony. Possibly, indeed, he came like that on purpose to show that he was not afraid of anyone. Above all, not a word should be said about it, for God knows what might come of it, and the money must be locked up, and it was most fortunate that Fedosia, the cook, had not left the kitchen, and above all, not a word must be said to that old cat, Madame Reslich. And so on, and so on. They sat up whispering till 2 o'clock, but the girl went to bed much earlier, amazed and rather sorrowful. Svidrigaïlov, meanwhile, exactly at midnight, crossed the bridge on the way back to the mainland. The rain had ceased, and there was a roaring wind. He began shivering, and for one moment he gazed at the black waters of the little Neva with a look of special interest, even inquiry. But he soon felt it very cold, standing by the water. He turned and went towards Y Prospect. He walked along that endless street for a long time, almost half an hour, more than once stumbling in the dark on the wooden pavement, but continually looking for something on the right side of the street. He had noticed, passing through this street lately, that there was a hotel somewhere towards the end, built of wood but fairly large, and its name, he remembered, was something like Adrianople. He was not mistaken. The hotel was so conspicuous in that God-forsaken place that he could not fail to see it even in the dark. It was a long, blackened wooden building, and in spite of the late hour, there were lights in the windows and signs of life within. He went in and asked a ragged fellow who met him in the corridor for a room. The latter, scanning Svidrigaïlov, pulled himself together and led him at once to a close and tiny room in the distance, at the end of the corridor, under the stairs. There was no other, all were occupied. The ragged fellow looked inquiringly.
"Is there tea?"
asked Svidrigaïlov.
"Yes, sir."
"What else is there?"
"Veal, vodka, savories."
"Bring me tea and veal."
"And you want nothing else?"
he asked with apparent surprise.
"Nothing, nothing."
The ragged man went away, completely disillusioned.
"It must be a nice place,"
thought Svidrigaïlov.
"How was it I didn't know it? I expect I look as if I came from a café chantant and have had some adventure on the way. It would be interesting to know who stayed here."
He lighted the candle and looked at the room more carefully. It was a room so low-pitched that Svidrigaïlov could only just stand up in it. It had one window. The bed, which was very dirty, and the plain-stained chair and table almost filled it up. The walls looked as though they were made of planks, covered with shabby paper, so torn and dusty that the pattern was indistinguishable, though the general color, yellow, could still be made out. One of the walls was cut short by the sloping ceiling, though the room was not an attic, but just under the stairs. Svidrigaïlov set down the candle, sat down on the bed, and sank into thought. But a strange, persistent murmur which sometimes rose to a shout in the next room attracted his attention. The murmur had not ceased from the moment he entered the room. He listened. Someone was upbraiding and almost tearfully scolding, but he heard only one voice. Svidrigaïlov got up, shaded the light with his hand, and at once he saw light through a crack in the wall. He went up and peeped through. The room, which was somewhat larger than his, had two occupants. One of them, a very curly-headed man with a red inflamed face, was standing in the pose of an orator, without his coat, and with his legs wide apart to preserve his balance, and smiting himself on the breast. He reproached the other with being a beggar, with having no standing whatever. He declared that he had taken the other out of the gutter, and he could turn him out when he liked, and that only the finger of Providence sees it all. The object of his reproaches was sitting in a chair, and had the air of a man who wants dreadfully to sneeze but can't. He sometimes turned sheepish and befogged eyes on the speaker, but obviously had not the slightest idea what he was talking about, and scarcely heard it. A candle was burning down on the table. There were wine glasses, a nearly empty bottle of vodka, bread and cucumber, and glasses with the dregs of stale tea. After gazing attentively at this, Svidrigaïlov turned away indifferently and sat down on the bed. The ragged attendant, returning with the tea, could not resist asking him again whether he didn't want anything more, and again receiving a negative reply, finally withdrew. Svidrigaïlov made haste to drink a glass of tea to warm himself, but could not eat anything. He began to feel feverish. He took off his coat, and wrapping himself in the blanket, lay down on the bed. He was annoyed.
It would have been better to be well for the occasion,
he thought with a smile. The room was close, the candle burned dimly, and the window was roaring outside. He heard a mouse scratching in the corner, and the room smelt of mice and of leather. He lay in a sort of reverie. One thought followed another. He felt a longing to fix his imagination on something.
It must be a garden under the window,
he thought.
There is a sound of trees. How I dislike the sound of trees on a stormy night, in the dark. They give one a horrid feeling.
He remembered how he had disliked it when he passed Petrovsky Park just now. This reminded him of the bridge of the Little Neva, and he felt cold again, as he had when standing there.
I never have liked water,
he thought,
even in a landscape.
And he suddenly smiled again at a strange idea.
Surely now all these questions of taste and comfort ought not to matter, but I've become more particular, like an animal that picks out a special place for such an occasion. I ought to have gone into the Petrovsky Park. I suppose it seemed dark, cold, ha, as though I were seeking pleasant sensations. By the way, why haven't I put out the candle?
He blew it out.
They have gone to bed next door,
he thought, not seeing the light at the crack.
Well, now, Marfa Petrovna, now is the time for you to turn up. It's dark, and the very time and place for you, but now you won't come.
He suddenly recalled how, an hour before carrying out his design on Dunya, he had recommended Raskolnikov to trust her to Razumihin's keeping.
I suppose I really did say it, as Raskolnikov guessed, to tease myself, but what a rogue that Raskolnikov is! He's gone through a good deal. He may be a successful rogue in time when he has got over his nonsense, but now he is too eager for life. These young men are contemptible on that point. But, hang the fellow, let him please himself. It's nothing to do with me.
He could not get to sleep. By degrees Dunya's image rose before him, and a shudder ran over him.
No, I must give up all that now,
he thought, rousing himself.
I must think of something else. It's queer and funny. I never had a great hatred for anyone. I never particularly desired to avenge myself even, and that's a bad sign, a bad sign, a bad sign. I never liked quarrelling either, and never lost my temper. That's a bad sign too. And the promises I made her just now too. Damnation! But, who knows, perhaps she would have made a new man of me somehow.
He ground his teeth and sank into silence again. Again Dunya's image rose before him, just as she was when, after shooting the first time, she had lowered the revolver in terror and gazed blankly at him, so that he might have seized her twice over, and she would not have lifted a hand to defend herself if he had not reminded her. He recalled how, at that instant, he almost felt sorry for her, how he had felt a pang at his heart.
Aye, damnation, these thoughts again. I must put it away.
He was dozing off. The feverish shiver had ceased, when suddenly something seemed to run over his arm and leg under the bedclothes. He started.
Ah, hang it. I believe it's a mouse,
he thought.
That's the veal I left on the table.
He felt fearfully disinclined to pull off the blanket, get up, get cold, but all at once something unpleasant ran over his leg again. He pulled off the blanket and lighted the candle. Shaking with feverish chill, he bent down to examine the bed. There was nothing. He shook the blanket, and suddenly a mouse jumped out on the sheet. He tried to catch it, but the mouse ran to and fro in zigzags without leaving the bed, slipped between his fingers, ran over his hand, and suddenly darted under the pillow. He threw down the pillow, but in one instant felt something leap on his chest and dart over his body and down his back under his shirt. He trembled nervously and woke up. The room was dark. He was lying on the bed and wrapped up in the blanket as before. The wind was howling under the window.
How disgusting,
he thought with annoyance. He got up and sat on the edge of the bedstead, with his back to the window.
It's better not to sleep at all,
he decided. There was a cold, damp draught from the window, however. Without getting up, he drew the blanket over him and wrapped himself in it. He was not thinking of anything and did not want to think. But one image rose after another, incoherent scraps of thought without beginning or end passed through his mind. He sank into drowsiness. Perhaps the cold or the dampness or the dark or the wind that howled under the window and tossed the trees roused a sort of persistent craving for the fantastic. He kept dwelling on images of flowers. He fancied a charming flower garden, a bright, warm, almost hot day, a holiday, Trinity Day. A fine, sumptuous country cottage in the English taste, overgrown with fragrant flowers, with flower beds going round the house. The porch, wreathed in climbers, was surrounded with beds of roses. A light, cool staircase, carpeted with rich rugs, was decorated with rare plants in china pots. He noticed, particularly in the windows, nosegays of tender, white, heavily fragrant narcissus, bending over their bright, green, thick, long stalks. He was reluctant to move away from them. But he went up the stairs and came into a large, high drawing room, and again everywhere, at the windows, the doors onto the balcony, and on the balcony itself, were flowers. The floors were strewn with freshly cut fragrant hay. The windows were open. A fresh, cool, light air came into the room. The birds were chirruping under the windows, and in the middle of the room, on a table covered with a white satin shroud, stood a coffin. The coffin was covered with white silk and edged with a thick white frill. Wreaths of flowers surrounded it on all sides. Among the flowers lay a girl in a white muslin dress, with her arms crossed and pressed on her bosom, as though carved out of marble. But her loose fair hair was wet. There was a wreath of roses on her head. The stern and already rigid profile of her face looked as though chiseled of marble too, and the smile on her pale lips was full of an immense, unchildish misery and sorrowful appeal. Svidrigaïlov knew that girl. There was no holy image, no burning candle beside the coffin, no sound of prayers. The girl had drowned herself. She was only 14, but her heart was broken, and she had destroyed herself, crushed by an insult that had appalled and amazed that childish soul, had smirched that angel purity with unmerited disgrace, and torn from her a last scream of despair, unheeded and brutally disregarded, on a dark night in the cold and wet, while the wind howled. Svidrigaïlov came to himself, got up from the bed and went to the window. He felt for the latch and opened it. The wind lashed furiously into the little room and stung his face and his chest, only covered with his shirt, as though with frost. Under the window there must have been something like a garden, and apparently a pleasure garden. There, too, probably, there were tea-tables and singing in the daytime. Now drops of rain flew in at the window from the trees and the bushes. It was dark as in a cellar, so that he could only just make out some dark blurs of objects. Svidrigaïlov, bending down with elbows on the window-sill, gazed for 5 minutes into the darkness. The boom of a cannon, followed by a second one, resounded in the darkness of the night.
Ah, the signal. The river is overflowing,
he thought.
By morning it will be swirling down the street in the lower parts, flooding the basements and cellars. The cellar rats will swim out, and men will curse in the rain and wind as they drag their rubbish to the upper stories. What time is it now?
And he had hardly thought it when, somewhere near, a clock on the wall, ticking away hurriedly, struck 3.
Aha! It will be light in an hour. Why wait? I'll go out at once straight to the park. I'll choose a great bush there drenched with rain, so that as soon as one's shoulder touches it, millions of drops drip on one's head.
He moved away from the window, shut it, lighted the candle, put on his waistcoat, his overcoat, and his hat, and went out, carrying the candle, into the passage to look for the ragged attendant, who would be asleep somewhere in the midst of candle ends and all sorts of rubbish, to pay him for the room and leave the hotel.
It's the best minute. I couldn't choose a better.
He walked for some time through a long, narrow corridor without finding anyone, and was just going to call out, when suddenly in a dark corner between an old cupboard and the door he caught sight of a strange object which seemed to be alive. He bent down with the candle and saw a little girl, not more than 5 years old, shivering and crying, with her clothes as wet as a soaking house flannel. She did not seem afraid of Svidrigaïlov, but looked at him with blank amazement out of her big black eyes. Now and then she sobbed as children do when they have been crying a long time, but are beginning to be comforted. The child's face was pale and tired. She was numb with cold.
How can she have come here? She must have hidden here and not slept all night.
He began questioning her. The child, suddenly becoming animated, chattered away in her baby language, something about
Mammy.
And that
Mammy would beat her.
And about some cup that she had
broken.
The child chattered on without stopping. He could only guess from what she said that she was a neglected child, whose mother, probably a drunken cook in the service of the hotel, whipped and frightened her, that the child had broken a cup of her mother's and was so frightened that she had run away the evening before, had hidden for a long while somewhere outside in the rain, and at last had made her way in here, hidden behind the cupboard, and spent the night there, crying and trembling from the damp, the darkness, and the fear that she would be badly beaten for it. He took her in his arms, went back to his room, sat her on the bed, and began undressing her. The torn shoes which she had on her stockingless feet were as wet as if they had been standing in a puddle all night. When he had undressed her, he put her on the bed, covered her, and wrapped her in the blanket from her head downwards. She fell asleep at once. Then he sank into dreary musing again.
What folly to trouble myself,
he decided suddenly with an oppressive feeling of annoyance.
What idiocy!
In vexation, he took up the candle to go and look for the ragged attendant again, and make haste to go away.
Damn the child,
he thought as he opened the door, but he turned again to see whether the child was asleep. He raised the blanket carefully. The child was sleeping soundly. She had got warm under the blanket, and her pale cheeks were flushed. But strange to say, that flush seemed brighter and coarser than the rosy cheeks of childhood.
It's a flush of fever,
thought Svidrigaïlov. It was like the flush from drinking, as though she had been given a full glass to drink. Her crimson lips were hot and glowing. But what was this? He suddenly fancied that her long black eyelashes were quivering, as though the lids were opening, and a sly, crafty eye peeped out with an unchildlike wink, as though the little girl were not asleep, but pretending. Yes, it was so. Her lips parted in a smile. The corners of her mouth quivered, as though she were trying to control them. But now she gave up all effort. Now it was a grin, a broad grin. There was something shameless, provocative in that quite unchildish face. It was depravity. It was the face of a harlot, the shameless face of a French harlot. Now both eyes opened wide. They turned a glowing, shameless glance upon him. They laughed, invited him. There was something infinitely hideous and shocking in that laugh, in those eyes, in such nastiness in the face of a child.
What? At 5 years old?
Svidrigaïlov muttered in genuine horror.
What does it mean?
And now she turned to him, her little face all aglow, holding out her arms.
Accursed child!
Svidrigaïlov cried, raising his hand to strike her, but at that moment he woke up. He was in the same bed, still wrapped in the blanket. The candle had not been lighted, and daylight was streaming in at the windows.
I've had nightmare all night.
He got up angrily, feeling utterly shattered. His bones ached. There was a thick mist outside, and he could see nothing. It was nearly 5. He had overslept himself. He got up, put on his still damp jacket and overcoat. Feeling the revolver in his pocket, he took it out, and then he sat down, took a notebook out of his pocket, and in the most conspicuous place on the title page wrote a few lines in large letters. Reading them over, he sank into thought with his elbows on the table. The revolver and the notebook lay beside him. Some flies woke up and settled on the untouched veal, which was still on the table. He stared at them, and at last, with his free right hand, began trying to catch one. He tried till he was tired, but could not catch it. At last, realizing that he was engaged in this interesting pursuit, he started, got up, and walked resolutely out of the room. A minute later, he was in the street. A thick, milky mist hung over the town. Svidrigaïlov walked along the slippery, dirty, wooden pavement towards the Little Neva. He was picturing the waters of the Little Neva swollen in the night, Petrovsky Island, the wet paths, the wet grass, the wet trees and bushes, and at last the bush. He began ill-humoredly staring at the houses, trying to think of something else. There was not a cabman or a passer-by in the street. The bright yellow, wooden little houses looked dirty and dejected with their closed shutters. The cold and damp penetrated his whole body, and he began to shiver. From time to time he came across shop signs, and read each carefully. At last he reached the end of the wooden pavement, and came to a big stone house. A dirty, shivering dog crossed his path with its tail between its legs. A man in a great coat lay face downwards, dead drunk across the pavement. He looked at him and went on. A high tower stood up on the left.
Bah!
He shouted.
Here is a place. Why should it be Petrovsky? It will be in the presence of an official witness anyway.
He almost smiled at this new thought, and turned into the street where there was the big house with the tower. At the great closed gates of the house, a little man stood with his shoulder leaning against them, wrapped in a grey soldier's coat, with a copper Achilles helmet on his head. He cast a drowsy and indifferent glance at Svidrigaïlov. His face wore that perpetual look of peevish dejection which is so sourly printed on all faces of Jewish race without exception. They both, Svidrigaïlov and Achilles, stared at each other for a few minutes without speaking. At last it struck Achilles as irregular for a man not drunk to be standing 3 steps from him, staring and not saying a word.
"What do you want here?"
he said, without moving or changing his position.
"Nothing, brother. Good morning,"
answered Svidrigaïlov.
"This isn't the place."
"I am going to foreign parts, brother."
"To foreign parts?"
"To America."
"America."
Svidrigaïlov took out the revolver and cocked it. Achilles raised his eyebrows.
"I say, this is not the place for such jokes."
"Why shouldn't it be the place?"
"Because it isn't."
"Well, brother, I don't mind that. It's a good place. When you're asked, you just say he was going, he said, to America."
He put the revolver to his right temple.
"You can't do it here. It's not the place,"
cried Achilles, rousing himself, his eyes growing bigger and bigger. Svidrigaïlov pulled the trigger. End of Part 6, Chapter 6.
Section 38 of Crime and Punishment. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. Part 6, Chapter 7. The same day, about 7 o'clock in the evening, Raskolnikov was on his way to his mother's and sister's lodging, the lodging in Bakalaev's house, which Razumixin had found for them. The stairs went up from the street. Raskolnikov walked with lagging steps, as though still hesitating whether to go or not, but nothing would have turned him back. His decision was taken.
Besides, it doesn't matter. They still know nothing,
he thought.
And they are used to thinking of me as eccentric.
He was appallingly dressed, his clothes torn and dirty, soaked with a night's rain. His face was almost distorted from fatigue, exposure, the inward conflict that had lasted for 24 hours. He had spent all the previous night alone, God knows where, but anyway he had reached a decision. He knocked at the door, which was opened by his mother. Dunia was not at home. Even the servant happened to be out. At first Pulcheria Alexandrovna was speechless with joy and surprise. Then she took him by the hand and drew him into the room.
"Here you are,"
she began, faltering with joy.
"Don't be angry with me, Rodya, for welcoming you so foolishly with tears. I am laughing, not crying. Did you think I was crying? No, I am delighted, but I've got into such a stupid habit of shedding tears. I've been like that ever since your father's death. I cry for anything. Sit down, dear boy, you must be tired. I see you are. Oh, how muddy you are."
I was in the rain yesterday, mother.
Raskolnikov began.
No,
Pulcheria Alexandrovna hurriedly interrupted.
You thought I was going to cross-question you in the womanish way I used to. Don't be anxious. I understand it all. Now I've learned the ways here, and, truly, I see for myself that they are better. I've made up my mind once for all. How could I understand your plans and expect you to give an account of them? God knows what concerns and plans you may have, or what ideas you are hatching, so it's not for me to keep nudging your elbow, asking you what you are thinking about. But my goodness, why am I running to and fro as though I were crazy? I am reading your article in the magazine for the 3rd time, Rodya. Dmitri Prokofitch brought it to me. Directly I saw it, I cried out to myself, "There, foolish one," I thought. "That's what he is busy about. That's the solution of the mystery." Learned people are always like that. He may have some new ideas in his head just now. He is thinking them over, and I worry him and upset him. I read it, my dear, and of course there was a great deal I did not understand, but that's only natural. How should I?
Show me, mother.
Raskolnikov took the magazine and glanced at the article. Incongruous as it was with his mood and his circumstances, he felt that strange and bitter-sweet sensation that every author experiences the first time he sees himself in print. Besides, he was only 23. It lasted only a moment. After reading a few lines he frowned and his heart throbbed with anguish. He recalled all the inward conflict of the preceding months. He flung the article on the table with disgust and anger.
But however foolish I may be, Rodya, I can see for myself that you will very soon be one of the leading, if not the leading man, in the world of Russian thought. And they dared to think you were mad. You don't know, but they really thought that. Oh, the despicable creatures! How could they understand genius? And Dounia was all but believing it. What do you say to that? Your father sent twice to magazines, the first time poems, I've got the manuscript and will show you, and the second time a whole novel. I begged him to let me copy it out, and how we prayed that they should be taken. They weren't. I was breaking my heart, Rodya, 6 or 7 days ago over your food and your clothes and the way you are living. But now I see again how foolish I was, for you can attain any position you like by your intellect and talent. No doubt you don't care about that for the present, and you are occupied with much more important matters.
Donia's not at home, mother?
No, Rodya. I often don't see her. She leaves me alone. Dmitri Prokofitch comes to see me. It's so good of him, and he always talks about you. He loves you and respects you, my dear. I don't say that Dounia is very wanting in consideration. I'm not complaining. She has her ways and I have mine. She seems to have got some secrets of late, and I never have any secrets from you two. Of course, I am sure that Dounia has far too much sense, and besides, she loves you and me. But I don't know what it will all lead to. You've made me so happy by coming now, Rodya. But she has missed you by going out, and when she comes in, I'll tell her, your brother came in while you were out. Where have you been all this time? You mustn't spoil me, Rodya, you know. Come when you can, but if you can't, it doesn't matter. I can wait. I shall know, anyway, that you are fond of me. That will be enough for me. I shall read what you write. I shall hear about you from everyone. And sometimes you'll come yourself to see me. What could be better? Here, you've come now to comfort your mother. I see that.
Here Pulcheria Alexandrovna began to cry.
Here I am again. Don't mind my foolishness. My goodness, why am I sitting here?
She cried, jumping up.
There is coffee, and I don't offer you any. Ah, that's the selfishness of old age. I'll get it at once.
Mother, don't trouble. I am going at once. I haven't come for that. Please listen to me.
Pulcheria Alexandrovna went up to him timidly.
Mother, whatever happens, whatever you hear about me, whatever you are told about me, will you always love me as you do now?
He asked suddenly from the fullness of his heart, as though not thinking of his words and not weighing them.
Rodya, what is the matter? How can you ask me such a question? Why, who will tell me anything about you? Besides, I shouldn't believe anyone. I should refuse to listen.
I have come to assure you that I have always loved you, and am glad that we are alone. Even glad Dounia is out.
He went on with the same impulse.
I have come to tell you that, though you will be unhappy, you must believe that your son loves you now more than himself, and that all you thought about me, that I was cruel and didn't care about you, was all a mistake. I shall never cease to love you. Well, that's enough. I thought I must do this and begin with this.
Pulcheria Alexandrovna embraced him in silence, pressing him to her bosom and weeping gently.
I don't know what is wrong with you, Rodya,
she said at last.
I've been thinking all this time that we were simply boring you, and now I see that there is a great sorrow in store for you, and that's why you are miserable. I've foreseen it a long time, Rodya. Forgive me for speaking about it. I keep thinking about it, and lie awake at nights. Your sister lay talking in her sleep all last night, talking of nothing but you. I caught something, but I couldn't make it out. I felt all the morning as though I were going to be hanged, waiting for something, expecting something, and now it has come. Rodya, where are you going? You are going away somewhere?
Yes.
That's what I thought. I can come with you, you know, if you need me. And Dounia, too, she loves you dearly. And Sofya Semyonovna may come with us if you like. You see, I am glad to look upon her as a daughter even. Dmitri Prokofitch will help us to go together. But where? Are you going?
Goodbye, Mother.
What, today?
She cried, as though losing him forever.
I can't stay. I must go now.
And can't I come with you?
No, but kneel down and pray to God for me. Your prayer, perhaps, will reach him.
Let me bless you and sign you with the cross. That's right, that's right. Oh God, what are we doing?
Yes, he was glad. He was very glad that there was no one there, that he was alone with his mother. For the first time after all those awful months his heart was softened. He fell down before her, he kissed her feet, and both wept, embracing. And she was not surprised, and did not question him this time. For some days she had realized that something awful was happening to her son, and that now some terrible minute had come for him.
Rodya, my darling, my firstborn,
she said, sobbing.
Now you are just as when you were little. You would run like this to me and hug me and kiss me. When your father was living and we were poor, you comforted us simply by being with us. And when I buried your father, how often we wept together at his grave and embraced as now. And if I've been crying lately, it's that my mother's heart had a foreboding of trouble. The first time I saw you that evening, you remember, as soon as we arrived here, I guessed, simply from your eyes. My heart sank at once. And today, when I opened the door and looked at you, I thought the fatal hour had come. Rodya, Rodya, you are not going away today.
No.
You'll come again?
Yes, I'll come.
Rodya, don't be angry. I don't dare to question you. I know I mustn't. Only say 2 words to me. Is it far where you are going?
Very far.
What is awaiting you there? Some post or career for you?
What God sends. Only pray for me.
Raskolnikov went to the door, but she clutched him and gazed despairingly into his eyes. Her face worked with terror.
Enough, Mother,
said Raskolnikov, deeply regretting that he had come.
Not forever. It's not yet forever. You'll come tomorrow?
I will. Goodbye.
He tore himself away at last. It was a warm, fresh, bright evening. It had cleared up in the morning. Raskolnikov went to his lodgings. He made haste. He wanted to finish all before sunset. He did not want to meet anyone till then. Going up the stairs, he noticed that Nastasia rushed from the samovar to watch him intently.
Can anyone have come to see me?
He wondered. He had a disgusted vision of Porfiry, but opening his door he saw Dunya. She was sitting alone, plunged in deep thought, and looked as though she had been waiting a long time. He stopped short in the doorway. She rose from the sofa in dismay and stood up facing him. Her eyes, fixed upon him, betrayed horror and infinite grief. And from those eyes alone he saw at once that she knew.
Am I to come in or go away?
He asked uncertainly.
I've been all day with Sofya Semyonovna. We were both waiting for you. We thought that you would be sure to come here.
Raskolnikov went into the room and sank exhausted on a chair.
I feel weak, Donya. I am very tired. And I should have liked at this moment to be able to control myself.
He glanced at her mistrustfully.
Where were you all night?
I don't remember clearly. You see, sister, I wanted to make up my mind once and for all, and several times I walked by the Neva. I remember that I wanted to end it all there, but I couldn't make up my mind,
he whispered, looking at her mistrustfully again.
Thank God! That was just what we were afraid of, Sofya Semyonovna and I. Then you still have faith in life? Thank God! Thank God!
Raskolnikov smiled bitterly.
I haven't faith, but I have just been weeping in Mother's arms. I haven't faith, but I have just asked her to pray for me. I don't know how it is, Donya. I don't understand it.
Have you been at Mother's? Have you told her?
Cried Dunya, horror-stricken.
Surely you haven't done that?
No, I didn't tell her, in words, but she understood a great deal. She heard you talking in your sleep. I am sure she half understands it already. Perhaps I did wrong in going to see her. I don't know why I did go. I am a contemptible person, Donya.
A contemptible person, but ready to face suffering. You are, aren't you?
Yes, I am going. At once. Yes, to escape the disgrace, I thought of drowning myself, Donya. But as I looked into the water, I thought that if I had considered myself strong till now, I'd better not be afraid of disgrace,
he said, hurrying on.
It's pride, Donya.
Pride, Rodia.
There was a gleam of fire in his lustreless eyes. He seemed to be glad to think that he was still proud.
You don't think, sister, that I was simply afraid of the water?
He asked, looking into her face with a sinister smile.
Oh, Rodia, hush!
cried Dunya bitterly. Silence lasted for 2 minutes. He sat with his eyes fixed on the floor. Dunya stood at the other end of the table and looked at him with anguish. Suddenly he got up.
It's late, it's time to go. I am going at once to give myself up. But I don't know why I'm going to give myself up.
Big tears fell down her cheeks.
You are crying, sister. But can you hold out your hand to me?
You doubted it?
She threw her arms round him.
Aren't you half expiating your crime by facing the suffering?
She cried, holding him close and kissing him.
Crime? What crime?
He cried in a sudden fury.
That I killed a vile, noxious insect? An old pawnbroker woman of use to no one? Killing her was atonement for 40 sins. She was sucking the life out of poor people. Was that a crime? I am not thinking of it, and I am not thinking of expiating it. And why are you all rubbing it in on all sides? A crime, a crime. Only now I see clearly the imbecility of my cowardice, now that I have decided to face this superfluous disgrace. It's simply because I am contemptible, and have nothing in me that I have decided to, perhaps too for my advantage, as that poor fide suggested.
Brother, what are you saying? Why, have you shed blood?
Cried Dunya in despair.
Which all men shed,
he put in almost frantically.
Which flows, and has always flowed in streams, which is spilt like champagne, for which men are crowned in the Capitol, and are called afterwards benefactors of mankind. Look into it more carefully and understand it. I too wanted to do good to men, and would have done hundreds, thousands of good deeds to make up for that one piece of stupidity. Not stupidity even, simply clumsiness, for the idea was by no means so stupid as it seems now that it has failed. Everything seems stupid when it fails. By that stupidity I only wanted to put myself into an independent position, to take the first step, to obtain means, and then everything would be smoothed over by benefits immeasurable in comparison. But I couldn't carry out even the first step, because I am contemptible. That's what's the matter. And yet I won't look at it as you do. If I had succeeded, I should have been crowned with glory. But now I'm trapped.
But that's not so. Not so. Brother, what are you saying?
It's not picturesque, not aesthetically attractive. I fail to understand why bombarding people by regular siege is more honorable. The fear of appearances is the first symptom of impotence. I have never recognized this more clearly than now. And I am further than ever from seeing that what I did was a crime. I have never been stronger and more convinced than now.
The color had rushed into his pale, exhausted face, but as he uttered his last explanation, he happened to meet Dunya's eyes, and he saw such anguish in them that he could not help being checked. He felt that he had, anyway, made these 2 poor women miserable, that he was, anyway, the cause.
Donya, darling, if I am guilty, forgive me, though I cannot be forgiven if I am guilty. Goodbye. We won't dispute. It's time, high time to go. Don't follow me, I beseech you. I have somewhere else to go. But you go at once and sit with mother. I entreat you to. It's my last request of you. Don't leave her at all. I left her in a state of anxiety that she is not fit to bear. She will die or go out of her mind. Be with her. Razumikin will be with you. I've been talking to him. Don't cry about me. I'll try to be honest and manly all my life, even if I am a murderer. Perhaps I shall some day make a name. I won't disgrace you, you will see. I'll still show. Now goodbye for the present,"
he concluded hurriedly, noticing again a strange expression in Dunia's eyes at his last words and promises.
"Why are you crying? Don't cry, don't cry. We are not parting forever. Ah, yes. Wait a minute, I'd forgotten."
He went to the table, took up a thick dusty book, opened it, and took from between the pages a little water-colour portrait on ivory. It was the portrait of his landlady's daughter, who had died of fever, that strange girl who had wanted to be a nun. For a minute he gazed at the delicate, expressive face of his betrothed, kissed the portrait, and gave it to Dunia.
"I used to talk a great deal about it to her, only to her,"
he said thoughtfully.
"To her heart I confided much of what has since been so hideously realized. Don't be uneasy,"
he returned to Dunia.
"She was as much opposed to it as you, and I am glad that she is gone. The great point is that everything now is going to be different, is going to be broken into two,"
he cried, suddenly returning to his dejection.
"Everything, everything, and am I prepared for it? Do I want it myself? They say it is necessary for me to suffer. What's the object of these senseless sufferings? Shall I know any better what they are for, when I am crushed by hardships and idiocy, and weak as an old man after 20 years' penal servitude? And what shall I have to live for then? Why am I consenting to that life now? Oh, I knew I was contemptible when I stood looking at the Neva at daybreak today."
At last they both went out. It was hard for Dunia, but she loved him. She walked away, but after going 50 paces she turned round to look at him again. He was still in sight. At the corner he too turned, and for the last time their eyes met, but noticing that she was looking at him, he motioned her away with impatience and even vexation, and turned the corner abruptly.
"I am wicked, I see that,"
he thought to himself, feeling ashamed a moment later of his angry gesture to Dunia.
"But why are they so fond of me if I don't deserve it? Oh, if only I were alone and no one loved me, and I too had never loved anyone. Nothing of all this would have happened. But I wonder, shall I in those 15 or 20 years grow so meek that I shall humble myself before people, and whimper at every word that I am a criminal? Yes, that's it, that's it. That's what they are sending me there for. That's what they want. Look at them running to and fro about the streets. Every one of them a scoundrel and a criminal at heart. And worse still, an idiot. Would try to get me off, and they'd be wild with righteous indignation. Oh, how I hate them all."
He fell to musing by what process it could come to pass that he could be humbled before all of them indiscriminately, humbled by conviction. And yet, why not? It must be so. Would not 20 years of continual bondage crush him utterly? Water wears out a stone. And why? Why should he live after that? Why should he go now, when he knew that it would be so? It was the 100th time, perhaps, that he had asked himself that question since the previous evening, but still he went. End of Part 6, Chapter 7. Section 39 of Crime and Punishment. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. Part 6, Chapter 8. When he went into Sonia's room it was already getting dark. All day Sonia had been waiting for him in terrible anxiety. Dunia had been waiting with her. She had come to her that morning, remembering Svidrigailov's words that Sonia knew. We will not describe the conversation and tears of the two girls, and how friendly they became. Dunia gained one comfort at least from that interview, that her brother would not be alone. He had gone to her, Sonia, first with his confession, he had gone to her for human fellowship when he needed it. She would go with him wherever fate might send him. Dunia did not ask, but she knew it was so. She looked at Sonia almost with reverence, and at first almost embarrassed her by it. Sonia was almost on the point of tears. She felt herself, on the contrary, hardly worthy to look at Dunya. Dunya's gracious image, when she had bowed to her so attentively and respectfully at their first meeting in Raskolnikov's room, had remained in her mind as one of the fairest visions of her life. Dunya at last became impatient, and, leaving Sonia, went to her brother's room to await him there. She kept thinking that he would come there first. When she had gone, Sonia began to be tortured by the dread of his committing suicide, and Dunya too feared it. But they had spent the day trying to persuade each other that could not be, and both were less anxious while they were together. As soon as they parted, each thought of nothing else. Sonia remembered how Svidrigaïlov had said to her the day before that Raskolnikov had two alternatives, Siberia or... Besides, she knew his vanity, his pride, and his lack of faith.
Is it possible that he has nothing but cowardice and fear of death to make him live?
She thought at last in despair. Meanwhile the sun was setting. Sonia was standing in dejection, looking intently out of the window, but from it she could see nothing but the unwhitewashed blank wall of the next house. At last, when she began to feel sure of his death, he walked into the room. She gave a cry of joy, but looking carefully into his face she turned pale.
"Yes,"
said Raskolnikov, smiling.
"I have come for your cross, Sonia. It was you told me to go to the crossroads. Why is it you are frightened now it's come to that?"
Sonia gazed at him astonished. His tone seemed strange to her. A cold shiver ran over her, but in a moment she guessed that the tone and the words were a mask. He spoke to her looking away, as though to avoid meeting her eyes.
"You see, Sonia, I've decided it would be better so. There is one fact, but it's a long story and there's no need to discuss it. But do you know what angers me? It annoys me that all those stupid, brutish faces will be gaping at me directly, pestering me with their stupid questions, which I shall have to answer. They'll point their fingers at me. Phew, you know I'm not going to Porafidi. I am sick of him. I'd rather go to my friend, the explosive lieutenant. How I shall surprise him, what a sensation I shall make. But I must be cooler. I've become too irritable of late. You know I was nearly shaking my fist at my sister just now, because she turned to take a last look at me. It's a brutal state to be in. Ah, what am I coming to? Well, where are the crosses?"
He seemed hardly to know what he was doing. He could not stay still or concentrate his attention on anything. His ideas seemed to gallop after one another. He talked incoherently. His hands trembled slightly. Without a word, Sonia took out of the drawer two crosses, one of cypress wood and one of copper. She made the sign of the cross over herself and over him, and put the wooden cross on his neck.
"It's the symbol of my taking up the cross."
He laughed.
"As though I had not suffered much till now. The wooden cross, that is the peasant one. The copper one, that is Lizavieta's. You will wear it yourself, show me." So she had it on, at that moment. I remember two things like these too, a silver one and a little icon. I threw them back on the old woman's neck. Those would be appropriate now, really. Those are what I ought to put on now. But I am talking nonsense and forgetting what matters. I'm somehow forgetful. You see, I have come to warn you, Sonia, so that you might know. That's all. That's all I came for. But I thought I had more to say. You wanted me to go yourself. Well, now, I am going to prison, and you'll have your wish. Well, what are you crying for? You too? Don't. Leave off. Oh, how I hate it all.
But his feeling was stirred. His heart ached as he looked at her.
Why is she grieving too?
He thought to himself.
What am I to her? Why does she weep? Why is she looking after me like my mother or Donia? She'll be my nurse.
Cross yourself. Say at least one prayer.
Sonia begged in a timid, broken voice.
Oh, certainly, as much as you like. And sincerely, Sonia. Sincerely.
but he wanted to say something quite different. He crossed himself several times. Sonia took up her shawl and put it over her head. It was the green drap de dame shawl of which Marmeladov had spoken, the family shawl. Raskolnikov thought of that looking at it, but he did not ask. He began to feel himself that he was certainly forgetting things and was disgustingly agitated. He was frightened at this. He was suddenly struck too by the thought that Sonia meant to go with him.
"What are you doing? Where are you going? Stay here, stay. I'll go alone,"
he cried in a cowardly vexation, and almost resentful he moved towards the door.
"What's the use of going in procession?"
he muttered, going out. Sonia remained standing in the middle of the room. He had not even said good-bye to her, he had forgotten her. A poignant and rebellious doubt surged in his heart.
Was it right? Was it right, all this?
He thought again as he went down the stairs.
Couldn't he stop and retract it all and not go?
But still he went. He felt suddenly once for all that he mustn't ask himself questions. As he turned into the street he remembered that he had not said good-bye to Sonia, that he had left her in the middle of the room in her green shawl, not daring to stir after he had shouted at her, and he stopped short for a moment. At the same instant another thought dawned upon him, as though it had been lying in wait to strike him then.
Why, with what object did I go to her just now? I told her, on business. On what business? I had no sort of business. To tell her I was going, well, where was the need? Do I love her? No, no, I drove her away just now like a dog. Did I want her crosses? Oh, how low I've sunk. No, I wanted her tears. I wanted to see her terror, to see how her heart ached. I had to have something to cling to, something to delay me, some friendly face to see. And I dared to believe in myself, to dream of what I would do. I am a beggarly, contemptible wretch. Contemptible.
He walked along the canal bank, and he had not much further to go, but on reaching the bridge he stopped, and turning out of his way along it, went to the Haymarket. He looked eagerly to right and left, gazed intently at every object, and could not fix his attention on anything. Everything slipped away.
In another week, another month, I shall be driven in a prison van over this bridge. How shall I look at the canal then? I should like to remember this.
Slipped into his mind.
Look at this sign. How shall I read those letters then? It's written here, Campany. That's a thing to remember, that letter A, and to look at it again in a month. How shall I look at it then? What shall I be feeling and thinking then? How trivial it all must be. What am I fretting about now? Of course, it must all be interesting in its way. What am I thinking about? I am becoming a baby. I am showing off to myself. Why am I ashamed? Phoo! How people shove that fat man, a German he must be, who pushed against me. Does he know whom he pushed? There's a peasant woman with a baby begging. It's curious that she thinks me happier than she is. I might give her something for the incongruity of it. Here's a 5-kopeck piece left in my pocket. Where did I get it? Here, here, take it, my good woman.
God bless you,
the beggar chanted in a lachrymose voice. He went into the Haymarket. It was distasteful, very distasteful to be in a crowd, but he walked just where he saw most people. He would have given anything in the world to be alone, but he knew himself that he would not have remained alone for a moment. There was a man drunk and disorderly in the crowd. He kept trying to dance and falling down. There was a ring around him. Raskolnikov squeezed his way through the crowd, stared for some minutes at the drunken man, and suddenly gave a short, jerky laugh. A minute later he had forgotten him and did not see him, though he still stared. He moved away at last, not remembering where he was. But when he got into the middle of the square an emotion suddenly came over him, overwhelming him body and mind. He suddenly recalled Sonia's words.
Go to the crossroads, bow down to the people, kiss the earth, for you have sinned against it too. and say aloud to the whole world, I am a murderer."
He trembled, remembering that, and the hopeless misery and anxiety of all the time, especially of the last hours, had weighed so heavily upon him that he positively clutched at the chance of this new, unmixed, complete sensation. It came over him like a fit; it was like a single spark kindled in his soul and spreading fire through him. Everything in him softened at once, and the tears started into his eyes. He fell to the earth on the spot. He knelt down in the middle of the square, bowed down to the earth, and kissed that filthy earth with bliss and rapture. He got up and bowed down a second time.
"He's boozed,"
a youth near him observed. There was a roar of laughter.
"He's going to Jerusalem, brothers, and saying goodbye to his children and his country. He's bowing down to all the world and kissing the great city of St. Petersburg and its pavement,"
added a workman who was a little drunk.
"Quite a young man, too,"
observed a third.
"And a gentleman,"
someone observed soberly.
"There's no knowing who's a gentleman and who isn't nowadays."
These exclamations and remarks checked Raskolnikov, and the words "I am a murderer," which were perhaps on the point of dropping from his lips, died away. He bore these remarks quietly, however, and without looking round he turned down a street leading to the police office. He had a glimpse of something on the way which did not surprise him; he had felt that it must be so. The second time he bowed down in the Haymarket, he saw, standing 50 paces from him on the left, Sonia. She was hiding from him behind one of the wooden shanties in the market place. She had followed him then on his painful way. Raskolnikov at that moment felt and knew once for all that Sonia was with him for ever, and would follow him to the ends of the earth, wherever fate might take him. It wrung his heart, but he was just reaching the fatal place. He went into the yard fairly resolutely. He had to mount to the third story.
"I shall be some time going up,"
he thought. He felt as though the fateful moment was still far off, as though he had plenty of time left for consideration. Again the same rubbish, the same eggshells lying about on the spiral stairs, again the open doors of the flats, again the same kitchens, and the same fumes and stench coming from them. Raskolnikov had not been here since that day. His legs were numb and gave way under him, but still they moved forward. He stopped for a moment to take breath, to collect himself, so as to enter like a man.
"But why? What for?"
he wondered, reflecting.
"If I must drink the cup, what difference does it make? The more revolting the better."
He imagined for an instant the figure of the explosive lieutenant, Ilya Petrovich. Was he actually going to him? Couldn't he go to someone else? To Nicodim Fomitch? Couldn't he turn back and go straight to Nicodim Fomitch's lodgings? At least then it would be done privately.
No, no.
To the explosive lieutenant. If he must drink it all at once. Turning cold and hardly conscious, he opened the door of the office. There were very few people in it this time, only a house porter and a peasant. The doorkeeper did not even peep out from behind his screen. Raskolnikov walked into the next room.
"Perhaps I still need not speak,"
passed through his mind. Some sort of clerk, not wearing a uniform, was setting himself at a bureau to write. In a corner another clerk was seating himself. Zamietov was not there, nor, of course, Nicodim Fomitch.
"No one in?"
Raskolnikov asked, addressing the person at the bureau.
"Whom do you want?"
Not a sound was heard, not a sight was seen, but I sent the Russian. How does it go on in the fairy tale? I've forgotten. At your service.
A familiar voice cried suddenly. Raskolnikov shuddered. The explosive lieutenant stood before him. He had just come in from the third room.
"It is the hand of fate,"
thought Raskolnikov.
"Why is he here?"
"You've come to see us. What about?"
cried Ilya Petrovich. He was obviously in an exceedingly good humour, and perhaps a trifle exhilarated.
"If it's on business, you're rather early. It's only a chance that I'm here. However, I'll do what I can. I must admit, what is it? What is it? Excuse me.
Raskolnikov.
Of course, Raskolnikov. You didn't imagine I'd forgotten. Don't think I'm like that. Rodionovich, that's it, isn't it?
Rodion Romanovich.
Yes, of course, Rodion Romanovich. I was just getting at it. I made many inquiries about you. I assure you, I've been genuinely grieved since I behaved like that. It was explained to me afterwards that you were a literary man, and a learned one too, and so to say, the first steps. Mercy on us. What literary or scientific man does not begin by some originality of conduct? My wife and I have the greatest respect for literature. In my wife, it's a genuine passion. Literature and art. If only a man is a gentleman, all the rest can be gained by talents, learning, good sense, genius. As for a hat, well, what does a hat matter? I can buy a hat as easily as I can a bun. But what's under the hat? What the hat covers? I can't buy that. I was even meaning to come and apologize to you, but though maybe you would. But I'm forgetting to ask you. Is there anything you want, really? I hear your family has come.
Yes, my mother and sister.
I've even had the honor and happiness of meeting your sister, a highly cultivated and charming person. I confess, I was sorry I got so hot with you. There it is. But as for my looking suspiciously at your fainting fit, that affair has been cleared up splendidly. Bigotry and fanaticism. I understand your indignation. Perhaps you are changing your lodging on account of your family's arriving?
No, I only looked in. I came to ask. I thought that I should find Zamyatov here.
Oh, yes, of course, you've made friends, I heard. Well, no, Zametov is not here. Yes, we have lost Zametov. He's not been here since yesterday. He quarreled with everyone on leaving, in the rudest way. He is a feather-headed youngster, that's all. One might have expected something from him, but there, you know what they are, our brilliant young men. He wanted to go in for some examination, but it's only to talk and boast about it. It will go no further than that. Of course, it's a very different matter with you, or Mr. Razumikhin there, your friend. Your career is an intellectual one, and you won't be deterred by failure. For you, one may say, all the attractions of life nihil est. You are an ascetic, a monk, a hermit, a book, a pen behind your ear, a learned research. That's where your spirit soars. I am the same myself. Have you read Livingstone's Travels?
No.
Oh, I have. There are a great many nihilists about nowadays, and indeed, it's not to be wondered at. What sort of days are they, I ask you? But we thought you are not a nihilist, of course. Answer me openly.
No.
Believe me, you can speak openly to me as you would to yourself. Official duty is one thing, but you are thinking I meant to say friendship is quite another. No, you are wrong. It is not friendship, but the feeling of a man and a citizen, the feeling of humanity and of love for the Almighty. I may be an official, but I am always bound to feel myself a man and a citizen. You were asking about Zametov. Zametov will make a scandal in the French style in a house of bad reputation over a glass of champagne. That's all your Zametov is good for. While I am, perhaps, so to speak, burning with devotion and lofty feelings, and besides I have rank, consequence, a post. I'm married and have children. I fulfill the duties of a man and a citizen. But who is he, may I ask? I appeal to you as a man ennobled by education. Then these midwives, too, have become extraordinarily numerous.
Raskolnikov raised his eyebrows inquiringly. The words of Ilya Petrovich, who had obviously been dining, were for the most part a stream of empty sounds for him, but some of them he understood. He looked at him inquiringly, not knowing how it would end.
I meant those crop-headed wenches.
The talkative Ilya Petrovich continued.
Midwives is my name for them. I think it's a very satisfactory one. They go to the academy, study anatomy. If I fall ill, am I to send for a young lady to treat me? What do you say?
Ilya Petrovich laughed, quite pleased with his own wit.
It's an immoderate zeal for education. But once you are educated, that's enough. Why abuse it? Why insult honorable people, as that scoundrel Zametov does? Why did he insult me, I ask you? Look at the suicides, too. How common they are, you can't fancy. People spend their last halfpenny and kill themselves, boys and girls and old people. Only this morning we heard about a gentleman who had just come to town. Nil Pavlovich, I say, what was the name of the gentleman who shot himself?
Svidrigailov.
Someone answered from the other room with drowsy listlessness. Raskolnikov started.
Svidrigailov? Svidrigailov has shot himself?
He cried.
What? Do you know Svidrigailov?
Yes, I knew him. He hadn't been here long.
Yeah, that's so. He had lost his wife, was a man of reckless habits, and all of a sudden shot himself. And in such a shocking way. He left in his notebook a few words, that he dies in full possession of his faculties, and that no one is to blame for his death. He had money, they say. How did you come to know him?
I was acquainted. My sister was governess in his family.
Ba, ba, ba. Then, no doubt, you can tell us something about him. You had no suspicion?
I saw him yesterday. He was drinking wine. I knew nothing.
Raskolnikov felt as though something had fallen on him and was stifling him.
You've turned pale again. It's so stuffy here.
Yes, I must go,
muttered Raskolnikov.
Excuse my troubling you.
Oh, not at all, as often as you like. It's a pleasure to see you, and I am glad to say so.
Ilya Petrovich held out his hand.
I came to see Zametov.
I understand, and it's a pleasure to see you.
I am very glad. Goodbye.
Raskolnikov smiled. He went out, he reeled, he was overtaken with giddiness and did not know what he was doing. He began going down the stairs, supporting himself with his right hand against the wall. He fancied that a porter pushed past him on his way upstairs to the police office, that a dog in the lower story kept up a shrill barking, and that a woman flung a rolling pin at it and shouted. He went down and out into the yard. There, not far from the entrance, stood Sonia, pale and horror-stricken. She looked wildly at him. He stood still before her. There was a look of poignant agony, of despair, in her face. She clasped her hands. His lips worked in an ugly, meaningless smile. He stood still a minute, grinned, and went back to the police office. Ilya Petrovich had sat down and was rummaging among some papers. Before him stood the same peasant who had pushed by on the stairs.
Hello, back again. Have you left something behind? What is the matter?
Raskolnikov, with white lips and staring eyes, came slowly nearer. He walked right to the table, leaned his hands on it, tried to say something, but could not. Only incoherent sounds were audible.
You are feeling ill. A chair. Here, sit down. Some water?
Raskolnikov dropped to a chair, but he kept his eyes fixed on the face of Ilya Petrovich, which expressed unpleasant surprise. Both looked at one another for a minute and waited. Water was brought.
It was I,
began Raskolnikov.
Drink some water.
Raskolnikov refused the water with his hand, and softly and brokenly but distinctly said:
"It was I killed the old pawnbroker woman and her sister Lizaveta with an axe and robbed them."
Ilya Petrovich opened his mouth. People ran up on all sides. Raskolnikov repeated his statement. End of Part 6, Chapter 8. Section 40 of Crime and Punishment. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. Epilogue, Chapter 1. Siberia. On the banks of a broad solitary river stands a town, one of the administrative centres of Russia. In the town there is a fortress. In the fortress there is a prison. In the prison the second-class convict Rodion Raskolnikov has been confined for 9 months. Almost a year and a half has passed since his crime. There has been little difficulty about his trial. The criminal adhered exactly, firmly, and clearly to his statement. He did not confuse nor misrepresent the facts, nor soften them in his own interest, nor omit the smallest detail. He explained every incident of the murder, the secret of the pledge, the piece of the wood with a strip of metal, which was found in the murdered woman's hand. He described minutely how he had taken her keys, what they were like, as well as the chest and its contents. He explained the mystery of Lizaveta's murder, described how Koch and after him the student knocked and repeated all they had said to one another, how he afterwards had run downstairs and heard Nikolai and Dimitri shouting, how he had hidden in the empty flat and afterwards gone home. He ended by indicating the stone in the yard of the Voznesensky Prospect under which the purse and the trinkets were found. The whole thing, in fact, was perfectly clear. The lawyers and the judges were very much struck, among other things, by the fact that he had hidden the trinkets and the purse under a stone, without making use of them, and that, what was more, he did not now remember what the trinkets were like, or even how many there were. The fact that he had never opened the purse, and did not even know how much was in it, seemed incredible. There turned out to be in the purse 317 rubles and 60 kopecks. From being so long under the stone, some of the most valuable notes, lying uppermost, had suffered from the damp. They were a long while trying to discover why the accused man should tell a lie about this, when about everything else he had made a truthful and straightforward confession. Finally, some of the lawyers, more versed in psychology, admitted that it was possible he had really not looked into the purse, and so didn't know what was in it when he hid it under the stone. But they immediately drew the deduction that the crime could only have been committed through temporary mental derangement, through homicidal mania, without object or the pursuit of gain. This fell in with the most recent fashionable theory of temporary insanity, so often applied in our days in criminal cases. Moreover, Raskolnikov's hypochondriacal condition was proved by many witnesses, by Dr. Zosimov, his former fellow students, his landlady, and her servant. All this pointed strongly to the conclusion that Raskolnikov was not quite like an ordinary murderer and robber, but that there was another element in the case. To the intense annoyance of those who maintained this opinion, the criminal scarcely attempted to defend himself. To the decisive question as to what motive impelled him to the murder and the robbery, he answered very clearly, with the coarsest frankness, that the cause was his miserable position, his poverty and helplessness, and his desire to provide for his first steps in life by the help of the 3,000 rubles he had reckoned on finding. He had been led to the murder through his shallow and cowardly nature, exasperated moreover by privation and failure. To the question what led him to confess, he answered that it was his heartfelt repentance. All this was almost coarse. The sentence, however, was more merciful than could have been expected, perhaps partly because the criminal had not tried to justify himself, but had rather shown a desire to exaggerate his guilt. All the strange and peculiar circumstances of the crime were taken into consideration. There could be no doubt of the abnormal and poverty-stricken condition of the criminal at that time. The fact that he had made no use of what he had stolen, was put down partly to the effect of remorse, partly to his abnormal mental condition at the time of the crime. Incidentally, the murder of Lizaveta served indeed to confirm the last hypothesis. A man commits 2 murders and forgets that the door is open. Finally, the confession at the very moment when the case was hopelessly muddled by the false evidence given by Nicolai, through melancholy and fanaticism, and when, moreover, there were no proofs against the real criminal, no suspicion even, Porfiry Petrovich fully kept his word, all this did much to soften the sentence. Other circumstances too in the prisoner's favour came out quite unexpectedly. Razumixin somehow discovered and proved that while Raskolnikov was at the university, he had helped a poor consumptive fellow student and had spent his last penny on supporting him for 6 months, and when this student died, leaving a decrepit old father whom he had maintained almost from his 13th year, Raskolnikov had got the old man into a hospital and paid for his funeral when he died. Raskolnikov's landlady bore witness, too, that when they had lived in another house at 5 Corners, Raskolnikov had rescued 2 little children from a house on fire, and was burnt in doing so. This was investigated and fairly well confirmed by many witnesses. These facts made an impression in his favour. And in the end the criminal was, in consideration of extenuating circumstances, condemned to penal servitude in the 2nd class for a term of 8 years only. At the very beginning of the trial Raskolnikov's mother fell ill. Dunia and Razumixin found it possible to get her out of Petersburg during the trial. Razumixin chose a town on the railway not far from Petersburg, so as to be able to follow every step of the trial, and at the same time to see Avdotia Romanovna as often as possible. Pulcheria Alexandrovna's illness was a strange nervous one, and was accompanied by a partial derangement of her intellect. When Dunia returned from her last interview with her brother, she had found her mother already ill, in feverish delirium. That evening Razumixin and she agreed what answers they might make to her mother's questions about Raskolnikov, and made up a complete story for her mother's benefit of his having to go away to a distant part of Russia on a business commission, which would bring him in the end money and reputation. But they were struck by the fact that Pulcheria Alexandrovna never asked them anything on the subject, neither then nor thereafter. On the contrary, she had her own version of her son's sudden disappearance. She told them with tears how he had come to say good-bye to her, hinting that she alone knew many mysterious and important facts, and that Rodia had many powerful enemies, so that it was necessary for him to be in hiding. As for his future career, she had no doubt that it would be brilliant when certain sinister influences could be removed. She assured Razumixin that her son would be one day a great statesman, that his article and brilliant literary talent proved it. This article she was continually reading, she even read it aloud, almost took it to bed with her, but scarcely asked where Rodia was, though the subject was obviously avoided by the others, which might have been enough to awaken her suspicion. They began to be frightened at last at Pulcheria Alexandrovna's strange silence on certain subjects. She did not, for instance, complain of getting no letters from him, though in previous years she had only lived on the hope of letters from her beloved Rodia. This was the cause of great uneasiness to Dunia. The idea occurred to her that her mother suspected that there was something terrible in her son's fate, and was afraid to ask, for fear of hearing something still more awful. In any case, Dunia saw clearly that her mother was not in full possession of her faculties. It happened once or twice, however, that Pulcheria Alexandrovna gave such a turn to the conversation that it was impossible to answer her without mentioning where Rodia was, and on receiving unsatisfactory and suspicious answers she became at once gloomy and silent, and this mood lasted for a long time. Dunia saw at last that it was hard to deceive her, and came to the conclusion that it was better to be absolutely silent on certain points. But it became more and more evident that the poor mother suspected something terrible. Dunia remembered her brother's telling her that her mother had overheard her talking in her sleep on the night after her interview with Svidrigaïlov, and before the fatal day of the confession. Had not she made out something from that? Sometimes days and even weeks of gloomy silence and tears would be succeeded by a period of hysterical animation, and the invalid would begin to talk almost incessantly of her son, of her hopes of his future. Her fancies were sometimes very strange. They humoured her, pretended to agree with her (she saw perhaps that they were pretending), but she still went on talking. 5 months after Raskolnikov's confession he was sentenced. Razumihin and Sonia saw him in prison as often as it was possible. At last the moment of separation came. Dunya swore to her brother that the separation should not be for ever. Razumihin did the same. Razumihin, in his youthful ardour, had firmly resolved to lay the foundations at least of a secure livelihood during the next 3 or 4 years, and saving up a certain sum, to emigrate to Siberia, a country rich in every natural resource and in need of workers, active men and capital. There they would settle in the town where Rodion was, and all together would begin a new life. They all wept at parting. Raskolnikov had been very dreamy for a few days before. He asked a great deal about his mother, and was constantly anxious about her. He worried so much about her that it alarmed Dunya. When he heard about his mother's illness he became very gloomy. With Sonia he was particularly reserved all the time. With the help of the money left to her by Svidrigaïlov, Sonia had long ago made her preparations to follow the party of convicts in which he was dispatched to Siberia. Not a word passed between Raskolnikov and her on the subject, but both knew it would be so. At the final leave taking he smiled strangely at his sisters' and Razumihin's fervent anticipations of their happy future together when he should come out of prison. He predicted that their mother's illness would soon have a fatal ending. Sonia and he at last set off. 2 months later Dunya was married to Razumihin. It was a quiet and sorrowful wedding. Porfiry Petrovich and Zosimov were invited, however. During all this period Razumihin wore an air of resolute determination. Dunya put implicit faith in his carrying out his plans, and indeed she could not but believe in him. He displayed a rare strength of will. Among other things he began attending university lectures again in order to take his degree. They were continually making plans for the future. Both counted on settling in Siberia within 5 years at least. Till then they rested their hopes on Sonia. Pulcheria Alexandrovna was delighted to give her blessing to Dunya's marriage with Razumihin, but after the marriage she became even more melancholy and anxious. To give her pleasure, Razumihin told her how Raskolnikov had looked after the poor student and his decrepit father, and how a year ago he had been burned and injured in rescuing 2 little children from a fire. These 2 pieces of news excited Pulcheria Alexandrovna's disordered imagination almost to ecstasy. She was continually talking about them, even entering into conversation with strangers in the street, though Dunya always accompanied her. In public conveyances and shops, wherever she could capture a listener, she would begin the discourse about her son, his article, how he had helped the student, how he had been burned at the fire, and so on. Dunya did not know how to restrain her. Apart from the danger of her morbid excitement, there was the risk of someone's recalling Raskolnikov's name and speaking of the recent trial. Pulcheria Alexandrovna found out the address of the mother of the 2 children her son had saved, and insisted on going to see her. At last her restlessness reached an extreme point. She would sometimes begin to cry suddenly, and was often ill and feverishly delirious. One morning she declared that by her reckoning Rodion ought soon to be home; that she remembered when he said goodbye to her he said that they must expect him back in 9 months. She began to prepare for his coming, began to do up her room for him, to clean the furniture, to wash and put up new hangings, and so on. Dunya was anxious, but said nothing, and helped her to arrange the room. After a fatiguing day spent in continual fancies, in joyful daydreams and tears, Pulcheria Alexandrovna was taken ill in the night, and by morning she was feverish and delirious. It was brain fever. She died within a fortnight. In her delirium she dropped words which showed that she knew a great deal more about her son's terrible fate than they had supposed. For a long time Raskolnikov did not know of his mother's death, though a regular correspondence had been maintained from the time he reached Siberia. It was carried on by means of Sonia, who wrote every month to the Razumikhins and received an answer with unfailing regularity. At first they found Sonia's letters dry and unsatisfactory, but later on they came to the conclusion that the letters could not be better, for from these letters they received a complete picture of their unfortunate brother's life. Sonia's letters were full of the most matter-of-fact details, the simplest and clearest description of all Raskolnikov's surroundings as a convict. There was no word of her own hopes, no conjecture as to the future, no description of her feelings. Instead of any attempt to interpret his state of mind and inner life, she gave the simple facts, that is, his own words, an exact account of his health, what he asked for at their interviews, what commissions he gave her, and so on. All these facts she gave with extraordinary minuteness. The picture of their unhappy brother stood out at last with great clearness and precision. There could be no mistake, because nothing was given but facts. But Dunya and her husband could get little comfort out of the news, especially at first. Sonia wrote that he was constantly sullen and not ready to talk, that he scarcely seemed interested in the news she gave him from their letters, that he sometimes asked after his mother, and that when, seeing that he had guessed the truth, she told him at last of her death, she was surprised to find that he did not seem greatly affected by it, not externally at any rate. She told them that, although he seemed so wrapped up in himself, and, as it were, shut himself off from everyone, he took a very direct and simple view of his new life; that he understood his position, expected nothing better for the time, had no ill-founded hopes, as it is common in his position, and scarcely seemed surprised at anything in his surroundings, so unlike anything he had known before. She wrote that his health was satisfactory. He did his work without shirking or seeking to do more. He was almost indifferent about food, but except on Sundays and holidays the food was so bad that at last he had been glad to accept some money from her, Sonia, to have his own tea every day. He begged her not to trouble about anything else, declaring that all this fuss about him only annoyed him. Sonia wrote further that in prison he shared the same room with the rest, that she had not seen the inside of their barracks, but concluded that they were crowded, miserable, and unhealthy; that he slept on a plank bed with a rug under him, and was unwilling to make any other arrangement; but that he lived so poorly and roughly, not from any plan or design, but simply from inattention and indifference. Sonia wrote simply that he had at first shown no interest in her visits, had almost been vexed with her indeed for coming, unwilling to talk, and rude to her, but that in the end these visits had become a habit and almost a necessity for him, so that he was positively distressed when she was ill for some days and could not visit him. She used to see him on holidays at the prison gates or in the guard room, to which he was brought for a few minutes to see her. On working days she would go to see him at work either at the workshops or at the brick kilns, or at the sheds on the banks of the Irtish. About herself Sonia wrote that she had succeeded in making some acquaintances in the town, that she did sewing, and as there was scarcely a dressmaker in the town, she was looked upon as an indispensable person in many houses. But she did not mention that the authorities were, through her, interested in Raskolnikov, that his task was lightened, and so on. At last the news came, Dunya had indeed noticed signs of alarm and uneasiness in the preceding letters, that he held aloof from everyone, that his fellow prisoners did not like him, that he kept silent for days at a time, and was becoming very pale. In the last letter Sonia wrote that he had been taken very seriously ill, and was in the convict ward of the hospital. End of epilogue, chapter 1.
Section 41 of Crime and Punishment. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. Epilogue, Chapter 2. He was ill a long time. But it was not the horrors of prison life, not the hard labor, the bad food, the shaven head, or the patched clothes that crushed him. What did he care for all those trials and hardships? He was even glad of the hard work. Physically exhausted, he could at least reckon on a few hours of quiet sleep. And what was the food to him? The thin cabbage soup with beetles floating in it. In the past, as a student, he had often not had even that. His clothes were warm and suited to his manner of life. He did not even feel the fetters. Was he ashamed of his shaven head and the party-colored coat? Before whom? Before Sonia? Sonia was afraid of him. How could he be ashamed before her? And yet he was ashamed, even before Sonia, whom he tortured because of it with his contemptuous rough manner. But it was not his shaven head and his fetters he was ashamed of. His pride had been stung to the quick. It was wounded pride that made him ill. Oh, how happy he would have been if he could have blamed himself. He could have borne anything then, even shame and disgrace. But he judged himself severely, and his exasperated conscience found no particularly terrible fault in his past, except a simple blunder which might happen to anyone. He was ashamed just because he, Raskolnikov, had so hopelessly, stupidly come to grief through some decree of blind fate, and must humble himself and submit to the idiocy of a sentence, if he were anyhow to be at peace. Vague and objectless anxiety in the present, and in the future a continual sacrifice leading to nothing. That was all that lay before him. And what comfort was it to him that at the end of 8 years he would only be 32 and able to begin a new life? What had he to live for? What had he to look forward to? Why should he strive? To live in order to exist? Why, he had been ready 1,000 times before to give up existence for the sake of an idea, for a hope, even for a fancy. Mere existence had always been too little for him. He had always wanted more. Perhaps it was just because of the strength of his desires that he had thought himself a man to whom more was permissible than to others. And if only fate would have sent him repentance, burning repentance that would have torn his heart and robbed him of sleep, that repentance, the awful agony of which brings visions of hanging or drowning. Oh, he would have been glad of it. Tears and agony would at least have been life. But he did not repent of his crime. At least he might have found relief in raging at his stupidity, as he had raged at the grotesque blunders that had brought him to prison. But now in prison, in freedom, he thought over and criticized all his actions, and by no means found them so blundering and so grotesque as they had seemed at the fatal time.
In what way,
he asked himself,
was my theory stupider than others that have swarmed and clashed from the beginning of the world? One has only to look at the thing quite independently, broadly, and uninfluenced by commonplace ideas, and my idea will by no means seem so strange. O skeptics and halfpenny philosophers, why do you halt halfway? Why does my action strike them as so horrible?
He said to himself.
Is it because it was a crime? What is meant by crime? My conscience is at rest. Of course it was a legal crime. Of course the letter of the law was broken and blood was shed. Well, punish me for the letter of the law, and that's enough. Of course, in that case, many of the benefactors of mankind who snatched power for themselves instead of inheriting it ought to have been punished at their first steps. But those men succeeded, and so they were right, and I didn't, and so I had no right to have taken that step.
It was only in that he recognized his criminality, only in the fact that he had been unsuccessful and had confessed it. He suffered, too, from the question, why had he not killed himself? Why had he stood looking at the river and preferred to confess? Was the desire to live so strong, and was it so hard to overcome it? Had not Svidrigailov overcome it, even though he was afraid of death? In misery, he asked himself this question, and could not understand that, at the very time he had been standing looking into the river, he had perhaps been dimly conscious of the fundamental falsity in himself and his convictions. He didn't understand that that consciousness might be the promise of a future crisis, of a new view of life, and of his future resurrection. He preferred to attribute it to the dead weight of instinct, which he could not step over, through weakness and meanness. He looked at his fellow prisoners and was amazed to see how they all loved life and prized it. It seemed to him that they loved and valued life more in prison than in freedom. What terrible agonies and privations some of them, the tramps for instance, had endured. Could they care so much for a ray of sunshine, for the primeval forest, the cold spring hidden away in some unseen spot, which the tramp had marked 3 years before and longed to see again, as he might to see his sweetheart dreaming of the green grass round it and the birds singing in the bush? As he went on, he saw still more inexplicable examples. In prison, of course, there was a great deal he did not see and did not want to see. He lived, as it were, with downcast eyes. It was loathsome and unbearable for him to look. But in the end, there was much that surprised him, and he began, as it were involuntarily, to notice much that he had not suspected before. What surprised him most of all was the terrible, impossible gulf that lay between him and all the rest. They seemed to be a different species, and he looked at them and they at him with distrust and hostility. He felt and knew the reasons of his isolation, but he would never have admitted till then that those reasons were so deep and strong. There were some Polish exiles, political prisoners, among them. They simply looked down upon all the rest as ignorant churls, but Raskolnikov could not look upon them like that. He saw that these ignorant men were in many respects far wiser than the Poles. There were some Russians who were just as contemptuous, a former officer and 2 seminarists. Raskolnikov saw their mistake as clearly. He was disliked and avoided by everyone. They even began to hate him at last. Why, he could not tell. Men who had been far more guilty despised and laughed at his crime.
"You're a gentleman,"
they used to say.
"You shouldn't hack about with an axe. That's not a gentleman's work."
The second week in Lent, his turn came to take the sacrament with his gang. He went to church and prayed with the others. A quarrel broke out one day. He did not know how. All fell on him at once in a fury.
"You're an infidel. You don't believe in God,"
they shouted.
"You ought to be killed."
He had never talked to them about God, nor his belief, but they wanted to kill him as an infidel. He said nothing. One of the prisoners rushed at him in a perfect frenzy. Raskolnikov awaited him calmly and silently. His eyebrows did not quiver, his face did not flinch. The guard succeeded in intervening between him and his assailant, or there would have been bloodshed. There was another question he could not decide. Why were they all so fond of Sonia? She did not try to win their favor. She rarely met them. Sometimes only she came to see him at work for a moment. And yet everybody knew her. They knew that she had come out to follow him, knew how and where she lived. She never gave them money, did them no particular services. Only once at Christmas she sent them all presents of pies and rolls. But by degrees closer relations sprang up between them and Sonia. She would write and post letters for them to their relations. Relations of the prisoners who visited the town at their instructions left with Sonia presents and money for them. Their wives and sweethearts knew her and used to visit her, and when she visited Raskolnikov at work or met a party of the prisoners on the road, they all took off their hats to her.
"Little Mother Sophia Semyonovna, you are our dear, good little mother."
Coarse, branded criminals said to that frail little creature. She would smile and bow to them, and everyone was delighted when she smiled. They even admired her gait and turned round to watch her walking. They admired her, too, for being so little, and, in fact, did not know what to admire her the most for. They even came to her for help in their illnesses. He was in the hospital from the middle of Lent till after Easter. When he was better, he remembered the dreams he had had while he was feverish and delirious. He dreamt that the whole world was condemned to a terrible, new, strange plague that had come to Europe from the depths of Asia. All were to be destroyed, except a very few chosen. Some new sorts of microbes were attacking the bodies of men, but these microbes were endowed with intelligence and will. Men attacked by them became at once mad and furious. But never had men considered themselves so intellectual and so completely in possession of the truth as these sufferers. Never had they considered their decisions, their scientific conclusions, their moral convictions so infallible. Whole villages, whole towns and peoples went mad from the infection. All were excited and did not understand one another. Each thought that he alone had the truth, and was wretched looking at the others, beat himself on the breast, wept, and wrung his hands. They did not know how to judge, and could not agree what to consider evil and what good. They did not know whom to blame, whom to justify. Men killed each other in a sort of senseless spite. They gathered together in armies against one another, but even on the march the armies would begin attacking each other. The ranks would be broken, and the soldiers would fall on each other, stabbing and cutting, biting and devouring each other. The alarm bell was ringing all day in the towns. Men rushed together, but why they were summoned and who was summoning them, no one knew. The most ordinary trades were abandoned because everyone proposed his own ideas, his own improvements, and they could not agree. The land, too, was abandoned. Men met in groups, agreed on something, swore to keep together, but at once began on something quite different from what they had proposed. They accused one another, fought and killed each other. There were conflagrations and famine. All men and all things were involved in destruction. The plague spread and moved further and further. Only a few men could be saved in the whole world. They were a pure, chosen people, destined to found a new race and a new life, to renew and purify the earth. But no one had seen these men, no one had heard their words and their voices. Raskolnikov was worried that this senseless dream haunted his memory so miserably, the impression of this feverish delirium persisted so long. The second week after Easter had come. There were warm, bright spring days. In the prison ward, the grating windows under which the sentinel paced were opened. Sonia had only been able to visit him twice during his illness. Each time she had to obtain permission, and it was difficult. But she often used to come to the hospital yard, especially in the evening, sometimes only to stand a minute and look up at the windows of the ward. One evening, when he was almost well again, Raskolnikov fell asleep. On waking up, he chanced to go to the window, and at once saw Sonia in the distance at the hospital gate. She seemed to be waiting for someone. Something stabbed him to the heart at that minute. He shuddered and moved away from the window. Next day, Sonia did not come, nor the day after. He noticed that he was expecting her uneasily. At last he was discharged. On reaching the prison, he learnt from the convicts that Sofya Semyonovna was lying ill at home and was unable to go out.
He was very uneasy and sent to inquire after her. He soon learned that her illness was not dangerous.
Hearing that he was anxious about her, Sonia sent him a penciled note, telling him that she was much better, that she had a slight cold, and that she would soon, very soon, come and see him at his work. His heart throbbed painfully as he read it. Again it was a warm, bright day. Early in the morning, at 6 o'clock, he went off to work on the river bank, where they used to pound alabaster, and where there was a kiln for baking it in a shed. There were only 3 of them sent. One of the convicts went with the guard to the fortress to fetch a tool. The other began getting the wood ready and laying it in the kiln. Raskolnikov came out of the shed onto the river bank, sat down on a heap of logs by the shed, and began gazing at the wide, deserted river. From the high bank a broad landscape opened before him. The sound of singing floated faintly audible from the other bank. In the vast steppe, bathed in sunshine, he could just see, like black specks, the nomads' tents. There was freedom. There, other men were living, utterly unlike those here. There, time itself seemed to stand still, as though the age of Abraham and his flocks had not passed. Raskolnikov sat gazing, his thoughts passed into daydreams, into contemplation. He thought of nothing, but a vague restlessness excited and troubled him. Suddenly he found Sonia beside him. She had come up noiselessly and sat down at his side. It was still quite early. The morning chill was still keen. She wore her poor old burnous and the green shawl. Her face still showed signs of illness. It was thinner and paler. She gave him a joyful smile of welcome, but held out her hand with her usual timidity. She was always timid of holding out her hand to him, and sometimes did not offer it at all, as though afraid he would repel it. He always took her hand as though with repugnance, always seemed vexed to meet her, and was sometimes obstinately silent throughout her visit. Sometimes she trembled before him, and went away deeply grieved. But now their hands did not part. He stole a rapid glance at her, and dropped his eyes on the ground without speaking. They were alone. No one had seen them. The guard had turned away for the time. How it happened he did not know, but all at once something seemed to seize him and fling him at her feet. He wept and threw his arms around her knees. For the first instant she was terribly frightened, and she turned pale. She jumped up and looked at him, trembling. But at the same moment she understood, and a light of infinite happiness came into her eyes. She knew and had no doubt that he loved her beyond everything, and that at last the moment had come. They wanted to speak, but could not. Tears stood in their eyes. They were both pale and thin, but those sick, pale faces were bright with the dawn of a new future, of a full resurrection into a new life. They were renewed by love. The heart of each held infinite sources of life for the heart of the other. They resolved to wait and be patient. They had another 7 years to wait, and what terrible suffering, and what infinite happiness before them. But he had risen again, and he knew it and felt it in all his being, while she only lived in his life. On the evening of the same day, when the barracks were locked, Raskolnikov lay on his plank and thought of her. He had even fancied that day that all the convicts who had been his enemies looked at him differently. He had even entered into talk with them, and they answered him in a friendly way. He remembered that now, and thought it was bound to be so. Wasn't everything now bound to be changed? He thought of her. He remembered how continually he had tormented her and wounded her heart. He remembered her pale and thin little face. But these recollections scarcely troubled him now. He knew with what infinite love he would now repay all her sufferings. And what were all the agonies of the past? Everything, even his crime, his sentence and imprisonment, seemed to him now in the first rush of feeling an external, strange fact with which he had no concern. But he could not think for long together of anything that evening, and he could not have analyzed anything consciously. He was simply feeling. Life had stepped into the place of theory, and something quite different would work itself out in his mind. Under his pillow lay the New Testament. He took it up mechanically. The book belonged to Sonia. It was the one from which she had read the raising of Lazarus to him. At first he was afraid that she would worry him about religion, would talk about the gospel and pester him with books. But to his great surprise, she had not once approached the subject, and had not even offered him the Testament. He had asked her for it himself not long before his illness, and she brought him the book without a word. Till now he had not opened it. He did open it now, but one thought passed through his mind.
Can her convictions not be mine now? Her feelings, her aspirations, at least?
She, too, had been greatly agitated that day, and at night she was taken ill again. But she was so happy, and so unexpectedly happy, that she was almost frightened at her happiness. 7 years, only 7 years. At the beginning of their happiness, at some moments they were both ready to look on those 7 years as though they were 7 days. He did not know that the new life would not be given him for nothing, that he would have to pay dearly for it, that it would cost him great striving, great suffering. But that is the beginning of a new story, the story of a gradual renewal of a man, the story of his gradual regeneration, of his passing from one world into another, of his initiation into a new, unknown life. That might be the subject of a new story, but our present story is ended. End of Epilogue, Chapter 2. End of Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett.